Chapter 22. Within 10 meters, Jiang Baimian lay prostrate behind the heavy body of the Huī Tǔ, occasionally shifting her position to avoid being completely locked onto by her adversary. She had never considered maintaining this position indefinitely, just as she could not ascertain whether her opponent was equipped with anti-tank or anti-armor weaponry. After all, such heavy armaments were not typically convenient for humans to carry. However, with the assistance of exoskeletal devices, they could become sufficiently lightweight. The mingled scent of earth and blood wafted around Jiang Baimian, yet it did not disrupt her focus. The leader of the investigation team concerning the cataclysm of the old world slightly tilted her head as if straining to listen. However, given her auditory condition, even with the aid of a mechanical cochlea, she could not rely on the various sounds generated by the exoskeletal apparatus to determine the enemy's location. Nonetheless, when the adversary dawned and the exoskeleton first came into her field of vision, she was the first to notice the anomaly, reacting before Bai, who was monitoring the direction with an orange rifle scope. The incessant crack of gunfire drowned out many sounds, yet Jiang Baimian seemed unfazed, silently counting the changes in distance between her and the enemy. During this time, she retrieved a dark green grenade with her left hand. As the middle-aged man in the exoskeleton raised his grenade launcher and entered a certain range, Jiang Baimian swiftly pulled the pin from the grenade with her teeth. Then, with a forceful twist of her torso, she rolled to the side, throwing the grenade toward the target while ensuring she remained shielded by the corpse of the Huī Tǔ. Her biomechanical limb, resembling an electric eel, not only generated, stored, and released electricity, but also possessed strength that surpassed that of an average human. This modification was one of the specialties of Pango biotech. Boom! A fiery explosion accompanied by a shockwave violently spread through the area. However, the middle-aged man in the military exoskeleton had received a warning in advance and leaped over 20 meters away, perfectly evading the blast. Even if he hadn't chosen to evade, he had ample time to detonate the grenade from a distance with the assistance of his precision targeting system. Yet, uncertain of the grenade's nature and fearing unforeseen consequences, he ultimately abandoned the idea of remaining stationary and launching a direct attack. Jiang Baimian seized this opportunity, rising to one knee behind the corpse of the Huī Tǔ. With her right hand gripping the United 202 pistol, she opened fire on the target repeatedly. Bang! 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 The 11, 18mm bullets whistled forth, aimed directly at the vital, unarmored areas of the man clad in the military exoskeleton. Although lacking a precision targeting system, Jiang Baimian's shooting prowess was no less formidable than her opponent's, forcing him to rely solely on his exoskeletal apparatus to evade, leaving him no chance to retaliate. This caused beads of cold sweat to form on the man's forehead, as he could hardly believe that each of her shots found its mark, denying him any opportunity to counterattack. Were it not for the military exoskeleton and its comprehensive warning system, he would not have felt he could escape at all. She was a true sharpshooter. Employees of Manga Biotech who had undergone genetic modifications possessed commendable marksmanship abilities, varying from strong to average, and some rather weak. Among them, Jiang Baimian stood as the cream of the crop, surpassing both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuan. Moreover, she had never neglected rigorous training. Bang! 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 In an instant, Jiang Baimian, wielding the United 202 pistol, forcefully suppressed the enemy clad in the exoskeleton. Her only concern was that her magazine was running low, and unlike the Berserker assault rifle, she could not rely on technology for seamless magazine changes. Her adversary was anything but ordinary. A moment's lapse would invite immediate retaliation. Meanwhile, as the roar of heavy motorcycle engines grew closer, Bai Chan set aside her orange rifle, directing her attention toward the space beneath the high chassis of the Jeep. Crouched there, her back against the front of the vehicle, she positioned a small mirror she had placed earlier, serving as a rear view to relay information about the narrow area she could not expose herself to. Then, in rapid succession, she instructed, suppress the two enemies outside, and push them to the side. Upon finishing, she shed her outer coat, tossing it into the air. The garment, gray with hints of camouflage, was riddled with bullet holes. Bai Chan rolled to the Jeep's door, taking cover as she regained control of the orange rifle. In the next moment, she aimed at the enemy in the exoskeleton from an unexpected angle, shooting at the ankles. Bang! 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 The middle-aged man, poised to retaliate against Jiang Baimian, sensed additional danger and could only continue to evade. Jiang Baimian silently praised Bai Chen's acute awareness of the battlefield, decision-making ability, and daring spirit. Seizing the opportunity, she discarded the United 202 pistol and switched to the Bing Tai, as Bai Chen provided fire support for Jiang Baimian from the front of the Jeep. Shang Jianyao had already removed his Berserker assault rifle from his side and placed it beside Long Yuehong. You take over suppression, push them to the side, he reiterated. The objective was to maneuver the two heavy motorcycles away from the Jeep's door to prevent the enemy from shooting at that position. which would allow bullets to easily penetrate the vehicle and pose a significant risk to Bai Chun, who was crouched beneath the door. I, Long Yue Hong, am extremely nervous. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Fire. Jinyao's facial expression was subtly contorted. Long Yue Hong, also a product of rigorous training, hesitated no longer. Using the front of the Jeep as cover, he extended a hand, gripping his assault rifle, and fired wildly in the direction opposite his back without aiming. The cacophony of two submachine guns abruptly fell silent as the engine noise intensified. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Hong executed a swift roll, exposing half of his body from behind the Jeep. Then, he continued to shoot with precision, suppressing the enemy and forcing them toward the side, where they could directly engage the few individuals behind the vehicle. Once his ammunition was depleted, he did not change magazines, but instead grabbed Shang Jinyao berserker and continued firing. Amidst the clamor of gunfire, Shang Jinyao drew his United 202 pistol, bent slightly at the waist, and dashed toward the two heavy motorcycles. Long Yue Hong was taken aback by Shang Jinyao's audacity and recklessness. Yet blinded by fury, he did not pause his own onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The two bandits, wielding submachine guns, executed evasive maneuvers while the motorcycle sped along. Shang Jinyao lunged forward, rolling to evade the incoming fire, with small clouds of dust rising behind him. However, at this moment, the two heavy motorcycles had closed in, their distance from him less than 10 meters. As the enemy, adorned with a helmet, on the motorcycle drew closer to Shang Jinyao, he aimed once more at his target. At this proximity, he was utterly confident that Shang Jinyao would have nowhere to escape. Vivid images flickered in his mind. Amidst the rapid gunfire, the motorcycle sped past, the enemy's body convulsing before collapsing, blood and flesh scattering in a grotesque display. Meanwhile, another adversary on a separate motorcycle retaliated against Long Yue Hong, preventing him from intervening to save his comrade. After rolling to evade danger, Shang Jinyao sprang to his feet, only to find the ominous muzzle of a submachine gun aimed at him. The helmeted enemy hesitated not for a moment, his finger poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, he froze, his forehead and back drenched in sweat. He realized he had forgotten how to pull the trigger. Such a simple action now seemed impossible, as if he had lost the very ability to do so. How could he manage to fire? In that fleeting instant, an absurd thought invaded his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Jinyao's eyes darkened, his expression indifferent as he raised his arm and squeezed the trigger of his United 202 pistol. Bang, bang, bang. One bullet struck the designated enemy. Another found its mark in the motorcycle's frame. A gaping wound appeared on the enemy's neck, blood gushing forth and splattering across a considerable distance. His body swayed before he toppled to the ground with a thud, while the heavy motorcycle, now devoid of a rider, continued to careen forward for several meters before crashing to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Without hesitation, Shang Jinyao adjusted his wrist and targeted another enemy engaged in combat with Long Yue Hong. Bang, bang, bang. One bullet pierced the heavy motorcycle's fuel tank, while two others struck the adversary directly. His marksmanship, though above average among gene modifiers, proved effective. With a thunderous roar, the heavy motorcycle crashed to the ground and exploded for various reasons. A massive crimson fireball erupted, engulfing the enemy who had been riding it, leaving him to scream in agony, contorting and twitching until silence fell. A burly man in military exoskeleton gear heard the commotion and turned to look, his eyes flashing red with fury. Shang Jinyao averted his gaze and sprinted frantically back toward the front of the Jeep. The burly man let out a furious roar. Disregarding energy consumption and the burden on his body, he recklessly activated the exoskeleton's enhanced mobility, leaping and bounding toward the Jeep without a care. This was a stark contrast to his previously cautious tactics. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Bai and Bai Chen's shots failed to find vital points on their adversaries, causing only minor grazes. The power of the military exoskeleton was evident. Thud! The burly man leapt into the air and landed heavily on the Jeep's hood, leveling his Storm submachine gun, grenade launcher, and electromagnetic weapon at the three individuals below. Simultaneously, Bai, Long Yue Hong, and Shang Jinyao also aimed at him. Chapter 23. Emotion takes control. The burly man, though filled with rage and willing to take risks, retained a modicum of rational thought, never contemplating sacrificing his life for the vengeance of his two companions. According to his plan, after landing on the Jeep's hood, he would utilize the powerful leg strength of the exoskeleton to leap high once more, evading the desperate gunfire from enemies in front and behind, then launch grenades from the air, obliterating the two men and one woman hiding at the front of the vehicle. During this maneuver, he would also execute a sweeping barrage with his submachine gun, ensuring no target escaped his wrath. He would then activate the exoskeleton's simple jet propulsion system to sharply change direction in midair, denying the enemies hiding behind the corpse of the black swamp iron snake any chance of survival. Just as the burly man's knees bent slightly, preparing to spring upward, a fierce thought flashed through his mind. No, I shall not. He felt compelled to confront his enemies face to face, to transform them into a hive of bullets. Witnessing their fear and regret as they perished, to truly vent his pent-up frustration and avenge his companions. What cowardice it would be to leap high and fire down. Such an act lacked sincerity. A true man must confront his foes directly. This thought quickly escalated into an uncontrollable emotion, prompting the burly man to abandon his original plan. Of course, he did not entirely lose his composure. Clad in his iron-black exoskeleton, he abruptly crouched down, bending at the waist, so that the 2 men and 1 woman hiding at the front of the vehicle would face only his metal helmet and armored chest, with only a few vulnerable spots exposed. The next moment, he caught sight of the target's eyes, which appeared darker than those of an ordinary person. Shang Jianyao did not overexert himself and relinquished his aim. He forcefully leaped to the side, rolling away. 4 Jiang by Mian, positioned behind the burly man. His stance presented an ideal target, compelling her to instinctively pull the trigger without a second thought. Bang! A golden bullet traversed the 30 meters between them, grazing the iron-black exoskeleton and embedding itself where the burly man's spine met the energy backpack, slightly skewing. The impact aligned perfectly with Jiang by Mian's intended target, akin to shooting at an immobile target. For a sharpshooter of her caliber, this posed little challenge, even if the distance were extended by another 20 meters. With a soft thud, a spout of blood erupted from the burly man's back. Overwhelmed by searing pain, he regained his senses, unable to believe he had made such a poor choice in a critical moment. Bang! 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 Jiang by Mian's second bullet followed suit, while Bai Chen's precise shot angled into the burly man's abdomen. Long Yuehong's continuous fire was blocked by the metal helmet and chest armor, failing to inflict any harm. Realizing he could not escape, the burly man's expression contorted into one of fury. In a haze of chaotic thoughts, he prepared to fire the grenade launcher, unleashing a frantic barrage, determined to take his enemies down with him. Yet, he found himself unable to complete the motion of pulling the trigger. Even someone who had never learned to shoot would instinctively know not to falter in such a moment. It felt as though his hands had died before him. As he collapsed heavily onto the Jeep's hood, weighed down by the 70 to 80 kilograms of the exoskeleton, crimson blood quickly stained the surrounding area. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion and resentment. In the distance, the black off-road vehicle, having heard the motorcycle rider's screams, surged forward in a frenzy. However, it ultimately lagged behind. When it entered the effective firing range of the crew, 2 men named Ji Shun and Yu happened to witness a burst of blood erupting from the back of their leader. The Yu roared in anger, leaning halfway out of the car window in an attempt to locate the enemy and shoot them down. At that moment, the middle-aged man collapsed heavily, causing the Jeep to sway noticeably. With a screech, the black SUV executed a dramatic drift, positioning its body sideways. Yu nearly got thrown out, but thanks to his bulky attire and timely grasp of a support point, he managed to avoid being airborne. Boom! The black SUV made a sharp turn, racing back toward them at a breakneck speed. What are you doing? Yu retracted his body and shouted furiously. The older Ji Shun gripped the steering wheel and replied loudly, "We're escaping. The boss is still out there." Yu pressed his Union 202 gun against Ji Shun's temple, demanding, "Turn back." His eyes were filled with bloodshot fury. Unmoved, Ji Shun shouted back, "The boss is dead. Do you want to die alongside him?" He nearly floored the accelerator. Yu's lips quivered as his expression shifted. Stuck in a moment of indecision, he suddenly flung his arm back and threw himself heavily into the passenger seat. "You coward!" He cursed vehemently. "I'm also a coward," his voice softened, tears streaming down his face. "Wow, they run really fast," Jiang by Mian remarked while reloading her 9mm pistol, watching the SUV vanish into the distance. She lamented not bringing her grenade launcher upon exiting the vehicle. Otherwise, she could have attempted to send the fleeing enemies off with a spectacular firework. At the Jeep's position, Long Yuehong had finished firing his bullets and stopped, bending over and breathing heavily. His eyes were unfocused, lost in a daze, as if his spirit had entered a realm isolated from the outside world. Bai Chun, holding her orange rifle, surveyed the surroundings and, upon seeing no other enemies, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her expression remained relatively calm, as though everything that had just occurred was merely a segment of her daily life, an event that repeated itself occasionally, not worthy of excessive emotional investment. She noticed the grenade launcher Jiang Mian had placed in the passenger seat, but, having confirmed the middle-aged man was utterly deceased and with the black SUV having fled far away, she deemed it futile to engage with a weapon she was not proficient in. There was no need to waste a grenade. Bai Chan redirected her gaze toward Shang Jianyao, standing 7 or 8 meters away, perplexed by the middle-aged man's final decision. In such a situation, the enemy, clad in an exoskeleton device, had ample opportunity to eliminate the 3 of them at the cost of a minor injury or scratch. Yet, it seemed as if rage had clouded his judgment, as he failed to employ any tactical maneuvers, exhibiting only recklessness, and more recklessness. In that moment, Shang Jianyao was the only one to react differently, diving to the side in advance. Bai Chun pursed her lips and glanced at the returning Jiang Bai Mian. Are you all injured? There's a medical kit in the jeep. Upon hearing this, Long Yu Hong shivered, snapping back from his dazed state into reality. His body trembled from the tension, yet this did not hinder his quick self-assessment. I'm fine. At that moment, Shang Jianyao replied with a smile. Just a slight headache, perhaps from the pressure of the explosions and gunfire. Bai Chun analyzed the situation from a practical standpoint. Good. Jiang Bai Mian, back at the jeep, praised, then turned to Bai Chun, saying, I have a few scrapes. Hand me a bottle of iodine. Taking the opportunity, she began instructing Long Yu Hong and Shang Jianyao. In the wilderness, lethal dangers often arise from infections and contamination. One cannot be careless just because genetically altered individuals possess formidable immune and self-repair capabilities. As Shang Jianyao and Long Yu Hong nodded, Jiang Bai Mian took the iodine and, while disinfecting her hand wounds, smiled. How was it? Exciting, right? Thrilling. Isn't it? Long Yu Hong furrowed his brow, his face slightly pale as he replied, Team leader, how can such events be described as exciting and thrilling? He only felt fear, sadness, and tension, wishing never to experience it again. Had there been any casualties among his companions this time, he believed he might have broken down on the spot. Even so, witnessing the 3 individuals with whom he had previously interacted lying silently on the ground in their respective tragic states evoked an indescribable feeling within him. Jiang Bai Mian, unperturbed by Long Yu Hong's rebuttal, half smiled, half sighed. This is the norm in the gray dust. It's entirely different from the situations within the company. When you experience various battles, you'll realize each time you survive, it is a matter worth celebrating, especially when your comrades are also alive. I merely aimed to provide you with a sense of relief, to help you quickly overcome the psychological barriers of battle. Don't compare yourself to Shang Jianyao. His issues might be more serious. The psychological aftermath of battle hardly holds a candle to that. Shang Jianyao opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to assert that he had no problems, but at that moment, Bai Chun had already pushed the body clad in the exoskeleton off the engine hood, letting it fall with a heavy thud. Bai Chun promptly opened the hood to inspect the vehicle's condition. Inside the front, several bullets were lodged. How is it? Jiang Bai Mian inquired. It seems damaged. I don't know if it can be repaired. I'll give it a try. Bai Chun adjusted her gray scarf around her neck, returned to the trunk, and retrieved a plastic toolbox containing repair tools, hoping for the best. Jiang Bai Mian then turned to Shang Jianyao and Long Yu Hong, instructing you two, scour the battlefield for valuable items while I keep watch for any unexpected occurrences. Begin from this side. Understood. Shang Jianyao and Long Yu Hong simultaneously approached the body clad in the exoskeleton. If they could swiftly detach the exoskeleton and master its usage techniques, they would be better equipped to handle any future situations. Chapter 24, Trust. The Diving Octopus prompts you. After reading, please bookmark for easier access next time. After hesitating thrice, he could no longer suppress his voice and inquired, weren't you nervous or afraid just now? The leg-injured SHNGNYO pointed to himself. Are you asking me? Who else is here besides you? Long Yu Hing retorted with a mix of irritation and amusement. Behind him, BICHN was repairing a jeep, while Jing BIMEN wielding a handgun, circled to the other side of the small area where the body lay, leaving only him and SHNGN. SHNGNYO patted the thigh of the corpse, saying, there's also him. Long Yu Hing initially wanted to scold the man across from him, yet inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. He recalled the tales adults often told to scare children. SHNGNYO reined in his smile and replied, surely I too feel nervous and afraid, yet I can't perceive it at all. Long Yu Hing blurted out, nodded slightly, because I remind myself, your goal is to save all of humanity. What does that have to do with it? Long Yu Hing thought he had grown accustomed to SHNGNYO's occasional eccentricities. I mean, why are you not afraid or nervous? SHNGNYO answered solemnly. On the path to achieving this goal, sacrifices are inevitable. At that moment, Long Yu Hing found himself uncertain whether to deem SHNGNYO normal or abnormal. He swiftly decided to abandon the topic and asked, don't you feel uncomfortable? Having killed 2 people with your own hands. Just a while ago, they could still laugh, walk, and jump, vibrant and full of life. Not necessarily uncomfortable, but don't you feel anything particularly special? SHNGNYO replied, almost imperceptibly nodding his head. Yes. Long Yu Ing inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Shngnyo continued. I wish I could shoot them a couple more times. Why? Long Yu Ing relinquished the idea of synchronizing his thoughts with Shngnyo. Shngnyo glanced at him before directing his gaze towards the jeep behind. We never intended to rob them, harm them, or shoot them. Yet from the very beginning, they harbored malice towards us, relentlessly pursuing us and seizing every opportunity to attack. Had we not performed extraordinarily and made those mistakes, it would be us lying here being searched. Do you think they would feel anything special about it? No, they would simply sing songs, spit at us, consume our energy bars, our compressed biscuits, our military rations. Can we endure that? The imagery flashed through Long Yu Ing's mind, reminding him of the intense hunger he had endured throughout his life. He suddenly exploded in anger, no? After expressing his response, he deflated like a basketball that had long been without air. But I still feel somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Shngnyo's lips slowly curled into an exaggerated smile. This is the nature of the gray earth. Get accustomed to it. As if it's not your first time on the surface, Long Yu Ing muttered as he busied himself. Shortly thereafter, they unfastened the metallic clasps and removed the military exoskeleton from a corpse. N had returned to the side of the jeep at some point, thoughtfully suggesting, Long Yu Ing, give it a try and see if you can handle it. Such devices always incited fervor in certain men, and Long Yu Ing was one of them. He disregarded the blood still staining the exoskeleton, eagerly urged Shngnyo to assist him in adjusting the length of the auxiliary skeleton, donning the energy backpack, and fastening the iron black helmet. Once the integrated system completed its self-check, Long Yu Ing glanced at it and reported there S23 battery left, which should last for 1 hour and 55 minutes. Don't believe that. That only if you maintain normal movement and perform basic operations. If you wish to leap and bound like that one did earlier, with all systems running at full capacity, I estimate it would last at most half an hour. N lifted his left leg, pointing with his toes at the corpse of the young man. Long Yu Ing began performing various basic movements. After a series of exercises, he exclaimed in delight, Captain, this is far more effective than the one I tried at the company. N snorted. That was a replica from the company. You should know, being a biological firm, how proficient we are in mechanical electronics. True, Long Yu Ing replied, excitedly experimenting with the remaining functions of the military exoskeleton. Shngnyo continued to squat, searching every pocket of the corpse, even inspecting the inner layer of the underpants. He found merely 2 packs of biscuits. Finally, he looked disdainfully at the items before him. These 2 packs of biscuits were not compressed. The packaging bore a series of faded red characters. Due to wear, Shngnyo could barely recognize the words for scallion and soda. In the gray earth, the 2 predominant languages are Huī Tǔ and Hinh. The former serves as a lingua franca for factions like Peeing Biotech and the Salvation Army, while the latter is mainly spoken in the Hinh River Basin and by factions associated with it, including the Initial City, the White Knight Order, and the Orange Company. Aside from the 2 packs of biscuits, Shngnyo also found 2 sheets of letter paper and a badge. One sheet was neatly folded, while the other was carelessly crumpled. Shngnyo unfolded the neatly folded letter and casually remarked, This has been folded many times. N instructed Long Yu Ing to be vigilant of their surroundings before kneeling beside Shngnyo to read the letter together. The letter was written in Huī Tǔ script. Dear Father, I am doing well in the Initial City. Although I still have some reading difficulties, I can converse without issue. No one can tell that I come from the wilderness. The hierarchy here is very strict, but compared to the outside, it feels like paradise. As long as I adhere to their rules, obey those of higher status, and find my own place and rank, I can live relatively smoothly. You need not worry about my studies. With the help of that individual, I have transferred to a formal academy. If I graduate successfully, I will escape my status as a slave and become a citizen. I wonder if the town's grain reserves are sufficient, although it is still summer. I have heard some classmates say that this winter will be particularly difficult. I am uncertain about the basis of their judgments, but felt it necessary to inform you, urging everyone to prepare early. Even if this is merely a rumor, it is better to believe it than to disregard it. You mentioned becoming a relic hunter, which is indeed a positive development. This vocation is evidently safer than that of a bandit, although it carries its own dangers. Avoid the newly discovered city ruins and the desolate areas from which few return. Furthermore, refrain from engaging in banditry, despite its ability to swiftly provide food for the winter. I will endeavor to find merchants willing to smuggle provisions within the city, though I have no guarantees and lack sufficient resources for barter. I can only hope to discover opportunities through the descendants of the elder who introduced me to the council. Lastly, I wish you continued health, and I hope famine will not descend upon us. I also hope that Uncle Jishun, Uncle Jinfeng, Brother Au, and Brother Qianing are faring well, bringing home adequate sustenance for their families. May we all await the council's acknowledgement, longing for the day we can enter the city as citizens rather than slaves. Additionally, that individual who treated my mother kindly requires no further concern. After reading, Jiang by Mian and Shangjian Yao remained silent for a while. This is the gray earth. After a moment, Jiang by Mian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Shangjian Yao replied softly, stating that he had read this letter no fewer than 20 times. The creases of the letter and the condition of the paper provided certain insights. Jiang by Mian intended to tell Shangjian Yao that in matters of life and death, there was no need to feel guilty, but suddenly recalled something and merely patted his shoulder. Everyone possesses multiple facets, often more than two. The way they behave towards their children differs vastly from their demeanor towards strangers. For strangers, one need not concern themselves with the fate of their children, merely feeling fortunate to be alive. I understand your thoughts, and I have heard some rumors. I can assure you that individuals from our company will not descend to the level of wilderness bandits, should we engage in thievery. It would be only against the supply convoys of hostile forces. Shangjian Yao remained silent, neatly folding the letter and placing it back into the inner pocket of the middle-aged man. He then unfolded another crumpled letter. Task description: explore the area north of Huī Tǔ station and gather relevant intelligence on the target. Target description: male, origin unknown, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with black hair and golden eyes, strikingly handsome, exuding immense charm. He wears a trench coat, boots, and gloves, with his hair always impeccably styled. Entirely unlike a wild wanderer. Danger level is assessed as high. Reward: 1 ton of standard grade flour, guaranteed by the guild. Task level: 100 credit points. This is a task document from the Hunter S Guild. Jiang by Mian remarked briefly before contemplatively picking up the badge that Shangjian Yao had discovered. Huī Tǔ Station is a relic of the old world located within the Black Marsh Wilderness, with the deep marshland lying further north, a perilous area. As they spoke, Jiang by Mian examined the badge in his hand. The badge was brass-colored, with a vaguely defined human face relief on the front. The cheeks engraved with a knife and a gun. The back of the badge contained a small, embedded chip. This badge originates from the Hunter S Guild. Jiang by Mian toyed with the badge and pressed his left index finger against a specific spot. Dimly, it seemed tiny, imperceptible currents flickered. After a few seconds, he withdrew his finger and smiled, declaring himself a formal hunter. The term formal hunter refers to a classification within the Hunter S Guild, arising from their delineation of relic hunters. This classification, at least on the surface, bears no relation to strength. It is based on the so-called credit points. After all, the guild was initially established to assist individuals in exchanging information and resources more effectively, rather than providing avenues for advancement. In transactions, credit is deemed more significant than strength. Thus, the original president of the guild designed a credit point system based on certain data from the old world. Upon joining the guild, relic hunters could earn varying amounts of credit points by completing commissions and trading, providing reliable intelligence to the guild, which does not conflict with their rewards. The two operate concurrently. Once credit points accumulate to 100, novice hunters can attain the status of formal hunters. Above formal hunters are intermediate hunters, senior hunters, advanced hunters, and master hunters, all cultivated through repeated tasks and transactions. Naturally, if one does not possess the requisite level or sufficient credit points, many tasks will remain inaccessible, and participation in numerous trades will be impossible. Others will not trust you unless you can find one or several high-credit hunters to vouch for you. Thus, it is entirely plausible for novice hunters to surpass advanced hunters and master hunters in certain aspects. Yet from another perspective, surviving numerous tasks and trades in the perilous gray earth while accumulating sufficient credit points speaks volumes. Those advanced hunters and master hunters excel in strength, team dynamics, and resource management. In essence, low credit points do not equate to weakness, but high credit points certainly indicate strength, at least in certain domains. Based on the emphasis placed on credit points, the Hunter S Guild has consistently enforced strict measures against breaches of contract, violations, fraud, and dishonest transactions. Upon discovery, corresponding credit points are immediately deducted, and the specifics of the breach are recorded within the badge chip. Should these issues be severe, the guild may even expel the individual from membership, placing them on blacklists across various regions, commonly referred to as dark hunters. However, due to the lack of a widespread communication network across the gray earth, disseminating blacklists to all branches may take months or even longer. As for whether relic hunters engage in banditry or have taken lives, as long as it does not pertain to tasks or trades, the guild remains indifferent. Furthermore, there exists a title known as Chief Hunter, which is honorary and primarily based on seniority. Each region's hunter guild can have only one. These were insights Shangjian Yao had gleaned during classes and training, Thus he felt no curiosity regarding the term formal hunter. However, he continued to gaze intently at Jiang Bai Mian without uttering a word. Jiang Bai Mian glanced down at himself and suddenly chuckled, asking if he found it strange that he could read the contents of the chip within the Hunter S badge, which typically requires special machines at various branches for interpretation. Shang Jianyao nodded in immediate agreement, unashamed. Jiang Bai Mian raised his left arm, stating that since it was an electric eel-type prosthesis, it was entirely reasonable to install a simple chip and sensor requiring electricity, along with the necessary data transmission lines and associated components. To extract the contents from the chip is not overly challenging. However, erasing and rewriting it proves to be exceedingly difficult. This is, after all, a specialized chip and custom machine procured by the Hunters Guild from the Mechanical Paradise, boasting significant technological sophistication. Shang Jianyao, suddenly enlightened, and with curiosity, inquired, have modern biological prosthetics begun to incorporate electronic and mechanical components? Jiang Bimian explained with a hint of nonchalance. Indeed, the intersection of biology, electronics, and mechanics is a focal point of research. Many prominent factions are attempting to combine exoskeletal devices with bionic smart armor to create truly practical powered armor. Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, and Shang Jianyao instinctively placed his hand on the grip of the ice moss. "Ha! Squatting for too long has made my legs a bit numb," Jiang Baimian said somewhat bashfully, stretching her legs, her ponytail swaying behind her. Once Shang Jianyao stood up, she continued, "This task is somewhat peculiar. Gathering intelligence on a specific individual in the Black Marsh Wilderness is akin to casting a net into the ocean to catch a particular fish." Shang Jianyao quickly replied, "Have you ever seen the ocean?" "That is not the point," Jiang Bimian retorted. "At least I've seen a real lake. The ocean must be far more expansive." Ignoring her response, Shang Jianyao resumed the previous topic. "Perhaps this task is not assigned solely to one hunter." "Indeed, it is a broad net," Jiang Bimian agreed. After sharing this thought, both she and Shang Jianyao exclaimed in unison, "How affluent!" To reward anyone providing useful intelligence requires far more than just a ton of flour. Jiang Baimian's gaze drifted towards the depths of the marsh, north of the Yulu station, and she mused, what is the background of that individual? Why the emphasis on him? At that moment, Bai Chun completed the repairs and settled into the driver's seat, attempting to start the jeep. A cacophony erupted. One even Shang Jianyao could discern was rather abnormal. Bai Chun leaned out the window and shouted to Jiang Baimian, "The rear has also sustained damage. Many parts are affected. It can barely run now, but I cannot guarantee when it will entirely break down." "Is it irreparable?" Jiang Baimian asked seriously. Bai Chun shook his head. "No, but it lacks critical components. Team leader, I recall a settlement of wilderness drifters not far from here. We could reach it in just 2 or 3 hours. Why not take a detour and see if we can trade for the necessary items? Even if the jeep breaks down along the way, I can ride that motorcycle over and come back." She pointed to a somewhat intact heavy motorcycle. The other had been destroyed in a previous explosion, leaving nothing but scrap metal. Jiang Baimian pondered for 2 seconds. All right. Bai Chun and Shang Jianyao promptly examined the remaining 2 corpses, ultimately acquiring a lightly damaged heavy motorcycle, 2 submachine guns, some ammunition, useful parts from the motorcycle wreckage, half a loaf of bread, and several cigarettes wrapped in roasted tobacco leaves. Additionally, from the previous middle-aged man, they obtained a submachine gun. Long Yue Hong, donning an exoskeleton device, carried back a light machine gun. All 3 submachine guns utilize 9mm ammunition, a common type. "We have prepared quite a bit," Jiang Baimian discerned with delight. Then, glancing at the light machine gun, she sighed with mild regret. "The 792mm rounds are currently unusable. Let us store it in the vehicle for now. We can either trade it later or take it back to the company." Placing it in the trunk would leave no room for the exoskeleton device, Bai Chun remarked with a slight frown. Their trunk was already filled with canned goods, biscuits, bullets, filter chips, and various items. The exoskeleton can be placed in the passenger seat. We can take turns riding the heavy motorcycle, and the 3 of us can squeeze onto the back seat. There's ample space. Jiang Baimian countered. "That heavy motorcycle requires fuel. We may not be able to replenish it. Let us try to make trades whenever possible." Jiang Baimian did not respond directly, but surveyed the surroundings. "All right. Let us disperse and collect any visible bullet casings. These are strategic resources. Long Yue Hong, you may remove the exoskeleton device to conserve some power. We only brought 1 spare high-performance battery, so we must be cautious. As for the solar charging panel on the roof, it can only charge the jeep once a day." "Yes, team leader," Long Yue Hong replied, then suddenly remembered something and pointed to the roadside. "What about that?" She referred to the massive corpse of the Black Marsh iron snake. Jiang Bimian's elegant brows knitted together. "We cannot transport that. Its meat is not advisable. Creatures mutated due to pollution are not truly safe for consumption. We should not risk the toxins. We haven't brought any sealing devices, and the liquids inside are volatile. In time, The black marsh iron snake may exact its revenge. Let us skin it. We should be able to take that with us. Fold it up and tie it to the roof of the vehicle. This is excellent biological material. The research department will certainly appreciate it, as they have been working on similar bionic armor. Yuehong, you can handle this while wearing the exoskeleton. Its helmet offers protection against toxins, and if I remember correctly, it should assist with high-temperature cutting. Remember to start from the eyes and mouth. After about 15 minutes of effort, with Shang Jianyao aiding her while donning a gas mask, Long Yuehong successfully skinned the mutated python. The skin was first folded and then wrapped up, secured to the roof of the Jeep with ropes and the solar panel as fasteners. Phew, done. Jiang Baimian clapped her hands, watching Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao place the exoskeleton device in the passenger seat. What should we do with these? She pointed to the 3 corpses not far away. Should we strip their clothes? They're also a hard currency on this gray market, only slightly inferior to food and weapons. Before Bai Chun could offer her opinion, Shang Jianyao interjected seriously. Let us sink them into the marsh. Jiang Baimian nodded thoughtfully, agreed. Chapter 26. Remedial lessons. One corpse was thrown far into the marsh, creating countless splashes of mud. It became embedded in the dark, soft surface, sinking inch by inch. Beside it lay 2 scenes, strikingly similar, yet buried deeper beneath layers of silt. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong gazed at them for a few seconds before averting their eyes and turning towards the position of the Jeep. Jiang Baimian did not inquire who would ride the heavy motorcycle first. Instead, she donned the appropriate helmet and mounted it. With a micro-submachine gun slung over her shoulder, she turned her head toward Shang Jianyao and the others, a smile barely concealed as she remarked, I've long desired to have one of these. I've just never had the opportunity. Before her words had fully settled, she twisted the throttle, unleashing a deep, ferocious roar from the motorcycle. Jiang Baimian leaned forward, her posture surprisingly professional despite it being her first ride. The sound of the engine grew louder as the heavy motorcycle shot forward like an arrow, racing along the edge of the swamp and disappearing into the distance. The romance of steel and fuel, Long Yuehong murmured enviously in the gentle breeze. Amidst the roar, the motorcycle circled back and halted nearby. Jiang Baimian steadied herself with one foot on the ground, lifted her helmet visor, and chuckled awkwardly. So, Bai Chun, which way should we go? Bai Chun glanced down at her scarf and replied loudly, Follow the Jeep. What? What did you say? Jiang Baimian raised her hand to her ear, realizing the helmet obstructed her hearing. Maintaining her smile, she lowered the visor again and rode the motorcycle back to the Jeep, as if it were her own decision. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong climbed into the vehicle in succession, while Bai Chun resumed her position behind the wheel and started the Jeep. Thus, they traveled through the dark marshland at a relatively slow pace, occasionally changing direction and weaving about. During this time, Jiang Baimian frequently excused herself under the pretext of scouting the surroundings, racing off on her motorcycle to various locations. Nearly 2 hours later, Bai Chun brought the seemingly overburdened Jeep to a stop. She opened the door and called to Jiang Baimian, who had just returned from a distant speed. Captain, we are nearing that settlement. Jiang Baimian steadied herself on one foot and lifted her visor, asking, what are your thoughts? Bai Chun rubbed her somewhat rough facial skin and expressed her concern. I'm worried that our arrival might provoke an extreme reaction from the wilderness drifters in the settlement. They're always very vigilant in this regard. How about this? You all wait here while I ride the motorcycle over to establish contact, and then I will return to guide you. If they refuse us entry, I will attempt to negotiate outside. Jiang Baimian nodded gently. Our firepower indeed instills fear. The black marsh iron serpent skin strapped to the top of the Jeep further heightened that intimidation. She immediately dismounted, parked the motorcycle, removed her helmet, and handed it to Bai Chun. Watching Bai Chun's figure vanish into the sparse forest ahead, Jiang Baimian opened the Jeep door and took her place in the driver's seat. Care for smoke? She cheerfully picked up a rudimentary roll of tobacco from the glove compartment. It was a spoil from earlier battles. The charred, yellowish-black leaves emitted an indescribable aroma. No. Both Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao simultaneously shook their heads. You two, this is a luxury. Jiang Baimian set down the crude cigarette, aware of how many battle-hardened souls had become wildly enamored with it. It provided them with a sense of relaxation, preventing them from being overwhelmed, akin to how alcoholic beverages allow one to forget many unpleasant memories. Many only find joy in drunkenness. That is not true happiness, Shang Jianyao suddenly chimed in. Oh, now you're singing, Jiang Baimian exclaimed with a playful scold. Shang Jianyao, adopting a serious tone, replied, I have a fondness for music, but the lyrics seem a bit off. Jiang Baimian remarked, rubbing the metallic device in her ear. Shang Jianyao, as if discussing an academic matter, stated, the lyrics could be modified to suit the current context, which would facilitate better expression. Jiang Baimian waved her hand. That's not the point. You've thrown me off track, and I almost forgot what I wanted to say. She released a frustrated sigh. I mentioned the cigarette to segue into the topic of war trauma. Although the battle you just experienced may not reach that level, it is still crucial to pay attention. Both cigarettes and alcohol, even controlled substances, are not effective coping mechanisms. They can lead to severe dependency and harm your health. She continued, if you experience excessive tension, overwhelming stress, anxiety, irritability, or difficulty concentrating, feel free to come and talk to me. I have studied some psychology. Yes, Captain. Long Yuehong responded loudly. Earlier, during their journey, Bai Chun had also approached them about such matters, and now he felt considerably better. Indeed, Jiang Bai Mian praised. Ever since the higher-ups approved the establishment of this old tune team, the best decision I made was to approve Bai Chen's application. TSK, my foresight is commendable. Don't you think? Before Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong could respond, she leaned back against the driver's seat, her gaze shifting slightly as she mused. We don't know when Bai Chan will return. Since we're idling, let me share some stories with you that I haven't mentioned before. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong sat upright, resembling students in a classroom. Jiang Bai Mian chuckled softly. Don't be so focused. Keep an eye on the outside. Aren't you afraid a rocket might come flying in and take us all out? Now, back to the main topic. I mentioned before on the gray earth, aside from a rare few creatures, humanity's most perilous enemy is always humanity itself. So, which humans can be deemed dangerous? Long Yuehong, what do you think? Long Yuehong replied, those wearing exoskeleton suits. The military exoskeletons had left a lasting impression on him from the earlier battle. He even suspected they would haunt his nightmares. Exactly. Additionally, we can include those clad in bioengineered armor. Either of these types alone could take on a squad, or even level a small settlement of wilderness drifters. Jiang Bai Mian turned her gaze to Shang Jianyao, asking, what do you think? Teams equipped with heavy weaponry, groups with exceptional firepower, and individuals who have undergone specific mechanical, electronic modifications, or possess biological prosthetics. Shang Jianyao listed 3 in one breath. Jiang Bai Mian nodded thoughtfully, indeed. She stroked her left arm with her right hand. It has greatly enhanced my capabilities, but the original is still preferable. You should cherish it. She quickly added, also, the monks of the monkhood and the gene modifiers. You may not know this, but in many factions, people like you are referred to as the chosen ones. Why? Long Yuehong asked, somewhat astonished. Jiang Bai Mian laughed lightly. You are too accustomed to it, and since you are one of them, you fail to recognize the rarity of such technology. Among all factions currently, only our company and the BIQSH2N can consistently perform genetic enhancements and produce the corresponding raw solutions. Consider this. An individual who is tall, robust, swift, quick-witted, possesses excellent coordination, remarkable balance, formidable immunity, superior self-repair capabilities, boundless energy, and exceptional vision, along with notable firearm proficiency, would appear to ordinary humans as a favored creation of the heavens, wouldn't they? Such a being embodies the essence of danger. However, do not grow overly proud. Certain factions vehemently reject genetic technologies, viewing them as a blasphemy against nature, the heavens, and divinity, and as a primary cause of the old world annihilation. Jiangbi paused to catch her breath before continuing. Even more formidable than genetic enhancers are those who have undergone genetic modifications. They often possess abilities beyond human capacity. In this regard, those who have mutated due to pollution exhibit similar traits. I have even encountered individuals capable of photosynthesis, surviving 3 months without sustenance. Nonetheless, the technology of genetic modification remains remarkably immature, with high failure and mortality rates, so do not attempt it lightly. The mutated individuals, or CRN, were once normal humans, but they were contaminated and distorted during the cataclysm that destroyed the old world. Although a significant portion of them perished shortly after exposure, some survived and passed their mutations to their offspring. These individuals face discrimination from normal humans, being cast out from their communities and derogatorily labeled as CRN due to their physical alterations and shared experiences. CRN inevitably harbor deep-seated resentment towards normal humanity, resulting in a bitter enmity between the two factions. In such circumstances, the term CRN became widely recognized, evolving into a scientific nomenclature. Even years after the devastation of the old world, remnants of severe pollution persist in certain regions, and mutations have not vanished from humanity, continuously giving rise to new CRN. Most of the present-day CRN are the result of natural propagation. Ling Ing is aware of what CRN are, but has not heard of the type described by Jiangbi. Jiangbi nodded and glanced at Shnyo and Ling Ing, casually stating, in addition to those previously mentioned, there exists another category of individuals who can be deemed dangerous, even exceedingly so. What kind? Ling Ing asked with great curiosity. Mirrored by Shnyo. The two had encountered the earlier topics in their training materials. Yet no one had previously presented the relevant content from the perspective of hazardous beings. N smiled and replied, "Awaken ones. Awaken ones." Ling and Gnyo echoed softly. N lifted her gaze to the two and explained, "Awaken ones are humans who have undergone peculiar mutations for various reasons, endowing them with bizarre and terrifying abilities. Some once believed that certain awakened ones' powers could be described humorously, but as events unfolded, it became evident that even the most ludicrous abilities can become exceedingly perilous in appropriate contexts. To date, no faction has deciphered the patterns governing the emergence of awakened ones, and all experiments aimed at artificially creating them have failed, rendering their numbers exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. I had refrained from disclosing this to you earlier. And this information must remain confidential." With concern, Ling inquired, "Captain, if we encounter an awakened one, how should we deal with them?" Gnyo remained silent. N chuckled lightly. "Apart from a few exceptionally powerful awakened ones, most possess abilities with limited scope, and that scope is not extensive. Based on this, if you encounter them, it is best to maintain a safe distance and resolve matters from afar using firearms." "I see." Ling began to envision the scenario. Gnyo nodded gently, seemingly deep in thought. Observing this, added, "Furthermore, do not solely focus on these dangerous individuals. Our bodies are exceedingly fragile. Even a 7- or 8-year-old child could pose a lethal threat to us." N rode her heavy motorcycle, navigating through what appeared to be a soft, yielding path that led deeper into the swamp. After approximately 10 minutes, a small red dot appeared on the road ahead, a gently swaying beacon. This served as a warning. N promptly reduced the speed of her motorcycle and lifted her gaze. 100 meters away stood a red-brown wall, extending as far as her sight allowed before bending around the corner, seemingly closing in. The majority of the wall's bricks were weathered and ancient, yet a few appeared relatively new, as if recently fired. The wall's exterior was lined with rusted barbed wire, allowing only a single pathway for passage. Between the barbed wire and the wall, several wooden frames stood, upon which guards clad in dirty, mismatched clothing and armed with rifles patrolled. The guard positioned atop the highest wooden structure donned a yellowed, stiff shirt beneath a dark blue, presumably cotton-padded coat, appearing quite bulky. This guard wielded an automatic rifle and held a slender black object that emitted a red light, casting a small dot before N. N halted her motorcycle, removed her helmet, and attempted to smooth her short hair. This was a deliberate display of her femininity, not to entice or seduce, but to ease the tension of the encounter. She understood well that in the desolate wasteland, where order was scarce, firearms might equalize the threat posed by men and women. Yet the inherent differences in physique and aggression could not be overlooked. A male stranger invariably instills greater fear than a female. Throughout her years of wandering the wilderness, N had adopted two distinct personas when exploring ruins, hunting in the wild, traversing perilous territories, or negotiating with certain bandit groups. She concealed her long hair, darkened her face, and donned attire that made her appear masculine. When approaching more orderly settlements or dealing with relic hunters from powerful factions who valued information and relics from the old world, she would reveal her feminine identity. Once she was embraced by Ngw and gained confidence, she finally had the freedom to style her hair in a way that pleased her, neither too long nor too short. After placing her helmet in front of her, and allowed her heavy motorcycle to advance slowly once more. In this process, the crimson light flickered constantly ahead of her, occasionally landing on her motorcycle, indicating that the other party had already taken aim and was not careless. As the distance between them narrowed to 30 meters, Chun tilted her motorcycle, resting one foot on the ground, and called out loudly, "I am here to find Tian, the town chief." She repeated this twice, then fell silent, patiently waiting. A guard on the wooden frame sent one of his companions down the slanted wooden planks. After 5 or 6 minutes, an elder appeared atop the wall, wearing a fuzzy, deep blue hat that resembled an inverted bowl atop his head. His temples were markedly gray, his eye sockets sunken, and his face gaunt, adorned with wrinkles that spoke of age. However, his deep brown eyes remained bright, and his spirit was remarkably vigorous. He was indeed Tian, the chief of the settlement. He donned a white, yellowed shirt, a wrinkled, patched suit, and an oversized military green coat that did not suit his frame. His lower half was clad in deep yellow woolen trousers, seemingly stuffed with numerous other pairs, creating a rather bulky appearance. Tian gazed towards Chun, scrutinizing her for a few seconds. It seemed he recognized her, but when he attempted to greet her, he realized she was too far away, and he could no longer shout as he once did. He hastily turned to the guard beside him, exclaiming in irritation, "Bring me my megaphone." "How foolish." The guard replied. Looking disheartened, your megaphone has long been out of battery, and we can't find the same type of batteries lately. I can help you call out. Tian pondered for a moment and instructed, call out for me. Huī Tǔ, where have you been this past year? I thought you had been devoured by beasts. Huī Tǔ? The guard suddenly realized it was the Bai Chan who used to visit frequently. Who else could it be? Even at my age, with my failing eyesight, I can recognize this young lady in her 20s. How could a man be so blind? Tian shot a glance at the guard, scolding him. Everyone in the settlement had grown accustomed to Tian's temperament, and the guard paid no mind to the earlier reprimand, mumbling, she looks much better than before. If you don't look closely, you wouldn't recognize her. Before Tian could glare at him, the guard raised his voice and called out, Huī Tǔ, where have you been this past year? I thought you had been eaten by beasts. Bai Chan's emotions softened unconsciously, and she responded loudly, I went to another place. Town chief, I am here to exchange some goods. This settlement is known as Shui. Bai Chen had heard Tian mention that the town's name originated from the 4 rivers that surrounded it before the cataclysm of the Old World. Following the destruction of the Old World, prolonged warfare, and multiple geological disasters, the nearby waters have become part of a vast swamp, providing Shui with a natural defensive barrier and ample concealment. Only the residents of Shui and their invited guests could navigate the seemingly mud-covered paths within the marsh to reach this place. Unlike other settlements that often had to migrate, Shui had clean water sources and ample arable land, allowing it to remain since the world's end. Tian intended to converse loudly for a while, but before he could truly begin, his throat grew scratchy, and he couldn't help but cough twice. Come in, come in. He gestured helplessly. The guard immediately echoed, come in. Gumin, hand your weapons to the person at the door. Slap. Tian lightly smacked him, saying, who told you to add that last part? Huī Tǔ is trustworthy, but she hasn't been here in a year. The guard retorted defiantly. Tian remained silent for 2 seconds, uttering no further words, and turned to descend the wooden frame. Bai Chun did not resist, relinquishing her firearms, the handgun on her gear, and her heavy motorcycle to the guard at the entrance. The iron-black gate swung open, and waited there, sizing Bai Chun up with a few glances, chuckling, it seems you've been doing well lately. You used to be just a muddy girl. Bai Chun instinctively closed her eyes momentarily and replied, I've been taken in by a team. Tian nodded thoughtfully, good. He did not pursue the topic further, but casually asked, what about your robot? The one called 3-5? Bai Chen's eyelids drooped slightly, and after a second, she replied, it broke down? Tian fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he took a breath as if nothing had been said and asked, what goods do you wish to exchange? Some car parts, Bai Chen replied nonchalantly. Stop. Don't tell me specifically what they are. I don't understand. I will take you to see them, and you can choose. Tian interrupted her with a smile. He turned around and led Bai Chun deeper into the town. This settlement was not large and was entirely different from the concept of towns in the Old World. Bai Chen's gaze first fell upon 3 distant 3-story buildings. They were not tall, but quite long, with each floor divided into numerous rooms. These 3 buildings were not parallel, but arranged in an inverted, slanted shape. As Bai Chun knew, those who resided within, possessing private or shared toilets, were members of the town's guard and their families, as well as individuals with crucial skills, such as those adept at repairing firearms or possessing knowledge of old-world agricultural techniques. On either side of the inverted structure, 2 large public restrooms stood, one vertical and one horizontal. In front of the inverted arrangement lay a small plaza made of cement. Beyond this plaza were 3 small courtyards, built on compacted earth. To the left and right of the plaza were rows of single-story houses, distanced from the walls, belonging to the original townspeople of Shui. Given the population base of Shui, most households had members of the town guard. Otherwise, the guard could not be maintained. Above the 4 plazas, an uncountable number of chaotically erected structures loomed. Mud houses, brick homes, and tents. These buildings housed the wanderers absorbed by Shui over the years, or original members who had violated the laws. At this moment, the sun still hung in the sky, and evening was far from approaching. Some residents of Shui toiled in the fields behind the town, while others ventured out in small groups to hunt, leaving only a few to remain within the settlement. They emerged from the densely packed houses, casting glances through the panes of glass, with a commonality amongst them. Their faces were not particularly clean, their hair was a greasy shade of yellow, their clothing mismatched and ill-fitting. Yet, their eyes sparkled with a vitality that surpassed the wild wanderers encountered by Bai Chun elsewhere. Mayor, how have you been lately? Bai Chun, unfazed by the stares, asked with a slight hesitation. Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am managing, though I find myself increasingly averse to the cold. Look, winter has yet to arrive, yet I must don so many layers. Who knows if I will make it through this winter? You certainly will, Bai Chun replied, following Tian along the disarrayed paths toward the 3 buildings arranged in A shape. Her tone was resolute, albeit somewhat ethereal. There is no need to comfort me, Tian remarked, stroking the remnants of white stubble on his chin. At 77, how many who have witnessed the obliteration of the old world have lived to this age? Furthermore, my children are no longer with me. Even if I were to wait a few more years for the new world to be found, it would hold little significance for me. Ah, if Nan were still alive, she would be about your age. At least she could have seen the new world. Bai Chun fell silent for a moment. Her peripheral vision swept across the chaotic assembly of houses, observing the doorsteps and windowsills piled high with plastic bottles, glass containers, old cardboard, buttons, rags, unidentifiable parts, cables of varying lengths, metal caps, incomplete handles, cracked mirror cases, bullet casings, scopes, and rusted eyeglass frames, resembling a veritable junkyard or recycling station. Tian exhaled a sigh. Who knows where the new world lies? Young folks can still harbor hope, but for us old-timers, is a different story. Chapter 28. Entering the town, Bai Chun remained silent, glancing around before diverting the topic. Are you still accepting external wild wanderers? Tian followed her gaze toward a tattered tent. Not anymore, he sighed without concealment. The land is becoming insufficient. At this point, he laughed at himself. Only someone as soft-hearted as I am cannot bear to see others suffer, always thinking I can help a little. The rest of the townsfolk are not particularly willing, as the terrain is peculiar, making it impossible to cultivate new fields. The overall yield has a cap. With more people, each individual share diminishes. In the past, I could press them by pointing to a lack of population and underutilized land, but now we are even growing mushrooms in the forest behind. I'm old now. My body is failing me, and I shouldn't expect further opportunities to venture out. If not, I will not be so soft-hearted. Bai Chun could not help but chime in. You should not always mention your age. You seem quite spirited. Very well, very well. Tian adjusted his fluffy hat and smiled. There truly are treasures in the ruins of the old world. Not long ago, Mian and Xiaoniao found a book titled Mushroom Cultivation Techniques. Following it, we can indeed produce something worthwhile. Bai Chun smiled slightly. Mushrooms are quite good. They're delicious. After a pause, she continued, I cannot promise anything, but if the opportunity arises, I could sell you some high-yield grain seeds and substances to enrich the soil. Tian's eyes lit up. That would be splendid. As they conversed, they crossed the square and approached the three buildings arranged in A shape. To the right of the cement square, in front of the horizontal public restroom, lay an open space where 5 or 6 dilapidated vehicles were parked. Among them were a milky white sedan, an aluminum-colored small truck, a tall freight truck capable of seating over 10 passengers, and a uniquely designed electric vehicle. Additionally, several 3-wheeled and 2-wheeled vehicles were crammed nearby, some relying on electricity, others on fuel, and some purely human-powered. A large canopy sheltered all the vehicles beneath it. To the left of the canopy, there were 3 adjacent single-story houses, inside of which various parts were organized and categorized, some damaged, some appearing quite old, while others were reasonably well-maintained, mingling with deflated basketballs and soccer balls. See if there's anything you need. Tian gestured towards the 3 houses, all salvaged from the ruins of the city. Bai Chun fell silent, entering the storage-like house and circumnavigating it. Then, she pointed out several items, this, and this. Tian nodded nonchalantly. No problem. What do you intend to exchange for them? Although he was the mayor, he did not possess the authority to give away town property freely. Naturally, given his status and the respect he commanded, no one would oppose him if he chose to do so. Yet for decades, Tian had never strayed from his principles, which was one reason he was so esteemed. Bai Chun instinctively replied, Food? Tian pondered for a moment. Not at the moment. Although this year's weather has been somewhat erratic and the harvest is not particularly good, it has only decreased by 20%. Coupled with the surplus from the past 3 years, we should be fine to get through this winter. If you could bring over a few pigs or cows, I would not only welcome you wholeheartedly, but I would also give you something in return. But I suspect that may not be very likely. What the town of Shuiwei lacked most was meat. They could only supplement the scattered chickens, ducks, and geese through hunting expeditions, and given the scarcity of food for humanity, their numbers remained perpetually low, occasionally decimated by disease. Bai Chun replied, What do you think of my motorcycle? It runs on fuel. You should be able to find supplies for it. There's still plenty of oil left in a fuel depot within the city ruins. Tian chuckled like a sly old fox. What else can you offer for exchange? That motorcycle, aside from its appearance, what use would it be to us? How many people can it carry? Bai Chun had prepared for this. A light machine gun that uses 7.92mm ammunition. She elaborated on the length and specifications of the bullets. A light machine gun? Tian wrinkled face seemed to glow. This was a formidable weapon for defending the town. I have some of that type of ammunition as well. Without waiting for Bai Chun's response, he clapped his hands and declared it's settled then. Very well, but I must first return and discuss it with him. Bai Chun did not immediately agree, for although she had previously spoken with Jiang by Mian and had sufficient negotiating power, that light machine gun would be of no use to them, and would only take up space. Tian looked up at the sky, furrowing his brow in thought for a moment before saying, "It is about to rain, and the day is getting late. It is not suitable to continue wandering the wilderness. You may bring your companions here to rest for the night without needing to disarm. I believe that companions acknowledged by you are unlikely to be of poor quality." Bai Chen glanced at Tian with a hint of confusion, then raised his gaze to the darkening clouds gathering on the horizon. "Let me first inquire about their opinions." Bai Chen responded. Tian did not reproach Bai Chen for his hesitation. Instead, he smiled and urged, "Hurry along. If you delay any longer, the rain will be upon us." Bai Chen promptly left Shuiwei town to retrieve his weapon, mounted his motorcycle, and returned to the location where Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuehong were gathered, conveying the details of the transaction and Tian's goodwill in full. "Team leader, what are your thoughts?" Bai Chen leaned against the heavy motorcycle, awaiting Jiang Baimian's decision. Jiang Baimian did not suggest the possibility of Tian or the inhabitants of Shuiwei town harboring ulterior motives, but rather inquired with interest. "Is that Tian town chief already 77 years of age? Has he witnessed the destruction of the old world?" Bai Chen nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, that can be confirmed. He has maintained this assertion over the years and often reminisces about the past. A lie may endure for a long time, but it must be one that yields benefits, and he has never relied on this identity to deceive anyone." Jiang Baimian turned to Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong, stating, "Then let us proceed." "Team leader, isn't this a bit perilous? Didn't you mention that many wanderers in the wilderness might turn into marauders?" Long Yuehong did not conceal her concerns. Jiang Baimian chuckled. "Ah, you still remember that? Your awareness of such concerns indicates your progress. However, with our firepower, as long as we remain vigilant, they would not dare to act against us. To overpower us, they would need to sacrifice dozens of lives, and with winter still over a month away, even if their supplies are running low, they would be reluctant to pay such a steep price. Who is truly in peril, us or the beasts of the wilderness? Well, when winter arrives and hunger grips the populace, such considerations will be of little consequence. Moreover, the confines of the settlement are limited, making it a more advantageous terrain for our small but elite group." As she spoke, Jiang Baimian cast a smiling glance at Shang Jianyao. He immediately turned to Long Yuehong and asked with mock seriousness, "Have you forgotten what our team is called? Have you forgotten our mission? The Old World Destruction Investigation Team." Long Yuehong was not dull. She quickly grasped the implications behind Jiang Baimian's earlier inquiries. "Team leader, are you hoping to uncover clues from Town Chief Tian?" "There may not necessarily be clues. Town Chief Tian must have been quite young at that time, but since we have the chance, we ought to ask." Jiang Baimian turned back to Bai Chen, her smile radiating clarity. "If you believe in the people of Shuiwei town, then I shall trust you." Bai Chen lowered his gaze slightly, remaining silent for a moment before responding, "We can proceed. Let's depart." Jiang Baimian retracted into the driver's seat and started the jeep. Under Bai Chen's guidance, they ventured deeper into the marsh, navigating the nearly indistinguishable labyrinth of pathways. Just before the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, they arrived at Shuiwei town. This time, with Tian's command, the gatekeeping members of the town's guard did not require them to surrender their weapons. They merely guided them inside and immediately to the right, parking outside a wooden structure at the corner of the wall. "You may rest in the shelter tonight. As for the vehicle, a little rain won't harm it," Tian explained succinctly. "Do not light a bonfire. I will have someone bring you a stove and some charcoal as a complimentary addition to our transaction. Our men will patrol and keep watch. I trust you understand." Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong were curiously observing the internal scene of Shuiwei town when Jiang Baimian, unfazed, responded to Tian with a smile. "We understand. Town chief, might I extend an invitation for you to join us for dinner?" As she spoke, she produced a pre-prepared can of braised beef and a stick of slightly charred tobacco. Tian's eyes widened, and the wrinkles on his face unfolded in delight. "These are fine goods. What is it? Do you wish to trade for something?" Jiang Baimian replied with a smile. "I wish to hear stories of the old world. You understand, knowledge equates to wealth." "Deal." Tian grinned widely, swiftly turning to the nearby guard and commanding, "Xiao Guzi, quickly bring over that stove of mine. Hurry." The guard, nicknamed Xiao Guzi, dared not complain to the town chief, and promptly dashed towards the three buildings arranged in a triangular formation. Meanwhile, the sky grew increasingly dark, and the laborers returning from the fields behind Shuiwei town began to make their way home, as did the nearby hunting party. The small town soon came alive with activity, and curious eyes turned towards the corner where the jeep was parked. Chapter 19, Reminiscing the Past. The squid who loves to dive reminds you, please save this for later. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong surveyed their surroundings, noting two prominent observations about the residents of Shuiwei town. Everyone wore a mishmash of clothing, seemingly sourced from different places. Many adorned with patches, they were all quite dirty: hands, faces, hair, and clothes. Aside from these 2 points, weariness, gauntness, and a lack of height were common traits among them. The townsfolk glanced at the newcomers, and upon seeing Tian nearby, lost interest and returned to their homes, some fetching stoves to start cooking, while others carefully dished out a bowl of mixed grains, or simply consumed half a cold bun left over from lunch with cool water. The aroma of smoke and food gradually filled Shuiwei town. Tian noticed Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong observing the townspeople and inquired with a smile, "So, what do you think? Have you gleaned any insights?" Long Yuehong opened her mouth, feeling that directly stating her impressions might be impolite, and thus closed it again. Weighing her words, Shang Jianyao withdrew his gaze and candidly stated, "It's unclean." "Unclean, indeed," Tian chuckled softly. "Compared to you all, is certainly unclean." Although Shang Jianyao, Jiang Baimian, and others had rolled in the mud during previous battles, they had instinctively cleaned their faces while replenishing water. Before Jiang Baimian and Bai Chun could interject, Tian gestured towards the center of the square with his chin. "Although we in Shuiwei town do not lack clean water sources, we must conserve charcoal. For what I've read, excessive deforestation can render the land barren, so we prohibit them from cutting trees nearby. They must travel far to do so. Occasionally, we manage to acquire coal from smuggling caravans, which feels like a celebration. As you know, the White Knights have plenty of coal. During the summer, it's manageable. One can wash with cold water, but as autumn approaches, one must endure. A little dirt is preferable to falling ill if it becomes intolerable. We simply boil some water to wipe ourselves down." As he spoke, Tian paused momentarily, his smile turning intricate. Moreover, they toiled from dawn till dusk daily. By the time they could rest, who possessed the energy to spare? Long Yuehong was instantly reminded of the training endured 2 months prior. He and Shang Jianyao were relentlessly drilled by Jiang Bimian until they were utterly exhausted, returning home only to yearn for the comfort of their beds, wishing to do nothing. However, within the confines of Manga biotechnology, the employees had access to a cafeteria. He and Shang Jianyao could either take their lunchboxes or simply forego them and dine on ready-made meals, alleviating further exhaustion. It was no wonder. He voiced his understanding. Shang Jianyao remained silent, nodding slightly. Jiang Baimian cast a smile in his direction. "I thought you might inquire why they do not wash with cold water in winter. It seems it could effectively stimulate blood circulation and enhance one's immunity. Their physical constitutions are rather poor." At that moment, a member of the town's guard, affectionately nicknamed Dogsy, rushed over, cradling the stove from Tian's home, a small bag of charcoal slung over his shoulder. He eagerly kindled the fire and voluntarily joined the patrol team responsible for the surrounding area, reluctant to depart. It was not merely a desire to partake in the braised meat canned goods. Rather, compared to most of the town's young women, Bai Chun, whose hair and face were impeccably groomed, was far more likely to capture the attention of the young men, especially Jiang Baimian, who, with her tall stature and long legs, had been genetically enhanced since conception. In the eyes of those young guards, she appeared as stunning as a celestial being, compelling them to linger nearby. Among the dusty surroundings, relationships between women were notably less reserved. Even a brief acquaintance could lead to more intimate encounters if mutual attraction sparked. Consequently, the patrolling guards walked with their heads held high, showcasing themselves unabashedly. Jiang Baimian glanced over, nearly breaking into laughter at their antics. Ignoring them, she approached the trunk of the jeep and retrieved 4 military canned goods. "Do we need a pot? How about bowls and chopsticks? Do you want them?" Tian inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Certainly, this is far more convenient than using our lunch boxes," Jiang Baimian replied without a trace of disdain. "Dogsy, quickly, bring me the pot and bowls from my house. Count how many of us there are." Tian raised his voice. Dogsy promptly agreed and soon returned with a black iron pot, accompanied by 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks. After assisting in arranging the pot, he cast a furtive glance at Jiang Baimian. In a timid tone, he addressed Tian "Mayor, could you perhaps refrain from calling me by my nickname? I'm already 20. So what? I watched your father grow up, and I still call him by his nickname." Tian retorted with a huff, waving his hand dismissively. "Go on, don't disturb us while we eat. No, while we chat." Shang Jianyao was fixated on the pot. Noticing that the bowls were a pale blue adorned with intricate patterns, and the chopsticks were a flawless ivory white. They were far superior to the majority of tableware at Manga biotechnology. Tian shot him a glance and chuckled. "What? Do you find these bowls too small?" It was not that he thought them inadequate. Rather, he found them exquisite. Jiang Baimian swiftly interjected to respond to Shang Jianyao's unspoken question. Seemingly concerned he might utter something impolite. Shang Jianyao bore no offense, nodding in affirmation of her interpretation. In the next moment, he turned to Jiang Baimian, lips pressed tightly together, making a muffled sound. The group, caught off guard, looked at him with curiosity as he asked Jiang Baimian, "Can you guess what I was just thinking?" "How can one possibly guess?" Jiang Baimian's expression faltered slightly as she struggled to maintain her smile. "You guessed quite accurately just now," Shang Jianyao lamented. Jiang Baimian inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. If it weren't for you, I would think you were angered by what transpired earlier. While speaking, her gaze was not directed at Shang Jinyao's eyes, but rather at his head, as if contemplating something momentarily. Tian observed their interaction with a peculiar expression before chuckling. The atmosphere among you seems remarkably relaxed and lively. Mainly, his mind occasionally wanders. Yes, that's it. Jiang Baimian emphasized earnestly, while Chun Xian nodded in agreement. Shang Jianyao immediately countered. How do you know I am not intentionally trying to lighten the mood? Striving to maintain it, Jiang Baimian retorted, grinding her teeth slightly. Tian chuckled again, picking up a set of bowls and chopsticks. These were all retrieved from the ruins of the old world. There were far too many similar items there, and they hold little inherent value. Relic hunters trek through mountains and rivers. Who would wish to haul back a load of bowls and chopsticks? Jiang Baimian listened intently, and, feeling inspired, remarked, Indeed, the ruins of the old world still conceal many treasures. Just because they are not currently usable does not mean they lack value. As she spoke, Jiang Baimian poured 5 cans into the pot. Mayor, before we heat the cans, could you share stories about the old world? Tell us about your experiences back then. Jiang Baimian casually discarded the empty cans to the side and, with a gesture of hospitality, offered a yellowed, slightly charred leaf of tobacco to Tian. He accepted it and ignited it with the charcoal from the stove. After savoring a deep inhale, Tian squinted and said, My greatest wish now is to smoke 3 times a year. This is the 2nd time this year. After expressing his sentiments, he surveyed the surroundings, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. When the old world met its demise, I was just over 10 years old, still a primary school student. My mother was a teacher at a local middle school, and my father worked for a government agency. At that time, winter break had just begun. The weather was a bit colder than now, perhaps more than just a bit. I cannot recall the precise reason. Perhaps the middle school break was later, and my father was especially busy as the year drew to a close, so no one was home to look after me. Hence, they sent me to my grandfather's house for the weekend, in a village not far from Shuiwei town. I remember distinctly. They said they would return in 8 days to fetch me and my grandfather, and we would return to the city for the new year. Those were wild times, running around the village. Yet every evening, I would miss home, glancing at the calendar, counting down the days until my father and mother would come for me. On the penultimate morning, my friends and I intended to fish by the river, but adults prevented us, forcing us to play near a shallow creek. Then, we heard an explosion, and it felt as though the very ground was shaking. I was terrified, wanting nothing more than to return to my grandfather's house and never venture outside again. The explosions came in waves, growing increasingly ferocious. Cough, cough. I even thought there was a high-magnitude earthquake accompanying them. Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, Jiang Baimian, and others listened intently. Tian, stretching out his hand to stoke the fire, continued his recollection. In the middle of it all, for reasons unknown, I fainted. Perhaps I was struck by the shock wave of the explosion. In any case, I awoke unscathed. Upon regaining consciousness, I ran back and saw that my grandfather's house had collapsed. They had not managed to escape. At that time, my grandparents were much younger than I am now, raising chickens, tending to vegetables, doing everything. But let us not dwell on that. Back then, few villagers were alive. I followed those uncles and aunts, my grandparents, all the way to the town. In the town, there were still many intact houses, yet we did not choose any of them. We picked this spot instead, as it was open land where we could temporarily stay in tents without worrying about collapsing buildings. Communication was cut off, there was no signal, and we waited here for rescue, for help, but regrettably, it never arrived. Tian's voice gradually lowered, as if the fear and despair of that time still haunted him. A few uncles and aunts, unwilling to wait any longer, ventured to supermarkets and some households, gathering food and attempting to leave Shuiwei town for the city. I too followed them, hoping to return to my parents, a very instinctive choice for a child. We drove for a while, traversed broken roads, and, after a long journey, finally reached the city. Here, it was even more terrifying. Tian's gaze seemed to lose focus. It was as if he had fallen back into an unshakable nightmare. Indeed, at dawn, we updated our request for the following week's recommendations. Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and others did not rush Tian. They sat quietly by the fire, seemingly focused on patiently awaiting dinner. After a brief pause, Tian regained his focus and shook his head. The city was filled with corpses, and everywhere there were soulless beings driven mad. It was the same on the streets, in the neighborhoods, and even inside the shopping malls. Those soulless beings feasted on the dead, their mouths smeared with blood, akin to the fiercest of beasts. They could even climb the facades of skyscrapers, suddenly swinging down from nearly 10 meters above, appearing right behind you, and they also wielded firearms. There were 8 or 9 of us at the time, and half of our group perished quickly under such circumstances. Perhaps because I was young and small, I did not attract attention during the initial onslaught, which is why I survived. We ran frantically, blindly seeking refuge in a nearby police station. Fortunately, while these soulless beings could shoot and reload, they did not actively seek weapons. We found numerous firearms and ammunition among the bodies in the station. At this point, Tian smiled slightly and turned to Bai Chun and Jiang Bai Mian. Did you think we managed to fight our way out with those weapons? Not all. None of us, including the older uncles and aunts, knew how to use a gun. The gunfire only attracted more soulless beings. At that moment, I thought we were doomed and cried. Thankfully, those uncles and aunts had a strong will to survive and did not abandon me. We managed to relocate to a parking lot. There we found an SUV with its doors open and keys in the ignition, but its owner was nowhere to be seen. I presumed he had turned into one of the soulless beings, wandering mindlessly elsewhere. With this SUV, we plowed through a few soulless beings and burst onto the main street. The number of soulless beings in that area was relatively low, and we seized the opportunity to escape the city. Once we reached the outskirts, we felt considerably safer. Tian sighed. Before departing from Huī town, I had hoped to return home to see if my parents were safe. Ultimately, I never saw them again. After this reflection, Tian glanced at the iron pot that was gradually releasing steam and continued. We had to retrace our steps, collecting food and clothing along the way. Then, we abandoned the SUV, taking what we had gathered and crossing the broken road to retrieve 2 vehicles we had driven out from the town. Thus, we returned to Huī town. Given that it was winter and help was long overdue, we all agreed to stop worrying about subsequent earthquakes and began to commandeer the still relatively intact buildings in the town. People cannot simply endure the cold and freeze to death, can they? Thanks to the New Year holiday, every household had stocked up on supplies, and the supermarkets were well stocked. We hardly worried about food throughout the winter. However, some uncles and aunts suggested that distributing food without conditions was unwise, as it could foster laziness and waste precious time. They proposed that labor should be exchanged for food. Most people agreed. Before spring truly arrived, we partitioned several buildings into numerous small rooms, repaired the walls, maintained the irrigation canals in the fields outside the town, and ensured the water tower from our water plant was operational. We also became adept in the use of firearms. In hindsight, these measures proved extraordinarily significant, whether for combating famine or defending against marauding beasts, bandits, and soulless beings. They all played a crucial role. Tian's gaze seemed to drift once more, as if transported back to that collective labor during the festive period. His voice instinctively lowered slightly. When the weather warmed and the late spring chill passed, we finally confirmed one undeniable truth. Rescue would never arrive. Tian lifted his head, managing a faint smile. You can likely guess what we experienced thereafter. More content is loading. Please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you have reached this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and screen shielding functions, or copy the URL into another browser. Ultimately, we took advantage of the large number of soulless beings that perished during winter to begin exploring the ruins of nearby cities. Gathering food, clothing, firearms, ammunition, batteries, and fuel while organizing production, attempting hunting, and sending people to distant places to see if any cities had survived. What do you think? Would you like to hear more? Jiang Bai Mian nodded slightly. I want to hear. With that, she flashed a radiant smile. You can talk while we eat. We can enjoy our meal together. The red braised beef in the pot is nearly ready. At that moment, Shang Jianyao rubbed his stomach. I need to use the restroom first. I'll go too. Long Yuehong stood up to follow. Okay, I'll wait for you both. Jiang Bai Mian understood these 2 newcomers to the surface well. When she first left the company and entered the Black Marsh wilderness, she too felt averse to addressing her needs in the open, but when the urge became unbearable, she was reluctant to hide behind bushes. Among them, the need to urinate was less daunting, as it was a shorter affair and the embarrassment was not as significant. But for a bowel movement, one truly needed to muster courage. Since setting out, she had observed that neither Shang Jianyao nor Long Yuehong had yet relieved themselves. Following Tian's lead, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong navigated through the various disordered areas toward the public restroom parallel to the sidewall. In this process, they were enveloped by a medley of scents, a cacophony so indistinct that it rendered the specific origins indecipherable. All they knew was the overpowering unpleasantness that compelled them to endure, lest they succumb to retching. Shang Jianyao also observed several families gathered together, sharing a stove to economize on charcoal. He witnessed individuals neglecting to remove their mud-stained garments, squatting at the doorway while slurping thin, pallid porridge, and saw the sick lying within half-open doors, groaning in agony while reaching for sputum cups. He noticed mothers cradling infants, certainly under a year old, in the haste to return home, had to let their children relieve themselves on the spot. Numerous children under 10 busied themselves helping their parents ignite fires for cooking and laundering clothes. As they walked through an array of vigilant, wary, and curious gazes, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong reached the public restroom. On their left, A mural depicted women in skirts, while on their right, there were simplistic representations of men. Upon turning into the right side, their eyes widened in disbelief. The public restroom bore no resemblance to their expectations. It was far more rudimentary than the facilities in the Pangu biological complex. The front wall featured a long urinal, while the back wall accommodated a similarly elongated, yet seemingly wider fecal trough. These structures connected seamlessly with the women's restroom, equipped with timed flushing mechanisms, devoid of any partitions, allowing for complete flushing in a single sweep. It was akin to having two small streams brought indoors. The only solace for Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong was that Shuiwei town maintained a commendable level of cleanliness in its public facilities. Shall we? Long Yuehong hesitated. Indeed, Shang Jianyao replied, taking the lead to select a spot, removing his trousers, and squatting down. Long Yuehong chose a position farther away, awkwardly unfastening her straps. This felt somewhat peculiar, prompting her to steal a glance at Shang Jianyao. There was no barrier between the two. Shang Jianyao pinched his nose and remarked, "You've been rather irritable lately." Long Yuehong had no retort. Just as they thought this was the most awkward of situations, a throng of townsfolk from Shuiwei surged in. They scrutinized Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong for a moment. Some approached the urinal, while others found a place to squat. This only added to the strangeness. Shang Jianyao voiced Long Yuehong's unspoken thoughts, and then his mind wandered to an odd notion. What if Mayor Tian were squatting here? And someone entered and greeted him with "Good day, Mayor?" The townsfolk beside Shang Jianyao instinctively interjected, "The mayor has a separate restroom." Thus, in this peculiar environment, the two continued their business, leaving Long Yuehong in awe. At last, after Long Yuehong resolved her personal matter, she pulled up her trousers and washed her hands at the sink. Taking a deep breath of the relatively fresh air, she reaffirmed a striking truth. Compared to the encampments of vagabonds outside, the subterranean edifice of Pango Biological felt akin to paradise. After a minute or two, Shang Jianyao emerged, washing his hands as well. They refrained from discussing the public restroom, maintaining a tacit understanding as they traversed the chaotic area filled with brick houses, mud huts, and tents. Suddenly, a little girl dashed in front of Shang Jianyao. She appeared to be around 7 or 8, her hair somewhat orderly, donned in a light green sweater riddled with pilling and 2 conspicuous holes, layered beneath a knee-length, faded jacket adorned with several patches. Her trousers were nondescript gray-blue, patched with fabric of various colors, and she wore shoes made from scraps of cloth. Her face was thin and yellowed, yet her eyes gleamed brightly. In her hands, the little girl clutched a collection of odds and ends, threads, scrap cloth, faded buttons, broken hair ties, a glass ball embedded with petals, empty matchsticks, and a crumpled ball of modeling clay. She looked up at Shang Jianyao with hopeful eyes. "Brother, can I trade these for a little bit of food? Just a little, please?" The aroma of braised beef wafted from a nearby wooden shelter. Shang Jianyao silently studied the little girl for 2 seconds, then squatted down, sifting through her assortment of items. He selected a glass ball with yellow petals embedded within and smiled as he stood up. "This will do." "Thank you, brother, thank you." The little girl was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her gratitude in rapid succession. Shang Jianyao immediately turned his gaze toward the wooden shelter where Jiang Baimian and others were situated. "Let us head over." The little girl nodded eagerly, trailing closely behind him. Long Yuehong, unsure of what to say, glanced around and followed suit with large strides. Soon, they returned to the vicinity of the jeep. "Her?" Jiang Baimian looked at the girl, voicing her curiosity. Shang Jianyao beamed. "She traded me a lovely item for a piece of braised beef." He promptly sat down, picked up his bowl and chopsticks. "Shall we begin?" "Yes." Jiang Baimian exchanged a glance with Tian. Shang Jianyao swiftly picked up a piece of beef and placed it in the little girl's bowl. She swallowed hard, eager to accept it. But just as she was about to shove the entire piece in her mouth, Shang Jianyao reclaimed the bowl and chopsticks. The little girl looked up at him, confused and aggrieved. "Be careful, it's hot," Shang Jianyao remarked, his expression neutral. As he spoke, he pressed his thighs together, placing the bowl there, before using one chopstick to slowly and meticulously tear the sizable piece of beef into smaller portions. Once completed, he held a piece of beef to the little girl's mouth. Her eyes lit up as she bit down eagerly, chewing rapidly. "Is it delicious?" Shang Jianyao watched her finish the morsel. The little girl nodded vigorously. "It's delicious." Shang Jianyao's smile widened as he offered another piece. Jiang Baimian, observing the scene, couldn't he help but sigh you. In her astonishment, she gestured with her chin toward the distance. Shang Jianyao glanced up to see a throng of children, perhaps a dozen or 20, approaching with eager expressions, each clutching a collection of miscellaneous items. Shang Jianyao's body stiffened slightly. Tian chuckled and turned to shout, "Go back. All of you go back." The children's faces fell, their disappointment evident as they turned back, glancing over their shoulders. Chapter 31. Once upon a time, all right. Tian turned back, teasingly addressing Shang Jianyao. Now you understand how challenging it is to maintain order in such a settlement, don't you? Jiang Bai Mian, wishing to refrain from provoking Shang Jianyao further, took the opportunity to change the subject and inquired, Mayor, when we entered earlier, there didn't seem to be so many children. Are they attending classes with their parents? Tian he, tilting his body, gestured towards the 3 buildings arranged in a triangular formation. They're having lessons over there. The adults will pick them up once school is out. Classes? Jiang Bai Mian raised her brows. You still maintain a formal educational system? This was an exceedingly rare occurrence in the settlements of the wilderness, especially outside of the large powers. At least in the encampments she had previously visited, such practices were non-existent. For those struggling to survive, organizing classroom education was completely unnecessary, as it squandered both energy and resources. In many of those settlements, having children not assisting in the field while a teacher was engaged elsewhere was considered a luxury. There, it was typically the parents or elders who provided sporadic instruction, helping children acquire basic knowledge of agriculture, foraging, cooking, cleaning, shooting, hunting, and caring for infants. Tian he chuckled lightly. Every time outsiders enter Huī town and discover this, they are quite astonished. Indeed, maintaining a school under our conditions is no easy feat. We all save and scrimp, tightening our belts just to keep this tradition alive. He instinctively raised his gaze towards the dim, rain-laden evening sky, half in reminiscence and half in sentiment, and continued. The first to propose that children receive formal education was an uncle named Shun Lu Xin. He said, no matter how difficult it becomes, we must ensure that children learn to read, write, and acquire the most fundamental knowledge. Only by doing so can they, along with their descendants, the future citizens of Huī town, remember who they are, where they came from, and the culture and history they belong to. Only by retaining these memories can they steadfastly endure in the midst of adversity and darkness, holding on to hope. At the time, although I agreed with Uncle Shen's suggestion, my thoughts were rather simplistic. Every time I retrieved items from the ruins of the city, I found portions of the text incomprehensible. Even when I recognized some characters, their meanings often eluded me when combined. This rendered the effective utilization of those items impossible. How could that be acceptable? Such thoughts were indeed quite naive. Only in recent years did I gradually come to comprehend Uncle Shun's words. At this juncture, Tian he stood up and pointed to the triangular buildings. Do you know what this place used to be? Bai Chun, Jiang Bai Mian, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuhong shook their heads simultaneously. This was once the school of Huī town. Over there was the basketball court, there was the flag-raising platform, and over there were the teachers' and students' dormitories, as well as the library and laboratory buildings, and the classroom building. One by one, Tian he introduced the locations, his face illuminated by the faint glow of charcoal embers. Jiang Bai Mian, Shang Jianyao, and the others listened intently, their eyes wide with fascination. Even as the outlines of the buildings and grounds were barely discernible in the encroaching dusk, Tian he withdrew his hand, turned back, and reiterated his initial statement. This was once a school. His expression was grave and sincere. Before Jiang Bai Mian and the others could respond, he resumed his seat, offering a self-deprecating smile and saying, enough of that, let us eat. Regarding the internal affairs of Huī town, Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chun felt it inappropriate to voice their opinions and maintained a demeanor befitting guests. They began to consume the compressed biscuits, energy bars, and the coarse steam buns that Tian he called for, alongside the pot of braised beef. Shang Jianyao did not rush to join. Instead, he continued to feed small pieces of beef to the little girl beside him, who, after finishing her meal, politely bowed and expressed, thank you, brother. After her gratitude, she gleefully bounced back to the chaotic area filled with hastily constructed buildings, which had once been several adjacent basketball courts. Her movements are quite precise. Shang Jianyao remarked approvingly from behind her. This is something the teacher specifically taught her. Tian he responded with a hint of pride. Shang Jianyao still refrained from taking any braised beef, quietly gnawing on the coarse buns. Jiang Bai Mian did not urge him, but continued to inquire about Tian he's experiences following the cataclysmic events that had obliterated the old world. Much of those experiences were rather mundane. After all, Huī town enjoyed geographical advantages and faced fewer external challenges. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai Mian and the others listened with rapt attention, prompting Tian he to become increasingly animated, even recounting how he had developed feelings for his wife during a hunting expedition. Once most had finished their meal, Shang Jianyao finally began to tackle the remaining braised beef, dipping his coarse bun into the sauce. I haven't felt this happy in quite some time. Tian he remarked, patting his belly and glancing at the ash leaves on the ground. I must return to my room. There are matters in the town that require my attention. Suddenly, Jiang Bai Mian recalled something and quickly interjected. Mayor, I have another question. What is it? Tian he tightened the military green coat he wore. Jiang by Mian reflected for a moment, and then inquired, have you ever seen a person matching this description? A male, with black hair, golden eyes, approximately 1.8 meters tall, quite handsome, more so than him. She gestured toward Shang Jianyao as a reference, and continued, he likes to wear a trench coat, gloves, and keeps his hair meticulously styled. Also, he enjoys wearing boots. Tian Air he pondered for a moment. There are rarely outsiders in Shui town, and I haven't ventured out in quite some time, so I have no impression of the person you described. Xiao Guzi. Go ask the recent hunting parties if they have encountered someone like that, and then report back to Bai Yao and the others. Understood, Mayor. Seizing the opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities, the town guard member nicknamed Xiao Guzi dashed away at great speed. As they watched Tian Air, clad in his military green coat and furry hat, disappear into the chaotic cluster of buildings, Bai Chun surveyed the surroundings, confirming the positions of the town guard members. She then sat down and muttered to herself, why does the mayor choose to disclose the internal conflicts of Shui town to us? Jiang Bai Mian gazed at the flickering flames of the stove, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, of course. We hope that the potential great powers behind us can embrace Shui Weizhan. Otherwise, why would he invite us as guests? Even if he trusts you completely. There are myriad ways to express his concern and goodwill. She turned her head to observe the somewhat bewildered Long Yuhong and the pensive Shang Jianyao, continuing. It is evident that the internal conflicts within Shui Weizhan have long caused concern for Mayor Tian, fearing that after his demise, the situation in Shui Weizhan might deteriorate, ultimately leading to fragmentation. Amidst such apprehensions, he encountered a familiar and trustworthy wilderness wanderer, who has evidently allied with a considerable force and appears to be faring quite well. If it were you, wouldn't you feel a twinge of temptation to forge a connection, ensuring that Shui Weizhan could one day align itself with that great power, which harbors no ill will towards wilderness wanderers? With such protection and the strategic oversight of a great power, the internal strife within Shui Weizhan would hardly amount to anything significant. Long Yuhong finally grasped the situation. So, leader, will the company accept them? This question mirrored what Bai Chun also wished to inquire, for otherwise she would not have spoken aloud. Sensing Bai Chun's gaze, Jiang Bai Mian once more turned her attention to the stove before her, a faint smile lingering as she replied. Upon returning to the company, I will follow the standard procedures to report it. Whether or not they will be accepted depends on the board's decision. In such matters, even the entire security department and strategic committee possess only advisory power. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to read. However, I will certainly omit the specific location of Shui Weizhan, merely stating that we encountered their hunting team in the wilderness. Bai Chun visibly sighed in relief, softly stating, that's good. Long Yuhong, however, appeared perplexed. Why conceal the exact location of Shui Weizhan? It's a report for our own company. Jiang Bai Mian cast a knowing glance at him, without providing an explanation, simply stating, you see, even Shang Jianyao did not inquire. Upon hearing his name, Shang Jianyao turned toward the leader. What are you talking about? Jiang Bai Mian managed a slight smile. I mentioned that you look rather decent. I suppose it's all right, Shang Jianyao replied modestly. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment until a member of the town's guard, affectionately nicknamed Dogzy, hurried back and approached Jiang Bai Mian. Someone has seen the person you described. He went north of the Yulu station and is quite an unusual character. The entire hunting team found him captivating, unable to resist the urge to please him and draw near. Yet he remained indifferent, forcibly creating distance before vanishing into the wilderness. How strange. Jiang Bai Mian murmured to herself, seemingly lost in thought. She then lifted her head, her smile bright as she said, thank you. No need for that. The member of the town's guard replied excitedly. Following this, Jiang Bai Mian refrained from further questioning, prompting the guard member to depart the wooden shelter. Shang Jianyao's gaze then turned outward, where the sky had darkened, heavy clouds loomed, and the entire Shui Weizhan was shrouded in deep shadows. The sound of the fuel generator hummed, and within the triangular configuration of 3 buildings, several rooms emitted light. One by one, light bulbs atop the town's walls flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings for the guards. In the residential area, amidst the chaotic assembly of structures, a few lights shone, and flames flickered briefly before extinguishing, plunging the area almost entirely into the night. At last, the long-awaited rain poured down in the darkness. Chapter 32, Review as night deepened. The wind howled, and the rain fell heavily, engulfing Shui Weizhan in darkness, with only sporadic lights breaking through. The earlier clamor, chaos, and mixed scents quickly dissipated, leaving Shang Jianyao enveloped in an eerie silence, as if isolated from the world. Amidst the rain curtain surrounding the wooden shelter, several members of the town guard patrolled undercover, while others donned the dark raincoats and large woven bags they had prepared, moving about on the wooden framework. The light emitted by the bulbs reflected the rain, resembling a cascade of pearls, relentless and countless. Originally, there were 2 diesel generators, but one had broken down and could not be repaired. For a settlement in the wilderness, a lack of electricity was not considered a grave issue. Food, clothing, weapons, and clean water remained the critical resources. Bai Chun casually remarked, and Jiang Bai Mian added with a smile. Could you speak a bit louder? Yes. Food and clean water determine your survival. Clothing decides whether you will succumb to the cold or fall ill, and weapons dictate whether others will spare you food, clothing, and clean water. She glanced around, noting the intensity of the rain, and clapped her hands. We will repair the jeep tomorrow morning. Tonight, we shall conduct a review of our first field training lesson. We need to reflect on the previous battle, summarizing our experiences and lessons learned. Each person must take the role of the protagonist and recount their choices and experiences at that time. Bai Chun, you shall go first. As a relatively new member of Pangu Biological who had not participated in similar training, Bai Chun was taken aback by the notion of a post-battle review and hesitated, clearly unprepared. However, she was not averse to it. Her survival as a wanderer in the wilderness for so many years was due not only to a reliable network, but also to her habitual self-reflection and acknowledgement of errors. Gathering her thoughts, she began recounting her experiences from the moment she encountered the bandit-like relic hunter group, detailing every detail she could remember. Next was Shang Jianyao, followed by Long Yuhong, and finally, Jiang Bai Mian. After concluding her own account, Jiang Bai Mian turned to Shang Jianyao. Your decision to shoot down those 2 motorcyclists was decisive yet rather reckless. If it weren't for your good fortune, the odds of your demise would have been quite high. She paused briefly before adding, however, luck is also a facet of strength. You must strive to balance both aspects and enhance your confidence. Shang Jianyao initially appeared somewhat perplexed but then nodded thoughtfully, signifying his agreement with the leader's words. Long Yuhong, however, felt that Jiang Bai Mian's final remarks were somewhat jesting and did not dwell on them, instead furrowing her brow to voice her greatest concern. Leader, you mentioned that the bandit in the exoskeleton was ultimately defeated due to poor judgment and lack of caution. So, if an individual wearing a similar exoskeleton makes no such significant errors, how should we respond to effectively neutralize him? Jiang Bai Mian looked at Long Yuhong. Why do you believe there exists a way to counter him? Avoiding major mistakes indicates that the wearer of the exoskeleton possesses significant experience and is physically capable. Such individuals, when equipped with exoskeleton devices, become formidable weapons even in the stark reality of the battlefield, epitomizing the elite among the elite. Given our limited numbers, lack of heavy weaponry, and the mere possession of a grenade launcher that we have yet to deploy, how could we possibly contend with such foes? Are you grossly underestimating the military-grade exoskeletons? This implies that Long Yuehong has only now realized they were truly walking on the precipice of hell. Jiang Baimian surveyed the surroundings and remarked, more content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this section, it indicates a loading failure within the chapter. Please disable reading modes such as browser reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The optimal moment to confront such adversaries is before they don their exoskeletons. If we fail to seize this opportunity, we must outpace them before they close the distance. Military-grade exoskeletons are not significantly faster than a rapidly moving jeep. Some models may even be slower and possess inferior endurance. Regrettably, we encountered unexpected terrain changes and engaged in a fierce battle with the Huī Tǔ, which deprived us of advantageous conditions, placing us in an almost desperate situation. Had that individual not been overly cautious, reluctant to expend excessive energy, and hesitant to damage spoils, calculating too meticulously, we might have lost half our team, or perhaps even more, in the first wave of attack. Long Yuehong's complexion paled as she gained a deeper understanding of the peril posed by the Huī Tǔ. Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun listened intently, clearly sensing that Jiang Baimian had not yet concluded her thoughts. Jiang Baimian hesitated. Before Shang Jianyao eliminated the motorcycle rider and provoked that individual, I had 2 plans. The first was to surrender immediately to close the distance. As long as I could enter a certain range, even if grievously wounded and immobilized, I would still have a means to counterattack. At this juncture, she smirked, the major flaw of this plan is the likelihood that Bai Chun and I would not survive as captives, at least not for long, while you 2 might be executed on the spot. Unless someone among them has a preference for males. The expressions of Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong instantly became quite complex. Noticing their reactions, Jiang Baimian, in a good mood, continued. The second plan involves leveraging that individual's excessive caution and timidity to devise a trap from which he cannot escape. As long as he does not evade in advance, I am quite confident in striking at his unprotected vital points. What kind of trap? Long Yuehong blurted out. Jiang Baimian regarded him for 2 seconds, shrugged her hands. I haven't figured it out yet. The muscles in Long Yuehong and Shang Jinyao's faces twitched slightly. Jiang Baimian, suddenly embarrassed and indignant, retorted, "How could I have thought of something so quickly when the situation is unfolding so suddenly?" While I was still contemplating, circumstances changed, and there was no need for me to exhaust my mental faculties further. She then turned her attention to the quietly listening Bai Chun. "Do you have anything to add?" Bai Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "Most bandits in the wilderness aim to plunder resources rather than commit murder. If there is no alternative, I would consider abandoning the jeep and its contents, perhaps allowing the vehicle to charge into the swamp unmanned to divert their attention, and then take the opportunity to retreat into another direction of the marsh. In many areas of the vast marsh, a person can manage to walk, but those equipped with exoskeletons cannot due to excessive weight." Upon hearing this, Jiang Baimian nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. This illustrates the differing perspectives of wilderness wanderers and those born into powerful factions when addressing the same issue. Have you learned from this?" Applause erupted from Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuehong instinctively joined in. "What am I doing?" Long Yuehong quickly reacted and awkwardly responded, "I have learned, but it will take time to digest and absorb." After reviewing the day's battle, the four of them organized themselves into pairs for alternating vigilance, consistent with their previous night-s arrangement. The recent rainfall had made the atmosphere considerably colder than the previous night, and the charcoal provided for free by Tian was limited. They retrieved thick cotton coats from the trunk and wrapped themselves in them. The rain pattered as it washed over everything in the enveloping darkness until it finally ceased with the dawn. Huī Wei town boasted a well-established drainage system, thus preventing flooding. The ground remained merely damp, with some soil turning muddy. Bai Chun, using the water, finished his compressed biscuits and began replacing parts on the jeep, undertaking repairs that were not overly difficult. At that moment, Tian strolled over through the morning mist, smiling as he inquired, "Bai girl, can you fix it? If it can be repaired, we will be receiving the light machine gun and motorcycle soon." "Certainly." Bai Chun did not turn around, but gestured. Tian immediately called to the members of the town's defense team. "Come, move that machine gun. Hey, it feels like you are giving us too much. How about this? I'll throw in an extra tent for you." "Sounds good." Jiang Baimian had no objections. At this point, Tian noticed the black skin of the Huī Tǔ atop the jeep. His eyes widened in astonishment. "You did this?" When the jeep arrived yesterday, the sky was overcast and dark, so they had not clearly seen what was secured on the roof, having assumed it was merely a black tent. Following Tian's gaze, the surrounding members of the town's defense team also caught sight of the imposing snakeskin. Someone whispered the nightmarish name. Huī. Jiang Baimian chuckled softly. "This fellow was too large. We could only strip away the exterior." The people of Huī Wei town fell silent, the quiet becoming somewhat awkward for Jiang Baimian. With nothing else to do, she observed the gradually bustling town and tentatively asked, "Mayor, may we take a look around?" "Of course. Where would you like to go?" Tian adjusted his hat. "How about visiting the classroom? Aren't you quite interested in our lessons?" In the clear morning light, the wrinkles on his face became even more pronounced and deep. "That sounds great." Jiang Baimian turned to Shang Jianyao. "You follow me. Long Yuehong, keep an eye on the surroundings for Bai Chun." Shang Jianyao had no intention of refusing and followed Jiang Baimian and Tian toward the three buildings arranged in a triangular formation. Along the way, they passed through areas where various houses were haphazardly constructed, noticing walls with gaping holes filled with wooden planks and straw, and seeing townsfolk rushing to the fields behind the town after hastily quenching their thirst with a scoop of cold water. They observed a tent that had become wet from last night's rain, seeming to leak slightly, and witnessed emaciated individuals dressed in tattered clothing scattering in different directions. After traversing this area, they arrived at a small square made of cement. The flagpole on the flag-raising platform remained, yet the flag was absent. Shang Jianyao and Jiang Baimian continued to follow Tian, circumventing the foremost building and entering the leftmost of the two buildings at the back, ascending to the third floor. On one side lies a corridor adorned with railings, while the other side features small rooms partitioned off. The light is quite ample, and ventilation is excellent. After walking a few steps, Tian led the two individuals to a relatively spacious room. Through the bright and clean glass windows, Shang Jianyao and Jiang Baimian glimpsed inside where a dozen or 20 desks and chairs were arranged, with a narrow aisle and minimal space between them. At that moment, a group of children, all under the age of 10 and clad in various worn and somewhat unclean garments, sat behind the tables and on the chairs, gazing up at the podium, intently listening to their teacher's lecture. Some of them trembled slightly, seemingly still unaccustomed to the morning chill, while others cradled their younger siblings in their arms, occasionally soothing them. The children varied in gender and appearance, yet all maintained an upright posture, sitting attentively. With a glance, Shang Jianyao noticed the schedule affixed to the wall. Morning exercises, general knowledge, language, mathematics, history. These were students of the middle grades. Tian lowered his voice to provide a brief introduction, seemingly reluctant to disturb the children inside. Jiang Baimin focused for a few seconds, then nodded. Let us depart. We must not disrupt them. After completing their tour of Huī town with Tian, the two returned to the wooden shed, where Bai Chun had finished repairing the jeep. Given that the food supply in Huī town was rather scant, with meat being even scarcer, Jiang Baimin refrained from attempting any transactions, addressing Tian. Mayor, we must take our leave. Tian nodded gently. I hope to see you again. Indeed, Jiang Baimin replied with a smile. We will, Bai Chun affirmed simultaneously. They quickly gathered their belongings and boarded the jeep, this time driven by Jiang Baimin. As the vehicle slowly approached the gate secured with barbed wire, Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and others cast their gazes once more toward the densely constructed and chaotic area. The townsfolk had already gone to the fields or ventured out to hunt, leaving only a handful at home. This absence rendered the place even more dilapidated and desolate. In the silence, the group suddenly heard a harmonious and youthful voice emanating from the depths of the building. The moonlight before my bed, perhaps its frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. The above poem is an excerpt from Li Bai's Jing Yi. The recitation faintly echoed within Huī town. Long Yuehong opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say, feeling an unusually complex sensation that was difficult to articulate. The four remained silent, seemingly engrossed in listening until the jeep exited the gate, heading into the distance. What were they reciting? I couldn't quite catch it. Jiang Baimin glanced at the rearview mirror, her tone tinged with frustration. The moonlight before my bed. Shang Jianyao repeated the opening lines of Jing Yi. I see, Jiang Baimin murmured, a wave of sentiment washing over her, yet she held back from elaborating further. She drove earnestly, maneuvering the jeep along the challenging and winding paths of the marshland. Once they had completely vacated the area, Bai Chun turned his gaze forward and mused aloud. Part of the reason I wish to become a formal member of the company is that it would grant me access to many books. Having lived within the confines of Panga biotechnology since childhood, Long Yuehong did not find this notion particularly remarkable. Were there not books and libraries in the ruins of the old world? Bai Chen's gaze seemed to wander far. Yes, initially, there were many, but at that time, I was not yet born. Later, many books were taken by powerful factions and certain individuals, while the remaining ones became kindling for relic hunters and wilderness wanderers, chewed and torn apart by rats and other creatures, leaving only a few that could be found and read. In those scarcely explored city ruins, there might still be significant volumes, but those places are too perilous. After a brief silence, Shang Jianyao's thoughts leaped forth. Are you literate? Yes. My father and mother taught me. After their passing, I had an excellent teacher left to me. Bai Chen's expression gradually softened, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her spirit seemed somewhat unfocused, as if she were sitting with her knees drawn up, staring blankly out the window after awakening from a dream in the middle of the night. Jiang Baimin turned her head to glance at Bai Chun, continuing to gaze ahead. With a smile, she remarked, Could you speak a bit louder? Are you trying to take advantage of my poor hearing? I suspect you might be whispering behind my back. Long Yuehong felt a sudden impulse, muttering softly, We are speaking right in front of you. Simultaneously, Shang Jianyao responded to Jiang Baimin's accusation. Long Yuehong's spirits lifted. How about that? Am I not quite understanding of you? Can I keep pace with your thoughts? How do you know it's not deliberate for you to keep up? Shang Jianyao retorted without hesitation. Indeed, during our outdoor training, we must pay attention to team dynamics. It should be both serious and lively, lest we become overly strained and collapse under our own pressure. Jiang Baimin casually commented, All right, enough of that. Let us discuss Mayor Tian's experiences and see what useful insights we can glean from the details he described, particularly regarding the cataclysm of the old world. Shang Jianyao appeared to have already contemplated this, promptly stating, Mindless beings primarily emerged in larger cities. Rural areas and small towns are almost devoid of them. The destruction of rural areas and small towns seems more akin to a combination of warfare and geological disasters, Bai Chen added. Jiang Baimin nodded slightly. Perhaps warfare and geological disasters can be equated. Prior to the cataclysm of the old world, geological weapons may have been in play. However, this remains to be verified through the exploration of certain city ruins to find corresponding evidence. Hearing this, Long Yuehong pondered aloud. What is the relationship between the emergence of mindless beings and war? Did their appearance lead to war, or did war provoke their emergence? That cannot be answered due to insufficient data and intelligence. Jiang Baimin responded with a smile. This will be a primary focus for our group moving forward. She glanced at the road, adjusted the steering wheel, and continued to pose questions to guide her team as thoughts. Why do you think mindless beings initially appeared mainly in large cities, with hardly any in rural areas and small towns? Is it due to the higher population density in cities, which serves as a critical condition for their spread? Shang Jianyao answered in conjunction with the textbook definition of cities, while Bai Chun offered an alternative perspective. Cities are of greater significance, making them primary targets? That is plausible. Jiang Baimian did not refute. Thus, the four engaged in a discussion centered around these pertinent questions. Although no conclusions were drawn, their thoughts expanded, and they gained clearer ideas regarding the investigations and data collection needed in the future. As the jeep cruised at a moderate pace, Jiang Baimian posed another question. What are your thoughts on the individuals sought by the relic hunters? The one with black hair and golden eyes, whom the townsfolk of Shui Weizhan have encountered. Long Yuhong exhaled sharply, expressing her peculiar feelings about him, not only due to his mysterious origins, but also his enigmatic nature. Typically, no one can simultaneously attract the admiration of a group, regardless of gender. I must admit, I am somewhat curious about his appearance and the extent of his charm. Jiang Baimian chuckled in agreement, acknowledging the strangeness of the situation. As for individuals capable of manifesting odd phenomena, my initial instinct is to categorize them as awakened ones. Why? Shang Jianyao interjected. Bai Chen showed no sign of confusion regarding the term awakened ones, clearly aware of their existence. Jiang Baimian eased off the accelerator, reducing the vehicle's speed, and explained, awakened ones possess not only bizarre and formidable abilities, but may also exhibit peculiar traits that set them apart from ordinary individuals. The likelihood of such characteristics aligning with their abilities is rather low. The emergence of an awakened one within the Heizhou wilderness certainly implies motives beyond mere survival. Bai Chen gazed out the window, peering into the depths of the marsh, perhaps searching for secrets hidden therein. Jiang Baimian nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us refrain from further discussion, as our route does not lead north of Yuluchezhan. Moreover, it is perilous to involve two novices in such evidently extraordinary matters. We should seize the opportunity to report to the authorities. Long Yuhong, Bai Chen, you may take a moment to rest. But Bai Chen, do not rush into slumber. Inform me of our next course. Bai Chen cast a glance at Jiang Baimian, harboring doubts about whether this was still the same exceptionally reliable team leader he once knew. Thus, the jeep traversed the Heizhou wilderness, halting at midday at a cement intersection overgrown with weeds. This marked the first point of their outdoor training. Jiang Baimian exited the vehicle, pointing towards the left side of the jeep. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong followed suit, directing their gaze in accordance with their leader's gesture. There lay a downward-sloping fork in the road, its cement surface shattered by clusters of weeds and various plants, leaving little intact. To the left, what appeared to be farmland had been largely consumed by the marsh, with the remaining area flourishing with diverse vegetation. On the right stood 3 buildings arranged in an open square, one of which had collapsed, while the others were cloaked in climbing vines. At the end of the path was a sizable square, flanked by more 4, 5, and 6-story structures, alongside a notably large and tall bungalow. These buildings, too, exhibited signs of partial collapse, their remains entwined with verdant growth, indistinguishable from one another. At the square's terminus, a pair of iron-black double doors stood wide open, revealing rows of dilapidated structures. Behind these houses, hidden from Shang Jianyao and the others' view, several chimneys, some brick-red and others gray-black, rose into the air, creating a striking sight. As they observed, Jiang Baimian began to elucidate. In the future, our team will inevitably delve into the ruins of urban landscapes, particularly those that are seldom visited or yet to be discovered, which entails considerable risk. Therefore, you must acclimatize to such environments in advance and amass experience. However, this hardly resembles a city, Long Yuhong interjected. Jiang Baimian chuckled softly. We must start from the lowest difficulty level. This site was once a steel factory, possessing a complete social structure akin to a miniature city. Observe, those buildings along the roadside are a hospital and a broadcasting station. Indeed, relic hunters have frequented this location numerous times, and any valuable items have essentially vanished. Your tasks for today are twofold. First, procure some food, whether by discovering what others have overlooked or targeting the local wildlife. Second, create a comprehensive map, marking all critical points. How does that sound? Simple enough, right? Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong remained silent, for their experience rendered them unable to ascertain whether the task was indeed simple or arduous. Jiang Baimian glanced at the steel factory once more. Relic hunters often frequent this area. If encountered, you must learn how to respond, interact, and exchange information and supplies. Team leader, did you not mention that there are virtually no valuable items left? What brings the relic hunters here? Long Yuhong queried, slightly puzzled. Jiang Baimian laughed lightly. There's a saying, even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. How much more so a vast steel factory? If they yield no results elsewhere, they might come here to seek out something useful. Previously, a relic hunter unearthed a segment of the water supply pipeline and exchanged it for some food. Noticing that Long Yuhong and Shang Jianyao lightly nodded in acknowledgement, Jiang Baimian shifted his body. Let's commence. Bai Chen and I will remain here with the vehicle. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, signal for assistance. If guidance is required, return within a 2-kilometer radius and use the walkie-talkie. as Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chun returned to the vehicle. Maneuvering the jeep to a more concealed location nearby, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong began inspecting their equipment, including their ice moss pistols, the United 202 handguns, and the Berserker assault rifles slung over their shoulders. After confirming the details, they alternated crouching down to retie their military boots, ensuring no oversight. Once they completed their preparations, they grasped their assault rifles and proceeded at a measured pace along the dilapidated cement road towards the square. Although it was autumn and the weather had turned cooler, the overgrown areas were still swarming with mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly around Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong. Long Yuhong, unable to contain herself any longer, finally asked, "Should we take turns driving away the mosquitoes?" She believed someone ought to be responsible for vigilance at all times. "How about I assist you?" Shang Jianyao suggested, glancing at the black mosquitoes swarming around Long Yuhong's face. Long Yuhong retorted cautiously, "Are you trying to slap me? Do you think so poorly of me?" Shang Jianyao chuckled in disbelief. He then retrieved a small plastic bottle, about the height of a finger, from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and sprayed a few times on himself. "Have you forgotten about our Manga biotechnology? The efficacy of this mosquito repellent is surprisingly commendable." Long Yuhong, with a somewhat dazed expression, inquired, "When did you acquire this? Wasn't it in the vehicle?" Within the confines of Pangu Shengwu, mosquitoes were virtually non-existent. During the past few days on the surface, Long Yuehong had not felt the nuisance of mosquitoes, and thus had forgotten about the existence of such repellents. "I had it with me during my night shift," Shang Jianyao replied nonchalantly. "But why didn't I encounter any mosquitoes during my shift?" Long Yuehong questioned, genuinely perplexed. Shang Jianyao cast him a sidelong glance, suggesting, "If you use your mind a bit, the answer will become evident." Seeing that Long Yuehong was still mulling it over, Shang Jianyao revealed the answer. "For the past 2 nights, it was me and the team leader who were on duty first. She sprayed mosquito repellent around the area. In fact, when we started the bonfire, she also sprayed it. Didn't you notice?" Long Yuehong had not anticipated such a simple explanation. To avoid being ridiculed by Shang Jianyao, he promptly pointed to the right, stating, "Let us take a look at those buildings." The team leader mentioned there were a hospital and a broadcasting station. He referred to 3 buildings forming an open square on the right side of the concrete road, one of which had already collapsed. "All right," Shang Jianyao said, casually preparing to put away the bottle of mosquito repellent. "What about me?" Long Yuehong exclaimed, astonished and bewildered. Shang Jianyao chuckled softly. "Are you saying you want to spray? How would I know if you didn't mention it?" "Stop. Don't mimic the lines from a broadcasting program," Long Yuehong interjected, cutting him off. Shang Jianyao ceased his teasing and swiftly unscrewed the cap, spraying it on Long Yuehong, reminding him that they were outdoors, amidst the ruins of a steel mill, where jokes should be kept in moderation to maintain their vigilance. Having largely freed themselves from the annoyance of mosquitoes, the two turned towards the area referred to as the hospital and broadcasting station by Jiang Bai Mian. The first sight that greeted them was 2 solitary pillars standing upright. "Have the gates been removed?" Long Yuehong wondered aloud, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "This is what is called human initiative," Shang Jianyao responded. "If the concrete and bricks were to crumble, these 2 pillars might not stand here either." Long Yuehong sighed in contemplation as he walked past the pillars. Only then did they notice a row of low houses leaning against the wall, which they could reach by turning right. If they continued straight, they would ascend a slope to a small square featuring a pond, a garden, and parking space. It seemed that this square would provide direct access to the 2nd floor of the building by the roadside. Long Yuehong gestured and proceeded towards the passage between the row of low houses and the building. Here, a narrow drainage ditch was overgrown with green weeds. Long Yuehong glanced around and observed that the ground floor of the building had several doors, varying in size. The 2 openings near the slope had been combined into one, with the windows wide open, offering no cover. The low houses were neatly divided into small rooms of roughly equal size, and within the area they could see, drawers were pulled open, and a high stool lay toppled on the ground. Long Yuehong, contemplating the terms hospital and broadcasting station, attempted to ascertain the nature of this place, but could not arrive at a conclusion. "What is this place?" he asked, not particularly expecting Shang Jianyao to answer. Shang Jianyao withdrew his gaze, resting his right elbow, and slightly raised the barrel of his Berserker assault rifle. "This is the outpatient department." His voice was deep, his tone assured. "Ah," Long Yuehong responded, both astonished and confused. He had intended to ask how Shang Jianyao identified it, but suddenly recalled that within Panga's Shengwu, each residential floor had a small medical room responsible for treating common ailments like headaches and fevers. These medical rooms were divided into external and internal sections, with one side serving as a pharmacy and the other as a doctor's consultation area. Additionally, Pangu Shengwu boasted 3 large hospitals located on specific different floors, primarily catering to employees whose ailments could not be managed by the medical rooms. Long Yuehong, having been in good health as a child with no significant illnesses in his family, had only visited the medical rooms on his floor and the university floor, never having been to a hospital, thus lacking a clear impression of the outpatient area. Shang Jinyao's mother had passed away due to illness and had stayed in the hospital for an extended period. During that time, Shang Jianyao had to travel daily between school, the hospital, and home. After piecing together the reasons, Long Yuehong closed his mouth. Shang Jianyao used his chin to indicate the row of low houses. This side should be the outpatient room, injection room, and infusion room, though they are not all in one. He then gestured towards the building area. The two outermost rooms should be the pharmacy, with iron bars on the windows and openings for dispensing medicine, but they have all been removed now. The others could possibly be a machine room, finance room, or laboratory, but that remains uncertain. Long Yuehong did not dispute. The two, armed with assault rifles, searched room after room, but found nothing useful. Even the remaining wooden tables and chairs were broken and incomplete, clearly having been used for bonfires. Upon reaching the last room of the row of low houses, Long Yuehong kicked open the partially ajar wooden door and was startled to see a stark white skull staring back at him, with two dark empty sockets. He instinctively raised his berserker assault rifle, prepared to fire. Shang Jianyao glanced around, speaking in a low tone. It has been dead for quite some time. Long Yuehong then relaxed somewhat, carefully observing the interior. A wooden table lay overturned, several pages of yellowed paper scattered haphazardly, and the skeleton leaned against the table, devoid of flesh or any covering, missing multiple bones. The previous relic hunters had not spared even the corpse's undergarments. Many beasts had roamed this place. Long Yuehong, having undergone rigorous training, was capable of deducing much from the remnants. Just as he finished speaking, a small black shadow darted from the corner, rushing towards the wall and disappearing into an inconspicuous hole. A rat. Long Yuehong nearly fired a burst at it. Shang Jianyao nodded thoughtfully. Is it edible? Theoretically, yes. But there are far too many bacteria and viruses, which could easily lead to severe illness, Long Yuehong fervently explained, hoping to dissuade his friend from any impulsive ideas. The team leader would undoubtedly say, there are always other options, do not consume such things. Shang Jianyao exhaled, seemingly a bit regretful. Look around, he said, stepping forward to crouch beside the few pages of yellowed paper. Unfortunately, there is nothing of interest. Discerned a particular detail. The intact portions of these few sheets of paper bore a striking resemblance in size and shape, suggesting they had been torn from the same notebook. If any crucial information had been inscribed upon them, it had undoubtedly been retrieved long ago. Long Yuehong articulated her thoughts, to which offered no definitive response. Let us gather them first, and later we shall allow the team leader to examine them. With that, he produced a bag and a plastic tweezer, carefully securing the sheets within the bag. The two of them continued their search around the side of the building, yet found nothing of significance. Upon returning to the slope, and Long Yuehong ascended towards the small square area, where they observed the adjacent building had collapsed. The far-right four-story structure was overrun with verdant foliage. Above the entrance of this building, three faded red characters were barely discernible amidst the greenery. Zhuanbu. It was indeed a hospital. Long Yuehong glanced at the building next to the slope, which also belonged to the hospital, and deduced that the collapsed structure must have housed a broadcasting station. The bricks at the top of the fallen edifice had been pried apart, a testament to the expertise and patience of the relic hunters. Let's venture inside, stated, leading the way into the inpatient department. Inside, shards of glass and remnants of excrement littered the floor, yet overall, the structure remained relatively intact, save for the conspicuous absence of hospital beds in each room. Surely, the beds must have been quite heavy, Long Yuehong remarked in astonishment. Perhaps they were removed, suggested succinctly, or they might have been taken with cutting tools. Is this what relic hunters do? Long Yuehong mused, following up the staircase to the second, third, and fourth floors. Wandering through the inpatient department, he felt an oppressive gloom, the air thick with an indescribable peculiarity, reminiscent of decay, yet not quite. Is it not time to move on? There seems to be nothing left, Long Yuehong urged. Indeed, replied, casting a glance at the restroom near the staircase. He retrieved paper and pencil, sketching the layout of the hospital area against the wall. Is it not feasible to exit? Long Yuehong paced restlessly. Almost done, assured him, swiftly continuing his work. Ultimately, he inscribed a peculiar symbol that appeared to depict a person crouching. What does this signify? Long Yuehong inquired with curiosity. Remained silent, drawing a similar symbol alongside it and marking, there's a restroom. Long Yuehong chose not to engage further with. Once they had completed this section of the map, the two exited the inpatient department, descending the slope. Upon entering the main road, they had yet to identify their next target when they spotted two figures emerging from the depths of the steel factory, each riding a bicycle and carrying a rifle. And Long Yuehong did not react immediately until the individuals on the bicycles noticed them. With a clatter, the two, armed with rifles, abandoned their bicycles and dove behind nearby obstacles. It was only then that, and Long Yuehong realized the seriousness of the situation and instinctively raised their assault rifles. They quickly crouched, using the two pillars at the hospital entrance for cover. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, broken only by the distant calls of birds. Noticing Long Yuehong seemed inclined to reach for his radio, raised his voice, calling out, "We mean no harm." After a brief silence, a somewhat hoarse voice responded from the other side. "Neither do we," promptly suggested. "Perhaps we could exchange some information." After a moment's pause, the voice responded, "This method of communication seems rather inconvenient. Then let us draw closer," proposed without hesitation. The two individuals on the other side began to converse in hushed tones, though the distance rendered and Long Yuehong unable to discern the specifics of their exchange. Within a minute, a response came. "All right." Upon hearing this, turned to Long Yuehong and instructed, "I will go first, you follow, and be prepared to provide support." Long Yuehong released his grip on the rifle's handle, signaling his agreement. Did not wait for the other party to emerge from their hiding spot. Instead, he held his assault rifle, muscles taut, and cautiously stepped out from behind the pillar. Throughout this process, he remained highly vigilant, ready to drop or roll at any moment. Seeing his display of sincerity, one of the individuals emerged, adopting a similarly guarded stance. This man, in his 30s and approximately 1.7 meters tall, appeared somewhat gaunt, dressed in a tattered, deep blue down jacket with several patches. His receding hairline revealed significant baldness, and his hair was a light yellow, complemented by pale blue eyes. His features distinctly contrasting with those of Long Yuehong, marking him as a member of the Honghe ethnic group, perhaps due to years spent in the wilderness. His skin bore cracks, and his fingernails were notably dark. He clutched his rifle tightly, gradually closing the distance between himself and, once they were close enough for a conversation, Long Yuehong and the remaining companion of the man emerged from their hiding place, cautiously approaching their ally. "What should we call you?" the bald man inquired, speaking in the Grey Earth tongue, the native language of and his companions, rather than the Honghe dialect. Throughout this exchange, he remained on high alert. He replied calmly, "A certified relic hunter." "And you?" Long Yuehong, who had initially been ready to interject, felt a wave of relief. He had feared might act inappropriately given the unfamiliarity of the situation. The bald man pondered for a moment before responding. "Harris Brown, mid-level hunter." He did not present his hunter badge, nor did he request to show his, as they were in the ruins where there were no special machines to verify the authenticity of badges or the credit levels of their bearers. In the wilderness, many people casually registered as hunters or acquired relevant items from the corpses of enemies. Merely possessing a badge held little significance. The technique of engraving names on badges was rudimentary, easily replicated, and most importantly, the holder of a badge could choose to report the name inscribed upon it without revealing their true identity. The conversation between Harris Brown and was primarily a form of social nicety, serving to establish rapport. Glanced at Harris Brown's companion, noting that she was a woman of average height, with rather unremarkable features. Her flaxen hair cascaded naturally, reaching just her shoulders, adorned with a relatively clean, beige beret. "It seemed you had little to show for your efforts?" Shang Jianyao redirected his gaze towards Harris Brown. Harris Brown, lacking a smile, replied, "Merely passing through and spending a bit of time in attempts, not yielding results is quite normal. In this desolation, acquiring supplies without proper equipment is exceedingly difficult." "Is this your first time here?" "Yes," Shang Jianyao answered candidly, then inquired, "Have you also taken on that task to find a black-haired, golden-eyed fellow?" Harris Brown nodded slightly. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice for a fee. Abandon this task. For the area north of Yulu Station has recently become quite unstable. Is it related to the anomalies deep within the marsh? You heard the howls that night, did you not?" Shang Jianyao pressed further. Harris Brown's expression gradually became grave. "Yes, at that time we were north of Yulu Station. After dawn, we continued onward and discovered several corpses, fresh, having died merely hours prior. These bodies bore no fatal wounds, yet their expressions were contorted, some showing agony, others filled with terror, and some appeared to be grinning in a horrifying manner." Long Yuehong felt a chill creep up her spine. But this sensation quickly dissipated as Shang Jianyao posed another question. "No fatal wounds. What about their clothing?" What a bizarre question. Long Yuehong could not help but think. Harris Brown's expression faltered momentarily. "None. Clearly, someone had discovered the bodies before us and taken their belongings." "Professionalism," Shang Jianyao remarked, causing Harris Brown to feel somewhat out of sync with the flow of conversation. He inhaled silently and continued, "Alas, they even took the hair. Otherwise, I could have fashioned a wig. In any case, after seeing those corpses, we abandoned the task and hurried back, not daring to linger. Having just arrived here a short while ago." "Quite commendable," Shang Jianyao commented nonchalantly. Harris Brown did not turn his head. "We rode bicycles, utilizing some small paths through the marsh, while cars and motorcycles cannot pass through and must take detours." Shang Jianyao nodded gently. One last question. Are there other relic hunters or wanderers in this vicinity? A few remain, but with your equipment, as long as you do not provoke them, they will not trouble you. A glimmer reflected off Harris Brown's head in the sunlight. Shang Jianyao seemed to ponder. What if you were without these weapons? Harris Brown's face suddenly contorted. In the ash and dust, weakness is the original sin. His gaze turned fierce, revealing a hint of unmasked hatred. Before Shang Jianyao could inquire further, he exhaled, allowing his expression to return to normal. Now, it is my turn to ask. This is the payment for that piece of advice. He did not truly expect Shang Jianyao to respond, nor did he intend to be unreasonable. After all, the information contained in that advice was not particularly valuable, as many returning relic hunters had encountered anomalies to varying degrees. Furthermore, this had occurred over a day ago, and the journey from here to north of Ulu Station would take at least a day. Thus, even if Harris Brown did not offer the advice, the two individuals before him would likely still miss the unfolding events. Can it be paid with something else? Shang Jianyao released his grip on the magazine of the assault rifle with his left hand and reached into his clothing pocket. Let us see. Harris Brown and his companion abruptly heightened their vigilance, fearing Shang Jianyao might produce something dangerous. Soon, Shang Jianyao retrieved 2 small packets of compressed biscuits and displayed them. This should have been part of his lunch in the ruins. Quite splendid. You are quite generous. Harris Brown was surprised that the other was willing to trade food. This could barely suffice for a meal. Shang Jianyao then tossed the 2 small packets of compressed biscuits over. Harris Brown and his companion refrained from picking them up, allowing the packets to fall to the ground, fearing that the other might open fire while they were distracted. We can discuss this later. Shang Jianyao smiled, as if bidding farewell to a friend. He and Long Yuehong immediately began to walk step by step toward the entrance of the iron factory ruins, remaining vigilant against Harris Brown and his companion. The feeling was mutual, once the distance between them widened enough that even a sharpshooter could not hit. Harris Brown signaled for his companion to retrieve the biscuits and push their bicycles forward. After watching the two ride away from the ruins, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong, holding their assault rifles, surveyed the square outside the gate. This should be the accommodation area. Should we search here first or inside? Long Yuehong hesitated to ask. Shang Jianyao did not glance at the dilapidated green buildings on either side of the square, but pointed towards the gate. Let us go inside first, to ascertain the basic layout. All right. Long Yuehong did not object. The two then passed through the iron black gate, wide enough for multiple vehicles. It seemed that even relic hunters had their limits. This gate had not been dismantled and removed. Long Yuehong glanced back, exclaiming in astonishment. Shang Jianyao followed her gaze. Perhaps it was not worth it. They fell silent, walking along the broad yet dilapidated road deeper into the steel factory. To their right stood a series of tall, wide single-story buildings. Unlike the clinics that had walls separating small rooms, here, there were only supporting pillars to delineate areas. Within these wall-less chambers, there were grooves capable of accommodating standing or lying individuals. What is this place? Long Yuehong asked, puzzled. Shang Jianyao shook his head. I do not know. However, do you not think standing in those grooves would facilitate the repair of a car's underside? Is this a repair zone? A garage nearby? Long Yuehong suddenly understood, reminding herself to mark it down later. To the left of the road was a foul-smelling pond, bordered by a cluster of trees, with a small building obscured in the depths of greenery. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong temporarily ignored these areas and ventured deeper into the factory. Before long, they arrived near several towering chimneys, surrounded by numerous steel frames and rugged constructions. Large, dragon-like iron-black pipes descended from the chimneys to various locations, with gentle angles. These pipes were not sealed, seemingly half of a circular cross-section remaining. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong entered this area, traversing the rusted steel forest, moving up and down along the roads. Soon, the edges of the road were adorned with fragmented guardrails, and outside lay a pool filled with rainwater, its purpose unknown. The elevated surroundings provided scant shelter, allowing only a meager amount of sunlight to penetrate, enveloping the area in an eerie and dim ambience. The silence was profound, amplifying Long Yuehong's increasing trepidation. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up. Didn't they say there were other relic hunters around? Why we encounter none? Shang Jianyao cast a sidelong glance at him. It seems rather inauspicious to utter such words at this juncture. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of clattering erupted from above. A shadow plummeted swiftly, colliding with the steel framework and the protruding structures before crashing heavily a short distance ahead. It was a human, his body already marred and blood gushing forth rapidly. Meanwhile, the clattering echoed persistently in the vicinity, refusing to subside. Before Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao could react, a figure emerged from around the bend in the road. Taller than Shang Jianyao, this figure was composed entirely of black metallic framework, with a grenade launcher affixed to its left arm and a flame nozzle and laser emission port on its right hand. Draped in a tattered yellow monk's robe and a striking red kasaya, it bore a pair of eyes that flickered with a crimson glow. Chapter 36. The monk. Upon sighting this towering and peculiar automaton, both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. Every pore on their bodies involuntarily closing, their hairs standing on end. In that instant, a singular term flashed through their minds. The monks of the single Jiao Tuan. This was a perilous entity amidst the great dust, also referred to as the immortal ones. According to the internal materials of Manga biology, prior to the cataclysm that obliterated the old world, humanity had achieved groundbreaking advancements in certain technological realms, with consciousness uploading being the most remarkable and awe-inspiring. This technology enabled the transfer of human consciousness into specially designed robotic chips, liberating humanity from the frailties of their corporeal forms, allowing them to evade aging, sickness, and hunger, thus achieving a form of immortality that required only periodic maintenance or replacement of their vessels. However, before the old world was completely annihilated, this technology was fraught with numerous flaws and had never been officially implemented, existing solely in laboratories. When the chaos of the apocalypse ensued, a faction of robots emerged, claiming to be the immortal ones. With an imagination and thought process indistinguishable from that of humans, the remaining populace began to believe that they had once been human, convinced that consciousness could indeed achieve immortality. Yet, as the immortal ones asserted, all technology related to consciousness uploading was lost in the great cataclysm, leaving only a handful of devices operational and a single factory capable of producing biomimetic chips and corresponding robots to house human consciousness. They were incapable of reverse engineering the technology, limiting themselves to utilizing it to create immortal ones within constraints. Thus, their aim upon the earth was to rally humanity together, reverse engineer the devices, and resurrect the relevant technology, granting everyone immortality, ending the Dark Age and ushering in a new world. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong were unaware of how events had unfolded, knowing merely that the records in their textbooks documented it thus. As time passed, the immortal ones gradually revealed a multitude of issues, not stemming from malice, but rather from the immaturity of the technology. The most prominent issue was that when an individual lost the myriad sensations afforded by their corporeal form, they also forfeited the intrinsic human drive for survival. Many immortal ones began to find life tedious and devoid of meaning, leading to severe mental health issues, and the madness of these immortal ones inflicted new, grievous harm upon the already fragile human populace. Among the remaining immortal ones, although not driven to madness, confusion reigned supreme. They began seeking solace in the remnants of various religions left from the old world. Ultimately, they coalesced around a specific faith, incorporating useful elements from other religions to forge a new, internally coherent yet grotesquely distorted faith aimed at alleviating their psychological woes. They referred to themselves as monks, designating their concealed strongholds housing consciousness uploading devices as the Lioli Jingtu. These robotic monks were impervious to light weaponry and possessed formidable firepower, functioning as exoskeletal devices endowed with human-like intelligence, posing a threat that ordinary humans could not counteract with mere small teams. Even employing heavy weaponry might require dozens, if not hundreds, of well-trained individuals working in concert with proper tactics to have a chance of neutralizing a single monk. Previously, when Jiang Bai Mian had summarized the most dangerous human factions, he had not mentioned the immortal ones. As members of the various factions on the Grey Dust and the wandering denizens of the wasteland regarded these monks as an entirely different species, wholly distinct from themselves. Nevertheless, the monks of the single Jiao Tuan did not exhibit overt hostility towards humans. In many instances, they were sufficiently amicable. The problem, however, lay in the fact that consciousness cannot manifest from nothingness. The monks, deprived of their creatures' abilities, diminished in number with each one that fell. To sustain their population and the sect, the monks traversed the wilderness, seeking those fated to meet them. If they identified a potential candidate, they would guide this individual back to the Lioli Jingtu, persuading them to relinquish their corporeal form and upload their consciousness into the robotic biomimetic chip. Among these candidates, a select few harbored an ardent yearning for immortality and offered no resistance, while the majority, wary of the known flaws of the immortal ones, hesitated to try. Yet, should a monk take an interest, consent, or reluctance mattered not. The choice was no longer theirs. This rapidly tarnished the reputation of the single Jiao Tuan, leading to a notorious infamy. Concurrently, perhaps due to inherent flaws in the technology of the immortal ones, many mechanical monks exhibited varying, distinct issues. Upon encountering specific scenarios, or even upon hearing particular phrases, they could become uncontrollable, descending into madness, requiring time to regain their composure. akin to individuals suffering from trigger-induced mental illnesses or personality defects. This unstable state led many on the gray dust to perceive mechanical monks as harbingers of calamity. For these reasons, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong reacted so strongly upon spotting a mechanical monk across the way. Only the monks of the single Jiao Tuan donned robes externally and draped kasayas. Ordinary intelligent robots possessed no such desires or inclinations. Both Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao aimed the muzzles of their fierce assault rifles at the iron-black robot clad in a tattered red kasaya, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They knew that their weapons posed no tangible threat to the entity before them. And unlike the previous bandit leader adorned in military exoskeletal gear, this figure presented no discernible weak points. Faced with the mechanical monk, they were utterly outmatched in terms of equipment, and their aim was primarily a reflexive response. At that moment, they could only silently pray that they were not among the chosen. In the next instant, the towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, clad in a tattered monk's robe and draped in a red kasaya, slightly turned its cold, hard black visage, its eyes flashing with crimson light, scanning them briefly. The mechanical monk uttered no words, but silently approached the fallen individual. A cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed, "Please wait a moment for additional content. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. All beings suffer. Why do you remain obstinate? Follow me back to the Pure Land. Abandon your corporeal form, and attain the supreme enlightenment. You will then understand the emptiness of all things, and the enlightened will endure." After speaking, the mechanical monk clasped his hands together and softly chanted, "Namo Anuchuo Luisamio Samputi." Seeing that neither of them responded, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong exchanged a glance, and silently began to retreat. At that moment, the monk, adorned in a red robe, maintained his stance and repeated in a cold, emotionless tone, "Why do you not wait a moment longer? Although you have no affinity with my Buddha, all beings possess Buddha nature. Listening to the scriptures is not a bad thing." Upon hearing the words "no affinity," both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong felt a surge of joy. Breathing a sigh of relief, fearing to provoke the monk, they halted their retreat. Since the monk showed no intent to attack or convert, merely wishing to impart teachings, it was better to listen than to resist. Observing that they had stopped, the mechanical monk looked at the corpse on the ground and continued, "Although you remain obstinate, my Buddha's compassion cannot bear to see your body exposed to the wilderness, unable to attain liberation. I shall guide the spirit, wishing you to completely shed your corporeal form and gain rebirth in the Pure Land." Long Yuehong watched in silence, when suddenly, Shang Jinyao's voice reached her ears. "How do you plan to guide the spirit?" The mechanical monk extended his right hand, palm facing the corpse. Then, he raised his left palm and softly recited, "Namo Anuchuo Samio Samputi." Great compassion, universally delivering all beings, fierce cleansing fire, burn your shackles. As he chanted, a burst of intense white flames erupted from the palm of the mechanical monk, instantly igniting the corpse. The flames clung to the surface of the body, refusing to extinguish. After completing this act, the monk in the red robe turned to Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong. "Esteemed benefactors, I am called Jingfa, a monk." Noticing that Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong showed no reaction, he suddenly sat cross-legged, lightly flicking his robe, and spoke in that cold, emotionless voice, "Please, have a seat." Shang Jianyao hesitated for a moment, stepped forward, and sat down in a position that allowed for easy movement. Long Yuehong took a few seconds longer, moved to the same position, and followed suit. The mechanical monk, Jingfa, with a flash of red light in his eyes, slightly nodded. "What do you know about my Buddha's enlightenment?" Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong simultaneously shook their heads. Jingfa, the mechanical monk, showed no anger. His cold voice inexplicably carried a hint of solemnity. "My Buddha's enlightenment is one of the 13 deities that govern time in this world. He is the ruler of the month of January, the origin of all things, the germination of consciousness and its embodiment." Hearing the words of the mechanical monk Jingfa, both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong were momentarily taken aback. Jingfa gazed at them with his flickering red eyes for 2 seconds, then turned to Long Yuehong. "You do not know about Ji Sui." After that, he looked at Shang Jianyao and spoke without any emotional fluctuation. "You do know, huh?" Long Yuehong turned her head in astonishment toward Shang Jianyao. Both had received the same education, lived in the same environment, and spent time together. How could she have never heard of the term Ji Sui while he seemed to be quite familiar with it? Shang Jianyao raised his eyebrows slightly and replied calmly, "I've heard a bit." The red light on Jingfa's metallic face flickered again. "And begin year-end, new year. You learned this from the followers of Ximing." Shang Jianyao, who had felt something amiss earlier, suddenly confirmed that the mechanical monk seemed capable of hearing a part of his inner thoughts. Long Yuehong, not bothering to ponder the title Si Ming, also sensed something was off. Jingfa did not continue, but instead provided a simple explanation. Ji Sui refers to the deities that govern time, with a total of 13, each corresponding to different months. But there are only 12 months. Long Yuehong pointed out this obvious discrepancy. She began to grasp that Ji Sui was a prevalent religious belief or myth on the surface of the earth. Jingfa's voice was deep and cold, entirely unlike that of a human. There exists a deity who governs the intercalary month, or rather, the entire year, the entirety of time. Without waiting for Long Yuehong to ask further, Jingfa directly delved into the topic. Our sect teaches the emptiness of the physical body and the void of the four elements. For this world is, in fact, the dream of my Buddha, Shizai Rulai. Suddenly, Shang Jianyao interrupted the mechanical monk Jingfa. Shizai Rulai? Is that not Bodhi? Jingfa clasped his hands together. Shizai Rulai is the Buddha of the past, the Lord of creation. My Buddha, Bodhi, is the present Rulai, the beginning of all consciousness. Were you not just about to ask who governs the intercalary month, representing the entirety of the year? The monk continued. I shall now inform you that it is Shizai Rulai. Both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong simultaneously displayed expressions of enlightenment, nodding almost imperceptibly. Jingfa then bowed his head and began to chant. Please wait a moment for additional content. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Namos Hiziruli. As he chanted softly, he straightened his metallic spine, maintaining the gesture of clasped hands, and slightly bowed towards the towering smokestacks. Are you wondering why I bow to the towers of iron and steel? Jingfa raised his body and articulated the unspoken thoughts of Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong. This is because my Buddha, Shizai Rulai, is also known as Huī Tǔ, which is another appellation for the Buddha, and also signifies the stupa. Thus, when we chant the name of Shizai Rulai, we pay homage to the tallest structures around us, which can be stupas, water towers, iron smelting towers, or signal towers. Initially, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong found Jingfa's discourse coherent and logically sound, but upon hearing the latter part, they began to feel something was amiss. Jingfa seemed to sense their unvoiced concerns and promptly ceased, transitioning to say, outside the ascetic, my Buddha, Shizai Rulai, possesses another appellation. What is it? Long Yuehong blurted out. Jingfa, still seated cross-legged, displayed no emotion on his entirely metallic face. Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi governs Ji Sui, Zhuangzi, who dreams of the butterfly. Shang Jianyao could not help but murmur to himself. The head of Jing Fa moved slightly. Zhuang Sheng dreamt of our world. You must have all dreamt, realizing that in dreams, everything is but an illusion. All sensations and intersections are mere fleeting connections. If one cannot penetrate this truth, they shall remain forever ensnared, endlessly experiencing birth, aging, sickness, death, the pain of separation from loved ones, encounters with hatred, the anguish of unfulfilled desires, and the torment of the five aggregates. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong pondered deeply, unexpectedly feeling a semblance of truth in the words of the mechanical monk before them. The premise being, of course, that this world is indeed merely a dream of some deity. At that moment, Jing Fa shifted the conversation. Please wait a moment, esteemed patrons. This humble monk requires a brief maintenance. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong gazed in bewilderment as the robotic monk in his monk's robe and kasaya opened a metallic compartment at his midsection and retrieved a plastic bottle from within. He then unscrewed a small metal cap located at his collarbone and poured a small amount of somewhat viscous yellow lubricant into it. Shang Jianyao, curious, spoke up, initially not expecting a response from Jing Fa, who candidly replied, specialized lubricant. The expressions of Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong froze for 2 seconds, instantly engulfed by a sense of absurdity regarding why they had found any merit in the monk's previous statements. Jing Fa appeared oblivious, having set aside the specialized lubricant. He raised his head to look at the two with his glowing red eyes. Esteemed patrons, may I inquire your ages? Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong momentarily failed to grasp his intent. The educational materials from Manga biology emphasize poetry and idioms rather than classical texts. Unperturbed, Jing Fa opted for a more straightforward inquiry. How old are you both? 21. They responded in unison. Jing Fa pulled up his red kasaya, draping it over his knees. You are still young, and thus may not deeply resonate with what this humble monk has just said. However, in 30, 40, or 50 years, as you gradually age, your bodies weaken, and illnesses multiply. After witnessing numerous tragedies, you will come to understand the meaning of all sentient beings suffering. Shang Jianyao opened his mouth, intending to interject but then closed it tightly. After a few seconds, he spoke earnestly. However, we have undergone genetic modifications. By the age of 50, our body should remain healthy. Jing Fa was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained composure. Yet, ultimately, all shall perish. In a long passage of time, 50 years and 100 years are fundamentally indistinguishable. Long Yuehong wanted to refute this, but upon glancing at the grenade launcher affixed to Jing Fa's left arm, he rationally abandoned the notion. You speak the truth. Shang Jianyao withdrew his gaze from the same point. Jing Fa's eyes flickered with a subtle red light. What do you believe is real within a dream? Consider your past experiences. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong pondered before shaking their heads in unison. Jing Fa's cold, emotionless voice resonated once more. In fact, there's one thing that is real in dreams, and that is the awareness of the self. Every individual, while dreaming, understands I am I. Do you not comprehend? All is illusion. Consciousness is truth. When you liberate yourselves from the confines of the flesh and truly master your consciousness, you shall escape this dream and step into the pure land, attaining immortality and ultimate bliss. Then, how can one truly master their self-awareness? Shang Jianyao habitually retorted. Jing Fa gestured to himself. By utilizing devices to upload consciousness into the robotic body, you can effortlessly and directly free yourself from the shackles of the physical form. But shouldn't a proper religion emphasize the self? Long Yuehong interjected, recalling snippets from Manga biology's textbooks. Jing Fa replied in a monotonous tone. The rightful teachings are myriad, each path distinct, yet all can lead to the pure land. Our monastic order has chosen the technological path among the 3,000 rightful teachings. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong's lips parted, their thoughts in disarray, unable to respond. The mechanical monk, Jing Fa, continued. When you cast aside your physical shells and upload your consciousness into the bionic chip of the robot, you will behold the pure land of ultimate bliss, which is the so-called new world upon the gray earth. This will allow you to comprehend the Dharma and gain certain supernatural abilities. I was able to hear your inner thoughts just now because of the compassion of the Buddha, which enlightened me to your thoughts. Of course, my level of enlightenment is insufficient to grasp profound insights. Why did he so casually reveal his shortcomings? Both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong fleetingly shared this thought. Jing Fa joined his hands in prayer, softly chanting a Buddhist invocation before saying, "A monk does not speak falsehoods." What is the level of enlightenment? Shang Jianyao inquired. Presenting another question, Jing Fa replied, his voice devoid of inflection. Uploading consciousness is not the end. It is merely the beginning. The technology of the path is not the core, but rather an aid. Its purpose is to provide better conditions for our understanding of the Dharma. Once the physical body is discarded, we can perceive this world from a different perspective, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the Dharma and realizing the emptiness of all things. This is a process, and the pivotal moments within it are referred to as levels of enlightenment. When you attain the level of the great Arhat, you shall truly enter the pure land of ultimate bliss, liberated from worldly ties. After explaining this, Jing Fa cast a glance at Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong. For you too, this may be rather profound. Let us conclude here for today. I can discern that you will traverse the gray earth. I hope you experience the vicissitudes of life and awaken to the suffering of all beings and the emptiness of the physical form. Should fate allow, we may meet again, and I shall guide you to the luminous pure land. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong were filled with joy at the mechanical monk's decision to conclude the sermon, and dare not pose further inquiries. They promptly rose, stepping aside to clear the path. If you prefer not to address me by my Dharma name, you may call me Zen Master, Jing Fa said, joining his hands in prayer. With a flourish of his kasaya, he retraced his steps and vanished around the corner. After watching him depart, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong exchanged glances and followed the same path out of the rusted steel forest. Upon reaching the entrance, Long Yuehong surveyed the surroundings, calculating the distance, and quickly seized the intercom, pressing the button. Team leader, we have encountered a monk from the mechanical order. This was also Shang Jianyao's intention, and thus he did not intervene. What was his Dharma name? Jiang Bai Mian's voice crackled with electrical interference. The mechanical monk, Jing Fa, who had been walking deeper into the ruins of the steel factory, suddenly halted. His red eyes blazed brightly, his neck rigidly turning as he uttered cold, emotionless words, a woman's voice. Chapter 38. The price at the entrance of the steel factory. Long Yuehong held the intercom, responding to Jiang Bai Mian's inquiry. Jing Fa. He said his name is Jing Fa. The intercom fell silent for 2 seconds, with only the faint crackling and buzzing of electrical currents lingering in the air. Then, Jiang Bai Mian's voice, tinged with urgency, broke the stillness. Withdraw immediately. No sooner had the words left her lips than she switched off the intercom. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong were puzzled by their leader's intense reaction. They had not even had the chance to ascertain what had transpired when they encountered Jing Fa, or whether they had been deemed fated individuals. Yet she had issued the order to retreat without hesitation. Despite their confusion, neither of them considered defying Jiang by Mian's decision. This was partly due to their adherence to the safety protocols for missions outside the department and their trust in their leader's experience and judgment. Moreover, they were filled with trepidation towards the peculiar, theory-laden mechanical monk. Without exchanging words, they gripped their assault rifles, bent slightly at the waist, and sprinted towards the exit of a steel factory. With their genetically enhanced physiques and years of training, maintaining a high-speed run for a prolonged period posed no difficulty. It was only when they exited the dilapidated, cement-paved road and prepared to turn towards the concealed area where the jeep was parked that they slightly slowed their pace, catching their breath. Meanwhile, the jeep had already started, attempting to rendezvous with them. This time, Bai Chun was seated in the driver's seat. With a thud, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong dove into the back seat and shut the doors. They gasped for air as the vehicle accelerated to full speed. Jiang Bai Mian instructed Bai Chun and then turned to Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong, inquiring about their distance from Jing Fa during their use of the intercom. Quite far, Long Yuhong replied breathlessly. We were at the steel factory at the main gate. Jing Fa should have reached the chimney area by now, and we cannot see each other anymore. He could not actually see where Jing Fa was. He relied on the estimated distance based on their respective directions, speeds, and the time elapsed, which was highly imprecise and could only serve as a rough reference. Jiang Bai Mian appeared to possess some understanding of the layout of the steel factory's ruins. After a moment's reflection, she remarked, that distance is not very safe. The mechanical monk's surveillance system is quite powerful and can detect movements from afar. Bai Chun, do not worry about the battery, nor fear a rollover. Maintain the current speed. Long Yuhong then noticed that the leader had lifted a rather heavy grenade launcher, replacing it with a type of grenade that possessed greater explosive power. Well, Jing Fa mentioned that we are not fated with the monkhood, so there's no need to be so tense. He quickly conveyed this crucial information, hoping to prevent Jiang Bai Mian from overreacting. Jiang Bai Mian glanced at the rearview mirror and subtly shook her head. That is not the point. You should all be aware that the technology behind immortals has certain flaws. All mechanical monks suffer from specific psychological issues. These vary significantly. And according to the intelligence gathered by the company, Jing Fa is, one of the more active mechanical monks in the gray dust. His primary issue is, Jiang Bai Mian paused before stating, hatred towards women. Both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong understood the implication of those 4 words, but were unclear about what it truly meant or how severe it was. Jiang Bai Mian cast a glance at Bai Chun and continued, whenever Jing Fa encounters a woman, or even merely hears a woman's voice, he goes into a frenzy, indiscriminately attacking everyone in his vicinity. Moreover, certain markings found on corpses indicate his inclination towards abuse. But he's just a robot. Long Yuhong struggled to comprehend. Jiang Bai Mian exhaled. That is precisely what makes him terrifying. So, who will operate the exoskeleton device? Before Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong could respond, her already grave expression grew even more serious. Be quiet. In that instant, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong grasped something significant, turning their heads to gaze out the window, searching for the silhouette of the mechanical monk draped in a red robe. However, all they could see were sparse woods, soft gray soil, black marshes, and rocks of varying sizes. Nothing more. At that moment, numerous potholes and rocks appeared ahead, compelling Bai Chun to reduce the speed of the jeep. A rollover would lead to far graver consequences. Jiang Bai Mian's left hand, holding the grenade launcher, inexplicably slipped, quietly tapping Bai Chun's right elbow. Bai Chun did not turn his head. He adjusted the steering wheel to the left while further decelerating, nearly returning to a normal pace. Throughout this process, both sides of the Jeep's windows were wide open. Suddenly, a shadow clad in tattered monk robes and a red garment leaped down from the trees by the roadside, lunging directly at the passenger seat where Jiang Bai Mian sat. It was a mechanical monk who referred to himself as Jing Fa. Yet at that moment, Jiang Bai Mian seemed to have anticipated this, raising the grenade launcher and aiming it at the immortal. It appeared as though Jing Fa was charging towards the imminent blast of the grenade. Just as Jiang Bai Mian prepared to squeeze the trigger, the metallic visage of Jing Fa flickered with a bright red glow in its eyes. In an instant, Jiang Bai Mian was inundated with visions of countless individuals. These figures appeared somewhat ethereal, sprawled on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth, rubble, and leaves, shoving them into their mouths. Their bellies bulged, seemingly on the verge of bursting from the sheer volume of what they consumed, yet they remained oblivious to their fullness, continuously devouring anything within reach. Jiang Bai Mian felt as though she had become one of them, devoid of any physiological sensation of hunger, yet convinced that she was ravenous and in a state of starvation, compelled to eat something. This impulse, This distorted self-awareness rendered her uncontrollable, and she instinctively released the pressure on the trigger, allowing the grenade launcher to fall back on her lap. She fished out a packet of compressed biscuits, frantically tearing it open and stuffing the food into her mouth. In the midst of this, she neglected to drink water, even as she began to choke, her eyes rolling slightly back, yet she could not resist the urge to continue swallowing. It was not just her. Bai Chen also slammed on the brakes, voraciously munching on an energy bar, while Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong each pulled out their provisions, mindlessly indulging in their delayed dinner. They were utterly oblivious to the dangerous foe approaching from outside. With a soft crunch, Jing Fa landed beside the jeep. He opened the passenger door with his left hand and aimed his right palm at Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chen, encompassing Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong as well. At that moment, Jiang Bai Mian finally broke free from her self-perceived hunger. The ephemeral, bulging figures around her vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Shang Jianyao leaned forward slightly, bowing his head. Jing Fa paused for 2 seconds, refraining from using his laser weapon or unleashing flames to purify the four of them. After the red glow in his eyes flickered a few more times, he spoke. Did you think this monk was about to offer you salvation? That is not my intention. I shall first take you to the depths of the marsh, to a place undisturbed, where you can enjoy yourselves thoroughly. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed solely on Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chen. Bai Mian's expression changed slightly, yet she remained silent, seemingly contemplating how to navigate this predicament. At that moment, Shang Jianyao straightened up and inquired, "Are you an awakened one?" Indeed. Despite their mutual antagonism and the madness that arose from encountering a woman, Jing Fa appeared to adhere to the monk's principle of not uttering falsehoods. He scanned the seating arrangement while continuing to aim his laser weapon and flamethrower at Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chen, then proceeded to the rear seat and opened the door. "I shall sit in the middle," he declared in a cold, emotionless voice. This positioning allowed him to monitor all occupants of the vehicle, ensuring the jeep would smoothly reach its intended destination. Shang Jianyao quickly exited, yielding his spot, as if acknowledging that the other party was not currently an enemy. Jing Fa, the mechanical monk, did not relax his vigilance. He firmly took his place in the center of the back seat. As Shang Jianyao settled beside him, he appeared to ponder a particular question. Is hating women your flaw? He refrained from using the word cost, opting instead for the term commonly employed by ordinary people when describing the mechanical monk's deficiencies. Jing Fa did not lie and responded truthfully. No, the cost is the enhancement of lust. I initially believed that uploading my consciousness into a robotic body would grant me purity, free from influence, yet the reality proved otherwise. Shang Jianyao feigned a moment of realization. I thought you were incapable of lying. Not speaking falsehoods is a commandment of your order. Jing Fa responded to every inquiry, reasoning that since they would all attain liberation, it mattered little. Shang Jianyao closed the jeep door and curiously asked, "What was that ability just now?" "The realm of hungry ghosts in the 6 paths of reincarnation," Jing Fa replied, his eyes glowing red as he gazed at Bai Chen, who was driving straight ahead. Witnessing the exchange between Shang Jianyao and Jing Fa, Long Yuehong and Bai Chen felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. The mechanical monk was threatening to abduct them to a location for torture. Yet Shang Jianyao and he acted as if they were long-lost friends. Just as Bai Chen pressed the accelerator, Jiang Bai Mian burst into laughter. I understand now. Your hatred for women stems from your current body's inability to satisfy you. Your act of uploading your consciousness has only magnified your flaw countless times. Your psyche has twisted, and only physical violence can provide you with some relief. Doesn't your order preach about the purity of the 6 senses? Yet, your heart is so filthy. Jing Fa, already straining to suppress his consciousness fluctuations, lost control in an instant. His eyes blazed with crimson light as his body leaned forward, ready to pounce on the passenger seat, where Bai Mian sat, intent on inflicting harm. Bai Mian did not shy away. Instead, she advanced, raising her left arm to firmly grasp the metallic neck of Jing Fa. Her left index finger poised in readiness, elongated and inserted into a particular orifice on the mechanical monk's neck, delivering a fine silver current. This tool, part of the electric eel-like prosthetic, contained components such as connection chips, circuits, and sensors, capable of extracting data from computerized entities and breaching firewalls of a certain strength. Essentially, aside from human consciousness, the mechanical monk was merely an intelligent robot. As Bai Mian's left index finger penetrated the orifice on Jing Fa's neck, the metal body of the mechanical monk stiffened as if deprived of energy, immobilized beside the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Bai Chen released her foot from the accelerator and leaned sideways, attempting to grasp the grenade launcher resting on her lap. Observing this, Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao reacted almost simultaneously. Long Yuehong swiftly raised her berserker assault rifle, aiming at the back of Jing Fa's head. Shang Jianyao leaned slightly forward, his eyes darkening. Master, look, just as he uttered these 4 words. Bai Mian's body suddenly collapsed against the passenger seat. Her left hand fell limply, releasing Jing Fa's neck, her gaze vacant as she mumbled peculiar phrases. Who am I? What am I doing here? With that, Jing Fa's body returned to normal, pressing down with one knee on the armrest while gripping Bai Chen's neck, preventing her from seizing the grenade launcher. The sound of gunfire echoed as Long Yuehong's bullets struck true, hitting the back of Jing Fa's head, yet only eliciting sparks and creating 2 small indentations. Furthermore, the ricocheted bullets nearly struck Long Yuehong's face, narrowly escaping through the jeep's window. Witnessing this, Shang Jinyao's pupils dilated. Yet he quickly delivered his prepared words. You possess human consciousness. I too possess human consciousness. Jing Fa, with one knee propped on the armrest, continued to hold Bai Chen's neck while turning his head to face Shang Jianyao. Perhaps due to the friendly inquiries and exchanges earlier, or perhaps because Shang Jianyao was not a woman, the mechanical monk refrained from immediately silencing him, instead gazing intently with his glowing red eyes. Shang Jianyao continued earnestly, You are an awakened one, and I am also an awakened one. Therefore, Long Yuehong, taken aback, turned her head, while Bai Mian's confusion gradually receded. The red light in Jing Fa's eyes flickered rapidly before calming once more. His cold, emotionless voice hesitated before stating, So, we should coexist amicably? Indeed, Shang Jianyao nodded emphatically. After a moment of hesitation, Jing Fa finally released his grip on Bai Chen's neck. At that moment, Bai Mian seemed to have shaken off her earlier bizarre state, bewildered as she shifted her gaze between Shang Jianyao and Jing Fa. Just as she was about to quietly retrieve the grenade launcher, regardless of whether the explosion would endanger the rest, she noticed Shang Jianyao shaking his head twice in quick succession. Understanding dawned on Bai Mian, and she withdrew her hands from the weapon. Simultaneously, she pressed her lips tightly together, making no sound to prevent Jing Fa from shifting his attention. During this process, she raised her right index finger to her lips, signaling Bai Chen to remain still. Shang Jianyao maintained his gaze on Jing Fa, speaking with utmost sincerity, Master, we appreciate your goodwill. Parting is inevitable after accompanying you this far. It would be best to take our leave here. Jing Fa pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. Shang Jianyao promptly turned to open the car door and stepped out, clearing the way. Jing Fa did not linger either, swiftly exiting the jeep. Yuhong has remained in a state of disbelief since the beginning, her mouth agape, as if she were ensnared in a dream. This situation is undeniably bizarre and utterly absurd. As Jing Fa disembarked from the vehicle, preparing to join his palms in prayer, Shang Jianyao preemptively extended his right hand. Jing Fa hesitated for a moment before reciprocating with his own right palm. One flesh-toned human hand clasped with a colossal palm forged from a black metallic framework. Shang Jianyao gently shook their hands twice before withdrawing his. He then settled back into the rear of the jeep and closed the door. Observing that Jing Fa, the mechanical monk, remained stationary, Shang Jianyao raised his right hand through the open window, waving it side to side. Goodbye, he called out earnestly. Clad in a yellow monk robe and a red kasaya, Jing Fa promptly responded, waving back goodbye. Without needing a prompt from Shang Jianyao, Bai Chen, who had already resumed his position in the driver's seat, accelerated the jeep into motion. Jiang Bai Mian remained silent, not allowing Bai Chen to utter a sound. Instead, focusing on the diminishing figure of the mechanical monk in the rearview mirror, his distinctive attire growing smaller and more distant. Once the figure of that eerily terrifying member of the monk order had vanished from sight, Jiang Bai Mian silently calculated the distance, suppressing her voice to inquire how long this effect would last. Shang Jianyao, unconcerned, replied candidly, if the surrounding individuals, instances, and environment continuously feed him the same answers, he will remain oblivious until he encounters contradictory evidence or results. However, at present, there are no other people or occurrences to suggest that we are friendly. Thus, a cycle of proof cannot be established. In 5 minutes, or even slightly less, he should begin to sense the anomaly. After all, he certainly remembers there are 2 women in our group, and he is well aware of his own attitude towards women. Long Yuhong's mouth remained unclosed, listening to Shang Jianyao's explanation as if tuning into a radio host narrating a story. Jiang Bai Mian wasted no time, immediately turning to Bai Chen and stating, Bai Chen, pull over, we need to switch positions. Captain, I am more familiar with the Heizhou wilderness, Bai Chen argued reasonably, yet gently pressed the brakes without resistance. Jiang Bai Mian did not rush to explain. Instead, she opened the door and moved to the driver's seat, exchanging places with Bai Chen. Once the jeep was back in motion, she directed her gaze forward and declared, I have undergone genetic modification, acquiring certain unique abilities. Upon hearing this, both Bai Chun and Long Yuhong, as well as Shang Jianyao, were taken aback. Even within the confines of Panga biotech, genetic modification technology is far from mature, with a notably high failure rate, and few volunteers are willing to undergo such procedures unless absolutely necessary. This was done out of desperation to save my life. Alongside the implantation of biological prosthetics, Jiang Bai Mian quickly clarified. Within my body exists a unique type of cell that can detect electrical signals within a certain range. When humans or beasts move, their muscle contractions and certain reactions produce faint electrical signals. Therefore, as long as an enemy enters a specific vicinity, regardless of whether they're concealed or not, I can effortlessly discern their location and condition. No wonder you detected that relic hunter in the exoskeleton before I did. Bai Chen remarked, realization dawning upon him. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong also comprehended a prior mystery during their initial night spent outdoors. Shang Jianyao had indeed detected human traces, yet Jiang Bai Mian exhibited no curiosity, having likely already assessed the characteristics and state of that individual. As Jiang Bai Mian continued to drive, she swiftly elaborated. At that moment, the He Zhao Iron Serpent was in a dormant state akin to hibernation, with its electrical signals being faint. I assumed it was merely an ordinary creature and failed to detect it beforehand. However, Jing Fa is a mechanical monk, relying on strong electrical signals for movement, allowing me to sense him from a greater distance and deduce his intentions. In fact, I was prepared before his attack. I intentionally urged Bai Chun to slow the vehicle to lure him into an attack, hoping to seize the opportunity to destroy or incapacitate him. I had not disclosed this to you before. Jing Fa has always been an unyielding mechanical monk. If he fixates on you, he will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly, which is extremely perilous. The best strategy is to inflict pain upon him, rendering him temporarily incapable of pursuit. Regrettably, I did not anticipate that he would also be an awakened one. A mechanical monk being an awakened one nearly led to our demise. For this, I must apologize. Jing Fa will likely attempt a long-range attack upon catching up. Only I can sense it beforehand, enabling us to make timely evasive maneuvers. Speaking through words will not suffice. Bai Chun nodded in understanding, acknowledging, I will keep an eye on the road ahead and on the left, informing you of any direction to avoid. Behind her neck, 5 blood-stained fingerprints remained, a chilling sight. Understood. Jiang Bai Mian slowed the vehicle slightly, allowing the jeep to smoothly navigate around an obstacle. Simultaneously, she glanced in the rearview mirror and instructed Shang Jianyao, Yuhong, please decide quickly who will don the exoskeleton. The individual wearing the exoskeleton will be the primary force against Jing Fa. Before Long Yuhong could speak, Shang Jianyao asserted firmly, I will. He turned to Long Yuhong, who was attempting to contest, and succinctly explained, Jing Fa is also an awakened one. You cannot balance against him in this regard. And I need the exoskeleton to close the distance. Long Yuhong bent down, assisting Shang Jianyao in retrieving the exoskeleton from the back seat. They then assisted one another in putting it on. Remember to replace the backup high-performance battery, Jiang Bai Mian reminded. Due to the scarcity of powerful factions capable of producing genuine high-performance batteries, only the Juzi Corporation and Future Intelligence are prominent in this field, while others can only manage inferior imitations suitable for civilian use within limited territories. Hence, there's a 50% chance that military equipment shares compatible high-performance batteries. Fortunately, the Jeep requires high-performance batteries produced by Future Intelligence, which are standardized products compatible with the military exoskeleton. Indeed, Shang Jianyao was not willing to be careless in this matter. After replacing the battery, while shouldering the energy backpack and the metallic framework, he secured the auxiliary joints and inquired, Captain, why did you suddenly fail when you infiltrated Jing Fa's internal system? He suspected that this could be attributed to one of the abilities possessed by the Awakened Ones, of which he was already aware of too, the Hungry Ghost Path and his mental connection. Chapter 40. The chase by Mian was preoccupied, her attention divided between the road ahead, wary of driving the Jeep into the marsh or overturning it due to obstacles such as rocks and tree roots, while simultaneously attuning herself to the various electromagnetic signals surrounding her. She needed to discern whether the mechanical monk Jing Fa was approaching and assess his current state. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her contemplative process. Her mind seemed to have been enhanced due to genetic modifications. In that moment, Jiang Bai Mian pondered how to respond. Her voice, however, was louder than that of an average person. My state is rather peculiar. I do not know who I am, nor do I understand what I meant to do. It is not a matter of memory loss, as I can recall numerous events from the past. Yet I am unable to glean information about my identity or purpose from those memories. At this juncture, Jiang Bai Mian habitually engaged in self-reflection. I assumed that the physical condition affecting Jing Fa would prevent him from utilizing the abilities of an awakened one, but I misjudged. Is this the distinction between mechanical monks and ordinary humans? Bai Chun, upon hearing this, shook his head. This has nothing to do with misjudgment. It was a counterattack born out of desperation, leaving no room for extensive consideration. After securing the leg joint of the exoskeleton suit, Shang Jian Yao raised his voice. The abilities of many awakened ones rely heavily on consciousness. Their physical state can significantly impact their effectiveness. For instance, if they are incapacitated by severe pain from an injury, they cannot focus their consciousness on crucial matters, rendering them incapable of utilizing their powers. As he spoke, Shang Jian Yao suddenly fell silent, seemingly contemplating that this could also apply to himself. Before Jiang Bai Mian or the others could interject, he inhaled deeply and continued. Similarly, if one could deliver a knockout punch to an awakened one, they would undoubtedly be unable to wield their abilities. After providing this example, Shang Jian Yao reflected and concurred with Jiang Bai Mian's earlier assessment. In this regard, mechanical monks and ordinary humans are indeed different. Jiang Bai Mian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Unfortunately, my golden finger is not particularly potent. If I could swiftly infiltrate Jing Fei's power supply system and disable his source of energy, he would likely be unable to employ the abilities of an awakened one. However, who knows how long the consciousness of an immortal being can remain lucid after detaching from the maintenance of a synthetic chip. But do bear in mind, one should not be overly confident. In the absence of empirical evidence, it is wise to harbor a degree of skepticism regarding one's own judgments. Bai Chen listened, somewhat astonished, and glanced at Jiang Bai Mian. Captain, you seem to be in remarkably good spirits, with no hint of despondency. One must remember, they are being pursued by the terrifying mechanical monk. The prevailing emotions should be tension, repression, anger, despondency, and unease. Things are much better now than when we were captured by Jing Fei. Should we feel fortunate and elated? Jiang Bai Mian remained focused on sensing her surroundings. Had it not been for Shang Jian Yao, and had they truly fallen into the hands of that psychologically twisted pervert, the outcome would have been dire. Although she had not seen the corpses of the women killed by Jing Fei, she had heard descriptions of the matter, and even Jiang Bai Mian, who had always maintained an optimistic outlook, could not help but let her expression darken slightly. She refrained from elaborating, concerned about affecting the states of Bai Chun, Shang Jian Yao, and Long Yuehong. At that moment, Shang Jian Yao had completed donning the military exoskeleton. He moved his lips a few times before finally speaking. Typically, an awakened one possesses 3 abilities. Jiang Bai Mian tapped the steering wheel, maneuvering the jeep around a tree that had grown in the middle of the road. 3. You say? Jing Fei possesses the ability that renders me unaware of my own identity. The hungry ghost path. What else? Long Yuehong, who had been quietly listening, suddenly realized the answer. He has the ability of mind reading. Jing Fei has mentioned that he possesses this ability, allowing him to hear fragments of others' thoughts. With all 3 abilities present, perhaps we could devise a clever strategy to counter Jing Fei. Yes, the abilities of awakened ones should have range limitations. Jiang Bai Mian mused aloud as she drove. However, her musings were loud enough for the others to hear clearly. Shang Jian Yao responded thoughtfully. When he employs his mind reading and the ability that distorts self-awareness, it must occur within a 1-meter radius. I cannot ascertain how far he can extend his influence. Jiang Bai Mian contemplated this for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet, it is not impossible to make a rough estimate. When he lunged at us from the distant tree, he chose the hungry ghost path. This choice alone reveals some information. Either the range of the ability that distorts self-awareness is significantly less than that of the hungry ghost path, or it can only target an individual, while the hungry ghost path can affect everyone within a specific area. Bai Chen recalled, I have a vague memory. When we noticed the presence of starving ghosts, Jing Fei had just lunged toward us from the distant tree, approximately 20 meters away, perhaps a bit more. Her understanding of the doctrines, stories, and legends of the monk sect far surpassed that of Jiang Bai Mian. Indeed, we must remember, the effective range of the hungry ghost path is at least 20 meters, Jiang Bai Mian emphasized, slightly raising her voice. Shang Jian Yao fell silent for a moment, then remarked, he is formidable. His age is likely several times yours, and he has been an awakened one for an equally long duration. Jiang Bai Mian offered a comforting remark. She had no way of knowing when Jing Fei had become an awakened one. However, from his previous words, she deduced that he must have uploaded his consciousness into a mechanical body after becoming an awakened one, thus achieving immortality. Moreover, Jing Fei, as a mechanical monk, had been quite active during the chaotic era preceding the new calendar. At this moment, Long Yuehong seemed to accept a startling fact. His good friend, Shang Jian Yao, with whom he had grown up, was indeed an awakened one, possessing strange and terrifying powers. He found himself unable to forget the scene he had witnessed. The originally fierce, resolute mechanical monk Jing Fa suddenly turned exceedingly friendly after hearing just 2 sentences from Shang Jianyao, even shaking hands and bidding farewell with reluctance. This was utterly transformative for Long Yuehong's perception. He looked at Shang Jianyao and could not resist asking, "When did you become an awakened one?" Shang Jianyao was silent for a moment before answering. Not long ago. Long Yuehong had intended to inquire further, but suddenly felt it inappropriate, akin to prying into someone else's secrets. Inside the jeep, a brief silence enveloped them. Jiang Bai Mian broke this stillness, glancing ahead with a smile. "Do we need to keep related matters confidential?" "Thank you." Shang Jianyao exhaled slowly. Bai Chun and Long Yuehong subsequently pledged to maintain secrecy. Just as Shang Jianyao was about to speak again, he suddenly noticed a slight change in Jiang Bai Mian's expression. At that moment, she abruptly turned the steering wheel, causing the jeep to make a sharp turn. Inside the vehicle, Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuehong, though strapped in with seatbelts, could not help but lean toward the right. A grenade whizzed past, landing where they were supposed to arrive. Boom! The intense flames erupted, and a violent shockwave caused the ground to tremble slightly. After navigating a turn, Jiang Bai Mian pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle forward like an arrow. With a sharp hiss, a crimson laser pierced the earth, creating a bottomless pit. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chun indicated to Jiang Bai Mian the direction to take based on the position of the clock. Otherwise, the vehicle would become ensnared in the marsh, sinking slowly. Jiang Bai Mian was well acquainted with this notion and, without any calculations, deftly turned the steering wheel. Then she called out Shang Jianyao. Shang Jianyao inhaled subtly, abruptly flinging open the door of the speeding jeep, leaning his body and rolling out. Given the current speed of the jeep, such a maneuver would normally result in injury. But he was clad in a military-grade exoskeleton. With a push of his arms, Shang Jianyao sprang up effortlessly, slithering towards the location of the laser-S discharge. He was unarmed with an assault rifle or submachine gun, as they would be ineffective against the mechanical monk. Instead, he depended on the grenade launcher and electromagnetic weaponry integrated into the exoskeleton itself. In the midst of a reckless dash, Shang Jianyao spotted the iron-black robot draped in tattered monk robes and a red kasaya through the crystalline visor of his metallic helmet. Yet in the next moment, the monk turned and fled, circling back and leveraging the response speed of his exoskeleton, gradually widening the distance between them, a fluidity that highlighted the robot's flaws. After some pursuit, Shang Jianyao lost sight of the mechanical monk. The comprehensive early warning system of the exoskeleton yielded no alerts. Evidently, the opponent possessed targeted counter-surveillance capabilities. Unable to continue the chase, Shang Jianyao retraced his steps, following the tire tracks of the jeep to reunite with Jiang Bai Mian and the others before climbing back into the vehicle. During the return journey, he deliberately disrupted the tire tracks and fabricated false signs of damage in another direction, hoping to confuse the monk's judgment. "He is evading me." After closing the door, Shang Jianyao briefly recounted the events. "Is he afraid of you? Does your ability restrain him?" Long Yuehong instinctively offered her thoughts. "No. His range of abilities is greater," Shang Jianyao stated candidly. Jiang Bai Mian furrowed her brow, poised to speak, when she suddenly jerked the steering wheel. Boom! The monk's long-range attack commenced once more. However, as Shang Jianyao exited the vehicle, clad in the military exoskeleton and sprinted forward, the monk retreated, creating distance and denying any opportunity for combat. Such occurrences transpired once, twice, thrice, at varying intervals. What is he attempting to accomplish? Long Yuehong also sensed the anomaly. Jiang Bai Mian remarked, "He likely possesses a substantial number of high-performance batteries and believes he can exhaust our exoskeletons, exhibiting quite a bit of patience. Yet, he cannot carry many grenades." Long Yuehong reflexively raised a question. Bai Chun glanced at the rearview mirror and noted, "Recently, he has only employed laser weaponry." Long Yuehong immediately expressed concern. "What should we do?" Chapter 41. The plan. Jiang Bai Mian appeared to have pondered this issue long before, smiling lightly as she remarked, "This is not an insurmountable challenge. I shall don the exoskeleton and utilize its comprehensive early warning system, coupled with my innate sensitivity to electrical signals, to surprise the monk. In an unexpected moment, we may inflict considerable damage upon him. He is an awakened," Shang Jianyao pointed out. Jiang Bai Mian chuckled. "I am not foolish. Having suffered before, I am mindful of such factors. I will maintain a distance of over 50 meters, which should exceed the limits of his abilities. Otherwise, he would not have initiated his powers after leaping from the tree. At this range, my accuracy remains viable, even with a grenade launcher." After a moment of contemplation, Shang Jianyao and the others accepted Jiang Bai Mian's proposal. Yet Bai Chun soon raised another query. "After you and Shang Jianyao switch roles, who will drive? Who will ensure we can evade the monk's long-range attacks?" Jiang Bai Mian hissed, "That is indeed a concern. Let me think of a solution." After a brief silence, Shang Jianyao volunteered, "I will handle it." Jiang by Mian mused aloud. If you take the lead, we must revise the plan. In comparison to the monk, you possess virtually no experience. If tasked with attempting to severely wound him, I fear it may impose an enormous burden upon you, leading to critical misjudgments. Thus, since the monk wishes to engage in circles with you, you should indulge him, driving him farther away, while we seize this opportunity to steer the vehicle towards the frequently traversed territories of the Haima Marsh, where tracks and footprints abound, effectively obscuring our traces, rendering it impossible for the monk to locate us. However, he interjected, that presents another dilemma. Once you evade the monk, you will undoubtedly struggle to find us. That distance will certainly exceed the effective range of our walkie-talkies. Let me think, Bai Chen pondered. I have it. We shall designate a prominent location in the wilderness to rendezvous. Bai Chen, what notable landmarks are nearby? Bai Chen surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the sky. The only notable site nearby is the ruins of the steel factory. However, if we head towards areas frequented by others, following our current route, we will inevitably approach the Yulu station. Yulu station? Jiang by Mian furrowed her brow. How long will that take? Maintaining our current speed? Approximately a day and a half, though we certainly cannot sustain such velocity throughout the journey, Bai Chen estimated. Previously, the relic hunter named Harris Brown and his companions took over a day to traverse the path north of Yulu station to the steel factory ruins using bicycles. Ordinarily, it would be impossible to reach that destination so swiftly by car. Yet, Jiang by Mian, Shang Jianyao, and the others had already sped towards Yulu station for half a day under the monk's pursuit, and the jeep would undoubtedly be faster than a bicycle. The Old Toon Team's objective was solely Yulu station, with no intention of continuing northward. Jiang by Mian nodded knowingly. If we designate Yulu station as our meeting point, we can also attempt to fabricate some signs indicating a northward direction. Had the entity known as Jingfa been successfully evaded earlier, it would undoubtedly have been the most favorable outcome. However, if that was not the case, we could potentially lure him northward, enticing him into an unknown quagmire, where he might collide with the perilous anomalies that lie in wait. After all, even if he possesses the means to extricate himself, he would likely be unable to pursue us thereafter. As she spoke, Jiang by Mian's voice, already quite resonant, grew even louder, her excitement at the prospect of ensnaring Jingfa palpable. Shang Jianyao listened intently, reminiscent of his days in school, and raised his hand. I have a question. What is it? Jiang by Mian inquired, seemingly puzzled, as she believed her explanation had been sufficiently clear. Shang Jianyao replied, his tone somewhat muted. I am unfamiliar with the Yulu station and do not know how to reach it. For a moment, Jiang by Mian found herself at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she self-deprecatingly remarked, I had forgotten that you are a novice to the surface. This indicated that you have not been performing well. If I were not focused on driving, I would certainly give you a thumbs up. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang by Mian sighed. I have heard that before the old world perished, there were numerous satellites in the sky that could assist people in accurately locating their destinations. This would enable them to adeptly choose the most suitable routes, even if they had never been there before. I shall don the exoskeleton device myself. In due course, I will continue to drive, and once we have evaded Jingfa's initial assault, I will disembark to pursue him. Bai Chen seized the opportunity to take the driver's seat, assuming control of the vehicle. What if Jingfa attacks while you're wearing the exoskeleton device? Bai Chen considered the vulnerabilities in the plan. Jiang by Mian was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Bai Chen glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression remaining composed. I will also exit the vehicle and guide Shang Jianyao. The exoskeleton device, designed primarily for someone of my stature, should not significantly hinder mobility or reaction time. I have mentioned before, you are not short, merely petite. Your height is above average for those in the wasteland. I have encountered many wanderers who are under 1.60 meters. Jiang by Mian retorted casually before nodding. I shall refrain from stating that this is a perilous endeavor. Since we were born in the gray soil and have reached the surface, it is common to assume appropriate risks at the right moments. If I am required to take risks, I will not shift the responsibility onto you. She exhaled, reminding them, remember to bring some food. Upon saying this, she abruptly closed her mouth, even releasing her grip on the steering wheel. She pointed towards the compressed biscuits and energy bars within the armrest compartment, gesturing toward her mouth before mimicking the act of chewing. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong exchanged puzzled glances, poised to inquire further, when they noticed Bai Chen turn his head and signal them with his eyes. Both refrained from voicing their questions. Although Bai Chen too was uncertain of Jiang by Mian's intent, he discerned that the leader was reluctant to engage in further discourse on this topic. At that moment, Jiang by Mian regained her grip on the steering wheel and redirected her attention. Shang Jianyao, you must also contemplate how to counter Jingfa's hungry ghost form. Should he cease his circling and suddenly close the distance within his effective range, it would pose significant trouble. I will ensure to articulate my thoughts clearly. Shang Jianyao paused, then nodded emphatically. Think it through. Having concluded, he quickly addressed Bai Chun. We must not delay. Let us gather the food and prepare to exit the vehicle. It would be wise to consume some now, as we may not have the opportunity to eat again for quite some time. Agreed. Bai Chun retrieved the food from the armrest compartment and divided it. Handing half to Shang Jianyao, he unwrapped a packet of compressed biscuits and began to eat. Within a minute, Jiang Bai Mian abruptly yanked the steering wheel, maneuvering the jeep away from a laser shot fired by Jingfa. Without needing to be instructed, Shang Jianyao opened the car door and leaped out, this time opting for a powerful jump rather than rolling. With a swift sound, another laser pierced the surface nearby. If Shang Jianyao had rolled out as he did previously, he would have undoubtedly been struck by the laser, even with the partial armor of the exoskeleton device. He would not have escaped unscathed. He then propelled himself forward, using his knees to activate the auxiliary joints, leaping several meters towards the distant Jingfa. The mechanical monk Jingfa, as before, immediately retreated, creating distance and circling around. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Bai Mian slammed the brakes, decelerating the vehicle, allowing Bai Chun to roll safely from the passenger seat to the ground. In a swift motion, Bai Chun closed the door behind him, rolling into a thicket of low shrubs. The jeep accelerated once more, heading towards the well-trodden paths of the dark marshland. At this juncture, having distanced himself from Jingfa, Shang Jianyao returned to the vicinity. His body, cloaked in a dark metal exoskeleton and adorned with minimal armor, gestured towards the energy backpack behind him, indicating for Bai Chun to ascend. Bai Chun emerged from the underbrush, and, using the exoskeleton's auxiliary joints as a ladder and handholds, swiftly climbed onto the energy backpack. This positioning allowed her to sit higher than Shang Jianyao, and was the least obstructive method for the exoskeleton's mobility and aiming. Next, they would pursue Jingfa, driving him further away, creating a diversion to grant Jiang Bai Mian and Long Yuhong the time needed to escape his tracking range. With his metal helmet donned, Shang Jianyao took several strides, unassailed, and began to leap and roll with intention. Bai Chun curled her body, gripping tightly onto the metal bones of the exoskeleton's shoulder to prevent being thrown off. She understood that Shang Jianyao was attempting to maximize their movements before Jingfa retaliated. After several rolls, Shang Jianyao, clad in the exoskeleton, took large strides, utilizing the remote vision afforded by the integrated warning system to pursue the mechanical monk cloaked in crimson robes. Jingfa's eyes gleamed with a bright red hue, seemingly agitated by the sight of a female in a precarious state. His metal joints bent, propelling him sideways in a leap. He did not succumb to madness entirely. He continued to execute his predetermined strategy, as his animosity towards women stemmed from psychological distortions caused by his physical form, rather than a cost borne by an awakened being, indicating some level of self-control. Armed with grenades, Shang Jianyao, witnessing this, retreated in a manner similar to before, continuing the chase after Jingfa in an attempt to close the gap. After several minutes of pursuit and evasion, Bai Chun, perched atop the energy backpack, suddenly bent down and spoke in a hushed tone. Something is amiss. Jingfa is circling towards a jeep. He intends to circumvent us and pursue the leader. Chapter 42. The Deceiver. In response to Jing Fa's actions, Shang Jianyao and his companions had contemplated various strategies. However, they believed that Jing Fa would not be able to accurately discern their intentions immediately, and thus they adopted a strategy of circumventing the exoskeleton device to continue pursuing the jeep. They were convinced that Jing Fa would require additional time to react. To their astonishment, the mechanical monk Jing Fa swiftly grasped their fundamental intent, as if his telepathic abilities knew no bounds. Shang Jianyao refrained from consulting Bai Chun about their next steps, opting instead to prepare for the worst possible scenario, encircling the inner line marked by tire tracks, pushing Jing Fa towards the outer line in hopes of prolonging their time until the jeep could enter the frequently traversed area of the Hejiao wilderness. He believed that the distance and trajectory of movement within the inner line would be significantly less than that of the outer line, effectively diminishing the exoskeleton's shortcomings in reaction speed and fluidity when faced with a truly intelligent robot. Thus, a figure clad in a dark iron exoskeleton and a mechanical monk, whose body was composed of a similar dark metallic frame, raced, leaped, and pursued each other through the wilds, forests, and marshes, unreservedly expending their energy. Throughout this frantic engagement, Shang Jianyao attempted multiple times to fire grenades and electromagnetic weapon projectiles, yet Jing Fa consistently altered his course, maintaining a safe distance and demonstrating no intent to engage in direct combat. As Shang Jianyao observed his energy levels dwindling and the gap between him and the jeep gradually closing, he felt a growing sense of anxiety, yet he remained powerless. Should Jing Fa have chosen to close the distance and engage him in battle, he might have been able to adapt, risking it all in a desperate struggle. However, the current situation left him with a sense of impending doom, akin to a terminal illness with no remedy, as he was inexorably moving towards his demise. Do not be hasty. In this state of rapid movement and leaping, Bai Chun found herself unable to act, but keenly sensed the changes in Shang Jianyao's condition. Jiang Bai Mian had not provided her with a grenade launcher, and Bai Chun did not mind, as she understood that their leader was preparing for Jing Fa's attempts to circumvent the exoskeleton and directly assault the jeep. Bai Chen's role at present was to guide, not to fight. Shang Jianyao did not respond, but evidently reduced the frequency at which he attempted to break away from the inner line, exhibiting less impatience. Meanwhile, the tire tracks of the jeep continuously altered within this area, clearly indicating numerous turns, which made it increasingly difficult for Jing Fa to predict the vehicle's direction based solely on the tracks, forcing him to rely on the last visible traces. This provided Shang Jianyao with an opportunity. He raised his left arm and, guided by the precise targeting system, fired a grenade in a specific direction. Jing Fa, having just completed a turn, appeared unable to evade. His eyes glowed ominously, and the metallic joints at his ankles and knees contorted in an almost grotesque manner as he forced another maneuver, leaping into the air. Boom! The grenade detonated, resembling a blooming crimson firework. However, its expansion was slightly delayed compared to Jing Fa's movement, failing to engulf the mechanical monk. Just as Shang Jianyao felt frustration for missing the opportunity, a grenade shot forth from a nearby tree. It was aimed at Jing Fa, who was suspended in midair and rapidly losing momentum. Jing Fa instinctively turned his gaze, spotting Jiang Bai Mian, the leader of the old squad, who had not followed the jeep but instead concealed herself in the tree, brandishing a grenade launcher. Realizing he could not evade the incoming projectile, Jing Fa's back and feet revealed multiple metallic covers that opened, exposing deep, dark cavities the size of a fist. With a hissing sound, jets of white gas erupted from these voids, propelling Jing Fa laterally through the air. Boom! The high explosive grenade detonated near the mechanical monk, sending shockwaves that caused his body to tilt, momentarily impairing his balance. Though Shang Jianyao was puzzled by the leader's inexplicable presence, he seized the chance. Raising his right arm and utilizing the electromagnetic weapon of the exoskeleton to target Jing Fa, who was now struggling to maintain equilibrium and momentarily unable to expel gas. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, both he and Bai Chun caught sight of shadowy figures frantically devouring soil, prompting a shared sensation of intense hunger. Hungry Ghost Path. Through his previous leaps and lateral movements, Jing Fa had closed the distance between himself and the exoskeleton to little more than 20 meters. Bai Chun urgently rummaged through her pockets, retrieving compressed biscuits and energy bars. In her haste, she lost her balance and tumbled from the energy pack of the exoskeleton to the ground. Yet, this did not deter her from frantically tearing open the packaging and stuffing the food into her mouth. Meanwhile, Shang Jian Yao remained motionless, his jaw exposed beneath his metal helmet as he chewed on a piece of compressed biscuit, soaked in saliva and expanded to fill most of his mouth. He had initially placed the biscuit in his mouth under the pretext of eating before leaving the jeep, intending to buy himself a precious few seconds under the influence of the hungry ghost path. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Shang Jian Yao continued to devour the biscuit with a twisted smile, simultaneously squeezing the trigger. With a crackling sound of electricity, a projectile enveloped in silvery arcs traversed the distance of over 20 meters at an unfathomable speed, striking Jing Fa's dark metallic chest with precision. The impact echoed almost simultaneously, creating a noticeable concavity the size of a fist in front of Jing Fa, as the metal cracked and flaked away, revealing the hidden circuitry and components beneath. Fissures radiated outward like a spider's web. With this injury, the kinetic energy from the electromagnetic weapon propelled Jing Fa away, akin to a severed kite. At that moment, Jiang Bai Mian released the grenade launcher, drew her left arm back, and hurled a metallic rod entwined with countless silver arcs of electricity. Clang! The lightning-like metallic rod penetrated the concavity in front of Jing Fa, knocking him from the air and embedding him into the ground. With a thud, arcs of electricity blossomed like numerous petals along the components and circuits within Jing Fa. The mechanical monk's body stiffened, his eyes losing their crimson glow, appearing as if turned to stone. The effects of the hungry ghost path surrounding them dissipated. Observing this, Shang Jianyao swiftly adjusted his position, aiming the electromagnetic weapon at Jing Fa's head. However, before he could align his shot, the red light in Jing Fa's eyes reignited. His body, constructed entirely of a metallic framework, suddenly sprang into action, propelled by the metallic strut and the incessant silvery electric currents, leaping towards the distance. Subsequently, this mechanical monk veered repeatedly, sprinting away without a backward glance. At that moment, Jiang Mian lifted the grenade launcher once more, a disappointment barely concealed as she exclaimed loudly. He indeed possesses an emergency backup system and redundant structural components. Shang Jianyao intended to respond to the team leader, but the remnants of compressed biscuits lodged in his throat prevented him from speaking, nearly causing him to roll his eyes in distress. Instead, Bai Chun, having not swallowed the entire energy bar, queried loudly after finishing the remainder in her mouth, "Should we pursue?" Her inquiry was directed at Shang Jianyao. Jiang Mian gazed in the direction where Jing Fa had disappeared, shaking her head as she replied, "There is no time, and he is solely intent on fleeing this time. Far swifter than the exoskeleton apparatus." Having said this, she gracefully descended from the tree, approaching Bai Chun and Shang Jianyao, reassuring them, "Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. We have already severely wounded him. The emergency backup system and the redundant, isolated structural components surely possess only basic functionalities. Otherwise, they would be unable to sustain him. In simpler terms, Jing Fa cannot pursue us further until he repairs himself, and he should currently be incapable of utilizing his weapon systems or monitoring capabilities." Bai Chun sighed in relief. "Then we have ample time to escape his tracking range." No sooner had she spoken than Shang Jianyao, having finished his biscuits, blurted out, "Team leader, how did you end up here? Were you not supposed to rendezvous at Yalu Station? Where's the jeep?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian chuckled. The previous plan was merely a ruse. One cannot deceive Jing Fa without first deceiving you all. Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun momentarily fell into a state of perplexity. Jiang Mian, holding the grenade launcher, surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "From Jing Fa's ability to detect the female voice at the entrance from the position of the steel mill's blast furnace, I suspected that his monitoring system is far more formidable than we anticipated. This was later confirmed in several respects, leading me to harbor increasing doubts. For instance, how could he afford to meander and adopt a strategy of prolonged attrition unless he was certain we did not have a spare battery? Furthermore, during his initial ambush, why did he choose the passenger seat instead of the more critical driver's seat? He does not know us. How could he discern that I am the team leader, the one seemingly most threatening?" Bai Chun and I had previously strategized on how to respond if Jing Fa attacked the driver's seat. As I raised the grenade launcher, she would lower her body, allowing the projectile to traverse the driver's area, exiting through the window to strike the target. However, this plan proved futile. With such uncertainties, I deliberately guided you into discussions, formulating a rendezvous plan at Yalu Station to see if Jing Fa would fall for it. Even if he did not overhear it, he would eventually discern your intent through your actions, which aimed to delay him, granting the jeep time to escape his pursuit. After completing a series of turns here, I swiftly halted the vehicle, concealed myself in a nearby tree, and instructed Long Yue Hong to continue driving, directing him to stop and wait for us after 10 minutes. Listening to Jiang Mian's explanation, Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun gradually experienced a dawning realization. They had indeed noticed many signs, yet had not delved deeper into their implications. Jiang Mian cast a sidelong glance at Shang Jianyao. "Shouldn't you have guessed that there was something amiss with this plan long ago? When I indicated silently that you should contend with the hungry ghost realm while resisting the urge to speak, did you not grasp that quite swiftly? I remained silent, hinting to you that even in such a significant matter, I did not raise my voice, and yet during our planning, I spoke without restraint, which should have alerted you to the anomaly, even leading you to surmise that what was stated might not equate to actual intentions." Shang Jianyao, without reflection, directly replied, "I assumed you were concerned that using verbal communication would make me often recall the pertinent details, thus making it difficult to evade Jing Fa's mind-reading abilities, especially considering we do not know the effective range of such a power. By converting thoughts into actions and visuals, there exists an interpretative process. Even if Jing Fa could perceive that scene in my mind, he might not fully comprehend its true significance." "You are overthinking it," Jiang Mian commented. Bai Chun concurred with Shang Jianyao. "I also believe your silence was based on an understanding of awakeners. Although I have never heard discussions regarding the abilities of awakeners, and how to combat them could potentially be overheard, I cannot dismiss that possibility. I certainly do not possess as much knowledge in this regard as the major powers do." "You are complicating matters more than he does," Jiang Mian chuckled, praising herself. "Did I truly appear flawless? I simply did not anticipate that you would deceive us, which led me not to consider that avenue." Shang Jianyao immediately retorted. Bai Chun nodded in agreement. Jiang Mian then looked around once more, smiling as she shifted the topic. "Thus, venturing out for training allows you to rapidly accumulate experience and cultivate mutual understanding. In any case, regardless of the decisions I make, you must trust that I will never lead you astray. Let us proceed to reunite with Long Yue Hong." "All right." Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun fully grasped the sequence of events and learned a great deal from it. Jiang Mian cast another glance in the direction where the mechanical monk Jing Fa had fled, sighing, Regrettably, we were unable to destroy Jing Fa's body and obtain the bionic chip within. The relevant technology is undoubtedly worthy of research, capable of assisting the company in overcoming numerous challenges, and furthermore, the monk sect likely possesses some understanding of the reasons behind the obliteration of the old world. The Immortals were one of the most significant projects before the world's demise, and those who inherit this legacy will not be simple. At this juncture, before Shang Jianyao could remind her, Jiang Mian proactively shook her head. These are merely my fanciful aspirations. In fact, if I were to destroy Jing Fa's body, I would find it even more daunting to retrieve his bionic chip. The abilities of Awakeners are both enigmatic and terrifying. Carrying the bionic chip that harbors his consciousness would be tantamount to suicide. That would be for the best, she remarked, turning her gaze towards Shang Jianyao. Let us go. Shang Jianyao observed the tire tracks, silently pivoting his body and crouching down. Quite meticulous. You did not make us traverse on foot. For I could not keep pace with the exoskeleton apparatus. Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction, seating herself sideways on the energy backpack, leaving half the space for Bai Chun. Once the two were ready, gripping the metallic framework around their shoulders, Shang Jianyao straightened up, taking large strides, the faint sound of metal grinding accompanying him as he followed the tire tracks. He did not sprint at full speed, and the noise of his footsteps was not overly loud. Approximately 15 minutes later, Shang Jianyao exited the sparse woodland, arriving at a desolate expanse of gray-black terrain. The ground was strewn with stones and weeds, the soil hard, with shallow and numerous tire marks making differentiation difficult. Utilizing the comprehensive warning system, Shang Jianyao spotted the jeep in the distance. Its side wheels sank into a patch of mud the size of a pond, tilting the entire vehicle precariously, as if it could sink at any moment. However, two ropes tethered it to a wild-looking gray off-road vehicle. The engine of the gray off-road vehicle buzzed, attempting to pull the jeep out of the mire. Long Yue Hong, armed with a submachine gun, stood beside the vehicle, engaging in lively conversation with a man and a woman. Have you spotted the jeep? I sense there were quite a few people over there. Jiang Bamian pressed on the shoulder of her exoskeleton device, stretching her neck to gaze towards Long Yue Hong's direction. Shang Jianyao nodded affirmatively. I see it. Is Long Yue Hong all right? Bai Qin noticed that Shang Jianyao's pace had noticeably slowed and posed a question. Shang Jianyao replied with a smile. He is well, and has made a few friends. Oh, Jiang Bamian exclaimed. Let's go take a look. Shang Jianyao promptly quickened his pace, heading toward the location of the jeep. He deliberately intensified the sound of his footsteps, ensuring that Long Yue Hong and the man and woman beside him could hear the commotion from afar. The man and woman turned their heads almost simultaneously to look in this direction. Upon seeing the black military exoskeleton approaching, their expressions shifted dramatically, and without a second thought, they rolled back to the vicinity of the gray off-road vehicle. By this time, the jeep had been successfully dragged out of the small swamp by the assembled gray off-road vehicle. Long Yue Hong's face brightened with joy as he took a few steps forward. What's the situation? After calling out, he remembered something and quickly turned to shout towards the gray off-road vehicle. Don't worry, they're my companions. He is? Shang Jianyao had arrived nearby. At the gray off-road vehicle, both the occupants and the man and woman outside appeared highly tense and on guard. Long Yue Hong hastily responded. I'm not familiar with the road, and drove the vehicle into the mud. They offered help upon discovering us. They are very friendly. Jiang Bamian and Bai Chun exchanged glances and chuckled softly. This doesn't seem like something ordinary wilderness drifters would do. After saying this, she patted Shang Jianyao on the shoulder. Let us show our own friendliness. At her words, Shang Jianyao immediately halted his steps. Once Jiang Bamian and Bai Chun leapt down from their energy packs, raised their respective firearms, and prepared for any eventuality, he approached Long Yue Hong and proclaimed loudly, help me remove the exoskeleton device. Seeing that Shang Jianyao was indeed disengaging his exoskeleton, the group at the gray off-road vehicle visibly relaxed. They conferred briefly and sent the man and woman who had previously spoken with Long Yue Hong back over. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, had a square face with rough and weathered skin. He had black hair and brown eyes, dressed in what could be termed formal attire from the old world, his posture straightened, though it was clear the attire had been modified for mobility. Unlike the wilderness drifters encountered by Shang Jianyao and the others, his clothing, though old and patched, did not convey a sense of raggedness. The woman, in her 20s, also possessed black hair and brown eyes. She wore a military green camouflage outfit, her features fairly pleasant, yet her expression was entirely devoid of emotion, imparting a chill and indifference. A faintly visible dark tattoo marked the junction of her neck and shoulder. Each carried an automatic rifle on their back and a black handgun, stopping a few meters away from Jiang Bamian and the others. Thank you for your assistance. Jiang Bamian called out loudly. This is what every moral individual ought to do, the man in his 30s replied calmly. Jiang Bamian instantly smiled in the gray dust. Morality is a luxury, no a rarity. We cannot abandon our principles simply because the old world has perished. The man appeared somewhat proud of his ability to uphold morality. He then inquired loudly, "Are you also heading north of Yulu Station? Are you looking for someone?" Jiang Baimian raised her eyebrows. "What should I call you?" The man replied candidly, "Wu Shaoxi, a mid-level hunter." He paused before continuing. "It seems you are unaware that a ruin of an old-world city has been discovered north of Yulu Station, one that had never been found before. A previously undiscovered city ruin?" Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun could not help but exchange glances. Jiang Baimian frowned slightly. "How do you know this?" "There was an anomaly in the depths of the swamp, which occurred the night before last." Wu Shaoxi glanced at his companion, revealing no concealment. "Someone entered that city ruin and uncovered many artifacts, modifying a wireless telegraph to relay the information back to the Wild Grass City Guild. You must understand what an undiscovered urban relic signifies." Before Jiang Baimian and the others could respond, he provided the answer himself. "Danger and opportunity. The items, data, and secrets there are sufficient to satisfy thousands of relic hunter teams multiple times over. You need not worry about conflicts amongst each other. In comparison, the inherent dangers within the city ruins are much more palpable and terrifying, and having more companions equates to greater strength to confront them." Chapter 44, The Next Destination. AI, Qian's octopus prompts you. Please bookmark for easier reading later. Concerning such newly discovered old-world city ruins. Due to the uncertainty of the heartless beings that may have undergone mutations within, and the hidden dangers that may still lurk, relic hunters tend to prefer forming alliances for mutual exploration rather than guarding against one another, eliminating competitors. After all, within such a city ruin, resources abound, enough to satisfy everyone without the need for rivalry. In the community of relic hunters, this practice is referred to as pioneering. Jiang Baimian was not surprised by Wu Shaoxi's invitation. She first glanced back at Shang Jianyao and the others, then smiled and said, "We have other matters to attend to." Before Wu Shaoxi could respond, she continued, "I've heard there are many anomalies north of Yulu Station. Besides the deep night howls you should be aware of, there have also been mysterious deaths, with no visible injuries, and faces twisted or smiling in very strange ways." She relayed the information she had received from Harris Brown to Wu Shaoxi and the others, as a way to repay their assistance in extracting the jeep from mud. After listening, Wu Shaoxi turned to the expressionless female companion beside him. "Ru Xiang, can you discern anything?" The woman in the military green camouflage shook her head. "I cannot determine." Wu Shaoxi nodded slightly, looking back at Jiang Baimian. "Thank you for the warning. We will remain vigilant. However, such an opportunity may only arise once in several years, and will only diminish thereafter, so we cannot afford to miss it. In the gray dust, we must seize every possible advantage. Otherwise, it merely becomes a difference of dying a few years sooner or later." After expressing her unwavering determination, Jiang Baimian merely smiled, non-committal, which instantly clarified that she indeed had no intention of exploring the new ruins. Thus, we resumed our journey, hoping for another encounter. Wu Shaoxi bid farewell politely and returned with his companions to the gray off-road vehicle. "May we meet again?" Jiang Baimian raised her hand in a brief wave. The phrase goodbye is one of the most beautiful expressions of hope amidst the gray dust. In a world where anyone could perish from hunger, illness, attacks, or natural disasters at any moment, the possibility of meeting again is truly precious. After watching the gray vehicle disappear into the distance, Jiang Baimian turned and sighed. What a pity, such an undiscovered urban ruin would surely yield a wealth of invaluable primary materials. Bai Chun gazed northward and instinctively inquired, "Are you really not going? Do I strike you as someone who presents one face while concealing another?" Jiang Baimian retorted with a smile. Just as she spoke, she noticed Shang Jianyao, Bai Chun, and Long Yuehong all looking at her with somewhat peculiar expressions. "Haha," she chuckled awkwardly. "That was merely a tactic, you see? A strategy." Before the three team members could speak, she teased Bai Chun. "What's wrong? Is the blood of a wilderness wanderer surging within you, urging you forth?" Bai Chun fell silent for a moment, slightly lowering his head. "More so, it's a habit, I suppose. Once a wilderness wanderer understands such matters, none would pass up an opportunity. Better to gamble with hope than to perish from cold and hunger in winter." Jiang Baimian nodded gently and glanced at Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong, saying, "If our old team had been established for over 6 months and completed several missions, I would certainly revise the plan to detour north of Yulu Station. However, we have 2 newcomers who are inexperienced on the surface. The anomalies and dangers there are abundantly clear. I cannot lead these 2 novices into peril, risking their lives for my aspirations." Shang Jianyao listened quietly before responding. "You previously mentioned that my performance was commendable, making you forget that I am a newcomer to the surface." "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that," Jiang Baimian replied, a slight smile freezing on her face. Before Shang Jianyao could repeat himself, she rubbed her ears. In any case, each member of our old team is hard-earned. I will not allow you to sacrifice yourselves. At this point, she turned serious and stated, let us check the map and confirm our current location. Although we will not be venturing to the newly discovered urban ruins, we must relay this information back to the company. I need to locate the nearest wilderness wanderer settlement affiliated with the company that possesses a radio transmitter. Additionally, the intelligence provided by Harris Brown regarding the mechanical monk Jing Fa must also be communicated back to the company. Understood. Bai Chun produced a relatively rudimentary map. At this moment, Long Yuhong recalled to inquire about a crucial matter. Captain, have you resolved the situation with Jing Fa? Will he pursue us again? Jiang Bai Mian chuckled. If he were to pursue us at any moment, would I dare to converse with Wu Shoushi and chat with you here? Seeing Long Yuhong relax, she shifted her tone. However, we have indeed not resolved the issue with Jing Fa. Long Yuhong's body immediately tensed slightly. Jiang Bai Mian quickly reassured her. We merely inflicted significant damage on him, rendering him unable to pursue us for the time being. By the time he repairs himself, we will have long evaded his tracking range. The Black Marsh Wilderness is vast, and we need not worry about being found by him. Long Yuhong eased up, patting her stomach. I feel a bit hungry. By now, a considerable amount of time had passed since lunch, and she had only consumed a small piece of compressed biscuit due to the influence of the hungry ghost path. Jiang Bai Mian raised an eyebrow. You didn't ask how we managed to injure Jing Fa? From a moment you exited the vehicle, I could roughly guess your true plan. Long Yuhong straightened her back. As for the specifics, I can ask after lunch. A promising student indeed. Jiang Bai Mian praised in an elder tone, smarter than I had anticipated. Long Yuhong felt a surge of joy and instinctively wanted to downplay her achievements. Just then, Shang Jianyao inadvertently asked, Captain, did you previously think he was not intelligent? Long Yuhong's expression immediately fell. Jiang Bai Mian coughed lightly. That's not quite it. It's primarily because he lacks experience. To react promptly is quite commendable. After all, he has undergone genetic modification. He shouldn't be too lacking. My performance is merely average. Long Yuhong murmured to herself, lowering her head. Jiang Bai Mian tilted her head slightly, discerning the nuances in her words. After a few seconds, she glanced at Shang Jianyao. Sometimes, being too intelligent isn't necessarily a boon. Those of average intellect may have a greater chance of survival, as they understand the importance of following orders and do not act independently. Moreover, everyone has their unique strengths. Long Yuhong inhaled slowly and nodded. At this point, Bai Chun confirmed their current location and indicated it on the map for Jiang Bai Mian. The nearest settlement is actually to the north. We should be able to reach it by evening or early tomorrow. Jiang Bai Mian scrutinized the map for a while and felt relieved to find that it was still a considerable distance from Yulu Station, with a certain directional deviation that would prevent us from getting entangled in matters there. She folded the map and tossed it to Bai Chun. Let us set off. Destination, Huī Tǔ. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong, unfamiliar with the Black Marsh Wilderness, voiced no objections. Bai Chun, check the vehicle's condition. Long Yuhong, retrieve some energy bars from the trunk. As Jiang Bai Mian issued her instructions, she walked toward the jeep. As Bai Chun and Long Yuhong attended to their tasks, Jiang Bai Mian slowed her pace, gazing at the small marsh ahead, and said to Shang Jianyao, why did you feel the need to undermine Long Yuhong as confidence? Be frank and share your true thoughts. Shang Jianyao, also looking ahead, replied with a slight smile. I want him to leave the old team. He has too much of a hindrance. Jiang Bai Mian remained silent, continuing her slow walk toward the jeep. After a couple of seconds, she heard Shang Jianyao's somewhat somber voice. It's too dangerous for him. Jiang Bai Mian tilted her head slightly, a smile returning to her face. I almost didn't catch what you said. She chose not to pursue the previous topic, quickening her pace and taking her seat in the driver's position of the jeep. Soon, the jeep roared to life, heading toward the northbound Huī Tǔ. After finishing their lunch, Shang Jianyao took the initiative to inquire, what is the location of Yichao? Bai Chun, seated in the passenger seat, turned slightly and replied, it is a city situated on the outskirts of the original city, at the edge of the Single Prairie. Single Prairie? Long Yuehong keenly sensed that this term was somewhat peculiar. Within the confines of Pangu Biological, many individuals may never set foot on the surface in their lifetimes. Thus, the geographical textbooks available are rather rudimentary, merely outlining the major factions and indicating the principal terrains. It is the area where the mechanical monks are most active. Jiang Baimian, while driving, casually explained that it is rumored that the headquarters of the monk sect conceals the technology and corresponding equipment for immortality, hidden somewhere within this expanse. Bai Chun continued, the specific location of this prairie is to the southeast of the Heizhou Wilderness. To reach the original city, one must pass through it without taking a detour. After providing a brief introduction to the Single Prairie, she returned to the previous topic. Yi Chao Cheng was originally a minor faction on the Sengal Prairie, but later the original city expanded into that territory, intending to enslave its inhabitants. Consequently, they fought several battles, suffering casualties on both sides. At that time, the original city was also embroiled in conflicts with other major factions, leaving them unable to reinforce their slave capture teams here. They were compelled to negotiate with Yi Chao Cheng, allowing them to join the original city as formal citizens. Thus, Yi Chao Cheng enjoys a high degree of autonomy and is a vibrant hub for relic hunters, with its hunter guild branch quite renowned. Having listened to Bai Chen's account, the satiated Long Yuehong began to inquire about the specifics of how Jiang Baimian and others dealt with Jingfa, hoping to glean experience and intelligence. As their discussion drew to a close, he turned to Jinyao, unable to suppress his curiosity, and hesitantly asked, "What is the name of the awakened one who suddenly made Jingfa amiable?" He quickly added, "If it's inconvenient to answer, you need not respond." Shang Jinyao gazed at the windshield ahead, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating, "The reasoning jester." It was already past noon. Chapter 45. The third night, the remaining ember of the long night, the sun gradually sank in the west, painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson, while the gray-black wilderness displayed trees standing tall and straight. Long Yuehong observed a few figures moving northward in the distance, and perplexed asked, "Why are their relic hunters relying solely on foot? Wouldn't they fall behind the previous group?" Since parting ways with Wu Shaoxi and others, they had encountered several parties of relic hunters heading north of Yulu Station. These hunters employed a variety of means of transportation. Some drove modified vehicles. Others rode roaring motorcycles, some used bicycles, and others rode tamed horses. Despite the eclectic array of transport, at least they all had some form of mobility. Bai Chen glanced over and succinctly remarked, "They are merely seeking to save costs." "What do you mean?" Long Yuehong pressed for clarification. Jiang Baimian, maintaining her focus on her handgun maintenance without lifting her head, replied, "They intentionally walk, opting not to be the first to reach the ruins of that city. In doing so, the relic hunters ahead can help them trigger traps, eliminating many dangers. Although this means they forfeit the chance to acquire first-hand information and select precious resources, it ultimately ensures greater safety. As long as they do not venture into the city center, their chances of survival remain significant. After all, that city is vast. Even if a major factions team leads the way, they cannot clear out all the peripheral areas at once or monitor every path." Long Yuehong initially grasped this logic, but soon found himself puzzled again. But they won't be able to carry much either. With just their shoulders and hands, their load will certainly be limited. They might as well not go. Jiang Baimian raised her head and laughed derisively. "It seems you truly lack an understanding of city ruins. There are plenty of abandoned vehicles and various parts there. As long as you possess repair skills, you can prepare your means of transport upon arrival at the periphery. This, in itself, counts as a gain. In fact, compared to those who drove there, they might yield even more in terms of quantity." Long Yuehong reflected on this and realized the truth. Previously, Wu Shaoxi's relic hunting team of 4, driving a gray SUV, could potentially secure 3 vehicles and 4 loads of supplies upon reaching the ruins, provided they navigated the danger successfully. However, if 4 relic hunters relied solely on foot, carrying only tents and weapons, they could at most acquire 4 vehicles and 4 loads of supplies. Shang Jianyao pondered aloud. Isn't the primary benefit of driving to save time and conserve energy? Indeed, those who arrive at Yulu Station will certainly need more than a day's rest. As they are not pressed for time, Jiang Baimian affirmed, attaching her 202 handgun back to her harness and gesturing toward the distant group of people. She then glanced around and noted, "It's getting close to evening. It seems we won't reach Huī Tǔ today. Let's find a hillside or similar location to set up camp and depart at dawn." "All right," responded Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and others in succession. Before long, they found a small mound in the gray-black wilderness and set up their tents in a sheltered spot. As Jiang Baimian watched the campfire rise, she clapped her hands and turned her gaze, saying, "Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, your midday tasks remain unfulfilled." "Huh?" Long Yuehong was somewhat dazed. It took him a few seconds to remember that there were tasks left unfinished at the steel factory ruins. One was to find some food based on his abilities, and the other was to draft a layout map of the steel factory ruins. But our exploration was interrupted by Jingfa, and now we cannot return. "We must go to Huī Tǔ," he hurriedly argued. Beside him, Shang Jianyao remained silent, merely smiling at Jiang Baimian, seemingly aware that the leader was deliberately creating a situation. Jiang Baimian glanced around and cheerfully stated, "Thus, we need to assign you a task that can be completed now." She then looked at her black digital watch before nightfall. "Complete a hunt, with no restrictions on the size of the prey." After speaking, she lifted her head and told Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong, "Show me the portions of the map you've already drafted." Shang Jianyao promptly handed over the page that depicted only the hospital and broadcasting station areas. Jiang Baimian took it and, Upon examining it, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. Why mark a restroom? It cannot be used. Leader, that statement is quite strange. Long Yuehong refrained from voicing his thoughts. Shang Jianyao replied earnestly, detail and accuracy are my requirements for mapping. Have you drafted maps before? Jiang Baimin inquired, slightly curious. No. Shang Jianyao honestly shook his head. Then, I suppose, Jiang Baimin forcibly swallowed the rest of her sentence, waved her hand, and said, go hunt. Without delay, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong slung their assault rifles over their shoulders and ascended to the top of the small mound, surveying their surroundings. In the wilderness, the weeds gently bowed in the evening breeze, harmonizing with the dark, earthy soil and various stones. At a glance, the trees numbered only in the dozens, let alone the presence of lively animals. This scarcity left Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong at a loss for targets. Which way should we go? Long Yuehong inquired. Shang Jianyao cast a glance at the small stream winding around the earthen mound. Let us follow it to find the river. There should be fish there. Indeed, Long Yuehong replied, his expression easing. After a moment of hesitation, he added, but can this really be considered hunting? From a practical standpoint, certainly, Shang Jianyao answered with indifference. The only question is how far we must travel to find the fish. What if we also hunt other animals along the way? Long Yuehong suddenly suggested, Shang Jianyao, do you think you could use your reasoning skills to lure the prey back directly? Shang Jianyao scrutinized Long Yuehong. First, you must ensure they can hear me, and second, you must make them stop to listen. True. Long Yuehong opened his mouth as if to ask something further, but ultimately refrained. After pondering, he concluded, we cannot hunt blindly. Let's consult Bai Chun first. All right, Shang Jianyao replied nonchalantly, turning to approach the jeep near the campfire. Long Yuehong observed his retreating figure, remained silent for a moment, and sighed softly. Bai Chun, where might we find game nearby? Upon reaching the jeep, Shang Jianyao posed the question directly. Bai Chun pointed toward an area with sparse trees. You might want to check over there. There should be rabbits. She briefly explained the techniques for hunting rabbits, concluding, if you were ordinary people, I would suggest setting traps and using tools, but your marksmanship is sufficient. Just remain calm and composed. Understood. Both Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao responded with a hint of anticipation. An hour later, as the sun's lingering rays began to fade, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong returned to the campfire, their faces dusty and disheveled. In Shang Jianyao's hand was a wild rabbit, its gray-white fur stained with blood, dripping onto the ground. You took so long and only caught one rabbit? Jiang Baimin, comfortably seated by the fire, stood up. Rabbits are too skittish and fast, and with so many people passing by today, they were frightened and hard to catch. Jiang Baimin added with a smile. Exactly. Long Yuehong eagerly concurred. Shang Jianyao contemplated. Perhaps we underestimated the rabbits, thinking they would be easy to catch. Indeed, we have gained experience this time. Future endeavors will be easier. Jiang Baimin pointed to the campfire, instructed them to skin the rabbit, clean it of blood, and roast it. Soon, the rabbit was skewered on a thick branch, turning over the red flames. Bai Chun occasionally sprinkled salt on the rabbit, gradually transforming its surface into a golden hue, releasing an aroma that Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong had never encountered before. This seems promising, they both remarked. Jiang Baimin chuckled and shook her head. One could only say it is acceptable. Without oil for basting or spices to sprinkle, the rabbit meat is rather tough, but it will suffice. How extravagant. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong instinctively replied. When roasting meat, one should baste it with oil. It adds so much flavor. Jiang Baimin focused intently on the small rabbit without looking up. Sometimes, when there's no container to hold the rendered fat, we must make do on the spot. In the wild, one must learn to adapt to the environment. Just as Jiang Baimin finished speaking, she suddenly raised her head, glancing toward the side of the small mound. Two people are approaching. Long Yuehong, already vigilant, immediately raised the barrel of his berserker assault rifle, while Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun followed suit with their gazes. Moments later, they saw the two individuals. It was another pair, a man and a woman. The man, standing just under 6 feet tall, appeared to be in his 40s, with long black hair and a distinguished beard, exuding an air of past handsomeness despite nearing middle age. The woman, slightly over 5 feet tall, had striking blonde hair and blue eyes, her features sharp and strikingly beautiful. They shared a commonality in their loose, unique robes, one black and the other gray-blue, the latter adorned with various peculiar, abstract symbols. Jiang Baimin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you here?" The woman in the gray-blue robe stopped in her tracks, cupping her left hand with her right, raising it to her forehead, and bowed in greeting. Blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign. She spoke in a perfectly articulated dialect of Huī Tǔ, rather than the Red River language one might expect from her appearance. The middle-aged man chuckled. I am not acquainted with her. We only met recently, but upon catching a whiff of something aromatic, I thought to come and see if anyone might be so generous. Perhaps not, Jiang Baimin replied, gesturing towards the modest rabbit over the fire. Since we have crossed paths, why not engage in conversation? The middle-aged man maintained his smile. I am not boasting. Everyone I encounter praises my extensive knowledge and experiences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai Mian discreetly signaled to Shang Jianyao and the others to remain on guard. She then smiled. Very well. The middle-aged man, with long black hair and clad in a loose black robe, found a spot near the campfire and sat down casually, exuding an air of nonchalance. The blonde woman in the gray-blue robe followed suit without concern, seemingly untroubled by the presence of Shang Jianyao and his companions. This confidence and demeanor prompted Jiang Bai Mian to chuckle softly. Do we appear so harmless? Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuehong simultaneously entertained a similar thought. These two clearly possessed a strong sense of assurance. Had they not just stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient city? With such a discovery, who had time for internal strife? The middle-aged man extended his hands toward the warmth of the campfire. What shall I call you? Jiang Bai Mian resumed her previous position and calmly replied, I am Jiang Bai Mian. We hail from a certain faction and have come to the Heizhou wilderness to complete specific tasks. She revealed a bit of her identity while withholding details, hoping to instill a sense of caution in the others, aiming for a peaceful conclusion to the night before parting ways. Her decision to allow the two newcomers to approach the campfire was primarily due to Shang Jinyao's limited awakening abilities. Close proximity was certainly more advantageous than distance. Even though there are awakened ones on the opposing side, the primary target will undoubtedly be Jiang Bai Mian. This is akin to the leader's focus, thus providing Shang Jianyao an opportunity. Even if the adversary possesses a range-type ability similar to the Hungry Ghost Path at this distance, the well-prepared Shang Jianyao would still have time to execute a counterattack and create a corresponding impact. It is evident that the middle-aged man harbors no suspicion regarding Jiang Bai Mian's disclosed identity. Judging by his appearance, physique, skin, clothing, and weaponry, they do not resemble wandering nomads of the wasteland. Only that young girl makes me uncertain. He referred to Bai Chun, who was roasting a rabbit. Just as Jiang Bai Mian was about to retort that they were not so young anymore, the middle-aged man continued. My name is Du Hong, with Mu, two representing wood and earth, signifying balance. I am a historian and an antiquity scholar. I must admit, though I have been part of the Hunters Guild for over 20 years, I was merely a novice until recently promoted to a full member. Regrettably, I have not undertaken many commissions, primarily utilizing their resources and information to further my research. Recently, I learned of the discovery of an unexplored world city ruin, which is why I am here. His demeanor remained amiable throughout his speech, radiating kindness. However, his response increasingly compelled Jiang Bai Mian, Shang Jianyao, and others to view him with respect. A scholar of antiquities and history, seemingly armed with only a handgun, dares to wander alone in the gray earth, exploring urban ruins, and has survived to middle age, which undoubtedly indicates he is far from ordinary. The blonde, blue-eyed woman then introduced herself. I am Galerin, a Taoist priestess. Although she spoke gray earth language, her pronunciation bore an odd quality, leaving Shang Jianyao and others feeling somewhat disoriented. Galerin continued, her smile faint. I came here because many people were heading this way, so I followed to take a look. How casual, Jiang Bai Mian remarked without reservation. Galerin maintained her smile and replied, what else would one do? Since the destruction of the old world, many have come to understand a truth. Despite humanity's self-proclaimed superiority as a species in the face of the world and fate, we are akin to leaves caught in a tempest. As she spoke, she gestured towards the sparse trees in the distance. We can only dance with the wind, unable to determine where we shall land. If we cannot resist the dictates of fate, it is better to relinquish such thoughts, to move with the wind, shift our perspectives, and witness the diverse scenery along the way, seeking the existence of the Tao, thereby discerning the real from the illusory, ultimately liberating ourselves from shackles, hoping for eternal years. As the saying goes, man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Observing such a beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes expounding before them, Long Yuehong and the others felt a bit bewildered. They could comprehend each word, yet the overall message left them perplexed. Ultimately, they summarize her approach as one of adaptation to circumstances. I think I understand, Jiang Bai Mian nodded earnestly. Du Hong contemplated as he glanced at Galerin, then pointed at the rabbit. When I arrived earlier, I spotted 2 wild rabbits, indicating that prey is not too scarce here. Why did you only catch one? Upon hearing this question, the faces of Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong turned various shades of red. Jiang Bai Mian discreetly observed them from the corner of her eye, chuckling softly and shaking her head. Heaven has a benevolent nature. Du Heng's expression shifted to one of realization. Are you members of the monastic order or the crystal consciousness sect? No. We merely encountered a mechanical monk from the monastic order and had a bit of a conflict, engaging in a fierce battle. Du Heng pondered for a moment, Did that monk wear a red robe? Yes, Jiang by Mian did not conceal this. Du Hong and Galerin scrutinized the four-person team once more. After Du Hong withdrew his gaze, he smiled. You are quite impressive. As far as I know, the mechanical monks in the monastic order who wear red robes have a considerable probability of being awakened ones. Galerin nodded in agreement, indicating she had heard similarly. Indeed, Jiang by Mian confirmed their suspicions. She surveyed her surroundings, not lingering her gaze on anyone, then smiled and asked, Do you two possess profound knowledge regarding awakened ones? Since Du Hong suggested a pleasant conversation, and Galerin embraced a philosophy of adaptation, she felt no hesitation in seeking information that is exceedingly rare for ordinary individuals. If they chose not to respond, she would not press. However, should they answer, she considered offering a portion of the rabbit's legs. As the four of them had no intention of relying on such modest prey to satiate their hunger, the main fare consisted of energy bars and compressed biscuits. And if necessary, they could resort to military rations. Du Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully. This poses a challenge for me. He said this with a notably cheerful smile. Before the blonde, blue-eyed priestess Galerin could speak, Du Hong proudly added, However, I am acquainted with several awakened ones who have shared with me that, in their hearts, they too seek and yearn for a new world, just as everyone in the gray earth is searching for a gateway to a new realm, hoping to escape hunger and the afflictions of disease and deformity. Yes, the monastic order refers to that as the pure land of ultimate bliss. Shang Jian Yao listened attentively, seemingly gaining some insight. At that moment, Galerin interjected softly. Among those mechanical monks in the monastic order wearing red robes, there's a certain probability they have entered the Sea of Origins. Yes, the Sea of Origins. They mentioned this term. Du Hong clapped his thigh in excitement. Jiang by Mian remained silent, reflecting thoughtfully. If one crosses the Sea of Origins, where will they arrive? I do not know, Galerin responded calmly. Du Hong smiled but offered no answer, nor did he admit ignorance. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Jiang by Mian inquired, From where does one enter the Sea of Origins? Galerin gazed at the flickering crimson flames of the campfire. Each person has their own terminology for that place. At this juncture, Du Hong interjected cheerfully. The most widely accepted term is Hall of the Stars. Shang Jianyao's eyes flickered, though his expression remained unchanged. I see. Jiang by Mian nodded slightly. I have not interacted with many awakened ones and have little understanding of them. Having said that, she did not afford Du Hong and Galerin the opportunity to respond, instead turning her gaze towards Bai Chun. How is the roasting coming along? Almost done. Bai retrieved the branch strewn with rabbits. As a guest from afar, he decided to share some with the two of them, as instructed by Jiang by Mian. Bai Chun was acutely aware of how rare the earlier conversation had been, and felt no inclination to refuse. After allowing the roasted rabbit to cool for a moment, he tore off 2 hind legs and handed them to Du Hong and Jia Luo Lan respectively. After wandering the gray earth for so many years, it was the first time he had heard terms like Yuan Chuanji Hai and Qiuanqing dating. Du Hong, without any pretension, reached out to accept the offering, grasping the leg bone and eagerly began to eat, exclaiming that it was perfectly roasted. Jia Luo Lan, in contrast, displayed more decorum, delicately nibbling at the warm meat. Meanwhile, Bai Chun divided the remaining roasted rabbit into portions and placed them into the lunchboxes of herself and the others. Shang Jianyao took a bite and found the meat somewhat tough, yet it possessed a flavor far superior to that of the meals typically served within the confines of their company. Long Yuhong stood guard nearby, watching eagerly but unable to indulge immediately. After observing Du Hong unabashedly savor the remnants of meat from his fingers, Jiang by Mian chuckled and remarked, Mr. Du, did you not claim to be a historian with profound knowledge? What do you know about the newly discovered ruins north of Yulu Station? Are you aware of which city in the old world it corresponds to? Du Hong produced a crumpled handkerchief to wipe his hands, chuckling softly as he replied, I am unaware. Much of the knowledge of the old world was lost during its destruction in the ensuing chaotic years, including many high-precision maps. However, I am certain of one thing. That newly discovered city ruin possesses anomalies and significant research value. Why do you say that? Jiang by Mian inquired on behalf of Bai Chun and Shang Jianyao. Du Hong gazed skyward towards the northern horizon. When the old world was destroyed, many people survived in the towns and villages surrounding the cities, yet no one has ever mentioned or attempted to explore that city ruin. The information we have is merely what has been relayed from the site of the ruins. At this point, both Jiang by Mian and Bai Chun expressed their agreement, recalling how even a child like Tian Er, he from Shui Wei Town, had been determined to return to the city in search of his parents. Such details indicated that the city ruin was undoubtedly extraordinary. Du Hong reiterated his conclusion. Just as he finished speaking, a rough and chilling roar echoed from the distant north. Awu, in the stillness of the night, it felt as though a nightmare had descended upon them. Chapter 47. entrusted to nature. Before the roar subsided, similar cries rang out from various locations within the vast marsh, continuous and resounding. Du existent entendre. His ever-present smile vanishing without a trace. Once the night in the black marsh wilderness returned to silence, this self-proclaimed antiquarian and historian turned back to Jiang Mian, Shang Jianyao, and the others, saying, "The situation over there is more troublesome than I anticipated. It seems I must make haste." As he spoke, he was already rising to his feet. "Be careful," Jiang Mian politely urged, not attempting to retain him. Du Heng chuckled softly, offering no direct response, and before departing, he casually remarked, "Little girl, your name always brings to mind the past. In my hometown, there are many cotton fields nearby, and during this season or a bit later, countless little clouds would fall to the ground. It was a beautiful sight." Jiang Mian also stood, smiling slightly as she replied, "My father is a biologist researching cotton improvement, and I was born in the very month of cotton harvest, which is why he chose this name for me." She then protested lightly, "Though you're indeed older than us, I believe little girl is a bit too much." Du Heng laughed heartily. "My age far exceeds what my appearance suggests, and is greater than you can imagine." He did not linger any longer, waving goodbye with a smile. "Until we meet again." "Until we meet again," Jiang Mian and Shang Jianyao responded politely. Du Heng waved once more and turned his body, circumventing the earth mound, and stepped into the dark wilderness where the sun had set and the moon had yet to rise, heading northward. "Ms. Jia Luo Lan, will you also head north to Lu Station?" Jiang Mian resumed her seat, gazing at the golden-haired, blue-eyed figure across from her. Jia Luo Lan smiled in response. "There is no need to address me as a mess. In the pursuit of the Tao, there is no distinction of gender. If you wish to show respect, you may refer to me as Dao Zhang. However, if you prefer to call me Xiao Luo, Xiao Lan, or Xiao Jia, that is also acceptable. It merely reflects the different scenery along the path, devoid of hierarchy." How very grounded, Jiang Mian thought for a long moment, finally settling on an appropriate descriptor, noting that her grasp of the Huī Tǔ language was rather impressive. "This was not of my own volition." Jia Luolan's reply caught Bai Chun and the others off guard. She maintained her smile as she explained, "The texts regarding the Tao are all written in Huī Tǔ script. If translated into Honghe language, the essence would be lost, preventing a truly accurate description." With that, she tossed the gnawed rabbit bone to the ground, extended her oil-stained fingers to her mouth, and sucked on them for a moment before casually wiping them on her clothing. This nonchalant behavior, combined with her beauty and a hint of nobility, left Bai Mian, Shang Jianyao, and the others momentarily stunned. Jia Luo Lan produced a water pouch, took a couple of sips, and noticing the group staring at her in disbelief, she chuckled softly. "Sometimes, we cannot even distinguish between the real and the false. And when we cannot ensure our most basic survival, why concern ourselves with these trivial details? It is better to act at will, in harmony with nature." As she said this, her gaze turned to the flickering campfire, and with an enigmatic smile, she added, "Just like the noble families of the original city council, who, despite having been wanderers struggling to survive in the wilderness decades ago, now insist on etiquette, rank, and all manner of meaningless formalities. While citizens of the lower classes still freeze and starve to death within the city, they dictate that banquets must adhere to specific utensils." Shang Jianyao, Long Yuhong, and Bai Chun had never been to the original city, having only heard rumors, rendering them unable to engage in this topic. Jiang Mian, however, nodded thoughtfully. "It seems you hail from the original city." Jia Luo Lan, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Taoist, smiled but offered no affirmations or denials. Observing the sudden silence, Shang Jianyao shifted the subject. "Doubt Zhang Jia Luo Lan, what does it mean to be a Taoist?" Jia Luo Lan pondered seriously, explaining that is indeed a bit challenging. "Have you not encountered monks before? The Taoist can be regarded as a distinct type of monk, belonging to a different faith with varying beliefs." Upon hearing the term Ji Sui, individuals such as Jiang Mian and Long Yuhong experienced a palpable tension in their brows. Shang Jianyao, inquisitive, pressed on, "Which Ji Sui do you follow?" Jia Luolan's expression turned grave. "Zhuangsheng." The members of the Old Tune group found themselves at a loss for words. After shedding the constraints of Jing, Fa, Long Yuhong and Shang Jianyao shared the information regarding this unembellished mechanical monk with Jiang Mian and Bai Chun. Among the crucial details was the belief held by the monk order that this world is merely a dream of the past Buddha, Shizai Ru Lai, which is why it is rife with suffering. Furthermore, Shizai Ru Lai represents both the year and the leap month, bearing another name outside the monk order, Zhuangsheng. Jia Luo Lan took note of their somewhat peculiar reactions, but refrained from probing further. After a brief pause, Jiang Mian tentatively inquired, "Did you join this sect in the initial city?" Jia Luo Lan nodded. "Yes, the Eternal Year sect." A smile gradually graced her face as she continued. "At that time, My mother had just passed away, and I was at odds with the rest of my family. Suddenly, Shang Jianyao interrupted her reminiscence. When mentioning your mother's passing, why did you not express sorrow, but instead smiled? Jia Luo Lan chuckled and articulated in clear, precise Huī Tǔ dialect. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural laws of this world, akin to the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Though my mother has departed, she remains at rest within the cosmos, still a part of nature. Perhaps one day, she will begin anew in another form, just as winter gives way to spring. Understanding this, why should one weep in sorrow? It is far more worthwhile to cherish memories. Shang Jianyao sought to counter her argument, but found no flaw in her reasoning, ultimately silencing himself. Vaguely, he even felt a semblance of truth in Jia Luo Lan's words, though they were rather extreme. Just as Jia Luo Lan was about to continue her discourse, a mournful howl echoed from the direction north of Yu Lu Station. Awu. This time, the howl rose in pitch and intensity, signaling a notable change. Jia Luo Lan tilted her head to listen, then smiled. It seems I must head that way as well. Rising leisurely, she clasped her left hand with her right and bowed. The enlightened have no self. The new world lies before us. She then brushed off her Taoist robe and walked toward the north with a fluid grace. The enlightened is another term for Ji Sui. Observing Jia Luo Lan's departure, Shang Jianyao briefly explained. Jiang by Mian had already risen, gazing in the direction Jia Luo Lan and Du Hong had taken. Suddenly she laughed. Honestly, why don't they prepare a vehicle? Walking seems unnecessary for them. Given their abilities, this should not be a challenge. Who would venture into the wilderness under the cover of night without some assurance? Such individuals would not intentionally delay, waiting for the first group of relic hunters to trigger most of the dangers. Bai Qin speculated that it might have been a sudden occurrence. Shang Jianyao suggested it could be for the sake of maintaining appearances. I can't help but feel you have a point, Jiang Bai Mian remarked, almost laughing. I mean the historical researcher named Du Hong. As for Jia Luo Lan, she herself mentioned wanting to experience the various sights along the journey, so that makes sense. Before the team could respond, Jiang Bai Mian, with a serious demeanor, stated, what puzzles me most is another question. What is it? Long Yuhong, tasked with keeping watch, asked anxiously. Jiang Bai Mian could no longer conceal her smile. Shang Jianyao, why did you not participate in the grand chorus like before? She referred to the moment they first heard the anomalies from deep within the swamp when Shang Jianyao had joined in the howling. Shang Jianyao shot a serious glance at the group leader and retorted, you are quite naive. At that moment, Bai Chun and Long Yuhong nearly burst into laughter, while Jiang Bai Mian found herself at a loss for words, merely stating, what did you say? Really, could you speak a bit louder? Never mind, let us eat. After leading the group to finish their compressed biscuits and energy bars and replenish their water supply, Jiang Bai Mian solemnly reminded them, we must be extra vigilant tonight. You heard the commotion earlier. Once Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuhong acknowledged her, Jiang Bai Mian continued with a smile. However, during our rest, it is essential to recuperate well, for tomorrow we must continue our journey. Moreover, we will begin training you in the art of foraging for food. This encompasses not only hunting and searching, but also discerning which leaves and roots are edible, which parts of mutated creatures may serve as sustenance, and which substances necessitate immediate injection of antidotes if ingested. Do not be misled by the previous day's adventures in the Huī Tǔ, where provisions were relatively abundant. That was merely an armed parade. Long Yuhong felt a wave of trepidation at this, while Shang Jianyao appeared eager. After some contemplation, Jiang Bai Mian added, furthermore, do not be swayed by the doctrines of those peculiar religions, although they may provide a degree of spiritual solace in the harsh environment of Huī Tǔ. It amounts to evading reality and poses significant risks. Long Yuhong nodded and curiously asked, leader, are there many of these strange religions? This was a topic scarcely mentioned in the Pango biological textbook. Indeed, there are numerous ones. In times of suffering and despair, people are easily drawn to religion. Jiang Bai Mian replied with a scoff. To my knowledge, in the main city of the initial city, the underground faith that could pose considerable harm could easily be counted on both hands. Having delivered her caution, Jiang Bai Mian took over Long Yuhong's task of patrolling the surroundings and instructed the team to recount all their encounters from the day. That night, they experienced no unexpected events. Shortly after dawn broke, the jeep began its journey northward. As the destination drew near, Jiang Bai Mian, sitting in the passenger seat, began introducing the team to the residents of Huī Town. The inhabitants are, in fact, a group of Siren. Chapter 48, Siren. Siren? Upon hearing this term, Long Yuhong's mind instantly conjured images of ferocity, malice, deformity, filth, pollution, and hatred towards humanity. Although he had never encountered Siren, this is how textbooks and the people around him described them. Jiang Bai Mian seemed to sense Long Yuhong's thoughts and sighed. Siren and humans are fundamentally the same. At least, there is no reproductive isolation. Before Longahong and others could speak again, she continued speaking to herself. The inhabitants of Huī Tǔ survived the first winter after the cataclysm by trapping and consuming rats. It is said that during that time, the rats in that area went mad, emerging from the ground in droves, their numbers overwhelming. Some were covered in sores. Others had bloodshot eyes, and some attacked living creatures indiscriminately. I digress. Let us return to the people of Huī Tǔ. After surviving the first winter, they chose to leave their original area due to severe pollution that had led to the deaths of many residents, migrating to this location. Unfortunately, their nightmare did not end there. They began to undergo mutations, possibly due to their excessive consumption of the aberrant rats, and they increasingly resembled them. I am no expert in this field, nor have I conducted any research. I merely state this offhandedly. In short, their body hair grew dark and thick. Their postures became hunched, and their nails grew harder and sharper. After several generations of reproduction, the current residents of Huī Tǔ are generally under 1 meters tall, favoring to live in burrows and excelling in excavation. Correspondingly, their diet has diversified significantly, and they have developed a strong aversion to bright sunlight, only able to venture out in the early morning, evening, and night. They possess many beneficial mutations as well, such as a natural aptitude for mechanics and electronics. Some old-world electrical devices, which were in disrepair, have been revived after some tinkering, though this is contingent upon having the appropriate wires and components. At this juncture, Jiang Bimian interjected, I nearly forgot to remind you not to mention Huī Tǔ in front of them. This is a derogatory term assigned by certain wanderers of the wasteland, and the people of Huī Tǔ have a strong sense of pride. Within the company, there is no intense hatred towards them, but disdain, contempt, and exclusion are certainly present. And thus this term has persisted. Why does the company accept them? The driver Chen inquired. As a former wanderer of the wasteland, she had faced the hostility and unprovoked attacks from the people, compounded by their nightmarish appearance, leading her to harbor a significant aversion towards this group, sometimes even regarding them as intelligent yet dangerous beings. Jiang Bimian remained silent for a moment before stating, the residents of Huī Tǔ do not harbor deep resentment towards humanity. They see themselves as normal individuals, if not for their sensitivity and insecurity and the prejudice harbored by the company's employees. They might gradually be integrated rather than treated as mere vassals. In truth, it is not so much a vassal relationship as a mutually beneficial one. We exchange weapons, ammunition, old clothing, and certain food supplies for the valuable items they gather, while they relay important information from the Heizhou wilderness back to the company via radio. Yes, the company's collection of old clothing is for similar exchanges. At this point, Jiang Bimian paused. The company is also recruiting volunteers for certain experiments in Huī Tǔ. The residents, they're very eager to participate, willing to make sacrifices in exchange for the chance for their descendants to revert to normal. Jiang Bimian did not inject her emotions into her narrative, yet Bai Chun felt a wave of sentiment. The company's reputation is marred by its association with biological experiments. Before interacting with you, I had heard numerous rumors, filled with dread regarding such experiments. Fearing the day I might be seized by Panga biologicals and sent to some clandestine location, becoming a victim of nefarious experiments, tormented until I mentally collapsed, physically mutated, and transformed into a monster, unable to die in a human semblance. It is astonishing that the people of Huī Tǔ would voluntarily enlist as experimental subjects. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Shang Jianyao and Longahong realized the company's image in the eyes of outsiders was akin to that of a villain in certain stories. This starkly contrasted with their lifelong belief that the company was a paradise, while the outside world was fraught with dangers. Jiang Bimian laughed lightly. I can tell that this fear has weighed heavily on you for quite some time, which is why you have spoken so much at once. She then raised her left arm, demonstrating the elbow joint. This bioprosthetic arm, resembling an electric eel, is a product of experimentation, as is genetic modification. What do you think? After witnessing this, does it seem less terrifying? Bai Chun remained silent, failing to respond. Understood. Jiang Bimian self-deprecatingly smiled. Seeing me like this, you are even more frightened. She exhaled imperceptibly. One thing you said is very true. The outcomes for most of those volunteers are not particularly favorable. Inside the jeep, the atmosphere turned somber, and a long silence ensued. After several seconds, Jiang Bimian turned to Shang Jianyao, reproaching, why aren't you making jokes at a time like this? Shang Jianyao replied seriously, as someone dedicated to saving humanity, I never joke about topics of this nature. Indeed, Jiang Bimian straightened her posture. After another brief pause, she pointed ahead, turn left, and enter the mountains. Here, the Heizhou wilderness revealed a series of hills, some even qualifying as small mountains, with Huī Tǔ nestled within. After navigating the bumpy road for a while, Jiang Bimian could not help but lower the car window. Honestly, the vertical movement is more than the forward motion. After this outing, the chassis would surely need extensive repairs. Amid her complaints, Jiang Baimian suddenly fell silent. She tilted her head slightly, sensing carefully, her brow gradually furrowing. The telecommunications signals from the direction of Huī Town were alarmingly scarce. This indicated that they were nearing Huī Town. Shang Jianyao instinctively raised his berserker assault rifle, positioning it at the window. Could it be affected by the anomalies north of Yuelu Station? Although this place was not far from Yuelu Station, it was not too close either. They could reach in about half a day's journey. Possibly. Jiang Baimian nodded, her tone noticeably more grave than before. Team leader, do we need to don the exoskeletons? Long Yihong inquired, no longer as startled as in previous days, and asked calmly. Yes. Jiang Baimian replied, not underestimating the unknown situation. She promptly instructed, you put it on? Why not Shang Jianyao? Long Yihong asked without thinking. Shang Jianyao is accompanying me into Huī Town, and the exoskeleton cannot be taken inside. Well, technically it can, but it cannot function. Jiang Baimian briefly explained. Shang Jianyao had no objections, remaining silent and alert to any sudden anomalies. Once Long Yihong was equipped with the exoskeleton, the jeep continued its journey. After 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Baimian issued a command, stop. She then pointed toward the nearby trees and bushes. Huī Town is just over there. Long Yihong, lead the way. Yes, team leader. Long Yuehong was the first to open the door and exit the vehicle. After a party of 4 entered the relatively dense woods, they proceeded for several minutes before suddenly catching a whiff of a familiar scent. It was the unmistakable odor of blood. This is serious, Jiang Baimian muttered to herself, seemingly anticipating the dire developments ahead. Grasping her grenade launcher, she quickened her pace towards the opposite side of the forest. There, a gray-yellow rock face emerged, partially obscured by trees and underbrush, concealing a deep cave from which the scent of blood grew even more potent. This is Huī Town, Jiang Baimian spoke in a low, grave tone. With a single glance, Long Yuehong comprehended why the exoskeleton suit would be ineffective within Huī Town. The cave entrance stood at a mere height of 1.4 meters. No matter how much the exoskeleton could compress or adjust, it would be insufficient to navigate such a low entry, and the interior would undoubtedly be even lower. Consequently, anyone equipped with the exoskeleton suit would find themselves hunched over, severely diminishing their combat capability once inside the essentially claustrophobic confines of Huī Town. Before they could approach the cave, Shang Jianyao and Jiang Baimian simultaneously turned their gazes to the left, where beneath a tree lay 2 diminutive corpses. The bodies were curled up, stripped of clothing, their fingers long and yellowed, covered in coarse black hair, resembling grotesque rats from a heavily polluted area. However, the hair was sparse enough to reveal the pale skin beneath. The eyes of these 2 corpses were wide open, their expressions frozen in terror and rage. Their bodies and the surrounding area soaked in blood that appeared indistinguishable from that of normal humans. To be frank, aside from their somewhat denser hair, shorter stature, peculiar nails, and pallid skin, Shang Jianyao could discern no fundamental difference between the deceased residents of Huī Town and himself. Long Yuehong had seen corpses before. Though she felt a twinge of fear and nausea, she managed to maintain her composure. Could they all be dead? She hissed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baimian instinctively turned her head towards the deep cave, momentarily lacking the courage to step inside. She could almost envision the scene that awaited them within. At that moment, Bai Chun, who was crouched examining the bodies, lifted his head and spoke in a low voice. They died from gunshot wounds. Jiang Baimian narrowed her eyes slightly, muttering to herself, who could have done this? With a deep breath, she stepped towards the entrance of Huī Town, and without needing to be told, Shang Jianyao followed closely behind her. As they neared the cave entrance, Jiang Baimian halted, turning to Long Yuehong, who was clad in the exoskeleton suit. You stay here and keep watch, she instructed. After a moment's thought, she added, keep an eye on the area outside the woods. If we lose the jeep, it won't matter to Bai Chun and me, but you would have to face the consequences. Many things, if approached gradually, can be accepted and adapted to by humanity. But if thrust into a hellish scenario all at once, most beings would crumble. Understood, team leader. Long Yuehong felt a sense of relief rather than disappointment at being unable to enter Huī Town. From the sight of those who had perished outside, she could already foresee the grim reality within the cave, fearing it might have a profound psychological impact on her. After instructing Long Yuehong, Jiang Baimian turned, bent down, and entered the cave with an entrance barely 1.4 meters high. Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun followed behind, weapons at the ready. One of them struggling somewhat due to the constraints of the environment, while the other fared better. They did not follow the training manual's advice to first observe from outside and assess the situation before entering. Instead, they placed their trust in the team leader's sensitivity to weak electronic signals, which Jiang Baimian had demonstrated ample credibility in. The entrance of the cave was still illuminated by natural light, allowing for a meager view of the surroundings, but the deeper they ventured, the darker it became, until it was completely shrouded in darkness. At that moment, Jiang Bamian produced a silver flashlight with a distinctly granular texture. Switching it on, a beam of light shot forth, illuminating a specific area ahead, and coupled with the natural light near the entrance, Shang Jianyao was able to discern the initial scene. The cave was relatively spacious. Yet deeper sections remained engulfed in darkness, with no end in sight. Originally, there were naturally formed stone pillars here, but now they lay broken, with numerous stones, moss, and debris having fallen from the cave ceiling, blanketing the ground. The earth surrounding the center point, illuminated by Jiang Baimian's flashlight, displayed charred remnants of what appeared to be flames. In the closest depression to the center, there were no intact skeletal remains to be found, only countless charred fragments of flesh and blood intermingled with stones and soil. Beyond this central circle lay a series of diminutive corpses, their surfaces blackened and heavily damaged, presenting a gruesome sight. As Jiang Baimian moved the flashlight, Shang Jianyao noticed that beyond the central area, close to the cave walls, more bodies of Huī Town residents lay in various states of disarray. Yet their forms remained mostly intact, marred only by some burning marks, with patches of coarse black hair still clinging to them. Some bore no visible external injuries, while others had horrific wounds inflicted by bullets, and many were stripped of their clothing. Within the cave, aside from shattered bowls, ceramic, and earthenware, nothing else had been left behind. Such a scene required no explanation. Both Shang Jianyao and Bai Chen instantly grasped the grim reality. Huī Town had been utterly decimated. Jiang Bamian silently surveyed the area, sighed, and remarked, this could be the result of thermobaric munitions fired from shoulder-mounted weapons. Those who didn't die instantly were likely finished off soon after. Quite professional. Thermobaric munitions are a combination of high explosives and fuel-air explosives, primarily designed to eliminate enemies within confined spaces, such as caves and underground bunkers. Upon detonation, these munitions consume the surrounding oxygen, releasing immense energy and creating a rapidly expanding fireball. This fireball, accompanied by a high-pressure shockwave, devastates enemies and equipment within the limited confines. For a location like Huī Town, where the entrance stood at a mere 1.4 meters, it was evidently unwise to engage in direct combat with residents who had adapted to such an environment. Launching thermobaric munitions and other explosives into the cave was the optimal strategy. Few teams possessed such munitions. Even some major factions lacked them. Bai Chen endeavored to maintain her composure and replied succinctly. Despite being an experienced former wilderness wanderer accustomed to combat and bloodshed, this was her first encounter with the brutal annihilation of an entire settlement. The ground was strewn with corpses and mangled flesh. Even though they belonged to the CI run, the sight was profoundly shocking and terrifying. Regardless, the residents of Huī Town, aside from their height, claws, and body hair, were almost no difference from ordinary humans. Bai Chen had witnessed slaughtered settlements before, but those had occurred long after the tragedies, leaving behind only remnants of bones and derelict buildings, with all other traces long vanished. Jiang Baimian nodded. Take out your flashlights and search for clues. Perhaps there were a few survivors yet. Shang Jianyao immediately retrieved a flashlight and a standard ice cream pistol from his gear, illuminating the path with one hand while gripping the firearm with the other as he ventured toward the periphery. He did not believe that survivors could be found in the epicenter of the explosion and its vicinity. As he inspected the bodies, Shang Jianyao spotted a figure curled up with its back to him. The individual still wore clothing, limbs drawn tight as if clinging to something beneath. The corpse revealed coarse, dark body hair and wounds congealed with dark red blood, clearly the result of gunfire. Bending down, Shang Jianyao used the flashlight as a makeshift tool to turn over the body of the Huī Town resident. In the flickering beam, he discerned a young girl. She wore an old yet relatively clean white dress, tightly held against the adult woman's chest and abdomen. At first glance, she appeared unscathed. Placing the flashlight on the ground, he attempted to assess the girl's condition, but he could not pry apart the embrace of the adult woman. After relinquishing this instinctual attempt, Shang Jianyao noticed the girl's face was cyanotic, with traces of dark red blood seeping from the area pressed against the adult's chest. He then gently checked for breath and felt for warmth. Moments later, he slowly withdrew his hand. As the tightly intertwined corpses rolled over, Shang Jianyao quickly utilized the flashlight's glow to discover a depression at the junction of the cave wall and the ground, extending deeper with visible claw marks. Witnessing this indentation, he imagined the scene that had transpired during the enemy's assault. A woman from Huī Town frantically utilized her digging skills to create a refuge for her child. Unfortunately, she was unable to act swiftly enough to evade the bullets. Shang Jianyao reached into the depression and found a naturally formed hollow containing a cold object. Extracting it, he illuminated it with his flashlight, revealing a rectangular black item slightly taller than his middle finger. The object bore a miniature display screen resembling liquid crystal, several buttons in the center, and a grid-covered speaker below. Having studied electronics in college, Shang Yao easily recognized this antiquated recording device, refurbished and modified by the residents of Huī Tǔ. Perhaps due to its placement in the hollow or its considerable distance from the explosion's epicenter, as well as the human obstruction, the device bore little sign of damage. Kneeling, he examined the device and pressed a button. Amidst the sounds of gunfire and chaos, a youthful voice, filled with fear and confusion, asked, "Mommy, mommy, why are they trying to kill us?" A somewhat hoarse and trembling voice replied, "Because we are Siren." The innocent voice questioned further, "What does Siren mean?" The slightly hoarse voice paused for a few seconds before responding, It means those who are sick." The young voice expressed confusion, "But mommy, just because we are sick, do they have to kill us? I can fix electronics. I'm very useful." Suddenly, the gunfire grew nearer, as if it had reached the cave's entrance, followed by the sound of something falling, and the recording abruptly ceased. Shang Yao listened in silence, redirecting his gaze to the two bodies. Neither the adult woman nor the little girl bore coarse body hair. Their faces exhibited signs of having been shaved, appearing quite clean. This was reminiscent of many female employees from Manga Biological. The recording's volume was significant enough for Jiang by Mian and Bai Chun, who were advancing deeper into the cave. To hear it clearly, they too fell into an unusual silence, neither speaking nor moving for an extended period. After a while, Jiang by Mian exhaled slowly. "Let's continue searching for clues." Shang Yao carefully placed the recording device into his pocket, then picked up the flashlight and stood upright once more. As the light beam shifted, he noticed some writing on the cave wall. The inscriptions, belonging to the language of the Huī Tǔ, clearly dated back many years, with much of it having faded beyond recognition. Yet they were not the remnants left by the residents of Huī Tǔ during the attack. Shang Yao brought the flashlight closer, scrutinizing the words for about 10 seconds before finally recognizing a few. "Visited here, Jean and Lu shall never part." At that moment, Jiang by Mian seemed to have spotted something similar. She waved her flashlight and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "This seems to have been a tourist attraction before the old world was destroyed. So, short, who would want to come here?" After speaking, she gazed at the rock wall for a long time. Eventually, she shifted her focus and resumed searching for potential clues. After several minutes, the three reconvened at a naturally illuminated area near the cave's entrance. Jiang by Mian expressed regret. The people of Huī Tǔ had previously excavated 2 escape routes. But alas, the thermobaric bomb or similar explosives arrived too swiftly, and the attackers left no trace behind. Bai Chun responded. Jiang by Mian shook her head. It is not that no traces were left. Rather, they intentionally took time to cover their tracks after the battle. Shang Yao pondered aloud. Ruthless, efficient, and clean. Was this a premeditated act of revenge? He mused. It may not necessarily be revenge, but it is certainly calculated and targeted. Jiang by Mian, gazing at the clear light streaming into the cave, contemplated. Not necessarily. The residents of Huī Tǔ may have exposed their whereabouts due to certain circumstances, leading others to discover this cave. Regardless of their identity as Renner, the weapons and ammunition acquired from the company, their winter food supplies were likely to attract intense malice. The attackers probably did not initially intend to conceal their identities or erase traces, as possessing thermobaric bombs is a conspicuous characteristic. Perhaps it was only after the conclusion of the battle, while scavenging for supplies, that they stumbled upon the telegraph machine, leading them to suspect a connection between Huī Tǔ and a significant power, thus becoming a vassal. To avoid retribution, they hastily cleared the battlefield. Bai Chun found himself unable to discern whether this incident was premeditated or merely coincidental. He could only offer some relatively evident conclusions from his perspective. First, disregarding motives for the moment, it is feasible to confirm that the assailants possessed an order above the average level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to leave the battlefield so thoroughly cleansed, leaving us with scarcely any clues. This fundamentally excludes the possibility that they were merely a ragtag band of robbers. Second, the possession of thermobaric weapons and individual combat arms indicates that the assailant strength was indeed formidable, and their reputation is unlikely to be insignificant. Shang Yao appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Bai Chun to elaborate. In the wasteland, it is rare for teams to conceal their strength. Only by fully showcasing their might can they intimidate followers and surrounding foes, thereby securing adequate resources. In this regard, only significant powers, lone wanderers, and a few small squads might be exceptions. However, among the former, the vast majority were initially forged through sheer force, only engaging in strategic concealment after reaching a certain level of power. As for the latter two types, they often did not conceal their strength during combat. Rather, they could effectively control the situation due to the limited number of witnesses. Jiang by Mian nodded in agreement. Additionally, We can infer another detail regarding the current situation. The assailants numbered at least 20, if not 30 or more. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortlessly executed to eliminate the guards at the periphery of Huī. Nor would the townsfolk have retreated into the caves without attempting to counterattack, opting instead to evacuate via alternative routes. Shang Jian Yao could not help but nod in acknowledgement. This line of reasoning appeared deceptively simple, yet he had not considered that if the assailants were fewer in number, given the scale of 200 to 300 individuals in Huī, coupled with the various weapons provided by Pangu Shengwu, they could easily repel the attackers, even against a stronger equipped force. Indeed, Bai Cheng glanced at the areas not illuminated by the flashlight, noting from the gunshot wounds on some corpses that the assailants employed a diverse array of weapons, effectively ruling out the likelihood of being a military force from significant power. Of course, it is possible that the assailants deliberately used such tactics to create this impression. However, a formidable military force would have no fear of retaliation and thus would find no necessity to do so. Shang Jian Yao gradually became accustomed to such discussions and began to contribute. We can also exclude the possibility of a slave-catching team, for it would not align with their style to massacre the entire population of Huī, which represents their most valuable resource. Indeed, even if these individuals were deemed expendable, they could still be utilized for mining, particularly the townsfolk of Huī, who excel in this regard. Even if there were psychological barriers, such as fear of disease or mutations, they could still separate them from ordinary mining slaves and oversee them with long-range weaponry. Jiang Bai Mian casually remarked, neglecting grammatical precision. She then inquired, "Is there anything else?" Shang Jian Yao pondered. The assailants may not truly have had more than 10 core members. They could effectively command dozens of external vassals with merely 7 or 8 core members, as long as they presented an outwardly formidable front. Once the battle concluded and the battlefield was cleared, those 7 or 8 core members could either take direct action or supervise, achieving equally effective results. Jiang Bai Mian nodded in acknowledgement. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Considering the aforementioned points, along with the dialogues recorded on the voice recorder, we can initially outline certain characteristics of the assailants' team. In the first scenario, they are a human group comprising over 30 individuals, possessing a formidable reputation. Ruthless in their endeavors, experienced, and equipped with thermobaric weapons and individual combat arms, not affiliated with any significant power and currently not suffering from food shortages. In the second scenario, there are fewer than 10 core members, but a large number of vassals or allied teams. In conclusion, Jiang Bai Mian's lips curled into a slight smile, devoid of any mirth, as she stated. In the first scenario, while such teams are not particularly common in the wasteland, they are certainly not rare, especially among those who have recently arrived in the vicinity. By engaging with nearby wilderness wanderers and relic hunters, we should swiftly be able to filter out the main suspects, followed by a thorough investigation. As for the second scenario, the presence of vassals and teams implies that many matters cannot be kept truly secret. A larger number of individuals invariably leads to indiscretion. Furthermore, the resources they acquire, some for personal use, will inevitably be partially traded, providing additional clues. By the way, we must conduct a meticulous search of the area surrounding this small hill. If it is the second scenario, we cannot rule out the possibility that those 7 or 8 core members may eliminate the vassals and allies post-operation to maintain secrecy. While speaking, Jiang Bai Mian made her way toward the cave entrance, muttering, "You all are something else. Why not discuss this outside? Is it not uncomfortable to bend over and speak in here?" Shang Jian Yao, still somewhat absorbed in the shock of the massacre at Huī, was taken aback to see the team leader had largely returned to normalcy, at least outwardly, and had no choice but to quickly follow her outside. Upon reaching the outside and briefing Long Yuhong on the general situation, Shang Jian Yao proactively inquired, "Team leader, what shall we do next?" Besides searching the surrounding areas for any signs of murder and silencing, Jiang Bai Mian glanced back at the cave. This is a significant event. Isn't there an emergency signal in the vehicle? We should send it out to inform the company of the situation here. Yes. We need to find a higher vantage point, so that even if the company's outer sentries are too distant to detect it, nearby vassal forces in different locations will see it and dispatch a telegram. This will undoubtedly attract many wilderness wanderers, bandit groups, and relic hunters. Won't it? Bai Chen expressed concern as he gazed toward the entrance of Huī. Jiang Bai Mian gently nodded. Indeed. For those who need to stockpile food for the winter, this represents prime meat. With proper cleaning, salting, and drying, it becomes a substantial bounty. Team leader, what you say is quite terrifying. Long Yuhong could not help but inhale sharply. Jiang Bai Mian cast a glance at him. I said it deliberately to ensure that you and Shang Jian Yao quickly acclimate. Otherwise, when you witness similar scenes firsthand, the impact could be overwhelming, leaving you in shock for quite some time. In the wasteland, the probability of encountering such situations is not low. She refrained from delving further into this topic, contemplating before stating, in that case, let us ascend to the summit of the adjacent hill and launch a signal flare to draw the relic hunters and wilderness wanderers in that direction. As for the company, this area only has Huī Tǔ as an allied force, as long as we do not exceed the appropriate range. It does not matter where the emergency signal flare is launched from. It will only prompt them to head toward Huī Tǔ first. As she spoke, Jiang Baimian looked at Long Yuhong, who was equipped with an exoskeleton device. You should look for some larger stones nearby and bring them back to block the cave entrance. And do remember to block off the alternative passage as well. This approach not only prevents wild beasts from detecting the scent and thereby disturbing the evidence, but also conceals the existence of the cave from the relic hunters and wilderness drifters who might stumble upon the remnants nearby. Given their available equipment, even if they were to discover the cave, it would be exceedingly challenging for them to breach the entrance. In contrast, the personnel from the company are notably proficient. Long Yuehong easily comprehended the team leader's instructions and began searching for massive stones that exceeded human capability to move without the aid of exoskeleton devices. After retrieving the bodies from outside back to Huī Tǔ town, Jiang Baimian and the others tended to the bloodstains while observing Long Yuehong, who was transporting stones covered in iron-black metallic exoskeleton, first to block the backup exit and subsequently to seal the cave entrance. All right, let us return to the jeep and deploy the signal flares elsewhere, declared Jiang Baimian, gazing at the camouflage stones for a few seconds before turning away. As they were about to board the vehicle, she paused and remarked, after launching the signal flares, we shall find a concealed spot nearby to set up camp. Before the company personnel arrive, we must remain here to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that could compromise the site. And we shall also submit the intelligence regarding the urban ruins and the monk faction. This arrangement met with no objections from Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun, who deemed it a necessary course of action, compared to the trivial task of sending a water purification device's filter chip, which could take days or even months. The current situation was evidently of greater significance. It may take 2 or 3 days, Jiang Baimian remarked with a slight smile, which is perfect for honing your wilderness survival skills. Without waiting for Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong to respond, she maneuvered to the driver's seat, opened the door, and took her place. A few minutes later, atop a hill further southwest, Shang Jianyao, Bai Chun, and Long Yuehong stood quietly at the side. Jiang Baimian did not immediately discharge the emergency signal flare from the grenade launcher carried by their team, but waited for a while until the clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the sun, dimming the light before pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, a crimson glow erupted in the sky, resembling a blooming flower of blood. Chapter 51. The sub-team, after launching the emergency signal flare, the 4 of them returned to the small hill where Huī Tǔ town was located, setting up camp in a concealed area on the mountainside. This strategic positioning allowed them to monitor the small grove below from a vantage point, observing whether any relic hunters or wilderness drifters approached the cave entrance. Once Long Yuehong had removed her exoskeleton device and set up the tent, she could not suppress her confusion and voiced her thoughts aloud. Team leader, there is something I cannot comprehend. What is it? Jiang Baimian was pleased to assist the novice with her inquiries. Long Yuehong furrowed her brow and said, why did those individuals choose to attack Huī Tǔ town? Upon discovering an old-world urban ruin, they could have employed far simpler methods to acquire more resources, rendering an assault on the relatively well-armed Huī Tǔ town unnecessary. Did you not mention that this is a unique environment where relic hunters and wilderness drifters can coexist peacefully and even form alliances? After all, everyone would prefer to have additional allies to confront the dangers lurking within the ruins. Jiang Baimian nodded initially and then smiled. That is a pertinent question. However, while the premise is correct, the specifics must be analyzed thoroughly. I once read an old-world book that described the rigid application of existing principles, concepts, and situations without analyzing the changes, developments, and corresponding particularities of events as committing a dogmatic error. Focusing on the situation regarding Huī Tǔ town, there are 2 key distinctions. First, as we previously analyzed, the attacking team must consist of at least 30 members or possess 7 to 8 core, elite members, accompanied by a multitude of subordinates. Regardless of either possibility, they would undoubtedly be formidable. And the visible weaponry and ammunition situation at the scene clearly differentiates them from ordinary relic hunter teams or wilderness drifter groups. Second, Huī Tǔ town is a secondary settlement, and it is unlikely that a large influx of humans would explore the newly discovered urban ruins. At most, they would gather intelligence from the periphery, making it improbable for them to become the cannon fodder desired by the attacking team. In such a scenario, if the attacking team is confident they can eliminate the residents of Huī Tǔ town with minimal or no losses while acquiring a substantial amount of resources, they would have every reason to orchestrate such a tragedy. Thus, Even if the urban ruins are too perilous for the attackers to approach, they would still reap sufficient rewards to justify their efforts. Seeing Long Yuehong nodding repeatedly, Jiang Baimian added, moreover, there are many additional possibilities, such as the attacking team harboring a deep-seated hatred towards all secondary humans due to past experiences, willing to incur losses to eliminate them. For instance, they may have rushed here due to strange roaring sounds emanating from north of Yuelu Station, unaware that a new old-world urban ruin had been discovered, or Huī Tǔ Town, positioned near the northern area of Yuelu Station, could have been the first to detect the anomaly and sent someone to investigate, acquiring something that incentivized the attacking team to take risks. Long Yuehong felt dizzy from the information, but had to concede that the team leader's analysis was astute. In light of the unresolved circumstances, there indeed existed an abundance of possibilities. Jiang Baimian refrained from further explanation, glanced around, and contemplated for a few seconds before stating, in the coming days, we will operate in pairs, taking turns. Those at the camp will guard the jeep and monitor the cave area, while those venturing out will investigate for signs of foul play or any other clues nearby. Well then, I will team up with Long Yuehong, while Bai Chun partners with Shang Jianyao. Why is that? Long Yuehong blurted out. Shang Jianyao chuckled. Because you are comparatively weaker. The reasoning was evident, and Long Yuehong felt as if she had been dealt a blow, her spirits dampening. Indeed, the rationale behind the reorganization was clear. Shang Jianyao exhibited the abilities of an awakened individual and sufficient composure, coupled with the physique, energy, skills, and talents of a genetic elite. Within the team, his strength could be ranked between the second and third positions. In close quarters, he undoubtedly surpassed Bai Chun. However, beyond a certain range, Bai Chun's sniping proficiency and experience still granted him an edge. Thus, pairing the strongest, Jiang Baimian, with the weakest, Long Yuehong, would not only ensure the latter's survival more effectively, but also create a more balanced distribution of strength among the two teams. Upon hearing Shang Jianyao's jibe, Jiang Baimian shot him a glance and shook her head helplessly, albeit minimally. At that moment, Bai Chun, tasked with maintaining vigilance, interjected, Team leader, it's actually unnecessary. In the coming days, we one team need the jeep. The solar panels can charge the spare batteries. So there is no need to worry about the exoskeleton devices depleting their power and becoming unusable at critical moments. That's true. Jiang Baimian replied with a smile directed at Long Yuehong. You can continue to team up with Bai Chun. Remember to don the exoskeleton device when you venture out. Ha! In this manner, you become the strongest in the team. It seems that equipment is indeed paramount. I recall an ancient text stating, a gentleman does not rely solely on himself, but makes good use of resources. Long Yuehong's spirit swiftly recuperated, as she felt the team leader's words were indeed profoundly reasonable. Shang Jianyao, however, was more concerned with another matter. Why had he never studied this ancient text? Bai Chun had never even heard of it. Jiang Baimian contemplated for a moment and remarked, extracurricular materials, supplementary reading. Remembering that Jiang Baimian had mentioned her father was a biologist, and that this was at least a level 9 employee, just a step away from the management level. With privileges far exceeding her own, Long Yuehong felt a wave of relief, and Shang Jianyao no longer harbored any doubts. Jiang Baimian then looked up at the sky, confirming the position of the sun. There is still time. Bai Chun and Yuehong, you will stay at the camp and monitor the Huī Tǔ Town area. Shang Jianyao and I will venture out to search. Yes, team leader. Long Yuehong and Bai Chun responded in unison. Without delay, Shang Jianyao and Jiang Baimian departed from their concealed spot, heading towards the base of the small hill. As before, they each carried 2 handguns. One slung an assault rifle while the other held a grenade launcher. Upon exiting the small hill where Huī Tǔ Town was located and entering the densely vegetated hilly region, Shang Jianyao suddenly spoke. Team leader, why must we wait for the company personnel to arrive? Why not take action ourselves and track those assailants? Jiang Baimian slowed her pace, turned slightly, and replied, quite directly, for your safety. We possess exoskeleton devices and sufficient firepower to effectively deal with that group of attackers, and the danger would not be significant. Shang Jianyao, with a serious expression, responded, I understand, but you have to acknowledge the urgency of the situation. Jiang Baimian gazed into his eyes and calmly replied, I know there's a fire in your heart. She paused for a moment, exhaling swiftly. I feel the same way. However, in battle, bullets do not discriminate. They do not spare you simply because you are handsome or inexperienced. On the contrary, they are drawn to individuals like that. Furthermore, how can you be certain that the attackers lack the capability to counter military exoskeleton devices? If they can procure thermobaric grenades, I would not be surprised if they possess other formidable equipment. We should first track, scout, and ascertain the situation before considering an assault. If the situation proves untenable, we can retreat and await the company personnel. Shang Jianyao remained unconvinced. Jiang Baimian turned her body and continued walking. Do not simplify the concepts of tracking and scouting. In the security department, those tasked with reconnaissance duties are undoubtedly among the elite of their respective teams. If both you and Long Yuehong had ample experience, I would genuinely consider attempting it. But at present, can you guarantee that you won't be detected while scouting, thereby igniting immediate conflict? In a mature team, it is not that no one can make mistakes. Rather, when one individual errs, the other members know how to compensate. When by Chun and I make mistakes, and you and Long Yuehong can swiftly rectify them, then our old team can attempt similar endeavors. At this point, Jiang Baimian cast a glance at Shang Jianyao, who had hastened to catch up. Just now, weren't you trying to undermine Long Yuehong, aiming to diminish his confidence, cause him to fail the assessment, and be expelled from the old team? Now you're unconcerned that tracking the assailants may pose a danger to him? Ah, I see. You envision yourself clad in an exoskeleton, charging into the assailants' ranks, wreaking havoc while allowing Long Yuehong to merely watch. As she spoke, Jiang Baimian chuckled. Aren't you supposed to be saving all of humanity? How can you take such a grave risk at this moment? If you were to fall in battle, who would shoulder that sacred mission? Team leader, do not cloak cowardice in grandiloquence. Shang Jianyao nearly found himself ensnared in her words. He then said with a serious tone, more content is loading. Please wait a moment. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, add blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I'm unsure if you're jesting. Jiang Baimian responded. I must take responsibility for you both. Neither you nor Long Yuehong are married or have children. If you were to perish like this, it would be too tragic and, detrimental to the organization. Do you have children? Don't you often take risks? Shang Jianyao casually replied. Jiang Baimian shot him a glare. No. When a unified marriage was established, I was lying in a hospital bed on the brink of death. Later, I survived through volunteer work and genetic modification, so I took the chance. Further on, due to the uncertain ramifications of genetic modification, with potential hidden dangers awaiting further observation and compelling data regarding hereditary stability, I chose not to participate in marriage. Jiang Baimian suddenly frowned. What does this have to do with you? Can our situations be compared? Most of the time I take risks, but I possess a fair amount of assurance. She did not wish to prolong the topic and divert it. Is it because she pointed to her head that you gave up on unified marriage? Shang Jianyao replied candidly. Although I do indeed have issues in this regard. Before he could finish, Jiang Baimian retorted with amusement. You are aware of it yourself? Shang Jianyao ignored her and continued. However, much of my atypical behavior is quite intentional. Why? Jiang Baimian pressed. Shang Jianyao's gaze flickered as he turned to look into the distance. I do not wish to have children, nor do I want a woman to worry about me. Chapter 52. Waiting for the rabbit to fall into the trap. The new keyboard novel network updates latest chapters in real time. Jiang Baimian instinctively formed an shape with her mouth, but quickly shut it without making a sound. She redirected her gaze forward, smoothly circumventing a thicket, then casually remarked, I have a feeling I might possess a hidden talent for making others feel at ease, allowing them to express their pent-up troubles. It's not exactly a matter that requires strict confidentiality. Shang Jianyao wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Baimian's assertion, having extricated himself from the scenario conjured by their earlier dialogue. Haha, just kidding. Jiang Baimian appeared to ponder, nodding. Actually, we've endured 2 crises together, and you've revealed the secret of being an awakened, thus fostering a considerable amount of trust between us. Have you ever heard that a swift way to strengthen a relationship is to share a small secret? Moreover, we can be considered friends forged in adversity. The previously earnest Shang Jianyao suddenly burst into laughter. How can you be so certain that this trust is not a result of the abilities of an awakened that I have created? Jiang Baimian carefully reflected, realizing she could not dismiss this possibility, especially considering the striking impression left by Shang Jianyao's handshake farewell with the mechanical monk Jing Fa. Additionally, Shang Jianyao had mentioned that if a cycle of proof could be established in interpersonal interactions, those affected would find it nearly impossible to detect anomalies until they distanced themselves from the relevant environment. Haha, just joking. Shang Jianyao responded to her in a relaxed manner. Jiang Baimian tilted her head and shot him a glare, saying, Did you know I almost drew my gun? She averted her gaze and muttered to herself. Although you are indeed joking, I must also prepare for similar situations by establishing several logical verifications. She continued. The simplest method is to record key information daily on paper or a chip and review it before sleep. This way, if contradictions arise, I can awaken to the truth immediately. I must say, keeping a diary is quite useful. The abilities of an awakener are not omnipotent, Shang Jianyao added. Jiang Baimian chose not to elaborate further and continued to search for clues alongside Shang Jianyao in the hilly terrain. After about an hour, she surveyed the area and remarked, The surrounding region is vast and complex. Relying solely on the 2 of us to search step by step would render effective exploration impossible within 10 days or half a month. Shang Jianyao remained silent, as he noticed that the team leader still wore a smile on her face, clearly having a plan. Indeed, Jiang Bai Mian turned her gaze towards him and said with a smile, "Let us return to the hill where we launched the emergency flare." Shang Jinyao's heart stirred as he grasped the significance of her words. Jiang Bai Mian continued, "There we are sure to encounter numerous relic hunters and wilderness drifters, allowing us to inquire about any recent major robberies or dangerous groups in the vicinity." She revealed a smile reminiscent of the one she wore after defeating Jing Fa. "If you were the leader of that attacking team, upon witnessing unusual activity in a place where a significant transaction occurred and where traces of your team were deliberately erased, would you not send some unrelated individuals to investigate the area where the emergency flare was launched? Surely, a multitude of relic hunters and wilderness drifters would flock there, blending in so that no one could discern their true intentions. In that case, if we can ascertain which major force is behind Huī Town, we can prepare accordingly in advance." Shang Jianyao suddenly understood. They would not dispatch their core members for the investigation, nor would they seek out their subordinates. It was far more likely they would hire genuine wilderness drifters operating nearby. Thus, even if it were a trap, it would pose little risk, much like how no one could extract a uniquely essential drop of water from a lake that appeared entirely normal. After comprehending this, Shang Jianyao, feeling slightly puzzled, inquired, "Team leader, you must have considered this long ago. Why didn't we simply wait there? How could those relic hunters and wilderness drifters arrive so quickly? Waiting there serves little purpose. It is better to familiarize ourselves with the search." Jiang Bai Mian glanced at her black electronic watch. "It's almost time. Let us proceed." Upon returning to the hill where the emergency flare was launched, Shang Jianyao realized that their earlier search had indeed been directed towards this area. After slightly altering their course, they reached their destination in merely 10 minutes. This indicated that Jiang Bai Mian had not thought of the relevant issues on a whim. She had meticulously plotted the search route in advance. After observing for a few moments, they found the optimal vantage point atop a tree to monitor several paths leading to the hilltop. After approximately 15 minutes, relic hunters and wilderness drifters began arriving, making their way towards the summit. They were all exceedingly cautious, maintaining clear distinctions yet refraining from interference, as the uncertainty of potential gains around the anomaly made any hasty aggression foolish. After a while, Jiang Bai Mian tapped Shang Jinyao's shoulder and pointed towards the left path. She refrained from speaking, uncertain of how loud her voice might be, opting instead for gestures. Shang Jianyao followed her gaze and spotted a furtive, timid male wilderness drifter. Their age was indiscernible from their appearance, but they shared common traits: rough, cracked, sunburned skin, oily and disheveled hair, and faces streaked with various unidentifiable stains. One wore a tattered, deep blue sweater with holes, beneath which was a shirt so greasy it was unrecognizable, topped with ill-fitting black clothing that barely reached their waist, and military green rubber shoes. A gleaming black handgun dangled at their waist, while they clutched a long, flat knife, resembling a watermelon knife from the textbooks. Another drifter was bundled tightly in a worn black cotton coat, with visible large holes revealing compressed, darkened cotton inside. He seemed unarmed, carrying a sharply honed dagger at his waist and wielding a baseball bat in his hands, with a filthy, extremely thin bag draped over his shoulder. "Is there a problem?" Shang Jianyao whispered. This drifter resembled those he had encountered earlier, albeit in a more pitiful state. Jiang Bai Mian made a sound, her tone clearly inquiring. Shang Jianyao quickly understood the team leader's meaning and replied, "Lower your voice." After 2 adjustments, Jiang Bai Mian finally managed to suppress her voice. "Do you not find their equipment to be rather inadequate? Isn't it quite normal for wilderness drifters to have poor gear?" Shang Jianyao countered. Jiang Bai Mian did not deny this. Observing the 2 drifters as she pondered, the key lies in the discrepancy between their behavior and their equipment. Generally, wilderness drifters armed only with a small handgun and a few cold weapons would not dare to be among the first to arrive at a location where anomalies occur. In the event of conflict, they would have little to no ability to protect themselves. For such wilderness drifters, they would typically arrive half a day or even a day later, hoping to scavenge leftovers. By then, their competitors would be similar, and they would not be entirely defenseless. Shang Jianyao nodded slightly. It resembles many animals that feed on the decaying carcasses left behind by predators. So, there's a considerable probability that these 2 wilderness drifters were coerced into coming here. And who would have the motive to force 2 relatively powerless wilderness drifters to investigate an anomaly? Jiang Bai Mian was imparting knowledge through practice, smiling as she spoke. "Exactly. Can you persuade them to be friendly and relay the relevant information directly to us?" Shang Jianyao, observing the approaching wilderness drifters, replied calmly, "If there is only one, it will be no problem. However, if both are present, they may witness each other and render our deductions ineffective. If we separate them, we can first influence one and then approach the other. Jiang Bai Mian gestured. This is the plan. Switch weapons. After exchanging their grenade launcher for an assault rifle, Jiang Bai Mian suddenly leaped down, landing directly in front of the two wilderness drifters. After landing, she swiftly raised her assault rifle, coldly aiming it at the man clad in a tattered sweater, with a handgun tucked at his waist. Almost simultaneously, she pivoted slightly, her right leg striking out with a force akin to a whip suddenly drawn tight. This kick undoubtedly missed its target, yet it startled the man wielding a baseball bat, causing him to retreat hastily and tumble to the ground. He cast a glance at the assault rifle in Jiang Bai Mian's hands, and without hesitation, abandoned his companion, scrambling away with a frantic urgency, not daring to look back. The man with the watermelon knife remained frozen in place, his movements stilled by the threat of the assault rifle. At that moment, Shang Jianyao leaped down, smiling as he spoke. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intent. As he gestured for Jiang Bai Mian to lower her gun, he took the opportunity to address the bewildered man. You see, you are here searching for something, and so are we. You are human, and we are human too. The man's expression gradually transformed, ultimately breaking into a smile. Brother. Upon uttering this term, he instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai Mian, noting that she had already lowered her weapon and displayed no hostility, which bolstered his confidence in his reasoning. Brother. Shang Jianyao echoed enthusiastically. What brought you here? The man with the watermelon knife sighed. Don't mention it. We were all forced over here by the old bat. I kept telling him to wait a day, but he wouldn't listen. Jiang Bai Mian instinctively wanted to inquire about who the old bat was, but after opening her mouth, she wisely chose to remain silent. In truth, Shang Jianyao harbored the same curiosity, yet his logical reasoning told him that such a question would surely damage their budding camaraderie and incite suspicion. If they were indeed brothers, how could they not know who the old bat was? He chuckled. Why is the old bat in such a hurry? What can he do? Isn't it because someone is urging him on? The man wielding the watermelon knife raked his greasy hair, a frown etched on his face as he lamented. Those guys can turn deadly with a single word. Who would dare to cross them? Shang Jianyao feigned a puzzled expression. Is it that long since I left that things have turned this dire? Although he yearned to inquire directly about who those guys were, he restrained his curiosity. The man with the watermelon knife paused, seemingly surprised that the brother opposite him had not returned in quite some time. After a few seconds, he sighed again. Don't mention it. Ever since the hyenas arrived, we haven't had a place to sleep. Several old folks have frozen to death at night. When he mentioned the hyenas, he instinctively glanced around, as if fearing someone might overhear. Shang Jianyao turned towards Jiang Bai Mian, seeking the seasoned leader's insight on whether she had heard of this nickname. Jiang Bai Mian's expression grew solemn, and she nodded thoughtfully. Damn, those hyenas. Shang Jianyao exclaimed deliberately. The man with the watermelon knife seemed tempted to join in the curse, but ultimately refrained, muttering instead. He has no mother. At this point, the man, whose age was indiscernible from his appearance, reminisced. Back then, I was just a teenager, and the hyena hadn't become a bandit yet. I heard his mother was devoured by a group of thugs that came from who knows where. Shang Jianyao's brow furrowed slightly, and he blurted out, was it the rat people? He had learned from Jiang Bai Mian that the inhabitants of Heishuzhan were referred to as people among surrounding humans, a term laden with prejudice. No, the man with the watermelon knife shook his head. That group of rat people has been here for decades. They arrived before I was born, adept at gathering and digging. They can find anything and eat everything. They're not the kind that roams around. Shang Jianyao pondered for a few seconds. What are the hyenas doing here? It is said that something was discovered at Yuluchejian. The old bat inquired, and even the hyenas are unclear, sending someone to investigate. Upon mentioning the word investigate, the man suddenly remembered his own task, and his expression turned sour again, lamenting that if he returned without results today, the hyenas might just feed him to the dogs. Dogs? Shang Jianyao instinctively asked. The man with the watermelon knife spat. The hyenas have a vicious dog. Treat it like their own son. They say we are useless. No one can win against his dog one-on-one, so it's better to just feed him. After venting his frustrations, the man eagerly inquired, Brother, what have you discovered on your end? Nothing at all, Shang Jianyao replied candidly. The ones who set off the fireworks have already left, leaving no trace behind. I see. Why they set off fireworks then? The old bat said it was some sort of signal. The man with the watermelon knife seemed inclined to return at this point. Shang Jianyao glanced in the direction where the man with the baseball bat had fled. Who knows? Let's just head back. If the hyenas don't believe it, let them send someone else to check. By the way, you frightened that brother earlier. Could you catch up with him later and explain? Sure. The man with the watermelon knife slapped his chest. When will you be back? Soon, very soon, Shang Jianyao replied with a slight smile. Remember to tell the old bat that we will pay a visit to the hyenas. The man with the watermelon knife suddenly sensed something amiss, but upon observing Shang Jianyao with his grenade launcher and Jiang Bai Mian with her assault rifle, wisely chose to abandon his thoughts. He swiftly turned, waving his hand. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Shang Jianyao responded warmly. Watching as the man with the watermelon knife vanished at the end of the road, Jiang Bai Mian cast a glance at Shang Jianyao. What? Still lingering in the middle of the road, afraid others can't see you? Between the hills and small mountains, there were no intact or well-defined paths. But as people traversed, a broad avenue naturally formed. As they spoke, Jiang Bai Mian veered toward the more concealed area on the side of the hills. Shang Jianyao followed suit, first exchanging weapons with the leader before asking, "Who are the hyenas?" Jiang Bai Mian scoffed, a rather notorious bandit leader in the Heizhou Huangyi, primarily operating near the Baiqi Shituan. He rose to prominence over a decade ago. He wasn't very old then, and whether he has turned 30 remains uncertain. His band of robbers has gradually grown, from initially 3 or 4 individuals and 4 or 5 firearms, to now having core members numbering 17 or 18, well-armed and equipped. Some suspect that the hyenas have taken control of an old-world armory, which is how they have developed so rapidly. If he had not failed to secure better mines and fields, he would undoubtedly have more than just 17 or 18 core followers. He could easily expand to 200 or 300 under his command. This establishes a large settlement belonging to him, akin to the likes of Yekeo-chan. Subsequently, he must consider which powerful faction might entice him, ensuring a safeguard for himself or adeptly navigating among various interests to forge a modest yet influential force. It is also possible that the hyena believes managing several hundred or even thousands of people is too burdensome, that overseeing a city is overly complicated, and that enduring the whims of greater powers is far less appealing than living freely as a bandit, which explains the retention of the current scale. Oh, by the way, his true name is Lin Li. Shang Jianyao listened intently, summarizing. The suspicions are significant, and there are even more individuals involved than we initially anticipated. There are nearly 20 core members, and the vassals number at least in the hundreds. They even possess armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers. Jiang Bai Mian added. However, they likely lack military-grade exoskeletons, bionic smart armor, Gauss weapons, or plasma weaponry. As it appears, the rumors hold some truth. The arms cache controlled by the hyena is of a general nature, lacking in high-tech weaponry. Noticing Shang Jinyao's silence, Jiang Bai Mian chuckled. Given the current strength of our Old Tune team, there's indeed a considerable chance we could ambush this bandit group. Those vassals would not genuinely fight for the hyena. We merely need to prevent him from having the opportunity to deploy his enforcement squad. However, considering their members' quality and weaponry, we must prepare for the possibility of losing at least half of our team. As she spoke, Jiang Bai Mian glanced outside the concealed location. Moreover, there may not even be an opportunity for an ambush. You let that wilderness wanderer go, just like that. Are you not worried he might sense something amiss upon changing his environment? Aren't you concerned he might report back, leading the hyena to suspect we have awakened ones on our side? What else should I do? Eliminate him? Shang Jianyao replied, his expression unchanging. You truly are soft-hearted. Jiang Bai Mian scoffed. I am too. Those of us born from great powers, who have not experienced the chaotic era and its myriad disputes, are always prone to softness. She then added, however, if we genuinely intended to ambush, we could have first controlled that wilderness wanderer and released him only after the matter was resolved. You should have considered this. You have always been vigilant of when your abilities might fail. At this point, Jiang Bai Mian laughed. In summary, you have already placed your faith in your ability to assault that bandit group. Truly a good friend. Currently, we cannot ascertain if it is indeed the hyena's group. Shang Jianyao responded impassively. Let the company send someone. Excellent idea. Jiang Bai Mian smiled in approval. Shang Jianyao glanced around, suddenly furrowing his brow and asking, Captain, what do you think the hyena's group will do upon receiving the report? I have not dealt with them, so it is difficult to make a judgment. However, from the demeanor of the hyena, it is evident that they excel at overwhelming the few with numbers, are adept at tailing and tracking, and specialize in ambushes. Although they are fierce and ruthless, they are certainly not reckless or mad. I am merely speculating and cannot be certain. I will need to verify with Bai Chun later. Jiang Bai Mian contemplated before responding. In any case, there are essentially 2 possible responses. One is to launch a counter-search in the area before the company's main forces arrive, eliminating us investigators and erasing any relevant traces. Yet this must consider that the emergency flare itself is a trap, inviting them to walk into their own demise. The other is to abandon the vassals here and retreat with the core members. They are not numerous, and they possess sufficient transportation. Having acquired plenty of supplies from Huī Tǔ, their movements will not be as sluggish as those of a large army. Moreover, there are countless areas in the wilderness where they can conceal themselves. Once the identity of the enemy is clarified, they can migrate to other powerful factions and shift the area of their robberies. Noticing Shang Jinyao's eyes light up, Jiang Bai Mian deliberately hummed. Are you contemplating that if they dare to conduct a counter-search, you would don the exoskeleton and take them down one by one? Before Shang Jianyao could respond, the tall woman with a ponytail revealed a smile. How could I allow you such an opportunity? Clearly, it will be me. She then shifted her tone. However, I believe the likelihood that the hyenas group will not react at all is greater. Why? Shang Jianyao asked, puzzled. Jiang by Mian suppressed most of her mirth. The coerced vassals may not share the same interests as the hyena. They would gladly welcome a powerful faction to drive the hyena away. After all, the worst outcome would be to be captured and enslaved, which is far preferable to serving as cannon fodder for the hyena. Moreover, should a fierce battle ensue, they would have ample opportunity to escape. If that old bat is wise, he will know what should be reported and what should be concealed. Shang Jianyao listened thoughtfully, slowly nodding. The two ceased their discussion and continued to observe their surroundings, yet no suspicious individuals were found. As mealtime approached, they concluded their operation and returned to their concealed camp atop the small hill. Throughout the day, no words were exchanged. In the dead of night, while sleeping in the tent, Shang Jianyao was roused by Long Yuehong, who brought forth the berserker assault rifle, taking over the night watch. After patrolling the vicinity, he cast his gaze downward. From here, he could directly see a small grove and the blocked entrance to Huī Tǔ. Under the dim light, the exceedingly quiet night sky suddenly witnessed a stone tumble from the cave. Shang Jianyao's nerves instantly tightened, his eyes fixated on the entrance of Huī Tǔ. The stones sealing that cave were quite substantial. It was utterly impossible to dislodge them by sheer human strength. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Long Yuehong, while using the exoskeleton to hoist that stone, had not secured it properly, causing it to gradually, imperceptibly slip down, ultimately losing balance and crashing to the ground after an extended period. Thus, Shang Jianyao refrained from reacting immediately, awaiting further observation. With a thud, the somewhat muffled sound of the massive stone hitting the ground made the entire grove tremble slightly. This commotion quickly fell into silence beneath the sparse stars. The night was as dark as before. However, unlike earlier, a gap had formed in the pile of stones blocking the entrance to Huī Tǔ, leading into the eerie, shadowy depths. Shang Jianyao scrutinized the scene for several seconds, just as he was about to expel the pent-up breath within him. He suddenly noticed a shadow slowly emerging from the cave where the stones had fallen. As the night breeze brushed past and the clouds shifted overhead, revealing half a moon, its silvery light cascaded down, illuminating the shadow, allowing Shang Jianyao to discern its general appearance. It was a short, bare-skinned figure, covered with coarse, dark hair, hunched over, and its fingernails glinted with a sharp sheen. This was a resident of Huī Tǔ. Shang Jinyao's pupils dilated in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe the sight before him, yearning to see more clearly who this figure truly was. He, along with Jiang Mian and Bai Chun, had meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of Huī Tǔ. Yet they uncovered not a single survivor. The moonlight seemed to brighten slightly, allowing Shang Jianyao to glimpse the visage of a shadowy figure. Half of the face had been torn away by a bullet, dark crimson blood and milky brain matter splattered around. By Shang Jinyao's reckoning, such a being could hardly be classified as a living person. Simultaneously, a shadow appeared to be surging from the crevice of the stone pile. Damn! Shang Jianyao could hardly suppress an expletive. Instinctively, he loosened his grip on the gun's handle, raised it to his own right cheek, and struck himself with considerable force. He suspected he was trapped in a dream. With a loud slap, his right cheek immediately swelled, the faint outlines of 5 fingers becoming discernible. Intense pain and a buzzing sound flooded his mind, causing golden specks to dance before his eyes. Nevertheless, he remained rooted to the spot. Confronted by the residents of Huī Tǔ emerging from the stone pile's crevice, followed closely by another ominous shadow, Shang Jianyao refrained from impulsively firing his weapon, as he understood that his knowledge and experience did not equip him to make sound decisions in such a situation. Thus, he sought to enlist Jiang Mian's aid, hoping the leader of the old team might possess insight into this peculiar scenario. He also prepared to awaken Bai Chun and Long Yuehong. Even if they were unable to confront the anomalies of Huī Tǔ, they could still escape in haste. As he turned halfway, Shang Jianyao had yet to call out when he caught sight of Jiang Mian's figure appearing beside him. A surge of joy filled his heart, but just as he was about to report the situation, his gaze froze and words caught in his throat. Beneath the cold moonlight, the strikingly beautiful face of Jiang Mian sprouted coarse black hairs, reminiscent of bamboo shoots breaking through the earth. Shang Jinyao's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, prompting him to instinctively pivot to the side and roll twice, arriving at the front of the Jeep. He then crouched low and darted to the other side, taking refuge beneath the rearview mirror. In doing so, he could utilize the vehicle as a shield and swiftly access the driver's seat if necessary. Something has gone awry, he shouted, attempting to rouse Long Yuehong and Bai Chun. After 3 urgent calls, Shang Jianyao advanced 2 paces, straightened his upper body, and prepared to open the car door. However, at that moment, he realized he did not possess the car keys. During the handover of the night shift, Bai Chun had given the keys to Jiang Mian, not to him. Before he could devise a solution, Jiang Mian's voice drew closer. What has happened? In the next instant, Long Yuehong and Bai Chen's voices echoed from the tent. What has happened? Their tones varied in pitch, yet their inflections mirrored Jiang Mian's. Shang Jianyao's body trembled violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He forced himself to remain calm, mentally calculating the distance between himself and Jiang Mian, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto his face, an uncontrollable grin. He straightened his posture, ready to stand and utilize the abilities of an awakened. At that moment, he glimpsed his reflection in the rearview mirror, a swollen right cheek adorned with an inappropriate smile. A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to bend down once more. Retrieving a water-absorbing pen and a sheet of white paper from his pocket, he lowered his head, using his thigh as a makeshift writing surface, and hastily penned, "If I can still see this sentence later, it means this is not a dream." As he wrote, the voices of Jiang Mian, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun drew nearer. What has happened? The urgency of his writing intensified, becoming increasingly illegible, yet he managed to scrawl the message. Afterward, he casually tucked the paper back into his pocket and straightened up, fixing his gaze once more on his reflection in the rearview mirror, his eyes deepening in intensity. As the footsteps drew closer, he swiftly organized his thoughts, attempting to articulate. Yesterday at this time, it was late at night. Today at this time, it is also late at night. Yesterday at this time, we were camping outdoors. Today at this time, we are also camping outdoors. Yesterday at this time, I was dreaming. So today at this time, Shang Jianyao paused his dialogue with his reflection, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning realization. Just as Jiang Mian approached the other side of the jeep, it struck him. Therefore, at this time today, I am also dreaming. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a multitude of stars seemed to explode in his mind. The surge of self-awareness allowing his consciousness to pierce through a haze of surreal images. Gasping, Shang Jianyao surged upright, expelling the pent-up breath lodged in his chest. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was still within the tent, still nestled in a sleeping bag. In a flash of determination, he yanked at the fabric, using all his strength to spring from the sleeping bag with the swiftness of a cheetah, leaping toward the other side of the tent, where Jiang Mian lay asleep. In the dimness, visibility was nearly non-existent, yet he could hear Jiang Mian's breathing, rapid and erratic, as if she had just completed a 5-kilometer run. Wake up! Wake up! He called out, grasping Jiang Mian's form, shaking her as he shouted. The commotion drew the attention of Bai Chun and Long Yuehong, one remaining outside to guard against unforeseen events while the other approached the tent, calling out, "What's wrong?" Shang Jianyao offered no reply, continuing to vigorously shake Jiang Mian. At last, she murmured, "Stop. I feel dizzy." Shang Jianyao exhaled in relief, straightening his posture. At that moment, Bai Chun had pulled open the tent flap. Bathed in the moonlight streaming in from outside, she observed Shang Jianyao crouched beside Jiang Mian's sleeping bag, panting heavily, while Jiang Mian sat bewildered within her bag. "Did you discover anything unusual?" Bai Chun inquired calmly. Shang Jianyao blurted out, "I had a nightmare." He involuntarily paused, feeling as though he were a child seeking comfort from an elder after a frightful dream. Noticing that neither Jiang Mian nor Bai Chun ridiculed him or attempted to interrupt, Shang Jianyao took a breath and continued, "A very vivid nightmare. In it, I slapped myself awake, yet I could not. Despite feeling intense pain, I remained trapped in slumber, until I harnessed the abilities of the Ju X Ingzich. Enhancing my discernment and comprehension of dreams, I remained in a state of slumber. In my dream, the inhabitants of Hish and transformed into living corpses and coarse, dark hair sprouted upon your faces. The concept of living corpses belongs to the realm of broadcast tales." N ceased to be perplexed. Her expression gradually became solemn as she gently nodded and said, "I too experienced a nightmare. I dreamt that I was conducting research in a laboratory, and you were all my assistants." At this point, N suddenly fell silent. After a mere breath, she continued, "That dream felt remarkably real. Due to certain details, I began to question whether I was dreaming, hastily pricking myself with a needle, only to feel the same pain as in reality. This dispelled my doubts. Then, an accident occurred in the adjacent laboratory, a toxic gas leak that spread throughout the entire floor. I was frantically leading you all towards the exit, attempting to escape before the gas engulfed the company, when I was awakened by Shnyo." As she spoke, she raised her left hand, bringing it into the bright moonlight. Both Shnyo and the approaching BICHN noticed a small red dot the size of a pinprick on the tiger's mouth of her hand, slightly swollen. Jingbian then turned her gaze towards Shngnyo's face, predictably finding a similar swollen area marked with 5 fingerprints. I do not have a needle. Jingbian pondered. This is not caused by sleepwalking. With that, she extended her left hand towards the 5 fingerprints on Shngnyo's right cheek, gesturing from a distance. This was not inflicted by me. Bichn carefully followed Jingbian's hand and examined closely. It cannot be entirely dismissed. The swelling is too pronounced, and the fingerprints appear somewhat distorted. There is a discrepancy in comparison, and furthermore, the length difference of your fingers is not significant. If it was indeed my left hand that struck you, would there still be teeth marks remaining on this side of your face? Jingbian's left fingers began to emit faint electric currents. Her left arm, along with her hand, was part of a bioprosthetic resembling an electric eel, characterized by immense strength. Bichn acknowledged this, while Shngnyo found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to elaborate on the scenes he witnessed in his dream, Jingbian suddenly furrowed her brow. Have you all made any connections? Chapter 55. Suspicion upon hearing Jingbian's question. Shngnyo and Bichn instinctively exchanged glances, only to find a shared look of confusion on each other's faces. Jingbian supported herself with her hands, sitting up straighter. Do you recall the relic hunter, Harris Brown, the balding one, and the information he provided? Clearly, Jingbian had an impressive memory. Shngnyo, as the concerned party, immediately recalled. Is it the report of abnormal human deaths north of UL Station? Exactly, Jingbian confirmed at that time. Harris Brown mentioned that they discovered several recently deceased bodies, with no visible fatal injuries, yet their expressions conveyed either agony, fear, or a bizarre smile. Bichn suddenly had an epiphany. Leader, do you mean that those individuals perished within a dream? No, a real dream? Jingbian affirmed with a nod. Consider this. I merely pricked myself in the dream, and a corresponding small swollen red manifested in reality, where, upon closer inspection, there was no actual pinprick. Similarly, Shngnyo slapped himself in the dream, resulting in real-life fingerprints and swelling on his face. If, and I emphasize if, in such a dream, a bullet struck a vital area, or if one inhaled a gas that contorted their expression, or if they were suddenly startled at the peak of pleasure, what manifestations might occur in reality? They would die without any visible fatal wounds. Enrollment replied solemnly. The 5 fingerprints on his face were likely a stress-induced phenomenon, fading rapidly. Yet if the heart ceased to beat as a result, it would never recover. Before he could finish speaking, Shngnyo abruptly stood, returned to his sleeping bag, donned his outer garment, and slung his berserker assault rifle over his shoulder. As he disengaged the gun's safety, he strode purposefully out of the tent. What happened? Asked Huī, who was on guard duty. Shngnyo glanced at the rock wall behind him and surveyed the surroundings. Have you noticed anything suspicious? Or any unusual phenomena? Huī thought for a moment before firmly shaking her head. No. Even a passing wildlife is scarce, which is typical for normal species. As she spoke, Huī, aided by the bright moonlight, caught sight of the swelling and prominent fingerprints on Shngnyo's right cheek. Suddenly, she became uncertain of how to inquire further, her expression growing somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Jingbian was already fully equipped, weapon in hand, with Bichn closely following behind. Have you discovered anything? Jingbian asked, her expression slightly grave. No. Huī replied seriously. Jingbian disregarded Huī's bewildered gaze and conducted a brief patrol, sensing the various electrical signals around her. Indeed, there was no anomaly. She returned to Shngnyo and Bichn, letting out a slight sigh of relief. It seems that as long as we do not fall asleep, we will remain unaffected. Observing l'NGUHNGS dans cette expression. Jingbian recounted the encounters she and Shngnyo had experienced. It sounded like a tale from a broadcast program, both terrifying and hard to believe. To be frank, if it weren't for the leader's credentials, based solely on Shngnyo's account, he would undoubtedly have dismissed it, saying, "Do not joke. This is not amusing at all. Go and tell the order supervisors and see if they believe you." The order supervisors are responsible for maintaining order within the peeing realm, overseeing everything from brawls to violations against others. Each floor of the internal ecological zone has an order supervisor in charge, with 3 order supervisors leading teams beneath them. And further up, a large district comprising several floors hosts an order supervisory bureau. Above the order supervisory bureau lies the order supervisory department, affiliated with the board of directors. Upon completing G-ing B-I-mean's account, Ling-Hu-H-ing instinctively replied, "This cannot be true, can it?" After asking, he quickly closed his mouth, refraining from seeking an answer. Since Sh-ing-G-N-Y-O managed to shake hands with the mechanical monk, it seemed plausible that a creature could cause one to die mysteriously in a dream. It must be acknowledged that after leaving the company and stepping onto the surface, Ling-Hu-H-ing increasingly felt that this world was far more fantastical than previously comprehended. Could be a Jew X-ing-ZH, or perhaps a distorted subhuman or animal. They might possess similar capabilities. G-ing-B-I-me and turned her head towards Sh-ing-G-N-Y-O. Aside from my own abilities, my understanding of Jew X-ing-ZH is no greater than yours. Sh-ing-G-N-Y-O followed suit, looking towards B-I-C-H-N, hoping this woman with extensive experience in the Huī Tǔ could provide an answer. Chun shook his head, indicating that he had not encountered any similar anomalies. If that were the case, Harris Brown, an experienced relic hunter, would not have hurriedly retreated, fearing to approach. Jiang Bai Mian pondered for a few seconds and looked at Shang Jianyao, saying, "I am somewhat curious. How did you manage to break free from that dream? You mentioned earlier that it was through the abilities of an awakened, but I would like to understand some details. This might provide me with some inspiration. If you consider this to be a personal secret, then let Bai Chun and Long Yuhong patrol the perimeter. As for me, I should still be trustworthy, right?" In the end, Jiang Bai Mian could not find a compelling reason and, unwilling to force Shang Jianyao to respond due to their previous circumstances, opted for a bit of playful persuasion. "It's nothing," Shang Jianyao replied calmly. "I utilized the ability of the reasoning clown that you have all witnessed. At that moment, because I'd slapped myself yet did not wake up, I initially ruled out the possibility of dreaming. My thoughts turned to escaping, driving away, and returning at dawn to see if you all had returned to normal. However, when I got up, I saw my reflection in the rearview mirror. It struck me then that if I could avoid the influence of the reasoning clown's ability, it would further solidify my belief that this was indeed a dream. If it truly was a dream, I would have essentially discerned the boundary between reality and illusion, thus enhancing my self-awareness in this regard, which should significantly increase the likelihood of waking up directly. If it were not a dream, I had also prepared a prompt for myself." At this point, Jian Yao recalled the arrangements in the dream and hurriedly reached into his pocket, pulling out several sheets of paper meant for recording. Among these papers, apart from one depicting a flawed layout of the ruins of a steel factory, marked with a restroom, the rest were blank, devoid of any hints. Indeed, Shang Jianyao exhaled deeply and continued, "After writing the prompts, I used the reasoning clown's ability to draw conclusions about dreaming based on unrelated conditions, which indeed reinforced my judgment and cognition, helping me break free from the dream." Jiang Bai Mian was quite moved by this. "That's quite clever, even deceiving oneself." Long Yuhong nearly burst into laughter, but managed to hold it in. Shang Jianyao had anticipated such an assessment from Jiang Bai Mian and almost forgot what he intended to say next. He paused before continuing. "I had never conducted a similar experiment before. It was only upon seeing my reflection in the rearview mirror that I felt it was worth a try. Moreover, the reasoning clown's ability can be categorized into two types. One utilizes obvious facts to lead the target to an almost unrelated conclusion that benefits me. The other relies on trivial conditions to arrive at illogical yet correct judgments." Jiang Bai Mian nodded gently. "Indeed, it seems this experience has helped you further master your ability and broaden its boundaries." Just as Shang Jianyao was about to say something, he suddenly wore a contemplative expression. Jiang Bai Mian then turned her gaze to Bai Chun. "What are your thoughts? Given the uncertainty of whether the anomaly has dissipated, it would be best not to sleep tonight. As soon as dawn breaks, we should immediately drive south. With your capabilities, staying awake for half the night should not pose a significant problem." Bai Chun offered a very prudent and cautious suggestion. Long Yuhong instinctively pointed towards the entrance of Hei Shu Town, asking, "What about here? What else can we do?" "First, ensure our own safety, and then we can discuss other matters," Jiang Bai Mian responded without hesitation. "Furthermore, the dream's anomalies would not solely target us. Nearby relic hunters and wanderers in the wilderness must have been affected as well. Their bizarre deaths will temporarily transform this place into a no-go zone, becoming a terrifying area that spreads by word of mouth, and for a while, no one will dare to come here. If someone enters without receiving any information and remains completely oblivious, I doubt they would have the capability to locate the entrance to Hei Shu Town or move the massive boulder blocking the cave. Once the effects wear off, the company personnel should be arriving as well. If they cannot find us, they will surely signal us." Long Yuhong had no further objections, and the four of them thus stood guard until dawn. They then took turns driving southward. As noon approached, Bai Mian, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Shang Jianyao and suggested, "Try to sleep for a bit and see if there are any anomalies in your dreams. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on you, and if anything seems off, I will wake you." I can wake myself, Shang Jianyao murmured confidently. Ah. Jiang Bai Mian tilted her head. Her smile did not wane, but instead became more pronounced. Shang Jianyao said no more. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his right hand and gently pressed on his temples before closing his eyes. The cold, dark metallic walls loomed high, enclosing a vast and empty hall. The ceiling was obscured in darkness, with countless shimmering points of light slowly rotating, resembling a multitude of star rivers. In the center of the hall, starlight cascaded, coalescing into a massive, indistinct silhouette. The figure's hands were outstretched symmetrically, as if simulating a balance. The hollow voices of one cost. 3 blessings echoed in layers within Shang Jianyao's ears. He gazed at the scene for nearly 10 seconds before murmuring 4 words. Hall of Stars. He refrained from further speech, bypassing the indistinct figure and reaching the innermost part of the hall, halting before the heavy gray-white stone door. Chapter 56. Reunion before the heavy stone door embedded in the black metallic wall. Shang Jianyao inhaled silently, leaning forward to press his hands against it. Brilliant light illuminated the 3 grooves above the stone door, reminiscent of stars scattered across the sky. Within this light, ethereal characters rolled into view before quickly solidifying. Reading, Reasoning Clown, Distorted Man, Missing Hands. With a slight focus, the white light representing the Reasoning Clown suddenly brightened, becoming increasingly radiant. Almost simultaneously, the gray-white stone door trembled gently, retreating with a grinding sound, slowly opening. Within mere seconds, the gray-white stone door that had troubled Shang Jianyao for many days was completely ajar. He then withdrew his hands, slipped them into his pockets, and stood quietly, gazing beyond the door. There stood a silver-white metallic staircase, silently ascending into an unseen infinity. On either side of the staircase lay an endless abyss, so profound it seemed capable of swallowing the entire world. Indeed, Shang Jianyao murmured to himself, withdrew his hands, and stepped forward, passing through the door without a hint of hesitation, treading upon the staircase. Step by step, though he could not discern the staircase's end, he walked steadily and powerfully, showing no signs of doubt or haste. Throughout this journey, only the sound of his footsteps echoed, devoid of any other noise. The juxtaposition of the surrounding profound darkness brought forth an indescribable sense of fear. As he ascended layer by layer, unaware of how long he had been climbing, Shang Jianyao finally glimpsed another hue amidst the profound darkness. This hue resembled the previously seen gray-white stone door, still embedded within the black metallic walls that offered no visible boundaries. Above it were 3 indentations, and had it not been for the peculiar change beneath his feet, and the absence of stars surrounding him, Shang Jianyao might have believed he had returned to the original hall. After contemplating for a brief moment, he quickened his pace. Running towards the new stone door, he slightly turned his body, with one hand in his pocket and the other pressing against the door. As anticipated, the 3 indentations on the gray-white stone door emitted white light in succession, coalescing into ethereal stars. Within these stars, countless characters swirled before settling into a fixed formation, revealing the phrases, the riddling clown, the sentimental one, and the hands missing movement. Notably, the representation of the riddling clown shone much brighter than the other 2. Unfortunately, this time, the gray-white stone door merely quivered gently, refusing to retreat. Shang Jianyao transitioned from a light push with one hand to applying force with both palms, bending slightly at the waist as if attempting to exert his entire weight upon the door. The imposing stone door remained steadfast, its movement unchanged, and the gap did not widen. Retracting his hands, he straightened his posture, gazing thoughtfully at the bright riddling clown and the somewhat dim sentimental one, as well as the hands missing movement, nodding slightly in contemplation. As the 3 orbs of white light gradually dimmed and vanished, Shang Jinyao's figure also began to blur. He had truly entered a deep slumber. Time passed unmeasured until he suddenly felt his body swaying. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to see Jiang Bai Mian's straight black eyebrows and her bright, spirited eyes. What had transpired? Upon noticing that Shang Jianyao had finally awakened, Jiang Bai Mian exhaled in relief without concealing her emotions. After a moment of serious contemplation, Shang Jianyao replied, "I slept too soundly." Jiang Bai Mian's brows twitched, seemingly suppressing her reactions with considerable effort, while Long Yuehong in the back seat let out a laugh. The driver, Bai Chun, pressed down harder on the accelerator, causing the Jeep to accelerate rapidly, nearly veering off the clear road. After a few seconds, Jiang Bai Mian slowly exhaled, indicating they had exited the abnormal zone. Bai Chun, find a more concealed spot to park, she instructed. Turning her gaze to Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong in the back, she continued, "We will camp here for the next few days. After lunch, Long Yuehong, you will rest with Bai Chun while I keep watch and patrol with Shang Jianyao. We will train in wilderness survival in this area until the team dispatched by the company signals us. Understood, Captain. Both Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong responded in agreement. One day later, within the old Tune squad's territory, having just finished lunch, Long Yuehong pulled out a fruit the size of a longan, encased in a grayish-green hard shell. He bit into the shell, revealing the tender, white flesh inside. After savoring the juice that oozed out, he chewed the fruit with delight. "This is delicious," he exclaimed after swallowing the flesh, genuinely impressed. During the day's training, his greatest discovery had been this food, known as fresh fruit. Derived from a drought-resistant shrub that is widely distributed, has a short growth period, and can be preserved for a long time without any toxins. The only drawback is its low yield, as each shrub bears only a few fruits, rendering it unsuitable as a staple food that no one would deliberately gather. According to Bai Chun, this fruit was a cherished memory for many childhood wanderers in the wilderness. Shang Jianyao also held a piece of fresh fruit, just finishing the last morsel of tender flesh. Contrary to his initial expectations, the texture of this wild fruit was not soft and dense, but rather crisp, reminiscent of an apple. Its flavor was slightly tart yet sweet, compelling one to eat more. After chewing and swallowing the thin seeds hidden within the flesh, Shang Jianyao clapped his hands and stood up. Just as Jiang Bai Mian was about to announce the start of the afternoon training, she suddenly noticed 3 fireworks erupting in the northern sky, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 blue. "The company's signal flares," she muttered, frowning slightly. "Is it coming too quickly? Could it be a forgery?" Bai Chun suggested a possibility. Jiang Bai Mian scrutinized the situation, shaking her head. "These are specially made signal flares by the company. Outsiders cannot replicate them, and the color sequence is correct. Perhaps a team from a security department is nearby conducting drills and has come directly." Shang Jianyao interjected with a smile. "Shall we send Long Yuehong to confirm?" "Why me?" Long Yuehong replied, astonished. "I can only command you," Shang Jianyao stated candidly. Long Yuehong shot him a sidelong glance, deliberately expressing his discontent. At this moment, Jiang Bai Mian smiled and remarked, "Shang Jianyao has a point." Long Yuehong's expression paled slightly. Jiang Bai Mian continued, "We will return to the area around Huī Town. Once we are nearby, we will send someone equipped with exoskeleton gear to conduct reconnaissance." Upon hearing exoskeleton gear, Long Yuehong regained his composure. He slapped his forehead and muttered, "How did I forget about this?" Jiang Bai Mian tilted her head. Though she couldn't hear clearly, she could roughly guess what Long Yuehong was saying. With a playful smile, she countered, "Do you think you're capable of handling the reconnaissance task? How many employees from the security department do you know? If we go there to scout, it will undoubtedly be me who does it." After speaking, Jiang Bai Mian strode towards the jeep, leaving behind a light remark, "You all clean up." As evening approached, the old Tune squad returned to the hilly terrain surrounding Huī Town. Following Jiang Bai Mian's reconnaissance with the exoskeleton gear, they confirmed that the signal flare had indeed been released by personnel from Manga biology. Once the exoskeleton gear was secured, Bai Chun drove them to the foot of the hill. There, they encountered several employees from Manga biology dressed in gray-black uniforms, each wielding standard-issue berserker assault rifles, positioned strategically to block the road. Bai Chun halted the jeep in accordance with the gestures from the opposite side. Jiang Bai Mian was the first to exit, walking forward. Along the way, she produced a rectangular badge with red background and golden lettering, fastening it to her chest. The sunlight reflected off the badge, illuminating the words Manga biology as they glimmered. 2 fully armed employees, each wearing the same badge, approached her. One held a handheld electronic device with a screen, while the other inquired, "Electronic card number 0231-016-2155. More content will be loaded shortly. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Jiang Bai Mian skillfully recited a string of numbers. The security personnel holding the handheld device entered the sequence, retrieving information on Jiang Bai Mian. He quickly compared the photo and characteristics, raised his hand in a salute, and greeted, "Good evening, Team Leader Jiang." After Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun verified the employees' electronic card numbers, the 2 security personnel stepped aside simultaneously. "Which team are you from? How did you arrive so quickly?" Jiang Bai Mian casually inquired. The security personnel who had requested the electronic card number replied, "We set off as soon as we received reports of anomalies north of Yulu Station, and we spotted the emergency flare you launched along the way." The employee holding the handheld device added, "We are from Team 23. Jiang Bai Mian was not surprised by their response and felt a sense of relief. "How many teams have you brought?" The entire team came. With armored vehicles, the security personnel responded candidly. "Indeed," Jiang Bai Mian remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her face. Inside Manga biology, the security department is responsible for external operations, with the basic unit being a combat team. Each combat team consists of 20 to 30 members, including a team leader, level 7, and a deputy, levels 4 to 6. For ease of command, combat teams are further subdivided into 3 to 4 squads, each led by a squad leader, level 4 or 5. Similarly, 3 combat teams form an operational battalion. Including additional personnel, an operational battalion comprises approximately 100 individuals, with the captain typically at level 8. Above that is the operational group, consisting of 4 to 500 individuals, representing the largest organizational structure of the security department, with the corresponding supervisor at level 9. In the event of a large-scale war, operational groups may temporarily form multiple operational clusters, commanded and controlled by various operational cluster directors, level 1 management. The elite guard of the big boss is managed directly by the management-level operational cluster, while important project security clusters are permanent exceptions and consist of fewer members than actual operational clusters. This indicates that operational battalions are the backbone of the security department's organization. "Where's your captain?" Jiang Bai Mian inquired next. "In Huī Town," replied the employee with the electronic device. Jiang Bai Mian nodded. "Take us there. We have vital intelligence." Chapter 57, Intelligence Exchange. Shang Jianyao and the others met the captain of Team 23 outside Huī Town. He was in his 30s, clad in gray-black attire, adorned with a badge featuring 2 extra stars. Wang Beicheng. He extended his right hand toward Jiang Bai Mian. Jiang Bai Mian reciprocated, offering a brief handshake. Jiang Bai Mian, "I have heard much about you." Wang Beicheng smiled as he withdrew his hand. He stood at a similar height to Shang Jianyao, with a strong facial structure, but his complexion was deeply tanned, giving him a somewhat ashen appearance. "I hope it is a good reputation," Jiang Bai Mian humbly remarked, then proceeded to introduce Shang Jianyao and the others. "These are members of our old Toon team." Wang Beicheng was not at all arrogant, greeting Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuhong in turn. He then redirected his gaze to Jiang Bai Mian, saying, "To be honest, we were quite surprised when we heard you applied to form a new old Toon team. This is one of the most dangerous tasks. You certainly do not need to." Upon hearing it was one of the most perilous tasks, Long Yuhong's complexion involuntarily paled slightly. Jiang Bai Mian, however, smiled and replied, "This is my personal pursuit. Amidst the ashes, there are still idealists. Sometimes, one can only envy you." Wang Beicheng remarked with a half-smile and a sigh. "Unfortunately, people like us have wives and children. We can no longer afford to be capricious." Their pleasantries concluded, Jiang Bai Mian began recounting her experiences, hoping her colleagues would glean useful information from her narrative. She first mentioned the first night spent outdoors, hearing howls and suspecting an anomaly north of Yulu, then skipped over her battle with the wilderness bandits clad in exoskeletons, even omitting her experiences in Huī Town, only briefly mentioning an encounter with a Hei Nao Tai Shi, which she successfully defeated. The skin of the Hei Nao Tai Shi was visibly resting atop the jeep. Having narrated the preliminary events, Jiang Bai Mian directly shared her visit to the abandoned steel mill, recounting the intelligence provided by the bald relic hunter Harris Brown verbatim, with no alterations in content. Wang Beicheng listened intently, his polite smile gradually fading. Subsequently, Jiang Bai Mian transitioned the topic to the mechanical monk Jing Fa. Initially, she accurately recounted the dialogue between Shang Jianyao, Long Yuhong, and Jing Fa, emphasizing the suspected awakened ability known as Xian Tong. However, when recounting how Jing Fa pursued them, using his ability to control the 4 of them, Jiang Bai Mian subtly concealed Shang Jianyao's actions, stating only that she deduced Jing Fa's hatred towards women was not due to defects in the Immortals technique, but rather a psychological distortion stemming from the mismatch between his essence and physical state, which she deliberately provoked to incite uncontrollable violence. Seizing the opportunity, she inserted her left index finger into the interface on Jing Fa's neck, utilizing the high-voltage current stored in her electric eel prosthetic to damage his main control system and bodily structure. Here, Jiang Bai Mian intentionally altered the facts, omitting her initial concern about Jing Fa's potential emergency backup systems and redundant bodily structures, focusing instead on her intention to infiltrate the mechanical monk's internal information network for direct control. She glossed over the intermediate processes, linking the subsequent outcome to the fact that Jing Fa possessed emergency backup systems and redundant bodily structures, allowing him to escape the jeep despite sustaining severe damage without being destroyed on the spot. "If I were in your position, even leading a combat team, I might not have performed as well as you did." After listening to the account of the mechanical monk, Wang Beicheng could not help but exclaim, "The combination of combat-type robots, true human wisdom, and awakened abilities is simply a formidable weapon. This pressure is what drives such results. Otherwise, one could fall victim to a mechanical monk's assault and be killed without recourse." Jiang Bai Mian self-deprecatingly remarked, "Once we escaped from Jing Fa, We intended to come to Huī town and utilize the radio transmitter here to relay the intelligence we had gathered back to the company. Along the way, while camping outdoors, we encountered a peculiar individual named Du Hong, who claimed to be an antiquities scholar and historical researcher from the original city, calling himself Jia Luo Lan, a self-proclaimed Taoist. She emphasized not the oddity of these two individuals, but rather the valuable intelligence regarding awakened beings they had acquired. Following that, the old Toon team arrived in Huī town, only to discover it had been completely ravaged, leading them to search the scene and launch an emergency flare. Jiang Bai Mian did not conceal the results of her investigation, pointing out the suspicions surrounding the hyena bandits. As the conversation neared its conclusion, she recounted a genuine nightmare, but refrained from mentioning how Shang Yao had managed to free himself through the powers of an awakened one. Instead, she remarked on her fortunate timing, as it was during the night shift handover when Long Yuhong and Bai Chun noticed something amiss and promptly roused her and Shang Yao. In the end, she connected her genuine nightmare to the anomalies north of Yu Lu Chejian, sharing her conjectures. This indeed bore resemblance to certain awakened abilities. Wang Baicheng, who had a near-generational gap with Shang Yao and others, hesitated before speaking. In my youth, I followed an action group and participated in a grand transaction among powerful factions. By chance, I encountered a cult called Fu Xiao Chenxing. They were both terrified of dreams and utilized them. At that time, the believer I spoke with was an awakened one, calling himself a dream guardian, claiming to fight to protect people from being devoured by nightmares. The nightmare scenarios he described were somewhat akin to what you have mentioned. Jiang Bai Mian and Shang Yao exchanged glances before inquiring of Wang Beicheng. Did he ever demonstrate his abilities to you? No, Wang Beicheng shook his head. This may be related to my cautious nature. Jiang Bai Mian pondered for a moment before probing further. Whom do they worship as their deity? Aware that Shang Yao and the others had acquired information regarding the deity from the mechanical monk Jing Fa, he answered candidly, it is Fu Xiao, the deity of the second month. They refer to this deity as the light that pierces through dreams. At this point, Wang Beicheng glanced at the dimming sky. Is there any further news? No, Bai Mian replied with a slight smile. I've dried out my mouth just talking. Wang Beicheng chuckled. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The day is nearly over. You should find a place to set up camp and rest. As for me, he continued, I must promptly arrange several reconnaissance teams to gather information based on what you have provided. We cannot afford to waste any time. And it's best to sleep under the watch of your night companions, so that if anything unusual occurs, you could be awakened in a timely manner. He did not mention whether this would make for a restless sleep. In the ashen soil, such matters were not problematic. Every seasoned individual understood that life surpassed shame and awkwardness. Rest assured, we have experience. Jiang Bai Mian waved her hand as she bid farewell to Wang Beicheng. Returning to the vicinity of the jeep, once they found a suitable location and set up the tent, Long Yuhong could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Team leader, why did you choose to conceal the matter of the exoskeleton device? The decision to keep Shang Yao's secret was a consensus among them, thus requiring no further explanation. There's no need to elaborate on this. It could inadvertently lead to discussions regarding Shui Weizhan. Jiang Bai Mian replied nonchalantly. Haven't we already agreed to report on Shui Weizhan? But without disclosing the specific location, only mentioning that we encountered their hunting squad in the wilderness? Bai Chun, who typically displayed minimal emotional fluctuations, inquired with concern. Jiang Bai Mian laughed heartily. There is no need to rush. We will wait until we return to the company and report in accordance with the proper procedures. What purpose would it serve to inform Wang Beicheng about their team? It would only increase the risks of leaks. Isn't it alright if it leaks? Bai Chen was somewhat puzzled. Jiang Bai Mian sighed slightly, gesturing with her chin towards Shang Yao and Long Yuhong. Why don't you share the internal staff's attitudes towards the wild wanderers? Shang Yao, responsible for vigilance, candidly expressed a certain aversion, fearing that absorbing too many wild wanderers would reduce various allocations. Indeed, although we are not overly staffed, everyone feels that we are managing fine as is, and that the number of new births will increase in the future. There's no need to absorb a large influx of wild wanderers. Long Yuhong glanced at Bai Chun, her voice slightly lowered. Jiang Bai Mian then extended her right hand towards Bai Chun. Did you hear that? If we were to selectively absorb the outstanding individuals among you wild wanderers, leveraging your experience, insight, and abilities, the internal staff would not object and might even be quite understanding. However, if we were to absorb all the wild wanderers from an entire settlement, that would be less acceptable. The security teams, small units, and action squads, though frequently operating externally and aware of the situations in various settlements, were not devoid of compassion. They too had families residing within the company and were similarly influenced by various discussions. If they were to leak information about Shui Wei before the board made a decision, It could easily lead to negative repercussions. Bai Chun still did not fully understand. Could ordinary employees really influence the board's decisions? To her, such high-level matters seemed impervious to the opinions of the lower ranks. Jiang Bai Mian chuckled at her words. You are still more accustomed to the ways of the wild wanderers and are not quite adapting to some of the internal company dynamics. Manga biotechnology, while not insignificant, was still not overly large, which board member did not have relatives or friends among the ordinary employees. Furthermore, internal stability was of paramount importance, as it directly affected the morale and functioning of the action squads. If negative discourse spread, even if the board insisted on absorbing the entirety of Shui Weizhen, the details of the proposal would undoubtedly differ. Would all be granted formal employee status or treated as peripheral vassals? Would there be a degree of division, with personnel dispatched to manage, or would it be handled in a manner akin to He Shuzhen, which had significant disparities? Bai Chun fell silent, lowering her head slightly as she contemplated Jiang Bai Mian's words. In her experiences as a wild wanderer, those in power, the stronger factions, held absolute sway. At this moment, Long Yuhong mumbled, but I still feel this is only one aspect of the reasoning. Accustomed to speaking his mind, his voice was not low. Perhaps the team leader fears Wang Beicheng will requisition our exoskeleton devices. Shang Jianyao remarked with a playful glance at Jiang Bai Mian. Jiang Bai Mian raised an eyebrow. Am I afraid of him? Before Shang Jianyao, Long Yuhong, and Bai Chun could respond, she interjected, we have no subservient relationship. He has not obtained temporary wartime authorization. He is merely a tier above me, but not at the management level. Why should I fear him? So, even if Wang Beicheng, in his capacity as Action Brigade Captain, were to forcibly summon us to participate in forthcoming matters, we could choose to ignore him. Bai Chun was still adjusting to the intricate rules within Manga biotechnology. Not to mention her, even Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong, who had just transitioned from school to the security department, were unclear about such authority matters. Exactly, Jiang Bai Mian replied with a smile. We are a special team directly under Deputy Minister Shiyu. Even the Action Collective Director, who is also in management, cannot command us without the temporary wartime authorization granted by the board. Shiyu serves as a Deputy Minister within the Security Department, holding a rank equivalent to that of an Action Cluster Director. Both positions belong to the first level of the Security Department, with each focusing on different aspects, rendering neither superior nor inferior to the other. Occasionally, some Action Cluster Directors may also assume the role of Deputy Minister. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong are well acquainted with Shiyu, not merely because she is the superior of their superior, but also due to her considerable reputation. She is one of the rare representatives of the Honghe ethnic group within the ranks of Pangu Biotech, distinguished by her unique name, eye color, and hair color, setting her apart from the majority of employees. Furthermore, she is an exceptional case, having ascended through the ranks of the Security Department's civilian structure, which typically does not permit new employees to participate in job assignments unless they are exceptionally talented individuals earmarked for training prior to entering university, a category to which Shiyu belongs. Upon attentively listening, Shang Jianyao calmly posed a question. Can that minister command us? Jiang Mian's smile faltered momentarily, yet she affirmed. Of course. At this juncture, Bai Chun began to grasp the structural hierarchy of the security department and inquired, what if Wang Beicheng insists on summoning us? Forcibly conscripting us? Jiang Mian unhesitatingly replied, I don't care about that. When the time comes, I will simply leave. Can he really stop me? Are you not afraid he might resort to violence? Bai Chun pressed further. Jiang Mian's expression shifted, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes as she scrutinized Bai Chen's delicate features. You must remember, this is a powerful military organization, not a band of wild vagabonds. Even if Wang Beicheng were to lose his mind, his subordinates would not dare to act. Every employee within the security department is acutely aware of the consequences of unwarranted aggression against a colleague. At the very least, 10 years of imprisonment with forced labor, and at worst, the death penalty or even exile for the entire family. Couldn't one resort to framing, scheming, or silencing? Bai Chun queried. That would only compound the crime, Jiang Mian remarked, casting a glance at Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong, who would accompany Wang Beicheng in such madness. We risk our lives for the company, which provides stability and basic necessities for us and our families. What guarantees can Wang Beicheng offer? What more can he provide? At most, opportunities for advancement or preferential treatment in the distribution of spoils, but compared to the severe consequences that would arise should the situation be exposed, what does that amount to? Even if someone were driven by greed, how many opportunities could Wang Beicheng provide? Could he cover the entire action team of around 100 people? Bai Chun interjected, if it were just him and a handful of close associates, then I would indeed have reason to worry. But with dozens or even hundreds of individuals in this area, can he truly frame and silence everyone? If even a few individuals regret their actions and secretly report back, seeking redemption, the entire scheme would unravel, leading to dire repercussions. Moreover, this madness would only stem from a fleeting sense of pride. Who would be willing to engage in such folly? Bai Chun slowly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Indeed, with so many voices, it is impossible to simply eliminate the others. If only a few individuals were to return, the issue would be glaringly apparent. Furthermore, in a scenario where both sides are equally armed, who would truly silence whom? Even Wang Beicheng's confidants might hesitate to follow him into madness. Jiang Mian smiled slightly and asked Shang Jian Yao Long Yuhong, if I were to ask you to openly confront Wang Beicheng in front of many people, would you dare? Long Yuhong fell silent for a few moments before responding softly, we couldn't win. If you could win, would you dare to do it? Jiang Mian inquired playfully. At this moment, Shang Jian Yao nodded seriously, declaring I would. No need for planning. Once we return to the company, I will confront Wang Beicheng. Jiang Mian scoffed at this notion. Fighting upon returning to the company would merely be termed a brawl. Typically, the order supervisor would mediate a few words, and everyone would return to their respective duties. At worst, one might face 10 to 15 days of confinement and a month's worth of contribution points deducted. Moreover, to prevent the punished from starving, the deducted points would be spread over the course of a year, as long as one does not inflict serious harm upon the other. Similar brawls usually result in nothing more than a transfer to a less desirable position. Within Pangu Biotech, there are hardly any positions more perilous than the current ones. Listening to Shang Jian Yao and others banter, Bai Chun suddenly interjected, what exactly has Wang Beicheng done wrong? Why are we now seriously discussing whether to confront him and how to do so? Jiang Mian fell into deep thought. Long Yuhong realized that, following their discussion, Wang Beicheng's image in his mind had inexplicably deteriorated, almost to the point of being viewed as exceedingly malevolent. Only Shang Jian Yao replied earnestly, his fault lies in his lack of singing talent. How do you know? Bai Chun instinctively probed. Shang Jian Yao nodded. It was merely a guess. Bai Chun once again recognized that engaging in a serious discussion with Shang Jian Yao was a misstep, as one could never tell when he was jesting or being serious. All right, Jiang Mian clapped her hands together. It's time to prepare dinner. By the way, Shang Jian Yao, you should rest first and see if you will enter a real nightmare. After issuing her instructions, she reflected for a moment and added, to be honest, I am somewhat concerned about Wang Beicheng discovering that we possess military exoskeleton devices. Generally speaking, such advanced equipment is scarce within each ordinary action team, often concentrated in a specific group within a larger team, and Wang Beicheng's group may not necessarily have access to them. Guarantee you, just saying you weren't afraid? Long Yuhong expressed his confusion over their leader's change of heart. Jiang Mian self-deprecatingly chuckled. I am not afraid of him forcibly conscripting us. I fear he might plead for assistance. Their subsequent actions will undoubtedly be far more perilous than ours, and morally and logically, we ought to lend them our exoskeleton devices. Alas, I am too soft-hearted. Moreover, once we return to the company, such equipment must be surrendered for centralized distribution. It cannot belong to us. Then it can be lent, Long Yuhong replied, even more perplexed. Jiang Mian surveyed them each in turn. Isn't this a precaution against unforeseen circumstances? I've noticed that this time, our outdoor training has not gone smoothly. We encountered what seemed like an ordinary band of robbers, yet they possessed exoskeleton devices. We took the most straightforward path, only to find ourselves facing marshland encroachment with the presence of the black marsh iron snake lurking. We practiced in the ruins of an unremarkable steel factory, only to come across mechanical monks engaged in purification. When we sought to borrow a radio transmitter in Black Rat Town, we faced a town massacre. In light of the company's impending arrival, we encountered yet another anomaly, plunging into a genuine nightmare. Furthermore, north of Yulu Station, and not hour, we stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient city. To summarize, it seems we have been experiencing a string of misfortunes. Who knows what further unexpected events may arise. Thus, we must retain the exoskeleton devices to bolster our group's strength. Yes. Long Yuhong expressed his strong agreement, and Bai Chun could not help but nod in concurrence. After all, one's own life remains the utmost priority. Opened his mouth about to say something, but was met with a fierce glare from Jiang Bai Mian. You need not speak. Jiang Bai Mian then chuckled lightly, if it were not of utmost importance. Seeing that did not continue, Jiang Bai Mian thoughtfully added, moreover, my concealment of the exoskeleton devices and the events in Shui Weizhan is also to provide cover for. What? Long Yuhong looked utterly confused. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please exit the reading mode, night mode, and advertisement blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Jiang Bai Mian smiled and said, these two matters cannot be hidden for long. They must be documented in the reports upon our return. any brief concealment will lead to, and the others realizing the truth once they inquire, uncovering the small intentions behind our actions. Consequently, they will not suspect that we harbor other secrets. With this mutual validation, the company will cease to doubt us. Is that so? Lan Yuhong felt this strategy was quite clever, though she struggled to organize her thoughts, and nodded thoughtfully. The night passed without incident, and the abnormality seemed to have departed from the vicinity. At dawn, after breakfast, they awaited the arrival of deputy, who led them to the outskirts of Heishuzhen, donned a dark gray beret, his expression serious as he addressed Jiang by Mian. Several reconnaissance teams have reported back with 2 key points. First, a dozen members of the hyena bandit group and their subordinates met with an inexplicable demise the night before last, with no apparent cause. This terrified the hyena, prompting him to abandon his subordinates the following morning, taking only a dozen core members northward to the newly discovered ruins of an old world city. Second, this newly discovered old world city is located less than 50 kilometers from here. Such proximity? Jiang by Mian expressed her surprise, glanced at the northwestern sky, and said, previously, it was said to be north of Yulu Station, but it is actually northeast. It is not too difficult to reach from here. Upon hearing this, Jiang by Mian murmured, no wonder the real nightmare has spread to the Heishuzhen area. We must depart immediately. Do you require any assistance? None. Jiang by Mian sincerely wished him well, until we meet again. Waved his hand, gathering the team to head northwest. After watching their convoy, including armored vehicles, depart, Jiang by Mian sighed in relief. Let us set off towards our original destination. I am finally free from the entanglement of securing data in the old world ruins and ensuring the safety of 2 novices. As she reflected on the troubles that had finally passed, preparing to embark on their planned journey, a deep, resonant male voice interrupted when Jiang by Mian uttered these words. She was unaware that the events were far from over, and the tides of fate would lead her down a starkly divergent path. Jiang by Mian turned in astonishment, looking at, why do you suddenly say such things? With a serious demeanor, replied, I just happen to think of this phrase. Perhaps it is a sense of destiny. Jiang by Mian regarded him with skepticism, while Lan Yuhong hesitantly said, I feel like I have heard this somewhere before. Indeed, it was in a previous broadcast. She exclaimed. They merely changed a few names. The broadcast from the Pangu Biological Entertainment Department not only provided hourly news updates, but also featured bedtime music and storytelling, serving as one of the few mental enjoyments for the employees. A serious expression quickly faded into a sunlit smile. Do you not think that line fits particularly well in the context of the earlier scene? Jiang by Mian couldn't help but chuckle. Do we really need lines to accompany our sentiments? Well, it seems everyone is in good spirits, she observed, scanning the group and noticing somewhat perplexed expression. The petite girl stood quietly, uncertain of how to join the conversation. Was she feeling a touch lonely? Did she perceive herself as an outsider? With a smile, Jiang by Mian directly inquired, are you feeling left out? S expression shifted several times, instinctively biting her lip. I'm just an outsider. Since she was not yet a formal employee, and certain news from the broadcast could not be disclosed. The area, for those awaiting confirmation, did not have the necessary connections established. This left her somewhat out of the loop regarding related topics. Had she not encountered the broadcasting horns used for issuing commands at some settlements, or heard the hourly chimes at the security department's floor, she might not have even grasped the meaning of broadcast. Many relic hunters knew that a collapsed building in the steel factory ruins belonged to a broadcasting station, but they did not truly understand what a broadcasting station entailed. That cannot be said. Many senior employees in our department, even some in management, come from a background as wasteland wanderers. Once you become a formal employee, you'll be eligible for unified marriage, and then we will all be like family. Jiang by Mian reassured her, having anticipated this concern. Do you think the bond between us is deeper than that with the board members, whom I have hardly interacted with? Having faced life and death together, we are like sisters of different parents. How can you consider yourself an outsider? What about us? Interjected playfully. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please exit the reading mode, night mode, and advertisement blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. You all? Jiang by Mian pondered for a moment. I cannot yet declare us as siblings of different parents. What if, during the unified marriage, one of you is paired with? Upon hearing the mention of unified marriage from the senior wasteland wanderer who had joined Pangu Biological, glanced back and forth between and Lan Yuhong, her expression not appearing particularly joyful. I understand. There is a hint of insecurity, seemed to grasp sentiment. Given its experiences, insights, and upbringing, her facial muscles slightly contorted at that moment, unsure whether to retort or to react with a mix of anger and amusement. You might as well forget it. Who would be interested in someone like you? Jiang by Mian teased without restraint. In her interactions with, she felt less need for caution. through their days together. She had grown increasingly confident that he possessed a strong inner resolve, one that would not be genuinely affected by such remarks. In contrast, she could not extend the same approach to Long Yuhong. As a team leader, Jiang Bai Mian understood that people were inherently different, each requiring unique approaches to interaction. This adaptability was one of the reasons for her popularity within the security department. The momentary self-doubt that had arisen in Long Yuhong, spurred by scrutiny and subsequent expression changes, dissipated entirely as she was amused by his banter. At this moment, Bai Chun turned her head and spoke to Long Yuehong. "I apologize. I was merely envisioning a scenario where you were my husband. It felt rather peculiar, and I found myself unaccustomed to it. There was no other implication." "It's quite all right," Long Yuehong promptly replied. Jiang Bai Mian, with a cheerful smile, prodded further. "What if it didn't feel strange? Then you should seize the opportunity to sleep with him." Bai Chun casually remarked, "Ah." Long Yuehong's expression was one of astonishment. Both Shang Jianyao and Jiang Bai Mian subtly raised their eyebrows in unison. For reasons unknown, Bai Chun suddenly found herself on the brink of laughter, stating, "Such occurrences are rather commonplace in the gray earth. If you fancy someone, you ought to pursue them without delay. Otherwise, by the next day, either he or you may meet an untimely end due to various circumstances." "Captain, I always believed you to be a person of considerable experience. Yet here we are," she chuckled. Jiang Baimin interjected, "Please remember to bookmark this for future reference. It is a noteworthy point. This reflects a cultural custom that has arisen in the gray earth, shaped by the harsh conditions of survival after the destruction of the old world." Through this discourse, Bai Chun inexplicably felt a profound sense of camaraderie with Jiang Baimian, Long Yuehong, and Shang Jianyao, as if they had forged a bond of life and death. During her time as a wanderer in the wilderness, she had faced numerous life-threatening trials with various individuals, but most of those encounters were born out of necessity, devoid of any genuine rapport. Once the perilous situations dissipated, it was not uncommon for them to turn against one another. Thus, despite having weathered many dangers alongside Jiang Baimian and Shang Jianyao, she only revered Jiang Baimian's qualities, feared Shang Jianyao's prowess, and sympathized with Long Yuehong's forced maturation, maintaining a psychological distance from them. As Bai Chun pondered these thoughts, Jiang Baimian suddenly directed her gaze toward her, a smile gracing her lips, and asked, "So, do you truly feel like a member of the team now?" Upon witnessing Jiang Baimian's sincere smile, Bai Chun couldn't help but close her eyes momentarily, addressing her captain. "I never anticipated you would be so astute in understanding my mental state." Jiang Baimian chuckled heartily. "As a captain, it is my duty not only to enhance each of your capabilities, but also to remain vigilant regarding your psychological well-being. Although I primarily focus on mentoring those two novices, one a rogue and the other a newcomer, I have consistently paid attention to your feelings and performance. In the foreseeable future, we will confront countless dangers together, and we must rely on each other's protection. Our bond will undoubtedly surpass that of even sisters. As I previously stated, every decision I make aims to ensure the survival of my team members. This sentiment applies not only to Long Yuehong and Shang Jianyao, but also to you." Bai Chun remained silent, her lips pressed together as she gazed at Jiang Baimian, lost in contemplation. "Regrettably, Captain, if you were not a woman, I would have taken the liberty to sleep with you tonight." This remark did not come from Bai Chun, but from Shang Jianyao, who deliberately altered his voice. Bai Chun turned in shock, casting an incredulous look at the unpredictable individual. "I am merely providing a voiceover," Shang Jianyao earnestly nodded. "I never thought that." Bai Chun retorted instinctively, her face noticeably flushed. "Let's consider it as such," Shang Jianyao insisted. Silence. Jiang Baimian could no longer contain her amusement and exasperation, exclaiming, "Can't you be a bit more serious?" Shang Jianyao raised an eyebrow. "Most of the time, I am quite serious. Only occasionally do I strive to lighten the mood." As they continued, Bai Chun, Long Yuehong, and Jiang Baimian had begun to discern the possible reasons behind Shang Jinyao's occasional lapses in logic, choosing to let the matter pass without further discussion. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Baimian chided Shang Jianyao, "Honestly, you've completely obliterated Bai Chen's moment of sentiment." Bai Chun exchanged a glance with her captain, unsure whether to laugh or cry, and opted not to pursue the topic further. "Do refrain from vocalizing such moments of sentiment. It is rather awkward." Jiang Baimian, having successfully normalized the atmosphere, chuckled softly and waved her hand. "Let's proceed." Having arrived in the hilly region where Heizhan was located, they did not return to the ruins of the steel factory, but instead set off directly toward the southeast, the direction of Qifengzhen. The autumn season brought frequent rain, and as their jeep approached midday, the clouds thickened, casting a gloom over the landscape while a gentle drizzle began to fall upon the wilderness. Though the rain was not heavy, it created an ethereal ambience that diminished Bai Chen's visibility as she drove. Before long, the jeep reached the bank of a broad and seemingly deep river known as Lvaiyuanhe, named for the green algae that thrived on its bed, serving as the lifeblood for many creatures in the Heizhuang wilderness. At that moment, the dilapidated bridge spanning the river had partially collapsed, much of it submerged beneath the water. Jiang Baimian, scrutinizing the scene, deduced it appears to have been blown apart. We should head downstream and find another bridge, she concluded. No sooner had she spoken than a figure emerged from behind one of the bridge's piers. Through the fine, misty rain, the individual was clad in a black trench coat and matching gloves, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, with neatly combed hair swept back. He bore a long, somewhat peculiar silver rifle on his back and held a black umbrella in one hand while the other hung languidly at his side, slowly approaching the jeep. Although Bai Chun had yet to discern his features clearly, an inexplicable fixation captivated Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and the others, rendering them unable to look away. Bai Chun instinctively halted her movements and pressed the brakes. Moments later, the man reached the vehicle, revealing a strikingly handsome face characterized by dark hair, golden eyes, and chiseled features. He tapped on the driver's side window and smiled. At last, I've escaped an overly enthusiastic weirdo. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride? Chapter 60. Southward divergence of course. Certainly. No problem at all. Please hop in. Bai Chun, Long Yue Hong. Jiang Baimian and Shang Jianyao responded in unison, without a hint of hesitation. The young man, dressed in a dark shirt, trousers, and a black trench coat, circled around the front of the vehicle and approached the passenger seat, opening the door. With a warm smile, he addressed Jiang Baimian. Would you mind taking the back seat? Not at all. Please, take a seat. Jiang Baimian cheerfully stood up to make way. Once the man removed his silver rifle from his back and settled into the passenger seat, she leaned slightly forward, smiling amiably, and inquired, How shall I address you? The man with black hair and golden eyes, Xiao Chu, slightly furrowed his brow, remarking, What a beautiful name, Jiangbai. Jiangbai did not hesitate to offer his compliments. Look at their name, and then look at yours. Shang Jianyao then turned to deliver a light-hearted jab at Long Yue Hong. Long Yue Hong took no offense and chimed in. Indeed, amidst their admiration, Jiang Baimian opened the rear door of the vehicle and instructed Shang Jianyao, scoot to the middle. Before she finished speaking, she corrected herself, saying, No, you get down first. I'll sit in the middle. Noticing Shang Jianyao's reluctance, she emphasized, I am the team leader. Only then did Shang Jianyao begrudgingly exit the car, watching as Jiang Baimian settled into the rear middle seat. Upon hearing the term team leader, derived from the language of the gray soil, Xiao Chu instinctively turned his head, casting a glance at Jiang Baimian. It appeared she had been anticipating this. As their eyes met, and she smiled sweetly, Xiao Chu said nothing further, slowly averting his gaze. Jiang Baimian, undeterred, leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, captivated by the profile of Xiao Chu. Once Shang Jianyao reclaimed his seat, he found himself in a position where he could only see the back of Xiao Chu's head, occasionally obscured by the seat cushion in front, which rendered his disappointment unmistakable. Xiao Chu glanced at the broken bridge ahead and suddenly inquired, Do you have any food? Yes. Bai Chun quickly turned to open the armrest compartment. Yes. Jiang Baimian withdrew her hand from her chin and hurriedly rummaged through her pockets for food, while Shang Jianyao and Long Yue Hong straightened up, turning towards the back in an attempt to hand Xiao Chu a can of braised beef. Undoubtedly, Bai Chun was the quickest, presenting Xiao Chu with a small bag of compressed biscuits and an energy bar. That will suffice. You all should eat a little. We probably want to take a break for lunch, and we'll have to take turns driving. Xiao Chu accepted the food, issuing commands like a leader, to which Shang Jianyao and the others readily acquiesced. After consuming the biscuits and energy bar with water from the canteen, Jiang Baimian put away the items and, after a moment of waiting, turned to Bai Chun, saying, It's time to set off. Drive towards the northwestern hilly area. Understood. Bai Chun responded affirmatively, but did not divert his gaze. Xiao Chu extended his left hand, patting Bai Chun's right arm with a gentle smile. Drive safely. All right. Bai Chun, taken aback by the attention, promptly straightened in his seat and started the jeep. Xiao Chu then turned to the back seat and said with a slight smile, I'll take a rest. Keep an eye on the surroundings and wake me when we reach the hilly area. Okay. Jiang Baimian and the others replied in unison. Xiao Chu ceased to speak and turned his head back. His smile quickly vanished, and his expression grew unusually cold. He then retrieved a sky-blue box from his pocket and opened it with a snap. Inside was a small mirror. Xiao Chu gazed at his reflection, raising his right hand to meticulously arrange his hair. After scrutinizing himself, he slowly closed the mirror box, leaned back, and closed his eyes. By evening, the jeep returned to the hilly area where Heishu Town was located. At this point, Wang Beicheng's Team 23 had long departed. Without needing a reminder, Jiang Baimian and the others transformed into alarm clocks, promptly awakening Xiao Chu. He looked at the dimming sky and stated, We'll rest here tonight and continue heading northwest tomorrow morning. Understood. Bai Chun located a familiar camping spot and halted the jeep. Subsequently, the four of them hurriedly set up the tent, ignited the campfire, and retrieved several military cans from the trunk. You have quite an abundance of supplies, Xiao Chu remarked leisurely from the passenger's seat, watching as Shang Jianyao and the others bustled about. Not long after, Shang Jianyao jogged over, volunteering. I'll go fetch water from over there. Following his direction, Xiao Chu observed the location of the clean water source and pondered for a few seconds before saying, No need. We have enough water for several days. All right, the cans will take a while to heat. Do you want me to sing you a song? Shang Jianyao asked with a smile, showing no insistence. Xiao Chu scrutinized him for a couple of seconds before responding. No, I prefer some quiet. Call me when the cans are ready. Sure, Shang Jianyao replied enthusiastically. He turned and walked towards the campfire, while Xiao Chu once again retrieved the sky-blue plastic box, opening it with a snap. Looking at his reflection, Xiao Chu's expression softened slightly as he quietly sighed. Ah, what a hassle. Thus, the night quietly passed, and the sun rose once more from the eastern side of the Heizhou wilderness. After breakfast, following a subtle contest of wills, Jiang Bai Mian ultimately leveraged her authority as the team leader to assume the driving duties, leaving Shang Jianyao, Long Yue Hong, and Bai Chun feeling somewhat aggrieved as they squeezed into the back seat. Xiao Chu checked his mechanical watch and utilized the compass on the dial to ascertain the direction. Drive that way, straight ahead. He pointed to a spot in the northwestern direction. Jiang Bai Mian did not question this, and driving the jeep, initially navigated around the hilly area before speeding straight towards the direction indicated by Xiao Chu. As time passed, the surrounding terrain gradually flattened. The soil turned increasingly dark and soggy, until finally, mud became the predominant scenery, and the firmer road surfaces dwindled. They were venturing deeper into the Great Marsh. Compared to Bai Chun, Jiang Bai Mian's experience in this regard was somewhat lacking, and twice she nearly got the vehicle stuck in bottomless mud. She had no choice but to relinquish the driver's seat and return to the middle of the back row, while Bai Chun earnestly and diligently piloted the jeep, akin to a child eager for praise. The speed of the jeep undoubtedly slowed significantly, and by noon, they had not traveled more than 30 kilometers, with various plants gradually emerging from the marsh surrounding them. Compared to the norm, these plants were either dull or vibrantly colored, appearing rather peculiar. Jiang Bai Mian, mindful of her responsibilities as team leader, casually reminded Shang Jianyao and Long Yue Hong. Seeing such deformed plants gathered indicates we have entered a contaminated zone. However, the plants here are not sufficiently bizarre or dangerous, suggesting the pollution level isn't too high. In such an environment, ordinary people could still move about, but without protective gear, it was best not to stay longer than 3 days. Those who had undergone mature genetic modifications could endure for about 10 days, provided they had pre-prepared food and water. Xiao Chu turned her head once more, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Bai Mian before swiftly redirecting her gaze, pointing to the side and stating, Let's proceed this way. However, Bai Chun instinctively felt compelled to voice her suggestion. The route she had chosen was characterized by lower pollution levels, suitable for vehicular travel. A sudden detour could potentially lead them into an expanse of marshland that had expanded its reach, ensnaring both vehicle and passengers, dragging them to the depths. Let's proceed this way, Xiao Chu reiterated emphatically. All right, Bai Chun decided to acquiesce. After the vehicle altered its course, it entered an unfamiliar territory for Bai Chun, significantly reducing the speed of the jeep. She needed to navigate while assessing the road conditions based on her experience. Approximately 25 minutes elapsed, and as the group finished their lunch and prepared to have Jiang Bai Mian take over for Bai Chun, the scene ahead abruptly transformed. In the depths of the dark marshland, thick, twisted vines emerged from the muck, creating a stunted forest. Their hues were a deep greenish-black, each vine as thick as an ordinary python, adorned with countless small, crimson spikes. These peculiar vines intertwined, saturating every visible area in front of the jeep, with the dark marsh itself serving merely as a backdrop. Even the sky appeared ominous, shrouded in gloom, either due to the forest's encroachment or some other affliction. Witnessing this awe-inspiring yet terrifying spectacle, Jiang Bai Mian, Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yu Hong simultaneously experienced an indescribable sense of shock. In the midst of their astonishment, a singular question arose in their minds. How do we end up here? At that moment, Xiao Chu's lips curled into a gentle smile, reassuring them there is no need to be anxious. Her words dispelled the group's unease, drawing their admiration back to her. Xiao Chu sat upright, meticulously directing Bai Chun on how to navigate or to steer. As she observed the serpent-like dark greenish-red vines passing outside the window, Jiang Bai Mian instinctively moved her fingers. She retrieved paper and pen from her pocket, documenting the scene before her. Shang Jianyao occasionally glanced at Xiao Chu's back, then at the vines outside, sensing an immense danger lurking within. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his left arm. Turning instinctively, he saw Jiang Bai Mian bringing her white paper closer. Fixating on it, he noted the paper faithfully captured the current scene. accompanied by a curious remark at the end. In the depths of the great marsh lies such a severely distorted area, yet astonishingly. The chip in my arm informs me that the radiation pollution is not excessively severe. Perhaps, over time, the pollution has decayed and diminished. Those vines, adorned with tiny crimson spikes, resembled entities that had recently fed on blood. The chip in my arm indicates that the current position diverges significantly from the intended destination. While Shang Jian Yao pondered the meaning of the last remark, Jiang Bai Mian hastily scribbled another note. None of us have sensed anything unusual, but the chip has detected something amiss, which implies. She did not complete her thought, casually tucking away her paper and pen, continuing to rest her chin in her hand as she gazed dreamily at Xiao Chu's profile. Shang Jian Yao diverted his gaze, grasping a fragment of the reason, yet remained uncertain about what actions he could take, as if an invisible force restrained him from deeper contemplation, preventing him from questioning the source of the problems, and subtly urging him to preserve a certain idyllic image. This internal force was not external. It emanated from within. Given the inherent difficulties of life, why not indulge in a beautiful dream? With a jolt, the jeep, under Xiao Chu's guidance, maneuvered through the gaps between the thick, dark vines, inevitably colliding with some. The spiked plants brushed against the glass, leaving countless minuscule scratches. As Shang Jian Yao searched for clarity in his thoughts, he instinctively looked out, catching sight of his silhouette reflected in the window. A stirring sensation coursed through him, and his gaze deepened as he contemplated employing the ability of a sentimental individual. If effective, he would become overtly sentimental, diverging from the expected logic shaped by external influences. For instance, he could no longer tolerate Jiang Bai Mian, insisting on leaving. Or perhaps, amidst such perilous circumstances, he would demand transparency in the unfolding events. When such anomalies arose, circumstances would inevitably shift, whether for better or worse, exposing underlying issues and guiding Shang Jian Yao back to reality. Moments later, his eyes returned to normal. He glanced down at his hands, and then at his reflection in the window, shaking his head slightly. His attempt had failed. The sentimental individual seemed unlike the logical thinker, unable to influence himself through such a simple, reflective method. Shang Jian Yao redirected his focus, contemplating once more, while Xiao Chu remained engrossed in guiding Bai Chun through the treacherous vine-laden marsh, oblivious to his internal struggle. Suddenly, a smile flickered at the corner of Shang Jian Yao's mouth, rising slightly. In such a stifling, dim environment, his laughter resembled that of a madman. After 10 seconds, his expression reverted to normal, his brows furrowing in thought, his eyes gradually brightening. Once again, he murmured to his reflection in the window, Jiang Bai Mian has long legs. I have long legs too. Jiang Bai Mian, hearing his words, turned her head, confusion evident on her face. She raised her hand to touch the metallic cochlear implant in her left ear, signaling that she had not heard clearly. Shang Jian Yao ignored her, continuing to mutter to himself, Jiang Bai Mian is formidable. I am formidable too. The internal dynamics of the four-person group revealed that none of them considered Shang Jian Yao's recent remarks to be particularly problematic. Engrossed in their discussion, Xiao Chu was even less inclined to be distracted by this minor episode. At that moment, Shang Jian Yao abruptly rose from his seat, leaning forward to seize Xiao Chu's shoulder. Reflexively, Xiao Chu attempted to draw the joint 202 from his holster. However, he found that his right arm refused to move. This was not due to a lack of strength or the pressure of Shang Jian Yao's grip, but rather because he was utterly incapable of making such a motion, as if he had never possessed that function. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Chu's back as he instinctively turned to face Shang Jian Yao. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Shang Jian Yao's gaze was intense as he held tightly to Xiao Chu's shoulder, a manic smile stretching across his lips. I'm going to take you, he declared. Jiang Baimian's mouth fell slightly open, caught between the impulse to scold, laugh, or intervene. Meanwhile, Long Yuehong and Bai Chun, bewildered by the situation, seemed to witness a celestial being descending, or perhaps a devil's arrival. Xiao Chu's expression twisted in discomfort, yet his face remained unflushed, as if he had encountered similar situations far too often. A barely perceptible ripple stirred within his golden eyes, as he struggled against Shang Jianyao's attempt to drag him backward. He gently turned his head toward Bai Chun and said, provide him with a toy. Bai Chun, perplexed, instinctively pressed the brake. She opened the armrest compartment, retrieving several sheets of paper and a ballpoint pen. At that moment, Shang Jianyao grew increasingly impatient, shifting his hands abruptly. His left hand gripped Xiao Chu's neck, while his right fist was poised to strike at the side of his head, aiming to knock him unconscious and dismantle any resistance. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Chu's body became unnaturally pliant, akin to a massive, human-like serpent. With a swift maneuver, his neck slipped free from Shang Jinyao's grasp, proving to be remarkably elusive. In the next instant, he spoke softly, his words flowing rapidly, Isn't drawing enjoyable? Shang Jinyao's movement halted, his expression betraying unmistakable confusion and bewilderment. He then turned his gaze to Bai Chun, accepting the paper and pen from her hand, a smile gradually blossoming on his face. Eager to begin, Shang Jinyao sat down, using his thigh as a makeshift desk, and began to sketch. His demeanor was intensely focused, exuding an air of tranquility, reminiscent of a child lost in the throes of their passion. Seeing this, Xiao Chu finally exhaled in relief. He cast a cold glance around the group, smiling as he remarked, "It appears that among you, there are those who have awakened. Regrettably, I am one as well." His hands returned to normal, his right gripping the handle of the joint 202, his personal firearm. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chu abandoned the notion of shooting Shang Jianyao, instead offering a faint smile and saying, "Let my mercy and tolerance be praised. You may still have utility." He continued, "I do not accept your obsession, though I can understand it. I have been pursued by a horse for over 100 kilometers. Jiang Baimian listened intently, expressing genuine admiration. How impressive. Shang Jianyao, without lifting his head, echoed her words. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Baimian inquired, "Where do you come from?" Shang Jianyao repeated the question, unable to restrain herself. Jiang Baimian shot him a glare, contemplating for a few seconds before retorting, "I have a chest, and you do not." Just as Shang Jianyao was about to repeat her words, his expression shifted back to one of confusion. After a brief silence, he resumed his focus, quietly continuing to draw. At this point, Xiao Chu had straightened his posture and responded to Jiang Baimian's inquiry with a solemn tone. "That is not for you to know." "I understand," Jiang Baimian replied, unfazed, her smile sweet. Xiao Chu then turned to Bai Chun, who had already pressed the brake, instructing her to proceed. Without objection, Bai Chun navigated through the dense, vine forest deep within the marsh, guided by Xiao Chu's commands. Throughout this journey, Shang Jianyao remained absorbed in his drawing until he completed a piece. Only then did he seem to awaken from a dream. Gazing in astonishment at the childlike scribble he had created, he lifted his head to look at the back of Xiao Chu's head, remaining silent. As time passed, his demeanor began to resemble that of Long Yue Hong and the others. However, he did not forget to neatly fold his drawing and tuck it into his pocket. Jiang Baimian attempted to catch a glimpse of what he had drawn, but was unsuccessful. After several more hours of travel, a swarm of finger-sized mosquitoes with dark red heads suddenly emerged from the dark green vines. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Chu felt a surge of instinctual tension within Bai Chun. One swarm, two swarms, three swarms. More and more giant mosquitoes emerged from the vines, a dense cloud of darkness. These grotesque mosquitoes gathered as if they were a tide of black smoke, obscuring the sky and sealing every available opening. In this ominous scene, they appear to be an army from the depths of hell or a curse from the old world. "Close the windows and move forward," Xiao Chu commanded in a low voice. Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yue Hong had all heard Bai Chun mention the mutated swarms of mosquitoes and understood how perilous they could be for the unprepared. They always operated in large numbers, flew at a considerable speed, endured both high and low temperatures, and were relatively small, making them difficult targets for bullets. Even when faced with expert marksmen or when densely packed, their sheer numbers rendered them fearless of losing even a fraction of their ranks. They thrived on plant juices yet craved blood, exhibiting formidable survival skills alongside terrifying aggression. They lacked intelligence and would relentlessly pursue blood. Undeterred, even if their population suffered significant losses, their bites carried toxins that could paralyze both humans and animals, dulling their senses. Compared to unmutated mosquitoes, their mouth parts were longer, tougher, and sharper, capable of piercing through fabric and penetrating the skin of their targets. For many relic hunters and wilderness wanderers, this was a hellish tide capable of consuming life, and encountering it offered little hope of survival, no matter how many were present. Certainly, despite being one of the most formidable beings on the desolate earth, humanity is not devoid of means to combat these aberrant mosquitoes. However, all methods rely on rather specialized equipment, such as flamethrowers, custom mosquito repellent sprayers, the herbicidal shells produced by Panga Shengwu, a complete set of biohazard suits capable of resisting toxic gases, ample incendiary devices, immature powered exoskeletons, and the exceedingly rare, terrifying bombs from the old world that can create vast areas of high temperature at the epicenter of an explosion. Regrettably, none of these items are possessed by the Old Tune team. Fortunately, the sealed Jeep therein prevents the aberrant mosquito swarm from forcibly infiltrating. Moreover, this vehicle operates on electric power, rendering it impervious to the relentless attempts of the mosquitoes to clog exhaust pipes and other openings. The mandibles of these distorted insects are not sufficiently formidable enough to puncture rubber tires. This is indeed good news for Jiang Baimian and her companions. Yet there are also drawbacks. The ventilation system must either be actively shut down or will inevitably be obstructed by the mosquito swarm. Consequently, The air quality within the vehicle will rapidly deteriorate to an unbearable level, compelling Shang Jianyao and the others to break free from the encirclement of the aberrant mosquitoes before that occurs. Bai Chun, possessing experience with such horrifying creatures, promptly closed the windows and halted the ventilation system as Xiao Chu issued the command. While she continued to press the accelerator, she instinctively reassured her companions. Do not worry. This aberrant mosquito swarm will not stray far from areas abundant in vegetation. Once we traverse this vine-laden region, they should abandon their pursuit. Xiao Chu nodded in agreement. Directing the course of their advance, Jiang Baimian murmured thoughtfully, even aberrant creatures possess the instinct for species continuity. Thus, this swarm of mosquitoes does not depart from areas with substantial plant life, which are essential for their survival. Human and animal blood merely serves as a modest culinary temptation. Indeed, the old world has been in ruins for so many years that aberrant creatures devoid of the instinct for species continuity should have perished long ago. Xiao Chu chose to disregard Jiang Baimian's soliloquy, focusing even more intently on the road obscured by the dark green vines. Moments later, the advancing jeep encountered the swarming mosquitoes. The sound of their bodies striking the windshield resembled a torrential downpour, with countless minuscule mosquitoes, their heads a dark crimson, crashing against the glass like diminutive bombers. To Shang Jianyao, it was akin to witnessing a storm for the first time in Shuiwei town, with innumerable droplets desperately battering the glass. However, unlike rain, these droplets did not slide down, but remained suspended on the surface. The incessant cacophony filled the air, as both the windshield and side windows became utterly overwhelmed with the massive black mosquitoes, their dark red heads and grotesque appendages densely packed, inducing a sense of unease. Bai Chun and Xiao Chu could no longer discern the road ahead. The jeep was akin to a wild stallion galloping recklessly at the edge of cliff, utterly oblivious to its destination. Long Yuehong's face paled rapidly. She wished to save herself but was at a loss as to how to assist. Jiang Baimian and Shang Jianyao tensed, their expressions a blend of anxiety and confusion, as the primal instinct for survival and the rush of adrenaline heightened their awareness of the perilous situation. At that moment, Xiao Chu diverted her gaze from the road and glanced at the mechanical watch on her wrist. The dial featured a compass marked with various scales. 3:12 o'clock direction. It was as if Xiao Chu was constructing a flat map of the marsh's depths in her mind, subsequently navigating according to the instrument. Bai Chun was familiar with the method of indicating direction through time scales, yet had never encountered such specificity before, leading her to momentarily pause before quickly regaining her composure and beginning to steer. Nonetheless, in the presence of an overwhelming swarm of aberrant mosquitoes, she found it impossible to navigate precisely according to the compass, inevitably resulting in some degree of error. Xiao Chu remained unconcerned, knowing that without auxiliary chips and the corresponding genetic modifications, no human could achieve such precision at a high speed. His precision aimed to keep the margin of error within acceptable limits. Just then, Shang Jianyao suddenly suggested, we can don the exoskeleton device to drive. Xiao Chu had previously noticed the military exoskeleton stored in the trunk and, after a moment's thought, nodded in agreement. Quickly. Standard exoskeletons typically possess limited positioning capabilities, often integrated into comprehensive warning systems, providing convenience to the wearer through auxiliary chips. I'll handle it, Jiang Baimian volunteered. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong expressed no objections and promptly turned to retrieve the military exoskeleton from the trunk. With their assistance, Jiang Baimian swiftly adjusted the length of the metallic skeleton and donned the equipment. All set. After the system's self-check was complete, she hurriedly announced, "Stop the vehicle." Xiao Chu immediately shifted her gaze from the watch. Bai Chun unhesitatingly pressed down on the brake. With a screech, the jeep came to a sudden halt, and Shang Jianyao and the others were propelled forward, secured by their seatbelts, while many of the mosquitoes clinging to the windshield and side windows were flung off. As for Jiang Baimian, who could not secure a seatbelt, the inertia was easily countered due to her military exoskeleton. As the vehicle steadied, Bai Chun promptly released her seatbelt, adjusted the gear, and engaged the handbrake. She then crawled toward the back seat. Jiang Baimian extended her arms, clad in the black metallic exoskeleton, and lifted her, placing her directly beside Long Yuehong. Thereafter, following the path Bai Chun had taken, she swiftly climbed into the driver's seat. The dark red-headed aberrant mosquitoes once again launched themselves against the glass, densely covering the surface. With an energy pack on her back, Jiang Baimian could not lean back and had to lean forward to restart the jeep. One hand on the steering wheel, she secured her seatbelt. Xiao Chu lowered her head once more, discerning the compass's fluctuations on the watch, continuously announcing the necessary time and direction for navigation. With the aid of the auxiliary chip, Jiang Baimian skillfully maneuvered the jeep through the treacherous environment, navigating the marsh and the dense vines. In a state of heightened concentration, the passage of time seemed to blur, And before long, as Shang Jianyao and the others began to feel short of breath, the massive mosquitoes on the front and side windows began to take flight one after another. Soon, the aberrant creatures had entirely detached from the jeep, reluctantly retreating into the distance. Only then did Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun behold the expanse of pure, boundless black sludge ahead, devoid of any plant life, though bubbles occasionally surfaced. 224. Xiao Chu raised his head, no longer paying attention to the fluctuations of the compass on the dashboard. After Jiang Bai Mian adjusted the steering wheel, the occupants of the vehicle beheld a descending road. It slanted into the marsh, leading to a deep, dark abyss. Drive in. Goman Huī Tǔ. Clad in an exoskeleton device, Jiang Bai Mian hesitated not a moment, steering the jeep onto that path. The surface, composed of black, soft mud, caused the wheels to sink considerably. Yet beneath the mire, a more solid foundation seemed to support the weighty jeep, allowing it to stabilize. The vehicle soon entered the mouth of the cavern, as Jiang Bai Mian activated the ventilation system and headlights. Shang Jianyao and the others inhaled deeply, peering through the glass windows to survey their surroundings. Inside the cavern, darkness enveloped them, punctuated only by the intermittent sound of water droplets hitting the ground. The illuminated area revealed that the rock walls and roadway were remarkably smooth, coated with a layer of silt, suggesting they were not naturally formed. It's an underpass from the old world, Jiang Bai Mian remarked as she drove. Indeed, Xiao Chu replied succinctly. Jiang Bai Mian nodded lightly, contemplating for a moment before stating, "It's rather strange that no moss or vegetation exists here. Was the previous environment unsuitable for life?" Xiao Chu chose not to respond, merely stating, "Keep driving forward." The tunnel was devoid of sound, yet the vehicle occasionally encountered cracks or protrusions in the ground, causing intermittent clattering noises that reverberated into the depths of the tunnel, never to return. In this profound and eerie silence, none of Shang Jianyao's group spoke, as if journeying to the world's edge. After several moments, a glow gradually appeared ahead, quickly forming into an arched exit. Unaffected by the changes in light, Jiang Bai Mian, equipped with a helmet-mounted visor, propelled the vehicle out of the tunnel. Outside, the sun hung low in the west, casting a golden hue upon the earth, as if gilding it. Not far away, towering buildings, ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters in height, stood in serried ranks, silent and devoid of movement, with no visible end in sight. They basked in the crimson sunlight, resembling a desolate forest forged from steel and concrete. Chapter 63. The city prior to this moment, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong had only encountered the towering structures of a few chimneys amidst the ruins of a steel factory, which by no means could compare to the magnificent skyscrapers they now beheld. It was not that those chimneys were particularly short. Rather, in terms of visual impact, both in height and breadth, these skyscrapers undoubtedly surpassed the chimneys of the steel factory. Collectively, they could indeed be described as colossal marvels. What astonished Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong the most was that such monumental edifices were not limited to just one or two, but rather, their numbers were so vast that it was difficult to count them all at once. They stood in orderly rows, extending endlessly to the left, right, and ahead. In that instant, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong felt as though they had transformed into mice, entering the realm of humanity for the first time. Compelled to observe from a posture of reverence, beneath the setting sun, the facades of the tall buildings shimmered with thousands of glass panels, glistening like gold or appearing to be engulfed in flames. Shang Jianyao squinted slightly to shield his eyes from the somewhat blinding reflections. The jeep's speed diminished rapidly, and Jiang Baimian, whether overwhelmed by the spectacle or instinctively cautious, took care as they progressed forward. The sun continued its descent, and the golden and orange hues adorning the buildings gradually faded. Before long, the once brilliant skyscrapers fell into shadow and gloom, reminiscent of an old photograph that had lost its color. The entire city darkened once more. Long Yuehong opened his mouth, wishing to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. Although he had encountered structures more grandiose and miraculous than the current scene, such as the Pangu biological underground buildings rising over 2,000 meters, he had never truly grasped their majesty from the outside while living within them. Thus, the sight of these towering skyscrapers left an indelible impression on him. Is this the old world? Shang Jinyao's voice softened, as if he were questioning himself. Indeed, have you not seen corresponding images in your textbooks? Jiang Baimian replied from the driver's seat. The comprehensive warning system of her military exoskeleton allowed her to hear Shang Jianyao clearly, despite her hearing impairment. Photographs and reality evoke entirely different sensations, Long Yuehong murmured softly, glancing at Xiao Chu's profile. As their emotional state stabilized and the vehicle approached, he and Shang Jianyao began to notice more details. Some skyscrapers were black, others deep blue, some dark yellow, while others sported vibrant colors, each exhibiting its own unique characteristics. However, the glass curtain walls and ordinary exteriors were either grimy, appearing hazy and stained, or already mottled, with some displaying signs of damage. Green plants emerged from the crevices, tenaciously expanding their territory. Various birds circled in the final rays of the setting sun, returning to their nests on higher floors. On either side of the road, the leaves of the densely wooded trees had mostly turned yellow, and, as the wind blew, they cascaded down like rain. Piles of fallen leaves collected on the ground, some even showing signs of decay. Street signs lay scattered on the ground. Others hung askew at doorways, while some were missing several letters. A glance revealed the remnants of words such as foot massage, hairstyling, barbecue, and pet services. Yet the corresponding shops were either in ruins or cloaked in dust, devoid of life. Vehicles were parked haphazardly along the street, severely obstructing traffic, their surfaces and glass marred by grime, bearing the marks of rain that had washed over them before solidifying once more. Everything was enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the wind gently rustling. This city had long since perished. Something feels off, Jiang Baimian observed intently ahead, utilizing her exoskeleton's comprehensive warning system to gather details from surroundings. Before Bai Chun could inquire, Xiao Chu glanced toward the distant skyscrapers against the sunset and spoke in a low voice. Nightfall is approaching. Before we enter a secure building, refrain from speaking. If you must, control your volume. He then lowered his voice and indicated to the left, turn into that doorway. It was a wide passage suitable for two vehicles to pass side by side, bisected by a guard post, seemingly designed for entry and exit. Yet, the metal barrier meant to block vehicles had long since collapsed, its surface rusted and worn. Long Yuehong instinctively gazed at the entrance, recognizing that its shape resembled an archway depicted in textbooks, constructed from brownish-yellow stone. The gilded letters at its center had mostly eroded, barely revealing two characters, Yang Yuan. The jeep swiftly passed through the archway and into the interior. They entered an area enclosed by 7 or 8 skyscrapers, featuring a lawn overrun with weeds, a filthy pool littered with garbage, a shelter resembling a gazebo, and trees laden with fruit. Turn right, the first building. Xiao Chu seemed quite familiar with the place. Following his instructions, Jiang Baimian maneuvered through a narrow passage between 2 abandoned cars, stopping outside the first building with a brownish-yellow exterior. Grab some food and head into Unit 1. Xiao Chu was the first to exit the vehicle. Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun promptly followed, each retrieving a handful of provisions from the trunk. Long Yuehong, a moment slower, missed out on this task and had no choice but to trail behind Xiao Chu and Jiang Baimian into the rightmost entrance. The interior was adorned with brown flooring, with weeds overtaking the cracks, suggesting it had been neglected for quite some time. After passing through the foyer, Long Yuehong hurried ahead, heading straight for the 3 silver-black elevators. He instinctively pressed the button for the upper floor and gestured for Xiao Chu to enter first. However, the button failed to respond, not a single light illuminating. Long Yuehong paused in realization. There was no power. Jiang Baimian examined the seemingly antiquated elevator and the unblemished buttons, reiterating, "This doesn't seem right." This time, without further elaboration, Shang Jianyao and the others recognized the issue. The state of the elevator, the buttons, the floor tiles, and the encroaching weeds did not suggest decades of neglect, but rather indicated a time frame closer to a year. Could it be that there were previously wanderers from the wilderness residing here? Bai Chun proposed a possibility. In the next moment, she dismissed the notion herself. No, wanderers wouldn't maintain useless things. Besides, wasn't this supposed to be a newly discovered urban ruin? It was more than that. Jiang Baimian observed that Xiao Chu did not object and added that the accumulation of fallen leaves on the street and the state of damage to the various houses seemed to suggest one thing. Someone had recently maintained the city. She paused briefly before voicing her conjecture. Perhaps there are certain individuals who routinely care for this city. Intelligent robots? After humanity has departed, do intelligent robots continue to fulfill their duties? Long Yuehong immediately countered. Jiang Baimian shook her head. It is rather unlikely. To my knowledge, genuine intelligent robot technology only saw significant advancement before the destruction of the old world, and similar products were still considered luxuries, hardly suited for such tasks. Unless it were in a place like Mechanical Paradise. Well, this place is rather special, so perhaps not. Initially, Chu listened to their discussion in silence, then turned and walked into the stairwell. He climbed to the 6th floor before halting, veering into the right corridor and entering the innermost room. The deep red door of this room was ajar, not locked. The door's surface was peeling, and signs of rust were evident. Upon entering, with a silver rifle slung over his shoulder and the Union 202 at his side, Xiao Chu turned to watch as Shang Jianyao and the others filed in. A habitual smile graced his face, yet his eyes were remarkably cold. Rest here. While sleeping, one person will guard by the floor-to-ceiling window, monitoring the tunnel's exit, while another will patrol the room, observing everyone's condition. Should anything unusual arise, all must be awakened immediately. Jiang Baimian listened with curiosity. You are also aware of the issue of real nightmares? What exactly causes this? A peculiar mutated creature known as the nightmare horse. If your dreams are influenced by it, dying within them equates to dying in reality. Xiao Chu replied nonchalantly. I was pursued by it for over 100 kilometers. Why? Bai Chun had never encountered a creature so patient and persistent. Xiao Chu did not respond, preparing to leave the door side and advance into the room. At this moment, Shang Jianyao could not conceal a smile. I understand the reason now. They want to chase him. A silence enveloped Long Yuehong and the others, no sound escaping. Xiao Chu furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Shang Jianyao. Do you use your brain or the ability of thought exchange in the Starry Hall? Do not assume that everything is fine now. Once you enter the Sea of Origin, your symptoms will worsen. Never mind. You may not even get the chance to enter. You know so much. How impressive. After hearing Xiao Chu's words, Jiang Baimian sincerely exclaimed, Where do you truly come from? Xiao Chu contemplated for a few seconds, adjusted his black trench coat, and slightly bowed. Allow me to introduce myself. Special Envoy of the 8th Research Institute, Xiao Chu. Chapter 64. Nightfall. The octopus who loves diving reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. Jiang Baimian softly repeated this term, the 8th Research Institute. Clearly, she had not previously heard of such an organization. Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuehong shared similar sentiments, their gazes toward Xiao Chu imbued with newfound admiration. The combination of a mysterious origin and formidable strength has always been an effective allure. With her helmet on, Jiang Baimian's lips moved as if she were formulating her thoughts. Eager to inquire further about the whereabouts of the 8th Research Institute, the technologies it inherited, its connection to the old world, and why a special envoy had been dispatched to this city deep within the marshlands. Before she could speak, Xiao Chu turned his body and walked to the right, leaving behind a fleeting remark. Remove the exoskeleton device to conserve power. All right, Jiang Baimian readily agreed, as this was also her intention. Today, the solar charging panel had supplied power to the Jeep, and now that night had fallen, although they had a spare high-performance battery. Being situated in such a peculiar old-world city necessitated conserving energy to be prepared for any eventuality. As Bai Chun assisted Jiang Baimian in removing the military exoskeleton device, Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong began surveying their surroundings. The first thing that caught their attention was a liquid crystal display screen, significantly larger than those in the 495th level activity center, prominently mounted on the front right wall. This is quite a valuable item, Long Yuehong remarked, eager to try it out. If we could retrieve it for the company, no, even move it back to the company. Even if it is damaged, who knows how many contribution points it could yield. Although this would likely be a requisition item, the company would still provide some form of reward. Xiao Chu approached the window on the far right and cast a glance at Long Yuehong. Most of the glass windows in the buildings you just saw have a display like this behind them. Long Yuehong recalled the towering edifices they had previously witnessed and exclaimed, So many? He then inquired with a hint of curiosity toward Xiao Chu. Why did you suddenly bring this up? Nearby, Shang Jianyao interjected with a smile. It means that even scavenging must be selective for more valuable finds. This place is a treasure trove. Bai Chun supplemented with a term commonly used among wilderness wanderers. A treasure trove indicates a resource-rich area where one need not worry about scarcity of items for a considerable time. In such circumstances, since the amount one can carry is limited, careful selection is essential to ensure that one's explorations yield fruitful results. It is akin to entering a gold mine, where one must strive to fill their bags with gold rather than mere ordinary stones. Long Yuehong pondered for a moment, expressing his agreement with Shang Jinyao's statement, and continued to scrutinize their surroundings. Below the liquid crystal display screen, there was a long, low wooden cabinet, appearing dull and barely recognizable as once being off-white. On the cabinet rested a green cup, two palm-sized electronic devices connected by wires, and a transparent long-neck bottle. The bottle contained about 1/3 of murky water, with some black flecks floating atop. This aligned with Jiang Baimian's previous assessment. If this city had gone without maintenance since the destruction of the old world, the water in the bottle should have evaporated entirely, as the windows were tightly shut and the room dry, indicating no rain had fallen. Directly opposite the wall hanging the liquid crystal display was a coffee table matching the cabinet in color and style, cluttered with dirty cups and a pack of deep black tissues. On the left side of the tea table lies a trash can riddled with holes, containing a blue translucent plastic bag. Adjacent to the tea table, near the door, is a sofa that appears rather filthy, its original hue indiscernible, whether it was once a soft lilac or a muted gray. Between the tea table and a low wooden cabinet, there rests a faded folding stool, its surface tinged with pink, the contours and patterns suggesting the playful visage of a cartoon pig. To the right of the tea table, a more spacious area unfolds, where Xiao Chu stands. Behind Xiao Chu, A row of dusty wooden railings is visible, with large glass panes positioned on the outer side, serving as walls. Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong have not encountered the term for such windows in their textbooks, but they recall Xiao Chu referring to them as floor-to-ceiling windows, a term they find quite fitting. Flanking these windows, one side features a wash area with a stone platform, while the other side accumulates several reddish-brown clay pots. The soil within these pots appears yellow and shows signs of significant cracking, and the plants that once thrived seem long gone, buried deep without a trace. In front of Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong lies a corridor, which likely leads to several rooms. To their left sits a modest round table, adorned with a simple tablecloth embroidered with a few flowers, the original white, now fading to a dark gray. Surrounding this round table are 4 ordinary back chairs with a chalky white finish, their surfaces marred. One chair bears a noticeable crack, revealing the severely decayed wood within. Facing the round table, near the entrance, is an open room where Shang Jianyao immediately spots a rice cooker identical to the one he owns. Its exterior coating is peeling, rust spots visible in various places. Beside the rice cooker, 2 metal objects resembling stovetops are present, upon which rest 2 pots, one large and iron black, the other small and pink on the outside, gray-white within. Beyond these, Shang Jianyao observes a faucet, a metal wash basin, and various cabinets. Based on his knowledge, he concludes that this must be the kitchen. Long Yuehong, who stands beside him, glances over and expresses his thoughts. Shang Jianyao nods in agreement, affirming that a room with a kitchen is typically allocated to seasoned employees, and one is spacious, as this would likely belong to the management in the living quarters. As they converse, Shang Jianyao raises his feet and quietly retreats step by step. Xiao Chu's gaze shifts towards him. At this moment, Shang Jianyao has backed up to the doorway, looking up. He reads the room number aloud. Long Yuehong asks, perplexed, what he is doing. Shang Jianyao muses to himself about the building's layout. 5 rooms per floor, with each unit containing 20 to 30 floors, and several units in each building. There must be hundreds of such rooms. Xiao Chu, seemingly unfazed by Shang Jianyao's line of thought, calmly states that he should come in and close the door. After Shang Jianyao gently shuts the door, Long Yuehong regains his senses and remarks on the presence of several buildings around them, questioning if this is the old world. Shang Jianyao does not respond. Instead, he crouches down and opens a wooden cabinet on the right side of the entrance. A musty odor wafts out as rows of various shoes are revealed within the cabinet. Xiao Chu pinches his nose and instructs him close it. Without examining further, Shang Jianyao quickly shuts the cabinet door. Long Yuehong exclaims in astonishment at the abundance of shoes. By this time, the sun has dipped below the horizon, the sky resembling a gray metallic surface, reflecting a faint glow. The light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows reveals the city growing darker, the tall buildings appearing like isolated islands, increasingly engulfed by a deep, ominous tide. Their hearts seem to sink in tandem. Suddenly, a commotion arises in a nearby block, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot. Jiang Bimian and the others exchange glances, swiftly concluding that it was the sound of a gun being fired. Before they can articulate their thoughts, a cacophony of hoarse shouts erupts in the vicinity, echoing back and forth, growing louder. The once silent city transforms into a tumultuous scene. After a minute or two, the shouting subsides, and the city once again falls into an extreme silence. Having long since removed her military exoskeleton, Jiang Bimian furrows her brow, contemplating for a few moments before suggesting the presence of mindless ones. She knows that many ruined cities harbor such beings, with their numbers depending on the local ecosystem and the remaining resources capable of sustaining them. Xiao Chu, still shouldering a silver rifle, gazes out at the silent city beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows and agrees. Jiang Bimian attempts to reconstruct the sequence of events, pondering whether the gunshot from a previous encounter with mindless ones triggered a chain reaction. This time, Xiao Chu remains silent, lost in his own thoughts. Shang Jianyao interjects, questioning whether the roars they heard in the wilderness could have originated from them. Jiang Bimian dismisses the idea, stating that such a volume of sound could not travel that far. However, she muses that the sounds they heard were likely the calls of mindless ones in their vicinity, responding to the initial, most exaggerated roar. From the direction of that sound, it is plausible that it originated from here. Given the power of that roar and its capacity to elicit a response from the mindless ones, that creature must be exceedingly dangerous. Long Yuehong joins the discussion, growing increasingly tense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bimian, Shang Jianyao, and Bai Chun exhibit subtle shifts in expression, recalling their earlier decision to steer clear of perilous areas, a stance that starkly contradicts their current situation. Jiang Bimian's gaze momentarily shifts, her expression growing heavy as she instinctively looks at Xiao Chu. At this moment, Xiao Chu turns around, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarks that now that they are here, they can only focus on protecting themselves. Simultaneously, they must contemplate what is most precious and worthy of safeguarding. His golden eyes momentarily lose focus, resembling a deep lake reflecting sunlight. Jiang Baimian bites her lip, her gaze softening as she replies that she understands. Shang Jianyao and the others resume their discussion. Xiao Chu withdraws his gaze, surveying the surroundings before suggesting they have dinner first, followed by taking turns to rest while awaiting dawn. Chapter 65. Searching the rooms. After hearing Xiao Chu's words, Jiang Baimian and Shang Jianyao speak simultaneously, sensing the other has something to say, but they quickly fall silent, creating an awkward stillness. After a few seconds, Jiang Baimian chuckles and says, "You go ahead." Shang Jianyao nodded earnestly and said, "I would like to use the restroom first. Is there nothing else on your mind?" Jiang Baimian nearly choked. Without a moment's thought, Shang Jianyao replied, "I will also inspect the other rooms." Wouldn't it be better to say patrol instead of inspect? Jiang Baimian retorted habitually. She then nodded in satisfaction. "Go ahead." As her words fell, she turned to Long Yuehong. When resting in such a confined space, you must remember to confirm that there are no anomalies inside. This is not simply a matter of night duty. The environment is narrow and filled with obstacles, making escape difficult and confrontation perilous. Even if one can identify unexpected situations in a timely manner, it could still prove to be quite troublesome. At this point, Jiang Baimian cast a glance at Xiao Qi, surprised by his lack of vigilance. Was this special commissioner from the 8th Research Institute overly confident and unafraid of surprises? Or was he merely inexperienced in this regard? Xiao Qi did not look at her. Instead, he removed the silver rifle from his back and pulled a decently intact brownish-yellow painted chair closer. He then approached an old tea table, extracting a few sheets of tissue from a dark package, and turned to wipe the heavily dust-laden chair. Long Yuehong was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to join Shang Jianyao in searching the rooms or assist Xiao Qi in cleaning. "Just remember this time, and take a seat." Jiang Baimian did not press him further. Long Yuehong instinctively sat down on the sofa, only for the formerly indeterminate color of the dusty surface to suddenly collapse, tearing with a rip. This caused Long Yuehong to nearly sink into the sofa. Jiang Baimian retracted her gentle gaze, glancing at her dust-covered subordinate, and chuckled softly. "Be careful. These are antiques from 70 or 80 years ago, if not older. Moreover, who knows how many bacteria and viruses are lurking in that dust. Although you have undergone genetic modification and are not prone to ailments, you should still exercise caution." "Yes, team leader." Long Yuehong stood up and replied loudly, as he had many times before. Team leader Xiao Qi repeated the title in a detached voice, seemingly unconcerned. Having cleaned the chair, he took a seat. Long Yuehong and Bai Chan began to tidy up the sofa, chairs, and tea table, while Shang Jianyao returned to the junction of the living room and dining area, walking towards the short corridor leading deeper into the room. As night fell, the room had grown dim. The living room area was relatively bright, with large floor-to-ceiling windows allowing a faint glimmer of starlight to filter in, enabling Jiang Baimian, Long Yuehong, and others to barely discern one another's faces. However, as Shang Jianyao entered the corridor, he could only make out vague outlines of objects. He swiftly unzipped his camouflage backpack and retrieved a textured silver flashlight. He did not always attach the flashlight to his gear. At times, he would place it in the standard equipment backpack, with the orange beam emitted by the flashlight. Shang Jianyao observed the scene ahead. On both sides of the corridor were pairs of brown-red wooden doors, though they were asymmetrical and of varying designs. The left door, closer to the entrance, had a heavy glass panel obscuring the view within, while the right door, nearly at the end of the corridor, featured brass handles with patches of green rust. On the far wall, there was another brown-red wooden door on the far left. Shang Jianyao first approached the left door. As it was the nearest, during this process, he withdrew his ice moss handgun, remaining vigilant against any surprises. After twisting the doorknob with the hand holding the flashlight and pushing the door open, he did not rush inside, but instead illuminated the interior for a while. He saw a wash basin, something resembling a toilet from a textbook, and a glass door that appeared to lead to a shower area. "A restroom," Shang Jianyao murmured, stepping inside. In this space where every angle was visible, he occasionally jumped to inspect the ventilation duct above and crouched to check the narrow gap between the toilet and wash basin, as if thinking someone might be concealed there. Ultimately, he discovered only some moss and a few ants in the dim corners, but nothing significant. After completing his inspection, he approached the toilet and lifted the lid. There was no water inside. Shang Jianyao, embodying a scientific spirit, proceeded to test the buttons of the toilet, only to find them all non-functional. Straightening up, he exaggeratedly flared his nostrils and took a few deep breaths. There was no odor, and, after a few seconds, he reached a conclusion that left his expression ambiguous, neither fortunate nor regretful. Next, he tested the shower head, confirming that indeed, no water flowed from it. After conducting these inspections, Shang Jianyao fell into contemplation, lost in thought. After a while, he placed the ice moss handgun back on his gear and extracted the metal filter stuck in the sink's drain. It was so corroded that he nearly broke it while pulling it out. After setting it aside, he jumped up, balancing precariously on the sink, one foot on either side. He then clamped the flashlight with his chin, removed his trousers, and aimed at the drain. Resolving his physiological need, Shang Jianyao jumped down and replaced the metal filter. In the living room, Xiao Qi furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion, pinching his nose, while Long Yuehong and Bai Chun exchanged complex expressions. Jiang Baimian, not noticing the minor disturbance, was diligently distributing compressed biscuits, energy bars, and other food supplies. Upon exiting the restroom, Shang Jianyao politely closed the door behind him. Then, with one hand on his gun and the other holding the flashlight, he walked to the end of the corridor. At this moment, there was a door to his right and another to his left front. He aimed his handgun and flashlight, deciding to choose the left door. He opened it cautiously. Inside, the most striking feature was a relatively wide bed, adorned with what appeared to be a dirty light green sheet and two pillows with matching pillowcases. To the right of the headboard was a low cabinet, and next to it stood a dilapidated tall cabinet painted in off-white, reaching up to the ceiling. To the left of the headboard was a table, upon which rested a sizable LCD screen and a black metal box. Nearby the screen were a mouse, keyboard, and an object covered with a honeycomb-like material, deep blue, at the bottom. Further left were the wall and a large windowsill, on which lay a brown blanket riddled with holes, presumably gnawed by mice, atop which sat a small wooden table. Shang Jianyao held the flashlight as he walked from the foot of the bed towards the windowsill. He bent down, searching meticulously for a while, only to regretfully mutter, "No mouse droppings." The words echoed in the somewhat empty room, tinged with a hint of confusion. Walked briskly to the table holding the LCD screen, gripping various items in his gun-wielding hand. As a graduate of the Pangu Biological Higher Education Electronics Department, he easily recognized the device before him as a computer. He turned his head to glance at the camouflage backpack behind him and abandoned the idea of stuffing large items into it. Ultimately, he picked up a small object covered in a black honeycomb pattern, slightly larger than his palm. Drawing upon his expertise and experiences from the trading market at the activity center, quickly deduced that it was a compact speaker capable of playing music. He swiftly unplugged the speaker's cable and removed the item from the computer, cleaning the deep blue surface with a nearby bedsheet before placing it into his camouflage backpack. Although uncertain of the speaker's functionality and suspecting it might be inoperative, he remained undeterred, confident in his ability to repair it given suitable components. Once he had secured the camouflage backpack once more, resumed his exploration of the room, a flashlight in one hand and his weapon in the other, meticulously examining every corner and item. He soon circled to the other side, crouching to inspect beneath the bed before pulling open the nightstand. The low cabinet featured two drawers, and he opened the upper one first, revealing a plethora of items, all imbued with a musty odor. After perusing the contents, he returned them to their original places and proceeded to the lower drawer, which was disappointingly empty. Stared for several moments, then straightened and moved towards what appeared to be a wardrobe. Upon opening its doors, he discovered a black jacket, a white lace dress, and various other garments of indeterminate style, all neatly hung, seemingly unchanged except for the unpleasant smell. His familiarity with the dress stemmed from the fact that some women within Pangu Biological held them in high regard. Such impractical attire was favored only by those with slightly more affluent households, who would exchange contribution points for fabric to fashion their own dresses, inspired by the styles worn by certain management relatives. These dresses were among their most cherished possessions, worn only during year-end performances, collective activities, or leisurely strolls with loved ones. Instinctively, reached out towards the white lace dress. Perhaps the hanger had long succumbed to rust, or perhaps it was precariously balanced. The moment he touched the dress, the rod fell with a clatter, causing several garments to tumble onto the wooden floor below. Silently observed for a few moments before retracting his hand, which still held the ice moss. He continued his search through the drawers of the wardrobe, but found nothing of note. Soon, he exited the room and entered the smaller one on the right side of the corridor. This room contained only a narrow bed, a row of milky white wardrobes, and a desk with a lamp. The bed was adorned with blue sheets sprinkled with golden stars, far more charming than the adjacent room, though marred by numerous stains. Systematically searched each area and eventually leaned down beside the pillow, using the flashlight to illuminate the space. After an indeterminate time, he set the flashlight on the bed. Adjusting its position, he then extended a hand into the beam, grasping a long strand of white hair. Chapter 66. Early morning I found something, announced, clutching the long white hair, as he hurried back to the living area, to ensure that Xiao Qi and Jiang Baimian could see clearly. He turned a flashlight toward his hand. The slightly yellow beam diffused, casting an eerie shadow across face, nearly startling Long Yuehong into firing at him. "Look at my hand," anticipated Long Yuehong's reaction, adding a comment at that moment. Long Yuehong took a slow breath and shifted his gaze. In the yellowish beam, fine dust danced, and the white hair swayed gently. Where did you find this? Jiang Baimin inquired, pointed to the wall where the LCD screen hung, on the pillow of that bedroom. Just one. Jiang Baimin pressed for clarification. Theoretically, yes, unless it has consumed its companions and evolved. Responded earnestly. Is this what they teach in the foundational courses now? Jiang Baimin remarked casually, seemingly lost in thought about various possibilities. The quietly attentive Bai Chun tugged at her worn scarf and suggested, could it be from the remnants of the old world? Hair doesn't decay easily in such environments. It's unreasonable that only this strand remains. Jiang Baimin voiced her doubts. Moreover, don't we have a preliminary assessment? This city undergoes regular maintenance to some extent. Some conditions in this room corroborate that. Just like in the dining room and kitchen where we found traces of rodent activity, aside from bite marks and claw scratches, they left nothing else. This is becoming increasingly terrifying, Long Yuehong muttered. A city long dead still conducts regular cleanups and maintains itself, without knowing the reasons. This is scarier than ghost stories on the radio. Perhaps the rodents were consumed by the mindless beings that inhabit this place. They too require sustenance. Bai Chun ventured her hypothesis. Could be, Jiang Baimin acknowledged. But would the mindless beings clean up after the rodents? They have merely their survival instincts left. What is impossible about that? They still sing, don't they? Declared, switching off the flashlight, his demeanor serious. Jiang Baimin shot him a disapproving glance. You call that raspy noise singing? Moreover, even if they retain some instinct for cleaning, though I haven't seen any mindless beings in those areas. Let us assume they do possess that ability. Regardless, they should maintain it regularly, not sporadically, since they lack extensive cognitive capabilities and act solely on instinct. Observing the state of the streets, buildings, and rooms, it was evident that no maintenance had occurred for quite some time. Countered, humans have a tendency to take shortcuts. How often do you clean your room? Jiang Baimin fell momentarily silent, glancing at Xiao Chu. I tend to be rather casual about it when executing tasks in the wilderness. It's a form of camaraderie. In the company, when one cooks for oneself, daily cleaning is required, sometimes more than once. However, if one dines in a cafeteria, cleaning occurs every 3 days, with a thorough deep clean once a month. As the discussion unfolded, Xiao Chu, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired, are you from Panga Biology, United Industries, Orange Company, or Future Intelligence? We are from Panga Biology, Jiang Baimin replied candidly. Xiao Chu lightly touched the silver rifle resting across his lap, nodded slightly, and remarked, there is no need to deliberate over that hair. It is not a significant matter. They proceeded to eat, rest, and await the dawn. Very well, the others, including Shang Jianyao, relinquished their discussion and found their respective seats, retrieving clean water from their water pouches, along with compressed biscuits and energy bars. After satisfying their hunger, Jiang Baimin stood and walked to the window in the dining area, gazing down at the overgrown lawn below. She initially intended to express her needs directly, but, upon glancing at Xiao Chu, felt a bit shy and said, I need to step out for a moment. This can be resolved directly here, she added. Shang Jianyao appeared eager to share his discovered method with his companions. No need to disrupt the rest. Jiang Baimin politely declined his offer. Seemingly meditating, Xiao Chu opened his eyes and suggested, you can go to the corner by 601. Jiang Baimin instinctively shook her head. In such a peculiar place, it's better to exercise caution. A strong odor, if not concealed and too close, could potentially attract unnecessary trouble. It's all right, Xiao Chu insisted on his viewpoint. Not wishing to argue, Jiang Baimin chose to comply. Bai Chun stood up, saying, I'll accompany you. We can keep watch for each other. Jiang Baimin smiled gently, thinking that even if she didn't want to go, she would insist on taking him along. Long Yuehong pinched her thigh and turned to Shang Jianyao. Shall we go together later? Sure, Shang Jianyao replied with some regret, realizing that since Xiao Chu had deemed it safe, he could afford to be a bit more relaxed, perhaps standing on the railing, opening the window, and directly facing the outside. Stop! Long Yuehong interrupted his leap of imagination. After this brief interlude, Long Yuehong and Bai Chun settled into their respective corners of the sofa, curling up to rest, while Xiao Chu remained seated, eyes closed, seemingly either meditating or already asleep. Shang Jianyao sat cross-legged on the railing before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the tunnel direction and monitoring the movements in the dark city. Jiang Baimin, armed with an ice moss pistol instead of a grenade launcher, paced through the living room, constantly vigilant for any unusual occurrences around those who were asleep. A few minutes later, a scream filled with terror echoed from somewhere in the city. In that eerily quiet night, amidst the desolate, forest-like ruins of the city, the scream resonated widely, sending chills down Long Yuehong's spine, making her tremble. Shortly after, a series of gunshots rang out, bang, 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 like a firecracker, quickly fading into silence. After a while, Shang Jianyao, aided by the faint starlight, spotted a figure emerging from a nearby alley. The figure was hunched over, moving in a manner more akin to a monkey than a human. Dressed in a haphazard assortment of clothing and bound with fabric, it swiftly approached the building where Shang Jianyao and the others were. Then, it scurried along the street littered with yellowed leaves, occasionally nimbly climbing to higher ground and leaping down. Observing the scene, Shang Jianyao felt that despite undergoing genetic modifications and systematic training, it would be challenging to attain such agility, for the primary focus of his enhancements lay elsewhere. At that moment, the clouds above shifted, allowing a sliver of moonlight to illuminate the figure, granting Shang Jianyao a clearer view. It appeared to be a male, with unkempt, dark hair, long but not quite shoulder length. As if sensing Shang Jianyao's gaze, the figure abruptly turned its head to look up at the building. Shang Jianyao's eyes reflected a face filled with confusion. A unfeeling one. This was an unfeeling one, a middle-aged one at that. Shang Jianyao did not flinch. He maintained eye contact with the unfeeling one from a considerable distance. Eventually, the unfeeling one averted its gaze and continued toward the shadow of a distant high-rise, disappearing into the darkness. A smile gradually spread across Shang Jianyao's face, as if he had achieved a decisive victory. Suddenly, he spotted another figure. This one also hunched over, but moved at a much slower pace than the previous, unfeeling one. A quick glance revealed a face lined with wrinkles and a head full of disheveled white hair. The figure darted past and slipped into a left-side alley, which was a blind spot in Shang Jianyao's line of sight. Over the next 2 hours, he observed several more unfeeling ones. A detail that Jiang Bai Mian also noted, expressing her confusion regarding the number of unfeeling ones in the vicinity. Soon after, Bai Chun and Long Yuhong awoke to take over their watch. When Shang Jianyao was roused from his slumber by Long Yuhong, Xiao Chu had already vacated his chair and stood at the floor-to-ceiling window. "It's almost dawn," Xiao Chu calmly remarked. He then shifted his gaze away from the dark city ruins, his expression indifferent as he gently commanded, "Assist me in donning the exoskeleton." Before long, with the help of Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chun, he was equipped with a military exoskeleton, activating the system. Grasping the silver rifle, Xiao Chu approached the window, pointing to a building several blocks away. "Our destination is there." Shang Jianyao and the others followed his indication, observing a structure standing apart from all surrounding ones, seemingly with a sizable courtyard attached. At that moment, it loomed silently within the dark ruins of the city, devoid of light, as if it had long since perished. A few seconds later, Xiao Chu turned and began walking towards the door, stating in a low voice, "Let us move." At this moment, the sky was shrouded with numerous clouds, allowing only a sparse glimpse of a few stars, while the moon occasionally revealed a fraction of its face, casting a faint luminescence. Darkness enveloped the ruins of this city, serving as its predominant hue. In the extreme stillness of the desolate environment, Shang Jianyao and his companions refrained from using their flashlights, opting instead to jog along the main road into the street ahead. During this process, they were persistently plagued by the sensation of being devoured by the profound night, with the abandoned cars and trees lining the road appearing as shadowy figures, reminiscent of lurking monsters. Confronted with such a scenario, the old Toon group instinctively spread out according to their training, maintaining a safe distance from one another. Among them, Jiang Baimian closely followed Xiao Chu. Long Yuehong positioned himself to the right, Bai Chun leaned to the left, and Shang Jianyao trailed behind. Their pace remained steady, ensuring that they did not neglect their vigilance and awareness of the surrounding environment in their haste. As they proceeded, Shang Jianyao suddenly altered his course, darting into an open room on the left side of the street. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Baimian and the others rolled to the ground, seeking refuge behind various abandoned vehicles as makeshift fortifications. Xiao Chu halted and turned to face Shang Jianyao. The comprehensive warning system of his exoskeleton apparatus indicated that there was nothing amiss in the vicinity. Nevertheless, he raised his uniquely designed silver rifle, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Utilizing the comprehensive warning system, he scrutinized Shang Jianyao's destination. Despite the dimness of the night, Xiao Chu, aided by his equipment, was able to discern the situation on the left side of the street from a considerable distance. Similar to the other streets, the adjacent rooms were mostly wide open, revealing either dilapidation or extreme antiquity, with the singular commonality being the absence of any signs of life. Some of their signs lay shattered on the ground, fragmented into several pieces. Others were weathered and faded, with indistinct lettering. Some letters were missing entirely, leaving only fragments, while others hung askew, teetering on the brink of falling. The room that Shang Jianyao had entered still bore its sign, a blue background with 2 remaining white characters, Weishio. At this time, Shang Jianyao had retrieved his flashlight, illuminating the narrow interior of the room. He swiftly opened various cabinets, unearthing a selection of small instruments and tools, along with an assortment of packaged and unpackaged components and circuitry, which he stuffed into his camouflage backpack. After securing the backpack and attaching the flashlight, Shang Jianyao returned to the street, wielding his berserker assault rifle. Xiao Chu, donned in a helmet, rushed over with several strides. Drawing from his experience, he knew that once he took the lead, unless he displayed any intent to attack, no one would venture to act independently. They would inevitably follow his commands, even if they were filled with confusion and doubt, limiting their responses to inquiries or suggestions. In this regard, Jiang Baimian, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun behaved quite normally. Upon reaching Shang Jianyao, Xiao Chu inquired in a low voice, "Why did you break formation?" Shang Jianyao replied candidly, "Just a moment of impulse." Xiao Chu narrowed his eyes, activating the precise targeting system of his silver rifle, which instinctively engaged upon his movement. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled slowly, lowering his weapon. Continue towards the destination. Although his voice was subdued, Jiang Baimian and the others, who had been monitoring the situation, promptly emerged from their hiding spots and rejoined the formation. The five once again arranged themselves in their previous formation and sprinted towards the intersection at the end of the street. In the ruins of the city, the night breeze carried a chill, reminiscent of returning to the primordial beasts after the lights had dimmed. As they veered towards the left path, Long Yuehong couldn't help but glance up at the sky. Since his arrival on the surface, his foremost desire had been to behold the true sky, his second, to see the sun that illuminates all, and his third, to witness the starry expanse depicted in textbooks. Now he had fulfilled the first two wishes, yet the third remained elusive. For an extended period, the weather had been peculiar, with nights often overcast, allowing only rare glimpses of a few stars and portions of the moon, which hardly constituted a starry sky. He pondered when he might finally gaze upon the true constellations. Just as Long Yuehong withdrew his gaze, he noticed Xiao Chu and Jiang Baimian almost simultaneously shift their bodies and raise their weapons, aiming at a specific location, and pulling the triggers. The sole distinction lay in Jiang Baimian drawing her United 202 first, foregoing the grenade launcher. A crack and a boom echoed in succession. With a flash of silver-white lightning, a figure, partially exposed and clad in tattered clothing, plummeted from a tree in the middle of the right street. Crashing onto the roof of an abandoned vehicle below, blood rapidly spreading around him. The crude shotgun he had been wielding fell to the ground with a clatter. An unfortunate soul. Jiang Baimian steadied her grenade launcher with just her left arm, clearly demonstrating superior night vision capabilities. Bai Chun instinctively asked, "Should we retrieve that gun?" "No need," Jiang Baimian replied, shaking her head. The remnants of the old world had crumbled for many years, rendering numerous firearms inoperable and depleting many calibers of ammunition. The major factions, after initially replicating the weaponry of the old world and maximizing resource utilization, gradually standardized their production internally over the past few decades. While this was certainly based on past weaponry, it significantly reduced the variety. Consequently, many relic hunters and wasteland wanderers found that their firearms either malfunctioned beyond repair or that suitable ammunition was increasingly scarce, compelling them to intensify their searches through the ruins or purchase smuggled arms from powerful factions, while also attempting to craft their own weapons and ammunition. Among these, shotguns undoubtedly served as an excellent choice, requiring minimal equipment, and many wasteland settlements possessed the means to produce them. The fact that such a shotgun had fallen into the hands of an unwitting individual suggested that a relic hunter or wasteland wanderer had likely met their demise. "Should we search him?" Bai Chun pressed further. "No need," Xiao Chu replied, having just utilized the electromagnetic weapon of his exoskeleton. He turned his body away as he spoke. Bai Chun relinquished his insistence, and the five continued to jog towards their predetermined destination. After rounding another street, Xiao Chu suddenly slowed his pace. Jiang Baimian raised her hand to signal Shang Jianyao and Long Yuehong to halt. Utilizing the slightly brighter moonlight, Shang Jianyao spotted an ashen-black, abandoned vehicle ahead. Next to the car sat a man, sporting a square face and clad in what could only be described as old-world attire. Leaning against the car door with his eyes tightly shut, oblivious to whether he was alive or deceased, Jiang Baimian recognized the man. He was a relic hunter they had previously encountered in the wasteland. The individual and his companions informed the old investigation team about the discovery of new ruins north of the Yulu station. At that moment, Wu Shaoxi was utterly alone, and his fate remained uncertain, though there were signs of life. Jiang Baimian made her assessment based on the detected electrical signals. Xiao Chu observed for a while before stating, "He is asleep." Upon hearing the word asleep, Jiang Baimian's pupils dilated slightly as she swiftly raised her right hand, preparing to fire towards Wu Shaoxi's location. However, her target was not the person himself, but rather the glass of a car. Just then, Shang Jianyao had taken the initiative, delivering a short burst of fire at the car against which Wu Shaoxi leaned. With a sharp crack, a window shattered. Wu Shaoxi's eyes flickered, seemingly on the verge of awakening, but suddenly his expression contorted and his body convulsed before falling silent. "Is he dead?" Long Yuehong asked in astonishment. Theoretically, there is still a chance for rescue, Jiang Baimian replied, yet she showed no inclination to approach. Instead, she remained vigilant while moving towards an abandoned vehicle. Bai Chan did likewise and cautioned, the terrifying nightmare horse may have returned. Long Yue Hong was taken aback, struggling to keep her eyes wide open to stave off drowsiness. Xiao Chu remained silent, focusing intently on the integrated warning system to identify potential enemies in the vicinity. Shang Jianyao looked at Wu Xiaoxi ahead and suddenly asked, "Do you sleep on the streets? Can my nightmare horse force people into slumber?" Jiang Baimian instantly grasped Shang Jianyao's implication, yet she recalled their previous encounter with it, where it had not displayed such behavior. After awakening from their real nightmares, neither she nor Shang Jianyao had inexplicably fallen asleep again. It could either force only one person to sleep at a time, choosing to abandon others when faced with multiple targets, or Shang Jianyao glanced at Xiao Chu, who wore an exoskeleton device. Xiao Chu had once confronted the nightmare horse alone and had survived intact. Shang Jianyao paused and added, "Or there may be other monsters here capable of inducing sleep." At this utterance, Long Yue Hong felt a chill run through her body, sensing numerous entities lurking in the surrounding darkness. "I will check if there is any chance for rescue. You all monitor my condition." With that, Shang Jianyao boldly approached Wu Xiaoxi. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a desolate, hoarse roar erupted from somewhere within the city ruins. A woo. The sound echoed through the air, sending shivers down spines. The hollow, raspy howls reverberated, soon followed by similar sound from various locations throughout the ruins. Though not overwhelmingly loud, the chorus of roars was equally nerve-wracking. Most terrifyingly, there were countless roars merging into a single cacophony from just 100 meters away. At that moment, the cloud cover seemed to dissipate somewhat due to the commotion, allowing a brief glimpse of the yellowing moon, which shone down, illuminating the towering buildings at the end of the street. The windows reflected the moonlight, revealing countless silhouettes. Their features remained obscured, but it was evident they were gazing at Shang Jianyao, Jiang Baimian, and the others, their bodies slightly hunched. Instinctively, they reacted, each seeking nearby obstacles for cover. Even Long Yue Hong, having faced similar situations multiple times, did not lag behind, effectively employing her training. The clouds moved swiftly, and the moon was soon obscured once more, plunging the towering structures back into profound darkness, their outlines barely discernible. After a moment of silence, without any attack, Xiao Chu, clad in the exoskeleton, was the first to leave their hiding place. However, he did not return to the main road, but instead moved to the left side of the street, paved with dark red bricks, where the trees still bore leaves, concealing them from above and possibly shielding them from any impending gunfire. Likewise, Jiang Baimian, Long Yue Hong, and Bai Chan followed suit, approaching Xiao Chu. Shang Jianyao glanced up at the sky, noting the moonlight and starlight growing fainter, and abruptly dashed from their hiding spot, executing 2 rolls before reaching Wu Xiaoxi's side. He then dragged the lifeless body, bending low, and swiftly entered an open building on the left side of the street. The sign of the establishment hung askew, partially damaged, revealing only the words Snack Group in faded gray. Inside, rectangular tables were arranged in 2 rows, covered in a layer of dust. Shang Jianyao paid no mind to the filth as he placed Wu Xiaoxi on one of the tables and began performing chest compressions, drawing upon the first aid knowledge Jiang Baimian had taught him. "It seems futile," Jiang Baimian remarked, having entered the room at some point unnoticed, observing Shang Jianyao complete the procedure. Without allowing Shang Jianyao to speak, she habitually instructed, "Examine his body for any clues." Clad in the exoskeleton, Xiao Chu approached the open doorway, pursing his lips as he surveyed the scene for 2 seconds. "No need. Let us proceed to our destination as swiftly as possible." Jiang Baimian turned to Xiao Chu, earnestly stating, "If we can uncover the fate of this relic hunter and find the true reason for his slumber on the street, we may avoid a multitude of dangers in our subsequent actions. This place is indeed strange. The terror of the monsters exceeds my imagination. Furthermore, the number of the heartless is alarming. What do they survive on? Although the heartless possess an instinct to reproduce and would not gradually vanish due to individual deaths, they are still living beings that require sufficient sustenance. In a city devoid of agricultural and industrial support, relying solely on the predation of rats and insects is insufficient to sustain such a large population. Ecological environments tend to reach a balance over time. It is possible that the resources in this city are remarkably ample. The heartless, driven by their survival instincts, would actively seek out these provisions." Bai Chen also entered the building, speculating about the reasons. As for whether the stored food had expired or spoiled over the years, the heartless would not ponder such matters. They operate almost devoid of cognitive thought. Perhaps Jiang Baimian did not dismiss the notion. The narrative continues to unfold, and the site is only accessible via mobile browsers. Should you encounter this passage, it signifies a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading modes, ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for access. Ultimately, she was uncertain of this city's ruins' former significance in the old world. What if there were food reserves discovered in other ruins? Moreover, as the Heartless have proliferated through generations, it is entirely plausible they have evolved the ability to consume rice and flour. Long Yuehong, listening to the discussion between the two women, could not refrain from interjecting. Given the abundance of Heartless and the peculiar circumstances, perhaps we should retreat? We could gather a substantial bounty simply by taking a few items on our way out. He spoke while gazing at Xiao Chu, who chose to ignore him and urged Shang Jianyao to hurry. He seemed to accept Jiang Baimian's earlier assertion and felt it necessary to investigate Wu Xiaoxi's plight. Otherwise, he too would be in peril. After saying this, Xiao Chu diligently brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes. Shang Jianyao, holding a flashlight, conducted a thorough examination but found no apparent injuries on Wu Xiaoxi. However, the man's face was contorted in terror, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying or had endured an unimaginable ordeal. This bore a striking resemblance to the bizarre deaths described by the bald Hunter Harris Brown near the Yuelu station. Considering Xiao Chu's remarks, Shang Jianyao could preliminarily deduce that this was a fatal encounter with a nightmare horse. As for the creature's whereabouts and its distance from them, he could only speculate. He then stripped Wu Xiaoxi of his garments, searching for subtle traces. The skin around his wrist was notably paler, indicating he had previously worn a watch, which might have fallen off somewhere. Unfortunately, there were no recent injection marks to conduct a blood test, making it difficult to ascertain if he had inhaled anesthetic gas. Jiang Baimian approached to assist Shang Jianyao in completing the examination swiftly. She then straightened up and, with a solemn expression, addressed Xiao Chu by Chun and Long Yuehong. It is highly probable that he was forcibly put to sleep by the powers of a creature akin to the nightmare horse. However, we cannot definitively ascertain whether it was indeed the nightmare horse or another entity. It was not the nightmare horse, Xiao Chu asserted with conviction. Jiang Baimian nodded slightly. Do you know what the nightmare horse's roar sounds like? Xiao Chu opened his mouth, as if to imitate it, but felt too embarrassed and ultimately abandoned the attempt. At that moment, Shang Jianyao stood upright, holding the flashlight, and earnestly inquired, "Is that so?" No sooner had he spoken than he mimicked the loudest and most terrifying roar he had just heard, displaying no signs of discomfort. This time, however, he controlled the volume. No, Xiao Chu immediately shook his head in negation. Jiang Baimian frowned slightly. It appears that the most terrifying creature in this city's ruins is not the nightmare horse. This was the very question she had sought to clarify, whether the nightmare horse emitted a fearsome roar that provoked responses. Is that so? Shang Jianyao continued to imitate the various roars he had previously heard, but none matched. Wearing a helmet, Xiao Chu couldn't help but ask, "Can't you just imitate a horse's neigh?" The roar of the nightmare horse and a normal horse's neigh are fundamentally similar, with only slight differences. Shang Jianyao glanced at Xiao Chu. "I've never seen a horse." After that, he turned away, bent down, and began inspecting the pockets of Wu Xiaoxi's clothing. The first item he uncovered was a brass badge, which bore a blurred human face in relief alongside a knife and a gun, with a small chip embedded on the reverse side. Shang Jianyao had encountered similar items before and recognized it as a badge from the Hunters Guild, casually handing it to Jiang Baimian. She did not bother to read the chip's contents and simply pocketed it. The tasks Wu Xiaoxi had previously completed bore little relevance to their current exploration. The second item Shang Jianyao discovered was a blue and white checkered handkerchief, which appeared old and slightly pilled, yet was folded neatly. He shook it out but found no clues, refolding it and placing it back into Wu Xiaoxi's breast pocket. The third item was a half block of black chocolate wrapped in tin foil. It showed clear signs of having melted and re-solidified, yet there were no bite marks to be found. While Shang Jianyao was inspecting the chocolate, Bai Chun suddenly remarked, "He probably just licked it or held it in his mouth when he wanted taste." She said this matter-of-factly, as if such occurrences were commonplace to her. Shang Jianyao nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "Would you like it?" "No need in this city's ruins." Bai Chun shook her head. There would surely be plenty of supplies to find. Shang Jianyao continued searching through Wu Xiaoxi's clothing without further inquiry. The fourth item he found was a neatly folded piece of paper. The handwriting was quite orderly. "O Ru Xiong 1 can of beef. O Gang 2 payments. Equivalent to a large bag of compressed biscuits. O Zhang KZ half a bowl of oil. Loading more content, please wait." This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this section, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, skim mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser. O Aolank 1 pistol, 10 rounds of ammunition. O Xiao Guang a meal. O Ru Xiong a flour. Shang Jianyao quickly read through the note, refolded it, and tucked it into his pocket. "You don't mean to help him repay his debts, do you?" Jiang Baimian asked, somewhat surprised. However, she was not overly astonished by Shang Jinyao's actions. He responded with a neutral expression. "If I encounter his companions, I will give them this note and the hunter's badge. Jiang Bimian nodded slightly, her movement restrained, and she refrained from further comment. The fifth item Shang Jianyao discovered was 12 coins from Wu Shaoxi's pocket. Judging by their designs and engravings, they belong to the old world. Can old world currency still be used? Long Yuehong asked, astonished. Yes, but you must look at the metal type and weight, not the denomination, Bai Chun explained succinctly. Of the 12 coins, 7 were silver in color and 5 were gold. Shang Jianyao examined them for a moment before placing them into a small compartment of his camouflage backpack. Next, apart from the clothing, pants, and shoes, he located Wu Shaoxi's black pistol. It was a Wu Bei 7 with 5 rounds remaining. Shang Jianyao recognized it, affixed it to his gear, and noted that the ammunition was 7.62 millimeters, different from what they had prepared for their departure. As for the automatic rifle Wu Shaoxi had carried when they first encountered him, its whereabouts remained unknown. After completing the search, Shang Jianyao redressed Wu Shaoxi. Let's proceed, Xiao Chu urged, showing impatience as he had found no clues. Jiang Baimian and the others did not object and followed him out of the building. Shang Jianyao brought up the rear, glancing up suddenly, leaping to pull down a metal door. With a clattering sound, the building was sealed. What is the purpose of this? Xiao Chu remarked, unable to restrain himself, then added in a low voice, keep up. Shang Jianyao made no further gestures and trailed behind the group, continuing to hold his weapon as they jogged through the darkened city ruins. Chapter 69, Gunfire. The night was thick and Long Yuehong, advancing on the left side of the group, felt increasingly apprehensive. In truth, upon departing from room 605, he did not feel particularly fearful, as he had yet to encounter any adversaries or monsters that could be deemed genuinely dangerous. The occasional appearance of an unintentional foe was swiftly resolved by his group, leaving him with a sense of confidence. Armed with 2 handguns and an assault rifle, enhanced through modifications, he believed that if he were to confront an unintentional attacker, he could efficiently neutralize 2 or 3 of them, provided he could overcome his initial anxiety. However, in the realm of firearm combat, carelessness and negligence could lead to disastrous outcomes, even allowing a child to fell an adult. He pondered that should he face an unintentional assailant, he could not be entirely certain of victory in a one-on-one confrontation, yet the nature of the enemy would not impose significant psychological pressure on him. When he witnessed the eerie death of Wu Shaoxi, a once familiar companion, in his dreams, while he and his comrades were unable to trace the murderer, anxiety began to creep in. Jiang Baimian had previously informed him that the psychological scars of war stem not from personally slaying enemies, but from witnessing familiar comrades, those with whom one had shared daily life, brutally struck down before one's eyes. Such experiences not only evoke profound sorrow and anguish, but also provoke an uncontrollable dread of being the next victim, leading to persistent nightmares, irritability, anxiety, and an inability to concentrate. At that moment, Long Yuehong sensed he was beginning to exhibit similar symptoms. Likewise, the uncertainty surrounding the murderer intensified his fear. In the desolate silence of the city ruins, the only sounds that reached Long Yuehong's ears were the hurried footsteps of his 5 companions. Beyond that, there was only stillness. In the depths of the surrounding darkness, the buildings on either side seemed to silently extend a web of predation. At that instant, Long Yuehong heard the urgent, elevated voice of their leader. Caution. Having encountered numerous perilous situations during this field exercise, Long Yuehong had developed considerable trust in Jiang Baimian. Without hesitation, he instinctively dove toward a dilapidated gray-red sedan at the roadside. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Baimian leaped up, turning in mid-air, raising her right arm, which wielded a United 202 handgun. Bang! A window on the 3rd floor of the building to the left shattered, and the silhouette beside it wavered before collapsing. Bathed in the faint glow of moonlight and starlight, the figure bore elongated teeth and murky eyes, unmistakably not of this world. Following that, a cacophony of shattering glass echoed as more figures emerged from various levels of the building. As the clouds shifted, moonlight illuminated the scene. The figures had disheveled hair resembling nests, gaunt faces, and coarse body hair. Though their clothing was somewhat tattered, it was carelessly thrown together, seemingly merely for warmth. All of them hunched over, some with bloodshot eyes, others wielding gleaming knives, and some grasping a type of revolver colloquially known as a python, while others appeared entirely clad in black, blending into the shadows. Among them was one particularly tall figure, slightly stooped, with a dense beard that bristled like steel. He brandished a shotgun, swiftly chambering around, and aimed it at Jiang Baimian, pulling the trigger. Bang! Countless pellets erupted, engulfing the targeted area. But Jiang Baimian had already dropped to the ground, rolling to take cover behind the front of a nearby abandoned vehicle. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu, equipped with an exoskeleton, sprang into action. Holding a silver rifle, he utilized an advanced targeting system to pull the trigger, launching a projectile that appeared to be entwined with serpentine bolts of silver energy. He was wielding a Gauss rifle. Bang! A crimson hole materialized in the forehead of the unintentional attacker with the shotgun, his eyes glazing over as he fell backward. Simultaneously, Xiao Chu raised his metallic arm, which bore a grenade launcher, and aimed at the window where the most silhouettes were visible, pulling the trigger. On the left side of the street, Shang Jianyao, who had just leapt to the roadside upon Jiang Bimian's warning, had not yet regained his footing when another figure crashed through the second-floor window and landed behind him. This figure, similarly stooped, donned ill-fitting, outdated and greasy blue coveralls, brandishing a large wrench that sparkled with silver light. As he landed, he swung his right arm, intending to smash the wrench onto Shang Jianyao's head, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. However, the figure's right arm froze in place, unable to move. As an instinct-driven, unintentional attacker, he seemed to lack the capacity for such instinctual actions. Shang Jianyao did not turn around. Instead, he redirected the muzzle of his assault rifle, utilizing the space on his shoulder to fire a pinpoint shot. Bang! The skull of the unintentional attacker behind him exploded, blood and brain matter splattering forth. At that moment, not far away, Long Yuehong noticed another unintentional figure leaping down from above. His mind momentarily blank, he instinctively raised his berserker assault rifle toward the assailant. Bang, bang, bang! He fired frantically, nearly exhausting an entire magazine, fully embodying the reason behind the weapon's moniker. The unintentional attacker, suspended in midair, was unable to evade, and his body was perforated with bullets, blood gushing forth. Amid the empty clicks of the trigger, Long Yuehong snapped back to reality and hastily reloaded. At that instant, he spotted another unintentional attacker, this one wielding a python revolver, having leaped down from his left. This unintentional figure was merely 7 or 8 meters from Shang Jianyao and less than 2 meters from Long Yuehong. His pupils dilated in alarm as he instinctively attempted to evade, yet seemed too late. The unintentional attacker had already targeted him, only a finger pull away from firing. However, the assailant could not bring himself to pull the trigger, as if that motion were genetically absent from him. Bang! His head was struck, exploding like fireworks, scattering red and white across the surroundings, with some even splattering onto Long Yuehong's face and body. Long Yuehong instinctively glanced over to see Shang Jianyao smiling and waving at him, while Bai Chun across the road shifted the muzzle of his rifle away from his direction. Before he could catch his breath, a tremendous explosion echoed. The grenade fired by Xiao Chu had landed in the designated room, rolling out a crimson fireball. Nearby windows shattered in response. The unintentional attackers who had yet to engage appeared momentarily intimidated, retreating from the street-facing windows into the depths of the room, disappearing into the thick darkness. "Let South leave this place," Jiang Baimian shouted as she dashed from her hiding spot. The multitude of electronic signals in the area made it impossible for her to ascertain how many unintentional attackers and monsters were concealed. Moreover, compared to the wilderness, this environment offered far more obstacles to interfere with her sensing abilities, resulting in a significant loss of awareness once the unintentional beings vacated the roadside rooms. Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and others swiftly cleared the obstacles and hurried along the street toward the end of the road. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiu, who had already turned back to run, indicated his intentions. After they had traversed the current street and reached the intersection ahead, they finally felt a sense of relief from their encirclement and gradually slowed their pace. Long Yuehong seized the opportunity to replace the magazine of the Berserker assault rifle, using the loader to refill the spent one. "Are there too many Wuxin here?" Jiang Bimian glanced back at the street they had just traversed, frowning as she spoke. Shang Jianyao and the others followed her gaze, perceiving shadows moving in the darkness, seemingly dragging away the bodies along the street. These were Wuxin from several generations later, not like the newly arrived relic hunters or the wild wanderers afflicted by Wuxin disease. Bai Chun offered his assessment. The Wuxin from later generations wielded weapons with greater proficiency. Their eyes were merely murky, devoid of the mindless frenzy, and they actively changed their equipment, donning multiple layers of clothing rather than appearing tattered and worn. "We are nearing our destination," Xiao Qiu urged Jiang Baimian and the others as he glanced ahead. The old team concluded their discussion and continued forward in the darkness, following Xiao Qiu, who was clad in an exoskeleton device. After a brief sprint of 100 meters, 2 figures suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. One was a woman in her 20s with black hair and brown eyes, clad in military green camouflage attire. Her features were decent, yet she emanated an aura of cold indifference. The other was a man in his 30s, also with black hair and brown eyes, wearing a tattered knit cap and holding an automatic rifle. Jiang Baimian and Xiao Qiu, equipped with exoskeleton devices, were the first to react. Just as Xiao Qiu prepared to respond, Jiang Baimian stepped forward, blocking the way and calling out, "Ru Xiang?" She recognized the woman as Wu Xiaoxi's teammate, named Ru Xiang. Upon hearing this greeting, and Ru Xiang noticed a group of people nearby, initially cautious and seeking cover, Her expression softened as her gaze involuntarily shifted toward Xiao Qiyu. The man beside her mirrored her reaction, as if encountering someone they had long admired. They approached Xiao Qiyu quickly, standing beside him. Though Xiao Qiyu's face was obscured by his helmet, he remained unresponsive to them. And Ruxiang then turned to Jiang Baimian, asking, "You all?" The only team they had encountered recently with exoskeleton devices was this one, leaving a strong impression. Jiang Baimian glanced at Shang Jianyao before responding. "It's us. I didn't expect to run into you so soon." She paused, her expression turning serious. "We just encountered Wu Shaoxi." The mention of Wu Shaoxi's name caused Ru Xiang to momentarily freeze, her face contorting as if struck by an arrow piercing her soul, awakening her from a beautiful dream. After a brief struggle, she urgently inquired, Is he in there?" Chapter 70 Intelligence, the remaining fire of the Long Night reprint with permission from XIN Jimpan Novel Network. Upon hearing Ru Xiang's question, Jiang Baimian instinctively shot a warning glance at Shang Jianyao, signaling him to remain silent. She then pressed her lips together and replied to Ru Xiang, "When we encountered him, he was sleeping by the roadside. We were about to wake him when his face suddenly contorted and his body twitched a few times, becoming completely still. He died just like that." As she recounted this, Jiang Baimian suddenly felt as though her description sounded absurd, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over her. She hastily added, "Do you believe what I'm saying?" "No. You must trust us." To be frank, if she had not experienced it firsthand, she too would find it hard to believe such occurrences. After all, creatures with such bizarre abilities were scarce on the ashen soil. And Jiang Baimian's tenure of less than 3 years had seen her encounter only relatively common types of aberrant beings. And Ru Xiang's previously cold and indifferent expression began to shift as Jiang Baimian spoke, gradually becoming complex and increasingly difficult to conceal. Although Jiang Baimian could not decipher all the nuances of Ru Xiang's micro-expressions, she could keenly feel the overwhelming, intense, and uncontrollable sorrow emanating from her. Though she had only met Ru Xiang a few times, she had already gauged her to be the type who concealed her emotions. But now she witnessed Ru Xiang's expression unraveling. And Ru Xiang took a deep breath, stating, "I believe you. Since we entered this city's ruins, we have encountered similar incidents. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I doubt you could fabricate such an experience." Her voice was low and hoarse, as if suppressing something. The man beside her bore a mixed expression of sorrow and fear. Jiang Baimian nodded, refraining from offering words of consolation, and instead asked, "What exactly did you encounter?" And Ru Xiang raised a hand to wipe her eyes, her demeanor returning to its previous indifference. "We were driving, entering this city's ruins from a road deep within the Great Swamp. We had no intention of uncovering any hidden secrets, merely planning to scavenge the outskirts for valuable items to take back. Just as we were gathering a pile of supplies, Xiao Guang, one of our teammates, suddenly fell asleep while transporting a box of thick clothing. We thought he had suddenly fallen ill and didn't wake him immediately. However, when we confirmed he was simply asleep, his face suddenly contorted, as if encountering something extremely terrifying. Then, he died." Jiang Baimian initially wanted to comment that enforced slumber seemed to affect only one target at a time, but upon looking into Ru Xiang's eyes, she suppressed the impulse. And Ru Xiang continued, "After Xiao Guang's death, we were terrified. We are not afraid of confronting Wuxin or monsters directly, but such an unpredictable attack, without knowing the cause, how to guard against it, or who might be next, truly instilled fear and despair within us. We promptly decided to evacuate the city's ruins, feeling we had already gathered enough. Who would have thought that, as if possessed, we felt an overwhelming compulsion to discover something exceptionally precious just around the corner. We proceeded forward and encountered Wuxin. She was a female, appearing to be between 17 and 25. As you know, the age of Wuxin is challenging to determine solely based on appearance. She was more neatly attired than the 2 Wuxin we encountered while searching for items, her clothing not excessively dirty, and her face reasonably well kept, though her eyes remained murky and bloodshot. She wore a set of white, deflated-down clothing. At that moment, we believed that the exceptionally precious object we sought was in the possession of this unfeeling individual, so we hastened towards him, preparing to take aim. To our astonishment, a multitude of unfeeling beings appeared, seemingly lying in ambush nearby. It was a trap. At this point, both Ru Xiang and the man beside her could scarcely conceal their flicker of fear. What happened next? Jiang Baimian refrained from making judgments or speculations and pressed on with her inquiry. And Ru Xiang took a deep breath and explained, "When the ambushed, unfeeling beings emerged, the haunting sensation that had bewitched our hearts vanished completely, and we no longer perceived that the peculiar, unfeeling individual held anything of extraordinary value that we must acquire. Fortunately, only some of the unfeeling beings were armed. Among those with firearms, many wielded their weapons as makeshift clubs, likely due to a lack of ammunition. In any case, We managed to evade the initial wave of gunfire and survive, leading to an intense battle. Originally, we might have perished after taking down multiple unfeeling beings. But fate was on our side. A mechanical monk clad in a red robe suddenly charged in, brutally attacking all female, unfeeling beings. I sensed his malevolence directed at me as well. Jiang Baimian could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Net fa?" This mechanical monk repaired himself and joined the fray at this newly discovered ruins. "Do you know him?" And Ruxiang asked in astonishment. "We have crossed paths before." Jiang Baimian replied succinctly. Xiao Chu, who had not interrupted their exchange, listened quietly, seemingly eager to glean useful information. And Ruxiang did not press further and returned to the matter at hand. With the mechanical monk's involvement, we found an opportunity to escape. Shoshu took the initiative to cover our retreat. We had agreed on a rendezvous point in time, but he always claims to be punctual, yet will undoubtedly be late this time. At that moment, Shang Jianyao stepped forward and remarked seriously, "Perhaps it is because he is not wearing a watch." And Ruxiang paused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Indeed, that treasured watch was broke when he was ambushed and fell off. As she laughed, and Ruxiang raised her hand to wipe her eyes. After several seconds, her voice turned increasingly hoarse as she continued. "At that time, it was not yet dark. We first sought a place to hide for a while. Once the various noises subsided, we circled back towards the rendezvous point, only to encounter you before we arrived. Those gunshots earlier were not caused by you, were they?" Jiang Baimian mused with a sigh. She then scolded herself. "How careless of me to overlook things these past few days. My thinking has not been sufficiently rigorous. It could be that Xiao Chu's assertion about the true nightmare being a nightmare horse led me to confine my thoughts to distorted monsters. Based on Ruxiang's experiences, it is highly likely that there exist distorted, unfeeling beings within this city's ruins, and they are remarkably unique, possessing strange abilities seldom seen from the outside. Apart from monsters, the possibility of distorted, unfeeling beings is also present." Her statement was directed at Bai Chun, Long Yuehong, and others, simultaneously serving as a caution to Ruxiang to remain vigilant against similar aberrant creatures. Bai Chun nodded and remarked, "In the initial city and its affiliated forces, such unfeeling beings are referred to as high-tier, unfeeling beings." Long Yuehong felt a wave of terror wash over her upon hearing this. After absorbing the dialogue, and Ruxiang took a breath and stated, "I have said all that I needed to. I believe it will provide you with some insights and utility. Now, can you inform me of Shoshu's whereabouts?" Jiang Baimian turned her body and pointed down the street from which they had come. "Proceed down this path, take a right, and he is in the only closed room on the right side of the street. However, this street is quite dangerous. There are many unfeeling beings, so it would be wise for you to take a detour." "Thank you," and Ruxiang and the man responded in unison. At that moment, Shang Jianyao stepped forward once more, producing a neatly folded piece of paper. "This belongs to him, his hunter badge." Jiang Baimian also retrieved Wu Shoshu's relic hunter badge, and Ruxiang instinctively took the paper, unfolded it, and held it up to the now not-so-faint moonlight. "On Ruxiang 1 can of beef. O gang 2 payments, equivalent to a large bag of compressed biscuits. O Zhang Kazi half a bowl of oil. O Ao Ka 1 handgun, 10 rounds of ammunition. O Xiao Guang 1 meal of meat. More content loading, please wait." This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. On Ruxiang 1 flower. The corners of Ruxiang's mouth twitched backward, yet her lips remained tightly pressed together, refusing to part. This rendered her expression somewhat peculiar, as if something within her eyes was reflecting the moonlight. Jiang Baimian and the others remained silent, patiently awaiting her recovery. After a while, and Ruxiang exhaled and said, "Thank you. There is no need to return the remaining items to me." Upon finishing, she turned her head to the man beside her and said, "A gang, let us go find Shoshu." "Very well," the man replied in a deep voice. And Ruxiang did not linger or bid farewell, hastening towards a more distant street, intending to take a detour to avoid danger. The most crucial intelligence just acquired was that the forced slumber likely targeted only one individual at a time. Jiang Baimian withdrew her gaze, reminding her team members. At that moment, Xiao Chu, donning a helmet and shrouded in a black metallic framework, suddenly inquired, "Who is Net Fa?" A mechanical monk and an awakened one, Jiang Baimian, Long Yuehong, and others hurriedly relayed the information they had previously learned about Net Fa to Xiao Chu, concluding with the fact that he paid the price of heightened lust and, due to uploading his consciousness, became a mechanical entity, losing the ability to satisfy those desires, resulting in an extremely twisted psyche, harboring intense hatred towards women. "Hatred towards women," Xiao Chu repeated, no further questions asked, gesturing ahead and saying, "Continue on. We shall go around to the destination." Once again, Shang Jianyao and the others armed themselves and quickened their pace. As Enro entered another street, she suddenly slowed her stride, perplexed, and rubbed her temples. What is it? The man beside her asked curiously. Enro, her expression grave, replied, Do you not sense something amiss? Just now, we completely lowered our guard, even contemplating following that individual clad in exoskeletal armor. In that moment, I forgot about Shosher entirely and merely wished to please that person. The man beside Enro furrowed his brows. Indeed. You know, my preference lies with women, yet I found myself thinking that if it were him, it would not be so bad. How bizarre is that? He vividly recalled his previous encounters, filled with trepidation. Upon detecting corresponding signs, it was inevitable that his thoughts would drift towards similar matters. He undoubtedly possessed sufficient wisdom, certainly not an unthinking entity, and furthermore, he bore the semblance of a human. And Enro unhesitatingly refuted her companion's speculation. What if he were a monster, merely masquerading as a human? Consider the earlier advanced, unthinking entity, who, without revealing anything, led us to believe she possessed something extraordinarily precious that we must acquire. The man wearing a tattered wool hat retorted with a slightly accelerated pace. Enro pondered, unable to provide an explanation, and eventually remarked, Indeed, there exists such a possibility. However, there's another alternative. He could be an awakened one, possessing the ability of enchantment. The man in the tattered wool hat contemplated this for a moment. Your assertion does hold merit. An awakened one, in my view, is akin to a distorted creature. No, they are far more terrifying and bizarre than the majority of distorted organisms. One might say our current encounter is quite similar. Most distorted beings are closer to the Heizhao Taishi and the residents of Haishuizan, with certain body parts altered, resulting in a comprehensible enhancement. Hearing her companion's words, Enro could not help but recall her previous ordeal. Several hours had elapsed since the incident, and despite her experience and resolve, she still found it difficult to move on. It felt like an inescapable nightmare from which she could not awaken. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and glanced back at the street from which they had come. Could they also have been enchanted? I remember when I first encountered them in the wilderness. There were only 4 of them, and no sign of the suspected awakened man. Should I warn them? The man in the tattered wool hat immediately shook his head. That would be far too perilous. And Enro contemplated for a few seconds and replied, They informed us about the situation concerning the Guardian Stone, returned the most crucial item to us, and even placed the Guardian's corpse in a sealed room to prevent the unthinking entities from discovering it too soon and consuming him. To me, this is a heavy debt of gratitude, a matter of considerable value. Did you not also share intelligence with them? The man in the tattered wool hat made a concerted effort to dissuade her, saying, Have you not considered that the man donned in an exoskeleton device could easily eliminate us, even if he is not an awakened one? And Enro nodded. Rest assured, I shall not take unnecessary risks. I must retrieve the Guardian's corpse. It has not been long since then, and they are not too distant from us. I plan to call out from here. Whether they can hear me and realize their predicament is beyond my control. Call out from here? The man in the tattered wool hat surveyed the surroundings and said, Very well, I will assist you in calling out, but we must leave immediately after. And Enro turned her body, secured her black pistol, and cupped her hands into a trumpet shape, bringing them to her lips. In the next moment, her sharp and piercing voice rang out. He has the power of enchantment. Beware of his control. Long Yu, wielding a berserker assault rifle, remained vigilant in the designated area while jogging along the left side of the group. After hearing Enro's account and the discussions led by Captain Bai Chun, he felt an intensified sense of fear regarding this exploration. Whether it was enforced slumber, a genuine nightmare, or an irresistible trap, all seemed to surpass his capacity to endure, instilling an instinctive belief that this was beyond his capability to manage. Had he not witnessed the reasoning of the merchant Jian Yao's clown and the mechanical monk Jing Fa's hungry ghost path, he felt he might have already succumbed to despair. An uncontrollable fear festered within Long Yuehong's heart, prompting him to scrutinize this operation. Why risk such peril? Had not the captain stated that until we truly adapted to the life in the ash soil and accumulated sufficient experience, we would not be taken to overly dangerous locales? Assisting Xiao Chu was indeed necessary, provided he could leave a favorable impression on me. But was it truly worth it? I have yet to marry. As he jogged, Long Yuehong cast his gaze towards the figure adorned in an exoskeleton at the forefront, becoming engulfed in intense inner turmoil. As he watched, a wave of despair washed over him, standing at a mere 175 centimeters due to genetic modification, possessing an ordinary appearance with only mediocre grades. Yet assigned to the most perilous group in the safety department, it seemed he was the epitome of misfortune. How could Xiao Chu possibly be interested in me? Forget it. It is better to relinquish hope. Gradually, Long Yuehong's gaze became vacant, as if he had grasped something amiss yet could not articulate it. At that moment, a fragmented voice wafted through the wind. Beware of the enchantment and control. The voice was sharp, but due to the distance, it sounded quite unclear. Jiang Baimian slowed her pace and tilted her head. Were they shouting? I only heard be careful. Shang Jianyao replied earnestly. It seems someone is extending us a heartfelt blessing. In the next moment, another voice echoed through the wind. Beware of the enchantment and control. This time, a high-pitched male voice resonated. Control. Bai Chun strained to discern the words. Xiao Chu, at the forefront of the group, slightly altered his expression and stated in a low voice. We can no longer delay. Let us proceed. Very well, Jiang Baimian could not refuse. The five-member group resumed their hurried pace. Long Yuehong, positioned on the left side of the formation, found the earlier voice reverberating in his mind. Beware of control. Beware of control? He felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely sensing that the current situation was somewhat amiss. Instinctively, he turned a glance at Shang Jianyao, his closest companion within the group. As he jogged, he observed Shang Jianyao with a broad grin, returning him a radiant smile. What does he mean? Long Yuehong attempted to decipher Shang Jianyao's thoughts, but was unsuccessful. He then reflected on the various moments they had experienced together, seeking any hints of the underlying issue. 2 to 3 minutes passed as they circumnavigated a building and arrived at their destination, submerged in darkness. It was a towering structure, exceeding 100 meters, accompanied by an expansive courtyard, which lay in eerie silence. Since they were still 200 to 300 meters away, Shang Jianyao and the others could not discern what was inscribed on the plaque horizontally positioned at the courtyard's entrance. At that moment, Xiao Chu suddenly halted. Following this, his body leaned back, collapsing to the ground with a metallic clatter. Jiang Baimian and the others stared in astonishment at the scene, instinctively moving closer to ascertain the situation. Almost simultaneously, the exoskeleton emitted a series of beeping sounds, and all auxiliary joints began to tremble. Xiao Chu's body began to stir, slowly rising. At this juncture, Jiang Baimian seemed to sense something amiss. She raised her grenade launcher and pulled the trigger toward the nearby tree. Boom! A fireball rapidly expanded, illuminating the ignited canopy and revealing a figure leaping into the adjacent building. It was a cat-like creature, measuring at least 1 meter in length, with its blood-red muscles grotesquely exposed, devoid of fur or skin. Its tail resembled that of a scorpion, encased in a brown exoskeleton adorned with barbs. At its shoulder, clusters of white bony spines served as embellishments. On its head, it appeared to possess 4 ears. Regardless of perspective, it was far from a conventional creature. The beast leaped into a room on the second floor, narrowly evading the explosion of a grenade, and then it sprinted away, eluding the detection range of Bai Mian and vanishing into the depths of the surrounding buildings. At that moment, Xiao Chu had regained his composure and stood upright once more. He glanced towards the direction in which the creature had disappeared and spoke in a low voice. I just dozed off. Fortunately, this exoskeleton device has an effective wake-up function. Was it a creature that forced people into slumber? Chen immediately grasped the situation. It appeared to be a mutated organism, as Jiang Baimian had concluded. Xiao Chu made no attempt to pursue the feline-like monster, instead pointing towards their destination and stating, let us proceed. Shang Jianyao was the first to express his intent, striding towards the lofty building that boasted a courtyard. Jiang Baimian and the others hastily followed suit. Should we give a name? Shang Jianyao suddenly inquired mid-stride. Who? Jiang Baimian responded, slightly bewildered. The monster we just saw, Shang Jianyao replied earnestly. Let us call it Ghost Cat. What an awful name. Jiang Baimian instinctively countered. Let us call it an Mian Cat. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination, standing before the grand entrance to the courtyard. With the faint illumination provided by the stars and moonlight, they discerned a black stone plaque that lay horizontally on the ground. The plaque was not overly dirty, suggesting it had been regularly washed by the rain or maintained by someone. Not a single character from the golden inscriptions had fallen away. All were covered in dust. These words formed a term that Long Yuehong had never encountered before. Urban Intelligence Network Control Center. What is this place? Long Yuehong blurted out. Jiang Baimian provided a brief explanation. In certain cities, water pipes, gas lines, electrical wiring, and fiber optics are integrated into a massive intelligent network. The entity controlling this network is the Urban Intelligence Network Center. Why are we here? Long Yuehong inquired, increasingly perplexed. At that moment, Xiao Chu, clad in his exoskeleton, coldly remarked, there's a power station still operational around the ruins of this city, and it is well guarded. Many circuits within the ruins have also been maintained in good condition. Our task is to enter the control center and restore the power. Why do we need to restore power? Jiang Baimian instinctively asked. Xiao Chu paused for 2 seconds before responding to unlock all the doors of a laboratory. Chapter 72. Frustration. Jiang Baimian glanced at Shang Jianyao and the others before turning back to Xiao Chu. Where's that laboratory? Huī Tǔ, whose face was obscured by a helmet, had yet to respond when a desolate, hoarse roar echoed through the air once more. A woo. This time, Shang Jianyao and the others could clearly hear that the source of the roar was not far away, just beyond a few streets behind the Urban Intelligence Network Control Center. It was immense, resonant, causing their ears to ring and their heads to spin. It seemed to emanate from the depths of each person's soul, conjuring memories of inescapable dread, making Long Yuehong's legs tremble uncontrollably and prompting Bai Chun to instinctively tighten her scarf. The pressure, so intense it felt as if she might choke herself. Jiang Bai Mian's body quivered slightly, as if summoning every ounce of strength to combat that fear, while Shang Jianyao instinctively recoiled, akin to a child. However, he quickly regained his composure, or rather, it was not quite normal. He smiled, exuding an air of enthusiasm. His thoughts seemed to have bypassed the notion of fear, landing squarely on excitement. This was largely due to the fact that the deep, hoarse, thunderous roar had ceased, leaving only echoes and the persistent cacophony of roars reverberating through the ruins. At this juncture, Xiao Chu, devoid of mirth, chuckled darkly. The laboratory is located where the sound just emanated from. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai Mian and the others were struck with a chill, their minds racing. The mysterious laboratory that produced the immense roar, the water and power station that had been operational since the destruction of the old world, the remnants of electrical lines and equipment that had been maintained and were still functional, the feline-like creature capable of inducing forced slumber, and the nightmarish terror that could yield dire consequences. All these threads wove together, suggesting a truth that was both imminent and profoundly terrifying. Despite her fear, Jiang Bai Mian felt a surge of excitement. This was one of the reasons she had assembled the Old Tune Squad. She mused aloud, wondering whether the laboratory's research was linked to the destruction of the old world. Xiao Chu paid no heed to her musings, striding forth on legs encased in black metallic exoskeletons. It is time to restore power. Jiang Bai Mian hurried after him, her words tumbling forth in haste. Do you have a layout of this place? First, we must go to the underground machine room to reset the circuit and restore power to this building. Then proceed to the 17th floor power center to complete the process. Xiao seemed to have a comprehensive understanding of the Urban Intelligence Network Control Center's layout. Jiang Bai Mian, Shang Jianyao, and the others ceased their chatter and followed Xiao Chu, adorned in his exoskeleton, through the left side of the entrance into the courtyard. It was exceedingly spacious, well kept, with various abandoned cars parked neatly in their designated spots, not obstructing the pathways. Clusters of deep green plants, whether tall or short, lush or tangled, were scattered around, casting shadows that resembled lurking monsters, causing Long Yuehong's already fraught body to tense further, as if poised to react at any moment. In his own estimation, the group ought not to venture into the Urban Intelligence Network Control Center, nor should they attempt to restore power here or explore the enigmatic laboratory. Setting aside the potential for this to unleash a new wave of catastrophe upon the already fragile human society of Huī Tǔ, Long Yuehong believed they could not withstand the dangers that the mysterious laboratory and this bizarre ruin harbored. He had no desire for sacrifice, nor did he wish to become a statistic in the annals of history. Near the building housing the Urban Intelligence Network Control Center, there was a pool, its waters murky and cluttered with debris, yet not as much as one might imagine. Under the dim moonlight and starlight, Long Yuehong suddenly glimpsed a shadow darting through the water. Something's there, he exclaimed in terror, aiming his berserker assault rifle at the spot. Xiao Chu glanced back at him, an ordinary fish. Long Yuehong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the residual thrill ignited the fears that had long been suppressed in his heart. No, it is not ordinary. Do the mindless not eat fish? I do not wish to go in. I give up. I will wait for you by the jeep. He expressed all his inner thoughts in one breath. In that moment, he surprisingly found Xiao Chu to be quite charming. With a helmet adorning his head, Xiao Chu paused for a second and then narrowed his eyes. He silently raised his arm, covered by the exoskeleton apparatus, and aimed his oddly shaped silver rifle at Long Yuehong. Jiang Bai Mian and Bai Chun simultaneously opened their mouths, prepared to intervene, but hesitated, unsure whether to take action, as the tension escalated. Xiao Chu did not allow them the chance to react and prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, he realized his finger could not move back. Beyond that, his fingers could flexibly move in any direction. It seemed that the only action missing was that of pulling the trigger. Xiao Chu's gaze instinctively bypassed Long Yuehong, landing on Shang Jianyao, who was slightly hunched over as if gasping for air. His dark eyes met Xiao Chu's, and with great difficulty, yet earnestness, he spoke. My mother once said, no matter how much you like someone, you cannot indulge their bad habits. As Jiang Baimian fired a grenade towards the Anmian, creating a considerable explosion. In a square somewhere in the urban ruins, the mechanical monk Jingfa, clad in a yellow robe and draped in a red kasaya, halted his movements and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Before him lay several mangled corpses of female, mindless beings. Shortly thereafter, from the direction of the explosion, A roar that shook the heavens resounded once more. As the red light in his electronic eyes flickered, the mechanical monk Jingfa abandoned the surrounding corpses and strode towards the source of the sound. In the dark urban ruins on a certain street, within a particular building, a middle-aged handsome man named Du Hong, clad in a deep black robe and draped in matching long hair, with a circle of beard around his mouth, muttered to himself in confusion. Not here. Just as he finished speaking, an explosion echoed from a not-too-distant location. Du Hong did not react much to this, but soon after, a deep, muted roar emanated from that direction. Could it be over there? Du Hong pondered for a moment and made his way towards the stairs. Among the ruins, in a shop by the street, a blonde and blue-eyed Taoist named Jiaowan was reclining on a soft black leather armchair, half asleep. Unfortunately, she could not drift off, as the continuous explosions and roars jolted her awake. Alas, my cultivation is still insufficient. My master can sleep peacefully even beside a factory. Since I am awake, I might as well go with the flow, wondering if I might catch a ride along the way. Jiaowan reproached herself with a flourish of eloquence. Even in her self-talk, she employed the dialect of the gray dust. Then, Jiaowan slowly rose and made her way towards the source of the roars. On the other side of the urban ruins, in a square filled with numerous instruments, a convoy comprising 5 vehicles was parked. Among these vehicles was an olive-green armored truck. Beside the armored vehicle stood a robust middle-aged man wearing a gray-green beret, surveying their haul with satisfaction. Ligue, it's only been a short while, and we've filled all the vehicles. Why don't the brothers search around for cars that can still run and be repaired, aiming for one for each? A bald man approached, speaking with delight. The man known as Ligue, also called Hyena Linley, scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the 12 or so core members, seeing the same joy and excitement reflected on their faces. The loading of more content is in progress. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the browser's reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. He had a prominent nose, a slightly protruding forehead, and a rather distinctive appearance. That sounds good. Linley nodded in agreement with the bald man's suggestion. The main concern was that they had yet to find any weapons that could effectively enhance their strength or technical data that could be exchanged with large factions for better items. Preparations must be made for the future. There is certainly a significant power behind Huī Tǔ, and we must be ready before they figure things out. Just as he was about to add a few more words, explosions and roars erupted in succession from the same direction. After listening quietly for a moment, Hyena Linley chuckled. It appears there might be something good over there. Let's go take a look. If the opportunity arises, we will act. If not, we will search elsewhere. This had always been the style of their band of robbers, akin to hyenas scenting carrion, yet daring not to approach. Instead, waiting for opportunities from a distance. Yes, Ligue. His core members, who were originally about to take turns sleeping, stood up energetically upon hearing this. Upon hearing Shang Jinyao's words, Xiao Chu's lips moved imperceptibly. It was only then that Long Yuehong realized Xiao Chu intended to kill him. Suddenly, all the beautiful scenarios he had previously imagined crumbled, bringing him back to the harsh reality. Long Yuehong, was horrified to discover that Xiao Chu was not a companion, nor a person worth following. He was not someone of great charisma. Throughout this journey, he had been blinded like a pig in grease. How bizarre. Long Yuehong had yet to finish speaking when ripples, both illusory and real, appeared in Xiao Chu's golden eyes. Jiang Baimian, who had already decided to intervene and stop Xiao Chu, suddenly felt a wave of intense frustration. She had clearly wanted to lead Shang Jianyao and Yuehong away from danger, yet had inadvertently drawn them into a high-risk ruin. What began as an ordinary outdoor exercise had escalated to this extent, marking a dereliction of duty on the team leader's part. Once a dream had to be abandoned due to a single error, her body nearly collapsing. Perhaps it would be better if she just died. In that moment, Jiang Baimian felt utterly despondent, relinquishing her struggle, wishing only to wait. Bai Chun, Long Yuehong, and Shang Jianyao shared the same reaction, all despondent to the point of not wanting to do anything or utter even a single word. Xiao Chu refrained from attacking, instead sheathing his silver rifle, his gaze cold yet his voice gentle as he spoke. Do not worry, it is all over. Deep in the realm of gray despondency, Long Yuehong and the others seemed to hear the comforting words of an angel. The abrupt wave of despondency quickly dissipated, and Jiang Baimian and the others swiftly regained their composure. Although Long Yuehong remained fearful and reluctant to delve deeper into the city's intelligence control center, he felt that for someone as angelic as Xiao Chu, it was worth taking a risk. Xiao Chu, having to wear the military exoskeleton apparatus, had already removed his mechanical watch and placed it in his pocket. However, this did not hinder his awareness of the current time, as the corresponding time was displayed on the goggles that doubled as a screen. He glanced at the lower right corner of the goggles. mentally calculating the time of the impending allure, and quickly urged, "Let us head to the underground machine room." This time, Shang Jianyao and his companions no longer had any dissent. Following the envoy from the 8th Research Institute, as they circumvented the pool and approached the building housing the city's Intelligent Network Control Center. The entrance, made of glass, was ajar, perhaps having remained so since the cataclysm of the old world. In any case, the spacious and dimly lit hall was laid bare before them. Xiao Chu did not rush inside, but utilized the comprehensive early warning system to observe his surroundings for a brief 20 seconds. Then, he slightly bent forward and dashed toward the elevator lobby. Jiang Baimian and the others closely followed, maintaining their tactical formation. Throughout this process, the only sounds resonating in the hall were the clattering of metal against the ground and their relatively light footfalls, echoing in the oppressive silence. Soon, they reached the elevator lobby, where 3 dark gray elevators stood on each side. However, they were inoperative due to the absence of power. Xiao Chu's objective was not the elevators, but rather the door to the adjacent safety passage. This vermilion wooden door showed signs of decay, standing quietly closed. Its lock status uncertain. As Bai Chan was about to step forward to assist Xiao Chu in opening the door, a peculiar realization struck her. Behind that door lay something extraordinarily precious, an object that must be obtained. This ignited an uncontrollable desire within her, compelling her to open the door immediately and rush to claim the item. Not only she, but Xiao Chu, Long Yue Hong, and the others also felt a similar urge. Eagerly inching closer to the entrance, Jiang Baimian furrowed her brow slightly and called out loudly. "Do you all remember what teammate Wu Xiao she described?" She referred to the high-level mindless beings creating temptations and setting traps. It was precisely this recollection that prevented her from being completely ensnared by that inexplicable urge, enabling her to resist it to some extent. Her feet were eager to advance, her body poised for a charge, yet she remained firmly rooted in place, not taking a single step. Her words momentarily awakened a modicum of rationality in Xiao Chu and the others, causing them to hesitate and refrain from opening the door immediately. At this moment, Shang Jianyao, who had been lagging behind, caught up but did not proceed further. Instead, he halted beside Jiang Baimian. "I believe there is a secret within that can save all of humanity," he stated earnestly. However, such secrets must be heavily guarded and fraught with danger. For a moment, Jiang Baimian was at a loss whether to roll her eyes at him or commend him. We must be cautious and not act recklessly. Following this line of thought, Shang Jianyao pondered for a couple of seconds. Then, he jumped in front of one of the elevators, utilizing the metallic sheen and the moonlight filtering through the windows to glimpse a somewhat unclear reflection. Meeting his own gaze, Shang Jianyao spoke. "Jiang Baimian has long legs, and so do I. Jiang Baimian is formidable, and so am I. Therefore, his eyes have become profoundly dark, and he murmured softly, 'Therefore, we are the same.'" During this process, Xiao Chu had intended to intervene, but on one hand he struggled against that inexplicable, intense desire, and on the other, he felt a glimmer of anticipation that Shang Jianyao might produce some unexpected development to break the current stalemate. Thus, he ultimately chose to prepare himself and observe coldly. Deceiving himself, Shang Jianyao tilted his head and gazed at Jiang Baimian. A strong thought suddenly surged within her. Although she yearned for the object behind the door and desired to possess it, she absolutely could not display such eagerness or express it directly, as it would be embarrassing. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Baimian half-turned her body and lightly stomped her foot. "You all go if you want. I shan't." Shang Jianyao followed suit, turning toward the same direction and gently stomping his foot. "You all go if you want. I shan't." Witnessing the scene, Bai Chun and Long Yue Hong found it both peculiar and amusing, their intense desires somewhat tempered. Still in a huffy state, Jiang Baimian shot a glare at Shang Jianyao. "Why are you mimicking me?" Shang Jianyao imitated her expression, speech, and subtle gestures with remarkable accuracy. At this moment, Jiang Baimian's pretentiousness faded away. Reflecting on the earlier scene, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Are you attempting to combat that inexplicable cognition and desire by making us laugh to death?" Shang Jianyao joined in the laughter. Xiao Chu felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, instinctively wanting to issue a solemn warning, urging them to adopt a more serious demeanor. This was the Intelligent Network Center of the city, a place rife with danger, its eerie silence forbidding any frivolity or mirth. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, Jiang Baimian, suppressing her laughter, remarked, "My hair is long, and yours is short." "My hair is long," Shang Jianyao echoed, suddenly losing his train of thought. His gaze returned to normal. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly declared. Jiang Baimian abruptly came to a realization, and, while that inexplicable desire had yet to reassert itself, she hastily approached the vermilion double doors. "Step aside," she instructed Bai Chun, Long Yue Hong, and the others, as she grasped the rusted metal handle. After a few seconds, Jiang Baimian forcefully twisted the handle and pushed open the grand door. Without any hesitation, she leaped and rolled to the side of the elevator. The sound of gunfire erupted from both above and below the staircase, a storm of bullets enveloping the space at the entrance of the safety passage. Had Long Yuehong and the others rashly opened the door, they would have been riddled with bullets by now. Xiao Chu, overwhelmed by that intense and bizarre desire, completely forgot to utilize the comprehensive early warning system integrated into his exoskeleton device. Amidst the cacophony, Jiang Baimian retrieved a tactical grenade from her harness, preparing to pull the pin and hurl it toward the entrance of the safety passage. She had calculated the trajectory, intending to use the wall's rebound to send the grenade down the staircase. Just then, the gunfire ceased. Jiang Baimian silently reattached the tactical grenade, holding a grenade launcher in one hand and a United 202 in the other, focused on detecting various electronic signals within the safety passage. The mindless beings above had retreated, while the signals below were somewhat obstructed and unclear, but there were at most 2 left. Jiang Baimian relayed the information. At this moment, the inexplicable cognition and desire for the precious object hidden within the safety passage had vanished, and Xiao Chu had completely returned to normal. He relied on his exoskeleton device and comprehensive early warning system, performing a role to enter the safety passage. At the depths of the stairs leading to the underground control room, a figure was gazing upwards. This was a woman, relatively youthful in appearance, with well-defined features. Yet her eyes were predominantly white with little black, appearing murky and bloodshot. Standing at a height of approximately 165 centimeters. She wore a deflated, white down jacket, looking much tidier than the other mindless beings. She stood silently in the deeper shadows, akin to a specter wandering through the night, silently observing her intended target. Without the comprehensive early warning system, Xiao Chu would have been unable to discern her appearance. Before Xiao Chu could launch a grenade, this mindless being pressed a button with one hand and leapt downwards, disappearing into the depths of the staircase. Was she the advanced, mindless being encountered by Wu Shaoxi and the others? Jiang Baimian inquired as she moved closer to the entrance. Xiao Chu nodded slightly, affirming her suspicion. Jiang Baimian exhaled in relief. At that moment, Long Yuehong, feeling a sense of survival, remarked, "Fortunately, the mindless beings lack intelligence. If they had shot directly without waiting for us to open the door, we would have lost at least half of our group. That crimson double-opening wooden door could not withstand bullets. However, in the eyes of the instinct-driven, mindless beings, obstacles seem to be mere barriers that must be removed." "Do not speak such words. They are ominous," Bai Chun interjected, casting a glance at Long Yuehong. Sensitive to terms like luck, misfortune, and fate, Long Yuehong promptly sealed her lips. Xiao Chu glanced at the dark staircase ahead and spoke in a low voice. "Let us proceed." After a brief pause, he commanded, "You all go in front. It is time to employ the bait." Chapter 74. The underground corridor. Shang Jianyao took the lead, wielding a berserker assault rifle as he advanced past Xiao Chu towards the staircase leading to the underground control room. Just then an arm blocked his path. "I will go first," Jiang Baimian stated firmly. Despite her best efforts to suppress her voice, it remained insufficiently quiet in the absence of contrast. "I am awakened," Shang Jianyao insisted, his expression grave and serious. "What? Should saving humanity start with us?" Jiang Baimian chuckled softly. "Can you sense the attacker in advance?" Shang Jianyao nodded. "Yes." Jiang Baimian was taken aback by this answer. Her follow-up words caught in her throat. After a few seconds, she managed to ask, "What is your range?" "Meters." He replied candidly. Jiang Baimian sighed in relief. "Then my sensing range is larger than yours. In this environment, it is certainly better to detect attackers as early as possible. Therefore, I will lead." With a smile, she added, "This is not to relieve you of responsibility, but rather to let the most specialized individuals handle professional matters. If one day our group encounters a more perilous situation and your abilities are the most suitable for resolving it, I will not hesitate to send you out." Shang Jianyao said nothing further, nodding in agreement and stepping back to yield his position. Jiang Baimian adjusted her weapon strap, securing the grenade launcher, then changed her grip on the ice spear, freeing one hand for other use. The interior of the staircase was extremely narrow, with limited space for evasion. Thus mistakes were not an option. Given this consideration, Jiang Baimian temporarily set aside her prone to jamming joint 202 pistol and the grenade launcher, which posed a risk of self-harm. Although she had maintained her joint 202 meticulously, ensuring it was unlikely to malfunction in the current environment, it was better to err on the side of caution. Should misfortune strike and she encounter a jam, there would be no room to evade. Of course, her grenade launcher was readily accessible. Should any mindless beings dare gather below the staircase, she would be prepared to select a trajectory to eliminate them in one fell swoop. As for her team, she would issue a command to crawl in advance. The empty hand was prepared to grasp a flashlight. Jiang Bai Mian could sense the enemy's electrical signals, but could not see the staircase in the darkness. Here, even the faintest glimmer or starlight was absent. Holding the flashlight, she crouched slightly, peering at the yellowish beam as she descended the staircase step by step. She dare not move too quickly, fearing an ambush would leave her unable to react in time. Once Shang Jianyao, Bai Chun, and Long Yuehong entered the elevator in turn, she turned back to remind them, "When I say crouch, you all must drop immediately." This was in anticipation of the mindless beings launching grenades or tossing hand grenades from above. Although Xiao Chu, with the aid of the comprehensive early warning and precise aiming systems, had a good chance of detonating the grenades in advance, there was still a need to guard against shrapnel. If the enemy's grenades or hand grenades were the toxic gas type, Jiang Bai Mian would have no choice but to order everyone to hold their breath and rush back to the first floor. At that point, relying on the improved physique of the modified individuals, they could endure until using the portable universal antidote produced by the company. Xiao Chu's exoskeleton device came equipped with a gas filtration system, thus he was not a concern. However, she could not guarantee the effectiveness of this strategy. If that group of mindless beings had even thermobaric weapons, Jiang Bai Mian would simply have to accept her ill fate. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned about the latter two scenarios, as she believed the mindless beings lacked the capability to maintain their firearms and ammunition. Since the destruction of the old world, almost no one had ventured here, and only a few groups had arrived this time. Thus there were not many supplies. Contemplating the peculiarities of advanced mindless beings and their ability to wield various weapons, Jiang Bai Mian felt a pang of anxiety. Hearing her command, Long Yuehong instinctively responded, "Yes, Captain." The robust tone of her voice resonated throughout the staircase, echoing downward in a buzzing sound. Long Yuehong suddenly realized she had made another mistake. Indeed, very good. Full of spirit, Jiang Bai Mian, Bai Chun, and Shang Jianyao praised in unison. Xiao Chu observed coldly, activating the flashlight of his exoskeleton device, signaling the four ahead not to dawdle. Jiang Bai Mian pondered for a moment, confirming there were no further matters requiring special reminders or emphasis, and thus, with the flashlight in hand and ice spear ready, she descended the staircase step by step. The air here was somewhat chilly, the right wall peeling, while the left handrail was marred by black paint, the metallic railing rusted and corroded. Under the yellowish beam, the staircase spiraled deeper into the darkness, as if entering the maw of some colossal beast. This thought intensified Long Yuehong's anxiety and dread, causing a tumult of various thoughts to swirl in her mind, prompting her to once again question the necessity of this operation. As they descended layer by layer, the stairwell was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the world itself had succumbed to death. If it were not for the faint sound of their own footsteps, Long Yuehong felt he might have been driven to the brink of madness by such an atmosphere. Even so, he sensed that time was crawling at an agonizing pace. After an indeterminate interval, Xiao Chu, lingering at the back of the group, suddenly spoke up. "This is the place." Long Yuehong heaved a sigh of relief. It was a stroke of fortune that they had not been attacked during this descent. Once they escaped this constricted space, they would at least have room to run, roll, and leap, allowing for effective evasion. "It's surprising they didn't take the opportunity to ambush us," Bai Chun muttered to himself. Jiang Bai Mian instinctively replied, "The Wuxia shouldn't be trying to prevent our entry into the underground control room. They lack the motive and the intelligence for that, unless this is their nest." For hunters, when prey is too formidable to tackle, the best strategy is to observe from the shadows, await the opportune moment, and call for reinforcements. After all, these Wuxia are generations removed from their ancestors, and they are unlikely to lack similar instincts or cunning. Long Yuehong, hearing the most pressing concern, glanced around anxiously. "So, they are hiding in the darkness around us." "Indeed," Shang Jianyao chimed in with a smile. "The moment anyone exhibits tension, weakness, or a lack of vigilance, they will become the target." Long Yuehong felt a chill run down his spine. Was this referring to him? Instantly, he quelled his fear, his mind sharpening as he strove to reveal no signs of weakness. "All right, we have confirmed that there's no electronic signal in the area behind the door," Jiang Bai Mian stated. "We're not here merely for conversation. However, let us proceed cautiously." They readied themselves, maintaining vigilance as Jiang Bai Mian forcefully slammed open the door leading to the underground control room. Using the momentum, she swiftly pivoted to the side. After confirming that no one attacked, they reformed their battle formation and surged out of the stairwell, entering a lower level. As the beam of their flashlight flickered, they discerned the layout. In front lay a crossroads, with corridors extending left, right, and forward, flanked by numerous rooms. "Is the underground control room nearby?" Jiang Bai Mian inquired of Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu surveyed the surroundings and replied, "I'm not certain." He added, "You all go straight ahead and scout the path. If you find it, inform me immediately. If not, return, and we shall choose another direction." His words flowed effortlessly, as if he had already made this decision long ago. The others saw no issue with his command and, adhering to the previous formation, ventured into the vertical corridor. At that moment, Xiao Chu stepped forward, emphasizing, "When you reach the end, don't rush to turn elsewhere. Report back first." "No problem," Shang Jianyao responded on behalf of Jiang by Mian. The group of four, illuminated by the flashlight, delved deeper into the level. On either side, some rooms stood open while others were tightly shut, with doors crafted from various materials, including grayish-blue metal. Inside, they occasionally glimpsed long tables, chairs, and assorted machinery. Yet, none appeared to resemble a power control room. As they progressed, Jiang Bai Mian suddenly raised her hand and fired a shot into a nearby room. With a resounding bang, a figure stumbled through another door into the opposite corridor. As the beam of the flashlight swept across, Shang Jianyao and the others caught sight of a silhouette clad in a white shirt. A crimson stain rapidly spread across the right shoulder of the figure, indicating a gunshot wound. Nevertheless, the individual's pace did not falter. Before Jiang Bai Mian could take a second shot, he disappeared from their view. "Something seems off about his injury," Bai Chen remarked. "What's wrong?" Long Yuehong asked in a flurry. Bai Cheng glanced at Jiang Bai Mian. The power of the Bing Tai may not rival that of the Lianhe 202, but it's certainly not insignificant. Such a wound shouldn't be so minor. Jiang Bai Mian nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that the Wuxia, after many generations, have evolved to the point where they can effectively mitigate the impact of bullets? While uncertain if that was the case, it was prudent to remain vigilant and not misjudge their injuries, Bai Chen cautioned. "Let us hope their heads are tough enough," Shang Jianyao replied with a chuckle. Long Yuehong silently noted this crucial point. The old team continued onward, encountering no Wuxia along the way. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor. Jiang Bai Mian directed the flashlight into an open room on the right, eager to discern its contents. And the first sight that greeted them was a figure, an elderly woman hunched over, wearing a dark knit hat and a black woolen dress. Her face lined with deep wrinkles. Her hair, protruding from beneath her hat, was entirely white, and her hands cradled a bundle wrapped in red and blue fabric. She lifted her head, her murky eyes locking onto Jiang Bai Mian and the others, speaking haltingly. "You've disturbed Xiao Chong." This woman appeared to be well over 80, perhaps nearing a century, as if she had lived since the cataclysm of the old world. In this long-dead city, she had somehow survived. Moreover, her cloudy gaze was fierce, reminiscent of a wild beast, showcasing the quintessential characteristics of a Wuxia. A Wuxia had spoken, albeit with great difficulty and in a stilted manner. This was a sign of human intellect. In that moment, Jiang Bai Mian felt a rush of panic, fear, and intense curiosity. One of her aspirations was to unravel the mechanisms of the Wuxia affliction and its transmission patterns. Just then, the elderly woman in the dark knit hat, black woolen dress, and deeply lined face took 2 steps forward, causing the bundle in her arms to shift and reveal its contents. With the flashlight's illumination, they discerned what lay within. First, a small, stark white skull came into view. Beneath it, more white bones appeared to be connected, but were obscured by the fabric of the bundle. It was the skeletal remains of an infant. The elderly woman had cradled this skeletal form for an unfathomable number of years. At this moment, Jiang Baimian felt as if her heart was firmly grasped by an entity known as fear, on the brink of ceasing its rhythm. She, Long Weihong Bai Chun, and Shang Jianyao stood frozen in place, their faces pale and their bodies rigid, unable to move even a step. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, Jiang Baimian noticed that Shang Jianyao's expression had swiftly returned to normal, even taking on a grave demeanor. Ignoring the elderly woman, Shang Jianyao turned to Jiang Baimian and earnestly inquired, "Why are you not firing? Why are you not firing?" Jiang Baimian pondered this question, as if she had grasped something amiss. Within just a second or two, she realized, in such a perilous location, amidst such a stifling atmosphere, it was impossible for her to discern whether the mindless beings around her harbored any intent to attack. The moment she sensed an electric signal or caught sight of a silhouette, she would instinctively pull the trigger, extinguishing the threat before it could manifest. Yet just moments ago, despite having sensed the electric signal and seen the figure of the elderly woman, she had failed to reflexively raise her weapon and fire, allowing her to advance 2 steps unimpeded. What did this signify? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Baimian felt a chill run down her spine, instantly redirecting her focus from the elderly woman. Almost simultaneously, she sensed another electric signal rapidly approaching herself and the others. However, her gaze fell upon a location devoid of any shadow. No longer troubled by fear, Jiang Baimian resolutely lifted her right hand, gripping the ice moss, and pulled the trigger toward the anticipated location. With a resounding crack, the eerie elderly woman and the terrifying remains of the infant vanished before Bai Chun and Long Yuehong, as if they had never existed. Under the beam of the flashlight, they saw deep within the room several tables pushed together, atop which lay a woman clad in a short red, cold-weather jacket. Her disheveled black hair hung down, appearing greasy. Her eyes were clouded and bloodshot, and her gaze was exceptionally fierce, as if imbued with primal savagery. This was a mindless being. The jacket, faded from numerous washes, was left unzipped, exposing her prominently protruding belly, adorned with noticeable body hair. Her lower half was unclothed, barely concealed by a tattered quilt. Her legs were drawn back and spread apart, adopting a posture that would seem peculiar to any ordinary person. Long Yuehong appeared somewhat bewildered, while Shang Jianyao, having attended numerous gatherings and partaken in many sacramental rites, quickly deduced the mindless being was in the throes of childbirth. In the direction Jiang Baimian had aimed, there stood a male figure. He wore a white tank top, his skin a bronzed hue, and his body was abundantly covered in coarse hair. His black hair was tangled atop his head, and his face was adorned with a thick beard, his eyes equally murky and ferocious. The scene previously encountered by the old group, the elderly woman they had faced, was merely an illusion. Jiang Baimian's shot did not strike the male mindless being. He seemed to have sensed the danger in advance, propelling himself off the corridor wall with force and leaping up. Bang, bang, bang. Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun reacted in unison, raising their weapons and pulling the triggers. The male mindless being, a split second ahead, kicked off the wall and forcibly altered his position. He rebounded upward, grasping the edge of a hole in the ceiling, swinging his body inside. Bang, bang, bang. Shang Jianyao and Jiang Baimian continued to fire upward. Yet, that mindless being always managed to react correctly in advance, as if possessed of some extraordinary premonition. Although Long Yuehong was slightly delayed in his response, he nonetheless remained vigilant, holding his assault rifle and monitoring the female, mindless being in the room, prepared to thwart any potential attack. His hesitation in firing stemmed from the realization that she seemed to be in labor. At that moment, Bai Chen's eyes flickered, and she suddenly aimed her weapon at the female, mindless being about to give birth. As ever, she remained calm, her face devoid of any expression of pity. In the next second, the corresponding ceiling above them unexpectedly collapsed, plummeting toward Bai Chen's head. The male mindless being in the white tank top followed suit, leaping down toward the woman on the tables. His latissimus dorsi expanded, extending upward, resembling a butterfly fully unfurling its wings, almost tearing through the confines of his tank top. Bai Chun, seemingly foreseeing this, had already rolled aside before the ceiling descended. Jiang Baimian understood Bai Chen's intent the moment she turned toward the room and seized the opportunity, swiftly pulling the trigger. With a resounding crack, a bright yellow bullet traversed the short distance, striking the male mindless being just below his left shoulder. He promptly bent down, evading a shot to his heart. The wound caused by the bullet was not as extensive as Jiang Baimian had anticipated. That superhuman musculature seemed to effectively mitigate the damage. Having endured numerous battles, Jiang Baimian did not allow surprise to distract her, quickly firing another shot. This time, the bullet found its mark on the posterior of the male mindless being's thigh, blood gushing forth. With a thud, the male mindless being collapsed. The female mindless being on the rudimentary wooden bed struggled to look over, emitting a piercing wail. Amidst this cry, Jiang Baimian witnessed the male mindless being swiftly disintegrating, transforming into a mass of writhing flesh. This gruesome mass exuded an unimaginable aura of terror, causing Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chen's legs to tremble uncontrollably, rendering them weak and unable to support themselves any longer. They knelt down, their bodies shrinking tightly, incapable of any further response. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and Bai Chun fought valiantly against the overwhelming dread that could shatter any human spirit, yet they could only slow the inevitable bend of their bodies. This evoked an uncontrollable sense of despair within them. At that moment, Shang Jinyao's mind sparked, and he involuntarily leaped to his feet. Immediately afterward, he sat cross-legged, his expression grave, as though contemplating some philosophical quandary. Jiang Baimian felt a stir in her heart and, with difficulty, asked, "What are you thinking?" Shang Jianyao nodded slightly and replied earnestly, "I am pondering why, in the illusion, I perceived Xiao Chu as lacking charm." Chapter 76. Illusory communication. Upon hearing Shang Jinyao's words, Jiang Baimian grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, she too felt that Xiao Chu's allure was diminished. Although he was undeniably handsome and tall, he did not possess the kind of charm that would leave one utterly captivated at a mere glance. Furthermore, he was aloof, with a notably poor demeanor. Prolonged interaction did not foster fondness, but rather a growing aversion. These sentiments, which had previously lingered vaguely in the recesses of Jiang Baimian's heart, now emerged starkly in her mind, akin to the retreating tide revealing the sandy shore. She muttered to herself, "No wonder I have always felt something was amiss based on the chip. Instinctively, I've been trying to arm myself and create distance from Xiao Chu. Bai Chun, who was beside her, also heard what Shang Jianyao had said. After a few fleeting expressions, he remarked, "The more I think back, the more bizarre it seems. Why were we so eager to please Xiao Chu and follow him to this utterly strange and perilous urban ruin? Here, there exist high-level heartless beings, grotesque and terrifying creatures, incomprehensible periodic maintenance mechanisms, abnormally mysterious laboratories, and unknown entities that emit earth-shattering roars, far more frightening than any urban ruin Bai Chun had previously encountered." Indeed, Long Yuehong nodded repeatedly. What a normal person I am in terms of sexual orientation, yet I occasionally find myself thinking that if it were Xiao Chu, it might not be so bad. As he spoke, a wave of nausea washed over him. "Are you pregnant?" Shang Jianyao glanced at Long Yuehong with an expression that was hard to decipher, whether serious or feigned. Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Perhaps this is some sort of ability?" Jiang Baimian scoffed. "Are you suggesting that Long Yuehong possesses the ability to become pregnant, or that Xiao Chu has the power of allure?" "Allure? Yes, that must be it," Shang Jianyao affirmed. "And all abilities must have boundaries. As long as one does not succumb to superstitions about duration, range, target quantity, and corresponding degree, there are indeed limits." "All right. I remember when I wanted to go downstairs earlier, Xiao Chu wouldn't allow it, insisting we resolve matters on the same floor, but on the opposite side. Also, just now he mentioned that when we reach the end of the corridor, we should not rush to turn, but report first. This indicates that the range of his ability does not exceed 30 meters. As for the target quantity, it clearly cannot be limited to just one individual. No, any creature entering the corresponding range is automatically entranced." After listening to Jiang Baimian's analysis, Long Yuehong, Bai Chun, and the others felt increasingly horrified, deeply realizing the abnormality of their previous behaviors, which at the time seemed entirely natural, as if they were bewitched. How terrifying, truly terrifying. Just as Long Yuehong sighed, he suddenly noticed something amiss. "Wait, didn't Tiwi just feel extremely fearful, unable to stand straight? Why are we having a discussion now?" Shang Jianyao replied with utmost seriousness. "Because what we saw and felt earlier was merely an illusion. Once we disregard them and ignore the past, we will not be affected." Illusion. Long Yuehong recalled that Shang Jianyao had brought this up before. He felt a wave of panic and hurriedly asked, "Should we break free from the illusion first? What if those heartless beings take the opportunity to attack?" "True." Jiang Baimian raised her flashlight with her left hand, contemplating giving herself a slap to awaken her senses. After a moment of serious thought, she decided that might hurt a bit, so she opted instead to fire a shot above the writhing mass of flesh, making it difficult for the heartless being responsible for the illusion to maintain its effect. Just then, the mass of flesh they had seen suddenly collapsed, revealing a male heartless being struggling to stand. Simultaneously, they heard a faint sound. The female heartless being attempted to rise and attack the old Toon group with a sharp dagger she had somehow procured, but before she could leave the rickety wooden bed, she fell back due to pain in her lower body, dropping the dagger to the ground. Her expression twisted grotesquely as she forced her upper body up, reaching into a tattered quilt. Soon, she pulled out a wet, filthy infant from between her legs, the umbilical cord still attached and pale. "Wow!" A clear cry echoed in the room. Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and the others, who should have shot immediately, found themselves unable to pull the trigger. The female heartless being quickly severed the umbilical cord and cradled the infant in her arms. Then, she half-turned her body, distancing the infant from the intruders. Her expression a mix of ferocity and vigilance, her murky eyes unexpectedly glistening with moisture, bearing a hint of pleading. "Wah, wah, wah." The baby's cries persisted, and the female heartless bowed repeatedly, emitting muffled sounds as if she were begging for something. The old Toon group fell into silence, neither responding nor shooting. After a few seconds, Shang Jianyao turned his head toward Jiang Baimian. Before he could finish, Jiang Baimian sighed deeply and addressed the female heartless being. "You may leave." Following that, she concentrated, not caring whether the being could hear her, pointing at the air ahead. "Can you create another illusion for us?" As she spoke, she turned her gun towards the ground and stepped forward, kicking the dagger away. Shang Jianyao and the others followed her into the room, yet they displayed no intent to attack. The female heartless being hesitated for a moment, unsure if she understood Jiang Baimian's words or if she were creating better conditions for her departure, and indeed let out another low growl. Before Shang Jianyao and the others, green trees and abandoned cars materialized before them, as if they had been suddenly transported to the streets outside. Naturally, upon returning to reality, they instinctively felt that Xiao Chu was too charming and wanted to follow him. Jiang Baimian, sensing a shift in her inner feelings, said with a serious expression, "If it is an automatic allure, why were those two heartless beings unaffected?" Bai Chun expressed his confusion. Didn't Ti Xiao Chu say that even non-human creatures like the nightmare horse were drawn to him? Shang Jianyao immediately emphasized, that was what I said. Bai Chun then realized he had been somewhat brainwashed by Shang Jianyao and hurriedly adjusted his phrasing. What I mean is, if even non-human creatures like the nightmare horse were enchanted, how much more so the heartless beings who were once human? It could be that she is in the process of giving birth, and all her emotions are focused on that. Long Yuehong speculated. Jiang Baimian nodded in agreement. It seems that Xiao Chu's allure has a limit in intensity. Hence, he has refrained from exhibiting too much malice or intent along the way, fearing that the allure might fail. Before anyone else could speak, Jiang Baimian continued, we cannot waste any more time. We must devise a means to return to reality without being influenced by the allure. We have not yet exited the corresponding range. Shang Jianyao immediately responded, I will give a try. Good. Jiang Baimian eagerly anticipated what this awakened one might conjure. Shang Jianyao then turned to Bai Chun, lend me your mirror. Although Bai Chun was puzzled, he still produced the palm-sized mirror box he always carried and handed it to Shang Jianyao. Shang Jianyao opened the mirror box, gazing into his reflection as his eyes gradually darkened. You like Xiao Chu. Many people like Xiao Chu. You cannot possess him. So? S expression twisted in an instant, becoming exceedingly sinister. He swiftly answered his own question. Thus, the only option is to eliminate him. If I cannot possess him, then neither shall anyone else. These two statements, delivered with a palpable intent to kill, were exceptionally resolute. S mouth fell slightly agape, rendered speechless. Is it possible to approach it this way? Queried aloud. An inexplicable fear of creeping within her, apprehensive that one day he might deceive her in a similar manner, compelling her to commit repulsive acts. Similarly, appeared momentarily stunned, only regaining her composure when returned the mirror to her, prompting her to instinctively inquire, why do you not utilize your abilities upon us? In a realm of illusions, one could only influence oneself. With a smile that was unmistakably evident, replied, once free from the illusion, I will sequentially employ my abilities upon you. I cannot allow you to obstruct me. Even the starting point of thought has shifted. Refrained from further commentary, fearful that an inadvertent word might awaken, liberating him from the constraints of his reasoning abilities. She raised her right hand and fired a shot towards the position of the wooden chair from her memory. The sound of the gunshot reverberated, and the four members of the old Tune group simultaneously broke free from the illusion. At that moment, the male and the infant had vanished, leaving only a trail of blood leading to another exit of the room. The female stood at that exit, still lingering. Upon noticing that and the others had awakened, her murky eyes bent low once more, as if bowing in respect. Then, she turned and fled the room, disappearing down the corridor. Her ability to recover is remarkably strong, noted, occasionally finding her thoughts slightly misaligned with. At this juncture, approached her and spoke, team leader. Observe, you are fond of Xiao Chu. Many others are as well. You cannot possess him. Thus, S expression shifted several times before she ultimately replied with fierce determination. Thus, I must incapacitate him and drag him back. Neither expressed agreement nor dissent, employing the same method to incite its desire to attack Xiao Chu. Undoubtedly, their motivations differed. One sought to forcefully dominate while the other wrestled with psychological distortions born of insecurity. Having completed the preliminary preparations, patted the side of his assault rifle and chuckled. Our current assembly could aptly be named the Heartbreak Alliance. Shot him a glare, emphasizing we must not allow Xiao Chu to come too close. He is also an awakened one, and certainly possesses other abilities. The moment he appears at the corridor entrance, we shall open fire. Each of us should target different areas to create crossfire. Understood, and the others quietly affirmed. After a thorough check, seized the walkie-talkie hanging from her tactical belt, pressed the button, and declared, we have reached the end of the corridor and encountered a high-ranking along with two ordinary. The high-ranking is in the process of giving birth and has not attacked us but fled the scene. A few seconds later, Xiao Chu's cold voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. Wait for me to arrive. Upon concluding the conversation, nodded to and the others. She refrained from further speech and led the way out of the room, returning to the corridor, and followed in sequence, resuming their previous tactical formation. There was no need for it to issue additional commands. They all instinctively understood the direction in which to fire next. This was one of the key points of their training, and they had long mastered it. In other words, the formation of such a tactical stance and the establishment of a crossfire network was a matter of established protocol. They did not need to discuss who would shoot where, as standing in different positions naturally assigned them respective areas of responsibility. Under the yellowish beam of the flashlight, Xiao Chu, clad in a military exoskeleton, entered the corridor. Unable to suppress her nervousness, felt her body tremble slightly. Xiao Chu, utilizing the comprehensive early warning system, keenly sensed this change. Frowning slightly, he slowed his pace. Upon noticing this, decided not to wait for him to enter the designated shooting range. With decisive action, She raised her right hand and commanded, "Fire." Simultaneously, she aimed at Xiao Chu's head, encased in a metallic helmet. Should he leap upward to evade the shot, the bullets from her ice moss pistol would assuredly penetrate the vulnerable area of his neck, where the exoskeleton offered insufficient protection. With a bang, was the first to pull the trigger. Beside her, and had been awaiting the command, each raising their weapons to fire at Xiao Chu's left side and hip, respectively. They had also allowed for the possibility of Xiao Chu evading towards them. If he moved to the right side of the old Tune group, which was also their left, it was highly likely that the rifle bullet would strike the unarmored junction of his arm and shoulder, or even graze his neck. Should Xiao Chu choose to roll away, a short burst from his assault rifle would devastate his vulnerable abdomen. Despite her nervousness, had experienced enough to develop a conditioned reflex to the team leader's orders, executing her task without delay. Bang, 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 bang. She unleashed a series of shots aimed at Xiao Chu's right arm. Meanwhile, as raised her right hand, Xiao Chu had already reacted. He lifted his silver rifle arm, positioning the metal skeleton outward to shield his neck, while crossing his left arm over his abdomen, also displaying the black metal skeleton towards and the others. In this motion, he exerted force through his legs, propelling himself into a leap towards the right corridor. Immediately, the sound of gunfire echoed amidst the scattered sparks, reverberating throughout the otherwise quiet underground level. S wrist moved slightly, as if she had anticipated Xiao Chu's evasive maneuver, establishing a line of fire. At that moment, several vents beneath the energy pack of the military exoskeleton expelled jets of white gas. They propelled Xiao Chu upward at an angle, significantly accelerating his speed and allowing him to evade the bullets fired by. With a thud, Xiao Chu braced himself against the ceiling, rebounding into the right corridor, vanishing from the sight of and the others. With a crash, the section of ceiling he collided with fell, shattering into countless fragments upon impact with the ground. What a pity, could not help but exclaim with a sigh. Had it not been for the military exoskeleton, we could have severely injured Xiao Chu just now. Doing as we pleased. In the corridor to the right, Xiao Chu rolled twice before leaning against the wall and coming to a halt. He monitored his surroundings with a comprehensive warning system while raising his left hand to rub his chin. The back of his hand quickly became stained with a crimson streak. How could this happen? Xiao Chu utilized the flashlight integrated into his exoskeleton suit and glanced down. His tone betrayed a clear sense of confusion and disbelief. Based on his experience, the affection drawn to him by his charm should take at least a day to morph into twisted possessiveness and aggressive admiration. Yet, the four individuals across from him had transformed so rapidly. This was not the behavior of mere beasts or creatures driven solely by instinct, fixated only on mating and possession, destined to descend into madness before long. As he muttered to himself, Xiao Chu produced a sky-blue mirror case and snapped it open. He looked into the mirror, revealing a gory wound at the graceful curve of his chin, a mark left by a ricochet. How dare they? Xiao Chu's pupils dilated, his voice laced with unmistakable fury. He inhaled deeply, gazing at his reflection with a sense of pity before stowing the sky-blue box away. After sealing the wound with medical bandages, he cast a frigid glance towards the corridor where Jiang Bai Mian and the others were located. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the notion of immediate revenge, turning instead towards the end of the current corridor. He had not forgotten that the objective of his journey was the underground machinery room. Moreover, he had preliminarily achieved his aim of testing the presence of a high-level, heartless, or aberrant creature that could nullify his charm. He was acutely aware of the many dangerous beings that lurked within this building, including the nightmare horse he had encountered previously. The military exoskeleton was indeed a formidable adversary. Long Yuehong felt a sense of disappointment at not being able to eliminate Xiao Chu, unwilling to allow anyone else to do so. This was not the first time he lamented the power of military exoskeletons. Bai Chen also sighed softly, seemingly regretful. Jiang Bai Mian nodded, glancing at the current corner. Let us proceed in that direction. This was diagonally opposite to Xiao Chu's position. Aren't we going to pursue him? Long Yuehong inquired in surprise. Shang Jianyao smiled and shot him a glance. Do you wish to test just how peculiar his awakening abilities are? Chasing him down in this maze of walls would make it difficult to maintain a safe distance and avoid entering the range of his awakening powers. Even Jiang Bai Mian's ability to sense electrical signals would be significantly diminished in such an environment. Indeed, Long Yuehong thought of Shang Jinyao's reasoning and unhesitatingly abandoned the pursuit of Xiao Chu. Jiang Bai Mian nodded in agreement. Our goal is to quickly circle back to the stairwell and return to the first floor. She explained rapidly. Xiao Chu's objective is to locate the underground machinery room, restore power to this building, and then head to the power grid center to electrify the ruins of the entire city. This means he will inevitably leave the underground floors soon and subsequently this building, heading towards that laboratory. Understanding this, We can anticipate that we can effectively ambush Xiao Chu whether in the first-floor elevator hall, the stairwell, or at elevated points with surveillance capabilities. We need not linger in this complex terrain filled with numerous obstructions and strange heartless beings. Bai Chun, Shang Jianyao, and Long Yuehong all agreed, promptly arming themselves and turning towards the right passageway. Captain, what awakening abilities does Xiao Chu possess? In the dim environment, illuminated only by the flickering flashlight, Long Yuehong cautiously scanned the surroundings while posing the question. I was just about to mention this matter, Jiang Bai Mian replied with a slight nod. Clarifying this aspect could effectively mitigate half the dangers they would face when encountering Xiao Chu. Charm? Bai Chun suggested the most apparent possibility. Shang Jianyao elaborated. Does it incite others to irrationally adore painting? He recalled that while he was about to confront Xiao Chu in the jeep, he had been easily dismissed with a piece of paper and a pen. No, Shang Jianyao quickly retracted his statement. It should be about creating preferences or igniting fervor. You have experience in this area, you call the shots. Jiang Bai Mian did not dispute this, but continued when he attempted to kill Long Yuehong. We all seem to become unusually despondent, losing the will to act. Despondency? That's the third awakening ability. What price did he pay for such formidable charm? Just as Long Yuehong finished speaking, a sudden realization struck him. Why are we so naturally discussing Xiao Chu's charm? Wait, why did I desire to kill him and turn him into a specimen? How perverse, he instinctively responded. Shang Jianyao shot Long Yuehong a glance. Isn't it your reasoning clown's ability that has faltered? Jiang Bai Mian nodded thoughtfully. It seems we have exited the range of Xiao Chu's charm and are no longer affected by him. The premise for our previous reasoning was that we liked Xiao Chu. Once that condition is removed, the conclusion naturally becomes invalid. Bai Chan pondered for a moment before asking, should we still ambush Xiao Chu? Of course. Jiang Bai Mian replied decisively. I have always been rather petty. He has put us in such a perilous situation, consuming our energy bars, our compressed biscuits, our military rations. We must retaliate. That sounds familiar, Long Yuehong instinctively replied. However, he added, despite his hatred for Xiao Chu, he felt it unnecessary to remain here risking their safety and preferred to leave promptly. Jiang Bai Mian glanced at him and Shang Jianyao before affirmatively responding. Primarily, we must linger here a while to observe what changes occur when the city regains power or perhaps prevent it from being restored. We cannot recklessly return via the original route. In that case, we might as well keep an eye on Xiao Chu and not waste time. She then suddenly inquired, have you ever encountered writhing flesh, an aura of extreme terror, an elderly woman in a hood, or the skeletal remains of an infant swaddled in cloth? No, Long Yuehong, Bai Chun, and Shang Jianyao simultaneously shook their heads. Neither have I, Jiang Bai Mian acknowledged. So where did the illusion created by that high-level heartless originate? There must be a source, given their primitive intellect. Shang Jianyao promptly responded, perhaps that high-level heartless has witnessed writhing flesh, an elderly woman in a hood, and the skeletal remains of an infant swaddled in cloth, sensing the aura of extreme terror. He paused for a moment, his voice taking on a chilling tone. She may have even heard the elderly woman say, you are too noisy. In the flickering glow of the flashlight, Shang Jinyao's face shifted between light and shadow. Chapter 78. The source of illusions. Upon hearing Sh. Ing Gnyo's description, Ling Yu H. Ing felt a chilling fear rise within her, prompting her to interrupt him urgently. Stop, stop. Please don't describe it in such a terrifying manner. It is to help you reinforce your memory. Sh. Ing Gnyo replied earnestly, so that when you encounter it later, you can react swiftly. No, it's better not to encounter it at all. Ling Yu H. Ing quivered at the thought of Sh. Ing Gnyo's ominous words, as he considered himself a harbinger of misfortune, worried that whatever he spoke of would come to pass. Sh. Ing Gnyo nodded thoughtfully and turned to Ji Ing Bimien, sincerely expressing gratitude. Thank you. During his earlier description, Ji Ing Bimien had proactively shown her flashlight backward, which proved to be quite effective. Among the four of them, only Ji Ing Bimien held a flashlight. The others had to wield their weapons, quickly preparing to shoot, thus only turning on the flashlights, strapped to their gear, to illuminate a limited area around them. Ji Ing Bimien smiled softly and directed the flashlight ahead. What you just said aligns closely with my conjectures. Since the illusions we perceive do not originate from within ourselves, they must stem from the higher level WXNZH who creates them. Given her intelligence, only slightly superior to that of a beast, she is unlikely to process and manipulate information in a complex manner. Thus, we can tentatively conclude that what we see are merely reflections of her past experiences, albeit possibly with some simple displacements and reconfigurations. This is intriguing. Ling Yu H. Ing thought aloud. After pondering, BICHN interjected, the aura that instills extreme fear, rendering one incapable of standing firm, must indeed originate from the master of that terrifying presence, the higher level WXNZH. Where exactly did she encounter it? They spoke in unison, that mysterious laboratory. The source of that thunderous roar. Clapping his hand against the side of his berserker rifle, SHNGNYO seemed to be applauding. Thank you. N replied curtly, while simultaneously sensing the surrounding electromagnetic signals and observing the beam of the flashlight illuminating their path. She continued articulating her thoughts. Perhaps that higher-level WXNZH had once approached the laboratory or even utilized some pathways inaccessible to ordinary humans, thereby experiencing that dreadful aura. What about that writhing mass of flesh? LNUH instinctively inquired. BICH pondered before responding. It might be a failed experiment from the laboratory. However, given that the old world has been in ruins for nearly 70 years, such failed creations should not have survived until now. Perhaps that higher-level WXNZH witnessed flesh reduced to mere pulp and often caught wriggling insects for sustenance, leading her to combine these elements into her illusions. N attempted to grasp the essence of that scene. The wrinkled old woman and the skeletal remains of swaddled infant must have truly existed, but it was uncertain whether the former still wandered amidst the ruins of the city. In any case, either the old woman possessed some peculiar ability, or her experiences deeply resonated with the instincts of that higher-level WXNZH, leaving an indelible impression that she naturally incorporated into her illusions. BICHN speculated. Could that old woman also be a WXNZH, mourning a child that passed away at birth? Perhaps she clings to the child's remains, unable to let go. Such a notion would undoubtedly evoke a response from other higher-level WXNZHs endowed with reproductive and maternal instincts. However, a puzzling question arose. Higher-level WXNZHs should lack the capacity for speech. How could she utter such phrases as "you are disturbing, Xiaochong"? Could this be the unique trait of that particular higher-level WXNZH? Besides, she did not appear to be of an age capable of childbirth. As N continued to ponder, SHNGNYO interjected with a laugh. Who hasn't been young at some point? Perhaps that old woman was merely in her 20s at the time of the old world's demise. It was then that she transformed into a WXNZH, and her child perished on spot. For a WXNZH with the instincts of reproduction and motherhood, this would have been an immense blow, leading her to forever remember the words she spoke at her child's death. Thus, she would have repeated that phrase while hunting, whispering, "You are disturbing, Xiaochong." Over time, the infant became a mere skeleton, while her own face became lined with wrinkles. Even to this day, she might still be somewhere in the ruins of this city, cradling the swaddled remains of her child and incessantly murmuring, "You are disturbing, Xiaochong." Please, let's not speculate about such serious matters in a tone befitting ghost stories. LNUH shivered, as the phrase echoed hauntingly in her mind. Do you not find this theme captivating? SHNGNY lamented. Aren't you afraid? LNUH retorted, her expression slightly contorted. Interjected to quell their dispute. Nodding gently, this aligns with my thoughts as well. Enough discussion. We have a preliminary understanding of the situation. Let us quickly leave the underground and return to the first floor. We will have ample time to review later. Yes, Captain. LNUH forced her voice to remain steady. As they spoke, they reached the end of the current corridor. Turn left. instructed without hesitation. After turning left and proceeding to the end, they would return to the corridor leading to the staircase. After giving her orders, instinctively glanced back to the right, where it led deeper into this floor. Ah, what a pity. I truly wish to find the underground control room, restore the power to this city's ruins, and unlock the mysterious laboratory door to uncover the secrets hidden within and the nature of its research. The voice that uttered this was not feminine, but rather possessed a magnetic quality belonging to a male. Swiftly turned her head, shooting SHNGNYO a glare. Huh, you even provide me with voiceovers? Indeed, that was precisely my thought, he replied. Can you guess what I'm thinking now? SHNGNYO responded earnestly. I truly wish to smash SHNGNYO's head. Before GNBMEN could reply, BICH sighed helplessly. Captain, we must return to the first floor quickly. I know. GNBMEN glared at SHNGNYO, blaming him for being a mood disruptor. I'm talking about you. Be serious. With that, she ignored SHNGNYO and stepped into the left corridor. BICHN, LNUHing, and SHNGNYO followed closely behind. In this corridor, the rooms on both sides were similarly ajar, revealing glimpses of the opposite passage, while others remained closed, hiding whatever lay within. Focused on sensing electromagnetic signals, attempting to open all the closed doors in search of potential secrets. As they advanced, Ji Ingbi, N's gaze sharpened, and she spoke sharply, dodge. In the midst of her words, she leaped diagonally forward, rolling into a nearby room. Bai Chun and Long Yuehong completely trusted Shang Jianyao, who immediately took evasive action. The two of them rushed into a nearby room, while the closest barrier to Shang Jianyao was a tightly closed wooden door. This did not deter him. With a loud crash, he burst through the door and charged inside. In the next moment, a grenade inexplicably flew in from an unknown direction, landing precisely where they had just been. The explosion reverberated, shattering surrounding doors, causing the floor to cave in and burn with charred marks. After the grenade, no further attacks ensued, nor did any figures appear. Jiang Baimian, Bai Chun, and Long Yuehong remained hidden in their previous position, too apprehensive to emerge recklessly. Meanwhile, within the room that Shang Jianyao had entered, a brilliant light flickered. He beheld a brightly lit LCD screen displaying peculiar, almost unreal figures in motion. In front of the screen stood a black machine, behind which a young boy with black hair, startled by the intrusion, dropped his controller and scurried to hide behind a nearby table. Shang Jinyao's reaction was entirely unlike what the boy had anticipated. Instead of attacking or fleeing, he earnestly observed the LCD screen and inquired, "What is this?" The boy paused for a few seconds, responding with evident trepidation, "It's a game. An old game. I couldn't find a virtual game pod, so I can only play this." Shang Jianyao nodded thoughtfully. "Is it fun?" "Quite fun," the boy replied instinctively. "How do you play?" Shang Jianyao seated himself and sincerely asked for guidance. After observing for a dozen seconds, the boy timidly emerged from his hiding spot and gradually settled beside Shang Jianyao, picking up the controller. "By the way, what is your name?" Shang Jianyao inquired politely. The boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, lit up with delight as he grasped the controller, responding, "Me? I'm Xiao Chong." Upon hearing the boy's name, Shang Jianyao suddenly turned his head to look at him, silently gazing for 2 or 3 seconds before breaking into a smile and redirecting his attention to the LCD screen. "So you're Xiao Chong. Do you know an old lady who wears a dark cap, has a face full of wrinkles, and dons a black woolen skirt?" Shang Jianyao asked with great enthusiasm. The boy, intently maneuvering the controller, casually replied, "I know her. She is a good person. When she was alive, she always helped me keep the door, ensuring no one disturbed me. Hey, I told her that I like to play games quietly and read various books, and she really did it," he chuckled. Shang Jianyao, puzzled, stared at the game screen. "She can understand what you said, can't you?" Xiao Chong found the question rather strange. "Indeed," Shang Jianyao nodded, surprisingly concurring with the boy's statement. "After she passed away, did no one help you keep the door anymore?" "There are still a few uncles and aunts, older brothers and sisters, who help me keep the door," Xiao Chong answered, his focus still on the game. "They regularly clean and maintain things. Take me out for horseback riding, allowing me to breathe fresh air. Have you seen my cat? I found a stray cat and even raised a pool of fish for it. Impressive, right? Is that your cat?" Shang Jianyao exclaimed. "The one that looks like it has no fur?" Yes. It's a special breed. You mustn't discriminate against it," Xiao Chong insisted, nodding vigorously. "But it always makes me sleep," Shang Jianyao complained. "It just loves to be dramatic," Xiao Chong replied, a noticeable smile spreading across his chubby face. "When it comes back, I'll tell it not to make you sleep." "You even understand cat language?" Shang Jianyao asked curiously. "Not really, but it's very smart and can understand human speech," Xiao Chong answered. Shang Jianyao then adjusted his posture for greater comfort. "What do you usually eat?" he asked. Xiao Chong suddenly fell silent, turning his head to look at him. The boy's chubby face appeared to flicker with shadows and light from the LCD screen. Shang Jianyao maintained his gaze, unyielding and calm. Xiao Chong quickly returned his attention to the game. "I eat very little. Sometimes it's food, sometimes it's birds, mice, or insects they catch. Frozen meat, wild vegetables, or sometimes fish I raise myself." "You're still so young. Isn't eating raw food bad for your stomach?" Shang Jianyao seriously discussed this academic matter. Xiao Chong chuckled. "I taught them how to cook things, to roast and boil." "Impressive." Shang Jianyao clapped his hands. At this, Xiao Chong appeared bashful. "They already knew how to use a lighter. I just told them they could use fire to cook." "Do you want some?" Shang Jianyao asked without hesitation. "I don't know. It depends on what they bring back. I really don't eat much," Xiao Chong emphasized. Shang Jianyao contemplated for a moment, wiping his mouth, and forcefully changed the subject. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know," Xiao Chong reflected. "I don't have a calendar. It's been quite a while." "That old lady turned from an aunt to a grandma. Staying here all this time hasn't affected your growth, has it?" Shang Jianyao expressed concern. Xiao Chong frowned. "You're so annoying. Don't ask such questions." Before Shang Jianyao could respond, he cheerfully added, "Actually, being a child forever isn't so bad, right? You don't have to consider many things or worry about anything. Just play games and read books. Besides, there are no parents interrupting or controlling your playtime." Shang Jianyao paused. "Don't you miss them?" Xiao Chong bit his lip for a moment. "I do. But what good does that do?" They've long since passed away. Shang Jianyao fell silent for a long while, while Xiao Chong focused intently on the game, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Shngnyo gazed at the LCD display before him and remarked, "How is there electricity here?" They had specifically routed a cable from the subterranean machine room, a feat I supervised with great pride, exclaimed Shang. Shngjin pondered for a moment, observing the garish game graphics, before picking up a controller resting beside a black console. How does one play this? The eyes of Shang instantly sparkled with excitement. Come, I'll show you. This button is for jumping, this one for rolling, and this one for blocking. After a successful block, you can retaliate down the corridor. Having waited a considerable time without any signs of a second wave of attack, Jingbime returned to her previous position. She attentively sensed the electrical signals and called out, "Come out, the assailants have departed." Bichn and Luh cautiously emerged from their hiding spots and approached Jingbime. "This place is quite eerie. We must leave promptly," Bichn candidly expressed. Luh surveyed the area. "Where is Shngnyo?" Jingbime shared her confusion, noting, "There is clearly an electrical signal here. Oddly, two signals seem almost overlapping. Has Shngnyo been forcibly put asleep?" This was the most reasonable explanation she could devise, considering the environmental factors and their prior encounters. If he were not under control, the still-living Shngnyo should have responded in some manner. Possessing a deeper understanding of Shngnyo, said with a hint of anxiety, "He might be in danger, locked in a silent standoff. Whoever blinks first loses." I believe Shngnyo would do just that, but why would danger indulge him? Jingbime spoke while cautiously approaching a wooden door with a humanoid-shaped hole. As she drew nearer, she noticed a flickering light within. "Perhaps it's the ability of the reasoning clown," Bichn whispered quietly. Jingbime nodded in agreement. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must rescue him. Those who need to be awakened should be stirred, and any silent standoffs must be interrupted." Bichn and Luh immediately took positions to cover their leader as Jingbime lifted her hand and, through the hole in the door, fired a shot at the tiled floor inside. The sound echoed as she struck the lock, rebounding back and pressing against the side wall to evade any potential attack. Luh and Bichn took up positions at an angle, ready to fire at the first sign of movement. However, the room remained silent, devoid of gunfire or any sign of Shngnyo. Only the strange sound of impacts echoed faintly. As they beheld the flickering light spilling from the room, Jingbime, Luh, and Bich's confusion about Shngnyo's current state deepened. Without wasting time, Jingbime, under the cover of her teammates, rolled into the room. She quickly leaped behind a table and, peering through the gap, surveyed the situation away from the door. The first thing she noticed was the focused expression of Shngnyo alongside a small boy of 7 or 8 years old, followed by two controllers, a black console, and a bright LCD display that showcased ever-changing bizarre visuals. Yenagabe gaze momentarily froze. She had imagined countless absurd scenarios. Yet this scene remained unexpected. "What are you doing?" She called out loudly without revealing herself. "Playing a game." Shngnyo responded without turning. Jingbi's lips twitched as she cautiously stood up, but no changes occurred in the room. Observing this, Luh and Bichn slowly approached, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before them. "Is it fun? Loading more content. Please wait." The interface replied, "This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please close reading modes and disable ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser." Jingbime intentionally chose a less sensitive question. "Is it enjoyable?" "Absolutely." Shngnyo replied without hesitation. Jingbi's expression momentarily blanked before blossoming into a smile. "Who is this beside you?" "This? He's my new friend," Shngnyo said, his gaze fixed intently on the game character. Jingbime, Luh, and Bichn did not relax their guard, remaining poised for any sudden need to evade or attack. "What ist?" In such a desolate urban ruin, underground in this building, even the appearance of an adult claiming to be a relic hunter would warrant suspicion, let alone a mere 7 or 8-year-old boy. How has he survived? At that moment, Shngnyo continued. "His name is Shioching. Siokune." Luh initially paused, then felt a chill surge up his spine, reminiscent of the old woman's whispered warning. "You disturbed Shioching." In that moment, Luh nearly pulled the trigger. Thankfully, the next second, Shing lamented. Ah, dead again. Shing. I must leave. Perhaps we shall meet again. Shing turned, his face filled with disappointment. Can't you stay a bit longer? No one has played games with me for ages. They never seem to learn. N pondered whether this might be a shared dream or illusion when she suddenly sensed several electrical signals approaching. Be cautious, she quickly warned. Raising her grenade launcher, Ling and Bich and remained on high alert as Shinggnyo looked at Shing, contemplating. How about you come with us? We can play games together and enjoy some fresh air. Shing smiled brightly after a moment of thought. All right. As soon as he spoke, N noticed the approaching electrical signals halting their advance and retreating. N prudently closed her mouth, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Shing produced a red book from seemingly nowhere, gathering the black console, controllers, and other items into it. Clad in a yellow outfit, he swiftly donned a backpack and looked up at the now standing Shinggnyo, saying, "Let us go." Shinggnyo glanced at him, chuckling. You look like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. L-Ing-U-H-Ing and B-I-C-H-N were left speechless, utterly unprepared for Shinggnyo to utter such a light-hearted remark in the face of such a peculiar child. Chapter 80. Resistance Chyy who please indicate the source. XNGNPN, Shioshu Wing. Shiochin glanced down at his outfit, mumbling, I haven't had scrambled eggs with tomatoes in ages. Neither have I. Shinggnyo recounted nostalgically, raising his right hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. As N listened to their exchange, her expression gradually took on a peculiar quality. Then she attempted to join in. I can make that dish. However, in the wilderness, eggs are relatively easy to find. Provided one isn't particular about chicken eggs, tomatoes are a bit more challenging. Xiao Chong contemplated. I recall there is a cold storage facility in Tianqing district, filled with numerous tomatoes. However, I am uncertain if they have been consumed or if they are still edible. We might take a trip there if the opportunity arises. Jiang by Mian skillfully redirected the conversation, suggesting, let us depart from this place. All right, Xiao Chong responded eagerly, shouldering his red backpack and bouncing towards the exit. Observing his retreating silhouette, Shang Jianyao volunteered, I will lead the way. Very well, Jiang by Mian did not object. Consequently, they altered their tactical formation, primarily with Shang Jianyao and Jiang by Mian swapping positions. The old team continued their journey through the eerily silent, dark corridor, with most of the illumination provided by Jiang by Mian at the rear, while the others could only direct their flashlights downward, illuminating a limited area. Could you all move a bit faster? Xiao Chong frequently turned around to urge the adults trailing behind him, yet Shang Jianyao and the others remained undeterred, maintaining their own pace. Sighing, Xiao Chong remarked, back when my school organized family activities, my parents would always dawdle behind, as if running would tarnish their dignity as adults. What is a family activity? Shang Jianyao and Long Yuhong inquired in unison. It's just, Xiao Chong faltered in his explanation, never mind. You wouldn't understand. As they exchanged words, they returned to the stairway without incident. This prompted a look of tentative confirmation on Jiang by Mian's face. During their descent to the first floor, they encountered no further attacks and smoothly passed through the already breached safety door, arriving at the elevator hall. Jiang by Mian thoughtfully addressed Xiao Chong, clad in yellow. Would you mind waiting here? We still have a few matters to attend to. She had not forgotten her plan to ambush Xiao Chu. Before Xiao Chong could respond, Shang Jianyao interjected, we're going to engage in a real shooting game, essentially bringing the previous game into the real world. Xiao Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he muttered, but I am just a child. I should partake in such perilous games. However, I could be a spectator. His expression was filled with anticipation, seemingly hoping Shang Jianyao would provide him with a toy gun. Shang Jianyao disregarded his implied request, reminding him, make sure to cheer and applaud. All right, Xiao Chong replied, slightly disappointed. Where should I stay? Jiang by Mian pointed towards the staircase leading to the second floor. You can sit there. You will have a view of the situation here and remain relatively safe. Uh-huh, Xiao Chong said, bouncing over without concern for the dirt, settling down. Jiang by Mian, then instructed by Chun, you should position yourself next to Xiao Chong, lying down, and keep an eye on the 3 elevators in front of you. When the elevator doors open, you must immediately target Xiao Chu. However, you must be cautious. Xiao Chu may be on guard and adopt unconventional stances to evade attacks, such as crouching on the floor, jumping up to grab the top of the elevator, or curling into a ball. Although Bai Chun had ample experience in urban ruins combat, the absence of functioning elevators in such locations required her to spend some time envisioning the corresponding scenarios. Eventually, she responded, I understand. It appeared she had connected similar situations to a past experience, her expression subtly shifting as she tugged at her scarf. At this moment, Jiang Baimian turned her gaze to Shang Jianyao, pointing towards the 3 elevators that were not visible from the stairwell. You will take position by the buttons, leaning against the wall. Your duties are twofold. First, assist Bai Chun to ensure Qiao Chu cannot devise a method to evade detection or avoid a fatal shot. Second, after the elevator passes, press the button for the upward direction again. She then indicated herself. I will position myself between the 3 elevators Bai Chun is monitoring, also leaning against the wall. In this scenario, kneeling would be prudent. I will be responsible for targeting the elevators on either side of Shang Jianyao. Additionally, should any unforeseen circumstances arise that prevent Shang Jianyao from acting promptly, I will be able to press the upward button again. Furthermore, I will do my utmost to sense any fluctuations in telecommunication signals to ascertain Qiao Chu's location in advance. Noticing the team leader's pause, Long Yuhong could not help but ask, "What about me?" "Well done." Showing team spirit, Jiang Baimian praised her before pointing towards the stairwell. "You will monitor the stairs leading to the basement, always ready to shoot. There is a significant possibility Qiao Chu may abandon the elevator and opt for the stairs." "Understood, Captain." Although Long Yuhong felt anxious, she was nonetheless pleased to contribute to the team and receive recognition from the captain. In the basement machine room adjacent to the building's power distribution, Qiao Chu gazed in astonishment at the dark chamber illuminated by the flashlight beam. He had not anticipated locating his target with such ease. This ease, however, did not pertain to the mere act of finding the target, as he had indeed invested considerable time. Rather, it was the absence of assaults from fervent admirers along his path that surprised him. Throughout the entire ordeal, no unforeseen occurrences had transpired. This was entirely contrary to his initial expectations. He was acutely aware of the multitude of perilous beings within this building, which prompted him to alter his tactics after failing in the first attempt, rallying the old team members. Otherwise, he would have preferred to disregard others entirely. Should anyone persist in approaching him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Despite not comprehending the rationale behind such developments, Qiao Chu chose to dismiss it. Stepping into the room before him, his metal-clad legs moving forward, a pressing issue loomed. After assigning tasks to everyone, Jiang Baimian's expression turned grave as she stated, "Qiao Chu's charm ability has a considerable range. According to our previous arrangement, even Bai Chun, who is furthest away, could be affected. Therefore, we must prepare in advance." She fixed her gaze on Shang Jianyao. "Is there a solution? If not, we might have to abandon this location and wait at the top of the building, engaging in long-range sniping when Qiao Chu departs. By then, city lighting should have restored to some extent." Shang Jianyao smiled, responding without hesitation, "There is." He continued, "However, I must attend to each person individually. Otherwise, the efficacy would be severely diminished, or perhaps even ineffective. But when we were in the basement, you didn't require anyone to avoid contact." Long Yuhong queried in confusion. "At that time, you were under the influence of the charm, tending to overlook certain details while emphasizing others. Moreover, the conditions I applied were those you regarded as self-evident at the time, as were the conclusions." Shang Jianyao elucidated earnestly. Jiang Baimian signaled her comprehension. "Then let us commence swiftly." Shang Jianyao gestured towards the elevator hall. "Captain, come with me." "All right." Jiang Baimian stepped forward, following Shang Jianyao as they turned towards Long Yuhong, a place where Bai Chun could neither see nor hear clearly. Shang Jianyao gazed intently into Jiang Baimian's eyes, which instantly deepened with meaning. "Captain, consider this. 80% of the couples at Panga Biological Company are paired through unified distribution. Among them, many families lead quite prosperous lives, living harmoniously and supporting one another." Jiang Baimian paused for a moment and exclaimed, "Only those assigned by the company can be considered partners, and only they embody love. Love at first sight is undoubtedly a deception." Shang Jianyao nodded, chuckling, "Thus we must obliterate the heads of these deceivers." "Where did you learn the term head of a dog?" Jiang Baimian shot him a sidelong glance. "In the confines of Pangu Biological Company. How could an average employee afford a dog? Even if they did, it would merely serve as a source of food. In the midst of a broadcast." Shang Jianyao looked at Jiang Baimian with skepticism. "Haven't you heard that serialized story?" "No." Jiang Baimian responded with a sigh. "I feel as though I might not have had a childhood." Shang Jianyao said nothing further, returning to the elevator hall with the captain and addressing Long Yuhong. "It's your turn." Anxiously, Long Yuhong followed, whispering, "How do you plan to? No, influence me?" "It's quite simple," Shang Jianyao casually replied. "You see, you've always wanted a beautiful female partner, to have a few children, ensuring they can eat meat 3 times a week. Can men do that?" Long Yuhong's expression shifted, and he replied solemnly, "No." He quickly distanced himself from Shang Jianyao, exclaiming, "You're revolting. Being around men is truly disgusting." At this moment, they had yet to reach their designated spot. As more content loaded, the site indicated that it only supported mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, and disable any ad blocking features. then copy the URL to read in another browser. Shang Jian Yao chuckled as he patted the side of the assault rifle, turning to Bai Chun. It's your turn. Am I finished? Long Yuhong beside him looked bewildered. Shang Jian Yao responded seriously. You're done. You did well. What? Long Yuhong muttered, confused. As he returned to his original position, Bai Chun, coming towards him, cast a glance but said nothing. Shang Jian Yao led Bai Chun back to their previous location and sincerely asked, could you share something or someone you value? The more I understand you, the better the outcome will be. No need for extensive details, just a brief mention will suffice. Bai Chun pondered for a moment, adjusted her scarf around her neck, and with a slightly hoarse voice said, once, I had a robot that accompanied me through the toughest years of my life. Later, it sacrificed itself to save me. Shang Jian Yao's gaze deepened unexpectedly. You see, that robot grew alongside you, always protecting you. It even sacrificed itself for your sake. Therefore, Bai Chen's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. After a brief silence, she resolutely stated, only robots can be true companions. Humanity is unworthy of love. With a clap, Shang Jian Yao encouraged, no need to be so extreme. All right, you may return. Bai Chun suppressed the urge to think and took her position as a sniper. At that moment, Shang Jian Yao approached the gray-black elevator, gazing into the illuminated reflection, and solemnly murmured, humanity on the gray earth continues to suffer from famine, pollution, disease, deformities, and war, still trapped in the shadow of unintentional illness. This is a reality everyone must face. No one is exempt. Hence, he paused, his voice deepening. Lovers will only hinder my mission to save humanity. He then turned to Jiang Bai Mian, saying, it's time. Jiang Bai Mian, oblivious to Shang Jian Yao's previous words and offering no additional reaction, declared, everyone to their positions. The members of the team quickly adjusted their stances, patiently awaiting the change. Approximately 1 or 2 minutes later, the elevator hall suddenly illuminated. The entire first-floor hall brightened, the pristine white light dispelling the darkness, restoring power to the building. Chapter 81. A reunion on the street near the City Intelligence Network Control Center, a mechanical monk clad in a yellow robe and red cassock, Jing Fa, was vigilantly monitoring the surroundings, searching for the source of the previous explosion. Suddenly, the building, which boasted a considerable courtyard, lit up layer by layer, emanating a clear, slightly yellow glow. In the desolate darkness of the city ruins, it stood out like a lighthouse illuminating an eternal dream. The mechanical monk Jing Fa turned to glance and strode forward. As the lights flickered on, Long Yuhong Bai Chun and Jiang Bai Mian instinctively closed their eyes to adapt to the sudden change in environment. Only Shang Jian Yao struggled to keep his eyes open, nearly brought to tears by the brightness. Very alert, Jiang Bai Mian acknowledged upon witnessing this scene. Because I don't have sunglasses, Shang Jian Yao finally blinked. Jiang Bai Mian, unable to follow his train of thought, could only lament, it feels a bit like returning to the company now. They were once again within a building, similarly illuminated by a fluorescent light source, with a spacious elevator waiting area. The only difference was that this hall was vast and expansive, akin to the activity center within Pango Biological Company, adorned with seemingly luxurious black stone tiles and transparent, dreamlike chandeliers. Is that so? Long Yuhong, stationed at the stairway, remained cautious of Qiao Chu's ascent, refraining from turning his head. Compared to Si Liang, Shang Jian Yao simply described. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai Mian first smiled, then furrowed her brows. In such a dark night, in this city ruin, with such a brightly lit building, the only one, wouldn't that be rather conspicuous? Aiming at the 3 elevators across, Bai Chun comprehended Jiang Bai Mian's concern and reflected, Captain, are you worried that the mechanical monk Jing Fa and other relic hunters might come here because of that? Ordinary relic hunters shouldn't pose a concern. As you mentioned, they tend to avoid places with anomalies. Jiang Bai Mian lightly nodded. However, we already know that Jing Fa is here. His particularity and audacity may draw him in, and he harbors animosity towards women. Moreover, the hyena bandits have likely infiltrated this ruin. They thrive in the vicinity of anomalies, waiting for opportunities. Shang Jian Yao pondered thoughtfully. It all depends on whose name is worse, Jing Fa or Qiao Chu. Are you suggesting to see who is more unfortunate? Jiang Bai Mian chuckled. You certainly have faith in our old team. What if the worst-case scenario occurs? If they appear simultaneously, we would be caught in a pincer. After spending so many days together, she had discerned the connection between a poor name and a misfortune. Just as she finished speaking, Shang Jian Yao suddenly inquired, by what means does Jing Fa determine whether someone is female? Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. He has become an immortal. It is certainly not through his nose or eyes, but rather through a comprehensive judgment of various factors. Jiang Bai Mian instinctively replied, "Are you planning to disguise yourself as a woman to distract him, and then remove the disguise?" "Haha, I find that rather difficult." Shang Jian Yao responded earnestly. "I was merely contemplating what might transpire if Jing Fa were to encounter Xiao Chu." Jiang Bai Mian, with a hint of enlightenment, murmured, "Jing Fa does not harbor a hatred for women. Rather, he possesses a psychological distortion that breeds animosity towards anything that ignites his carnal desires and exposes his weaknesses. He can no longer alleviate his corresponding cravings. Furthermore, Xiao Chu's allure appears to be indiscriminate. It works not only on women, but also effectively on men. And even animals are not exempt. The moment Jing Fa encounters Xiao Chu, he will undoubtedly be entranced, and given his twisted psyche over the years, he will react in only one manner, to torment the target that incites his affection and desire, leading to their tragic demise." Jiang Bai Mian's whisper was far from low. Everyone present heard it. Bai Chun subtly nodded and, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "I am somewhat looking forward to Jing Fa meeting Xiao Chu." "You are quite wicked." Jiang Bai Mian let out a laugh, but quickly subdued her amusement, adopting a serious tone as she instructed, "In any case, while we await Xiao Chu's arrival, we must remain vigilant of our surroundings and be prepared for any dangerous creatures that may intrude." As she spoke, Jiang Bai Mian stood and opened the window at the back of the elevator hall, revealing a garden overgrown with weeds. "If Jing Fa enters through the main door, I will obstruct him momentarily with a grenade launcher, while you all take the opportunity to escape through the window. Our firepower is insufficient to contend with the awakened mechanical monks, and that is a fact we must acknowledge. We cannot gamble with our lives." Jiang Bai Mian returned to her previous position, leaned against the wall, and crouched down. "All right, Xiao Chu is about to arrive. He will reach the elevator hall from the underground machine room much quicker than from the stairwell. At least the route is familiar." Just as Jiang Bai Mian finished speaking, her brow furrowed once more. "Can we ascertain the extent of Xiao Chu's frustrating ability? I recall it can affect multiple targets. We cannot solely consider the allure and overlook his other awakened abilities." Shang Jianyao promptly answered, "Similar abilities should be weakened by obstacles such as walls and metal doors. However, we cannot be certain that this weakening will not affect us as well. If Bai Chen's position is also influenced, how can we target Xiao Chu? At that point, we would all be disheartened, wishing to give up and awaiting our demise." Jiang Bai Mian spoke rapidly. Before she finished, she had already risen to her feet. "With critical intelligence unclear, this operation is halted. Should we retreat to the rooftop for sniping?" Bai Chen suggested. Jiang Bai Mian quickly countered, "What confidence do you have in sniping a target equipped with military exoskeleton gear? We have only one rifle capable of sniping." Bai Chun, not wishing to appear overly confident, responded with a slightly downcast expression, "Not much confidence. Then let us promptly evacuate and seek another opportunity," Jiang Bai Mian commanded. "Understood, team leader." Shang Jianyao and the others did not waste words, refraining from squandering precious time. As they observed their surroundings, Jiang Bai Mian muttered in frustration, "Why is it that even after evading Xiao Chu, my thoughts are still somewhat influenced? They lack the logical coherence of normalcy. I keep overlooking certain issues." At that moment, Xiao Chong, with his red backpack, returned to the elevator hall, looking disappointed as he asked, "Are we not playing anymore?" Next time, Jiang Bai Mian pointed towards the window. "We will exit from here to avoid colliding with anyone entering through the main door. Shang Jianyao, you carry Xiao Chong and go first. Hurry, someone is coming." As she spoke, Jiang Bai Mian lifted the grenade launcher with one hand, aiming at the main door area. Shang Jianyao picked up Xiao Chong, took a few steps, and leaped through the window, landing outside. Long Yu and Bai Chan followed suit, climbing out one after the other. At this moment, Bai Mian spotted the mechanical monk Jing Fa, adorned in a yellow robe with a red kasaya. Jing Fa, having heard a woman's voice, sprinted over with a bright red glow in his eyes. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai Mian pulled the trigger, firing a grenade. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted in the main door area, and debris flew, prompting Jing Fa to instinctively dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai Mian swiftly approached the window and leaped out. Just a second or two later, the mechanical monk Jing Fa crashed through the glass wall of the main door, shattering it with a resounding crash as he charged in from the side. He was about to fire a grenade at the window when his head suddenly twisted around, gazing at one of the elevators. He then sprinted towards it, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light. The elevator soon arrived at the first floor, slowly opening its doors. Jing Fa raised both arms, directing all his offensive weapons towards the inside. Yet within, there were only cold, dark metallic walls devoid of any presence. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. In his stunned state, the elevator doors closed again and began to ascend. In the dim space above the elevator, near the main steel cable, Huī Tǔ stood silently, clad in military exoskeleton gear. He looked down, his lips pressed tightly together. In the elevator hall on the first floor, Jing Fa finally reacted. He seemed to comprehend something and frantically pressed the buttons, attempting to summon another elevator. In the courtyard of the city's intelligence network control center, Jiang by Mian crouched low, quickly moving through the areas devoid of light. Soon, she followed the signal and caught up with Bai Chun and the others. Shang Jianyao crouched in a corner, speaking in a low voice. Xiao Chong is missing. Where'd he go? Jiang by Mian inquired, suppressing her voice. Shang Jianyao emphasized. When we got over here, I set him down. He said he needed to use the restroom and dashed behind the bushes, and then he vanished. Jiang by Mian pondered for a moment, her expression solemn as she replied. That is rather strange. We must leave here swiftly. Shang Jianyao and the others immediately responded with action rather than words. Under Jiang by Mian's lead, they rushed to the side, attempting to climb over the fence and take a detour back. They navigated through the trees and flowers, drawing closer to their target. At that moment, a desolate, hoarse roar echoed again from a distance, more colossal than before, resonating directly in their ears. Jiang by Mian and the others' minds instantly went blank, their spirits gripped tightly by a familiar, overwhelming fear, rendering them unable to move. After an indeterminate time, they suddenly heard a gentle voice. Do not be afraid. Remain calm. Shang Jianyao and the others trembled slightly, finally regaining their senses, feeling the fear recede like a tide. They turned their gaze towards the source of the sound and saw a figure crouching in the shadow of the fence. This individual donned a loose black robe and had long hair cascading down, complemented by a distinguished beard that lent him an air of grace. His expression was gentle yet tinged with seriousness. This was Du Hong, a self-proclaimed antiquities scholar and historian, whom Shang Jianyao and the others recognized from a previous encounter in the wilderness. As Du Hong noticed Jiang Baimian and the others looking over, he gestured towards the tree's shadows and spoke in a soft voice. Do not move just yet. Let this wave of anomalies pass. At that moment, the entire city's ruins were filled with the clamor of roars, showing no signs of abating. Jiang Baimian stared at Du Hong for a few seconds before nodding to Long Yuehong and the others, without waiting for her to approach. Shang Jianyao had already leaped to Du Hong's side and naturally crouched down. This scene struck Long Yuehong as oddly familiar, reminiscent of evenings spent at the Manga Biological Institute, where people often gathered to chat in similar fashion after dinner. Initially hesitant, Jiang Baimian ultimately decided to join them, crouching beside them and looking around earnestly as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving us just now. Du Hong replied with a chuckle. It hardly counts as saving. I merely facilitated your recovery. As long as you weren't attacked before the anomalies subside, you would have eventually returned to normal. That certainly qualifies as saving. Jiang Baimian remarked casually. You seem completely unaffected by that fear. At this point, Bai Chun and Long Yuehong also crouched down into the shadows, each holding their weapons and remaining vigilant. Upon hearing Jiang Baimian's comment, Du Hong chuckled. As an antiquities scholar and historian who mostly operates alone, I wouldn't have made it this far without some form of support. Just then, Shang Jianyao abruptly asked, Are you actually an awakened? Du Hong glanced at him, not overly concerned, and replied with a smile, Strictly speaking, yes, I am. Shang Jianyao, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, straightforwardly inquired, What should one do upon entering the Sea of Origins? Du Hong smiled. Under normal circumstances, unless one has a solid relationship, no awakened would share knowledge about this. That would merely cultivate rivals among friends. However, I have a bad habit of wanting to be a teacher. All right, let me briefly explain. Upon entering the Sea of Origins, you will encounter various islands for rest, each harboring different monsters and challenging circumstances that you must confront and overcome. These often correspond to your innermost fears or past memories. At this point, Du Hong elaborated further, based on my personal experiences and speculations. Though I cannot guarantee their accuracy, the power of the awakened stems from a mind, from one's own consciousness. The so-called Hall of Stars and the Sea of Origins are merely manifestations of the subconscious. Our journey forward essentially involves excavating the strength hidden within ourselves, necessitating the conquering of various shadows of the mind. Shang Jianyao politely waited for Du Hong to finish before posing another question. Why does every awakened see the same Hall of Stars? Du Hong's expression momentarily tightened as he replied with a wry smile. That is a tough question for me. I truly cannot explain it. However, I have heard some conjectures. One is that similar visions are embedded within our subconscious, representing a collective memory of humanity, rooted in experiences shared by our ancient ancestors long before the old world. The other is that awakened individuals are the apostles of deities, blessed by divine favor. The 13 sovereigns collectively created the Hall of Stars and similar realms to assist their followers in growth, leading them to a new world. This is evident as the abilities of the awakened can be categorized into 13 types, corresponding to different realms of the sovereigns, establishing certain connections. Thus, in those religions that venerate the sovereigns, the proportion of awakened individuals is higher than in other groups, although still limited. Listening intently, Jiang Baimian nodded lightly. Perhaps many awakened believe their abilities are divinely granted, which leads them to actively join various religions, thereby increasing the corresponding ratio, rather than the sovereigns favoring their own followers to awaken more. I cannot provide a definitive answer without conducting research or experiments. Du Heng sighed. Unfortunately, nearly 70 years have passed since the old world's destruction, followed by 2 to 3 decades of extensive warfare, making it difficult to trace many matters. Otherwise, we could gradually explore the origins of the sovereign's faith, examining their domains and powers, and whether certain awakened deliberately infused corresponding content during its dissemination, thus transforming it into what it is today, or whether it has remained unchanged since before the old world's demise. This is indeed the responsibility of historians like us. Jiang Baimian resonated with this sentiment. Yes, this is also the driving force behind my journey. Du Heng did not elaborate further on the topic and returned to his previous discussion. Transitioning from the Hall of Stars to the Sea of Origins requires a profound exploration and mastery of one's abilities. He paused, casting a glance at Shang Jianyao before smiling. You should be nearly there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked that question earlier. Once you enter the Sea of Origins and conquer all the shadows within your heart, you'll have the opportunity to discover and embrace yourself, allowing your mind to heal. This will lead to a qualitative change in your abilities, enhancing both the boundaries of their effects and the scope of their influence. However, the price you must pay during this process will also deepen progressively, exacerbating your issues. Remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. As he spoke, Du Heng kindly cautioned, for every awakened, the price paid must remain confidential. On one hand, the cost itself is a weakness, easily exploited by others. On the other, different costs may vaguely reflect different realms, allowing those familiar with you to make preliminary guesses about your abilities. In battles among the awakened, having one's abilities known beforehand is perilously dangerous. Shang Jianyao listened quietly, nodding earnestly. Thank you. Jiang Baimian shot him a glance and smiled slightly. I thought you would applaud. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet, seemingly affirming Du Heng's words that as long as they did not move excessively or stand in conspicuous places, they would not attract the anomaly's attention. Thank you is a step beyond applause, Shang Jianyao sincerely explained. Du Heng silently chuckled. Once you regain yourself, you will be able to traverse the Sea of Origins, at which point you will enter the corridor of the mind. Now that I have shared so much, shouldn't you provide me with some intelligence in return? Did not respond directly, instead turning to and asking, what do you wish to know? Inquired, scanned the surroundings, and produced a weathered photograph. Have you seen this child? His name is. In the picture, a chubby-faced young boy donned a monster costume, appearing quite adorable. This was indeed that and the others had encountered earlier. Upon hearing the name, felt a shiver run down her spine. She had never anticipated that had entered the ruins in search of someone, particularly that eerily enigmatic boy. Couldn't help but bite her lip and pointed to their previous location, stating, we encountered him near the underground control room. He accompanied us out, claiming to seek someone to play games with. However, after he exited, he excused himself to urinate and vanished. S expression turned grave as he nodded slightly. I see. Why are you searching for? Redirected his gaze from the earlier spot. Chuckled softly. It involves significant intelligence, and I doubt you are in a position to offer anything of value at present. We can negotiate later when you possess other crucial information or leads. Noticing that was reluctant to divulge more, turned to and asked, do you have any further inquiries? Interjected before could speak, regarding the matter of the, you truly entered it. Let us discuss it later. It's too complex to explain now. Ponder for a moment before asking. Have you heard of them? Expressed mild surprise. Did you encounter one of their agents? Upon seeing and the others nod, he continued, the is a rather mysterious organization, seemingly isolated from other factions, capable of self-sufficiency, yet occasionally acquiring unique items through smugglers. Their agents frequently appear in the gray earth, undertaking unknown missions. He paused, then added, this organization is generally believed to be a remnant of the old world. Some speculate they are gathering various materials to build a new world, while others suspect they are erasing clues to bury the true cause of the old world's demise. That is all I know. After hearing this, suddenly inquired, in which domain does the ability of allure reside? Your thought process is quite unconventional, remarked playfully, contemplating his response. It should belong to the overseer of May. Before could respond, continued, now it's my turn to ask, which major faction do you belong to? With confidence, pose a question. replied candidly. I encountered your project team in the icy plains. They were recruiting volunteers for experiments on the effects of cold environments on human physiology and psyche. Those individuals were freezing. Quite a grim sight, commented. Felt a twinge of embarrassment. At least they were well fed. Indeed, nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to pose another question, he noticed the surrounding buildings began to illuminate layer by layer. Over half of the structures in the city ruins radiated various shades of light, illuminating window after window. The pervasive darkness and silence that enveloped the area rapidly receded to the outskirts of the ruins. Power had been restored throughout the city. Witnessing such a sight was akin to witnessing the stars from textbooks being brought to life on the surface. 4. The spectacle evoked a sense of awe comparable to her first sight of a true starry sky, a genuine blue sky, and the sun. Admired the scene for a brief moment before rising and informing the others. The anomaly has subsided. You may exit by scaling the wall from this side. 83 in the control center of the city's intelligence network, on the 17th floor, donned in exoskeletal gear and bearing a silver rifle, returned to the elevator hall. As he reached to press the button to summon the elevator that had stopped on the 16th floor, he noticed the number beside the adjacent elevator flicker from 16 to 17. This signified that in 2 or 3 seconds, the elevator doors would open, and the occupants within were most likely foes rather than allies. Without hesitation, waves of shimmering ripples emanated from his golden eyes, obscured by goggles. Simultaneously, he perceived an influx of indistinct figures around him. These phantoms appeared somewhat ethereal, rushing towards the potted plants in the elevator hall, ravenously devouring the withered leaves, shriveled branches, and parched soil. Although did not experience physical hunger, he felt an overwhelming compulsion to eat, as if infected by the scene before him. This thought consumed his mind, rendering him unable to contemplate anything else. The thought of being a hungry ghost overwhelmed him. His hands, encased in black metallic skeleton, dove into his pocket, retrieving a bag of dried beef, which he tore open with fervor. He then frantically stuffed the dark chunks of beef jerky into his mouth, attempting to swallow them. However, the jerky was as hard as stone, impervious to saliva or the teeth's efforts to tear and grind, making it utterly impossible to consume. Without a doubt, he began to choke, feeling as though he might perish here, becoming the most absurd casualty among the agents of the research institute. The instinct for survival and the reality of food in his mouth enabled him to somewhat resist the gnawing recognition of hunger, allowing him to distract himself enough to chew. At that moment, the grim, dark metallic door of the nearby elevator swung open, revealing a tattered robotic monk draped in a crimson robe. The metal visage of this being glowed ominously, casting a blood-red hue throughout the vicinity. It gazed at, clad in military exoskeleton, and instead of immediately raising its arms to deploy a grenade launcher, laser weapon, or flamethrower, it took a large step forward, intending to incapacitate him with a true iron fist. While continued to gnaw on the beef, struggling to chew and swallow, he managed to awkwardly retract his body, rolling to the side just in time to narrowly avoid the mechanical monk's strike. During this chaotic encounter, driven by an insatiable desire for food, he fished into his pocket once more. This time, he retrieved not only energy bars but also a stack of playing cards. At this juncture, had consumed enough beef jerky to leave his eyes rolling back, tears streaming down his face. Yet this provided him with a slight reprieve from hunger, granting him the strength to toss the stack of playing cards to the ground. With a resounding thud, the playing cards fell to the ground as Xiao Chu rolled closer to the stairwell. His eyes reflected the swift turn of the mechanical monk Jing Fa, whose large, red glowing eyes were fixed upon him. As he played cards, Xiao Chu munched on beef jerky and energy bars, mumbling indistinctly. The monk, just beside him, momentarily froze. The mechanical monk's head swiveled, gazing at the scattered cards on the floor. His eyes flickered with excitement, and against his will, he stepped forward to pick up the cards, bending down to retrieve them. In that moment, nothing seemed more crucial to him than the game of cards, regardless of the need for rescue or the imminent danger. As Jing Fa collected the cards, Xiao Chu's imagined hunger dissipated, and he regained his composure, albeit still slightly choked. He could vividly envision his appearance beneath the metal helmet, desperately swallowing food to avoid choking, his face contorted, eyes rolling back slightly, tears and snot streaming down, leaving no trace of handsomeness. This angered him, causing him to raise his arm, prepare to unleash a grenade launcher and electromagnetic weapon upon Jing Fa. At that moment, Jing Fa had turned fully, speaking in his distinct, cold electronic voice. Let's play cards together. The price he paid was immense, his psyche deeply twisted. Instead of focusing solely on the game, he chose to combine his two passions and invite Xiao Chu to join him. As the mechanical monk spoke, Xiao Chu once again perceived countless indistinct figures, feeling an acute sense of hunger, compelling him to eat something. Fortunately, food still lingered in his mouth, and with unfinished snacks, His initial hunger was somewhat abated, allowing him to divert his attention. Xiao Chu swiftly raised his left hand to shield the visor of his helmet. He suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite his perceived hunger, he found himself disinclined to eat or engage in any activity. Releasing his grip, he turned his gaze to the mechanical monk approaching with the cards. This despair seemed contagious, prompting Jing Fa to realize that everything had become meaningless, as if life itself were but a fleeting dream. In the depths of incomprehensible despair, the dark-hued mechanical monk seemed to grasp something profound, abruptly assuming a cross-legged position. Hands clasped, softly reciting, Namo Anuluo, Samyao, Samputi. All phenomena are like dreams and illusions. Xiao Chu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Using the strength of his exoskeleton, he leapt into the air, propelled by streams of white air, gliding into the stairwell. Upon landing, he raised his arm, aiming the grenade launcher at the mechanical monk clad in tattered robes and a crimson cassock. Jing Fa continued to chant, as if in a state of enlightenment. Upon glancing at the loaded grenade, Xiao Chu realized it lacked high explosive capabilities, causing him to hesitate. His intended targets were high-level heartless beings and aberrant creatures, not robots. Hence, he hadn't switched the ammunition. Such grenades would likely prove ineffective against Jing Fa, potentially alleviating the monk's despair. The same applied to his electromagnetic weapon. Changing grenades at this juncture would be futile. He could not afford to worsen the monk's already fragile state of mind. Should he miss the fleeting moment when Jing Fa's despair subsided, the situation could become dire. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Chu pursed his lips, deciding to forego the opportunity. He turned and sprinted to the stairwell, gripping the railing tightly, leaping down with precision to land on the next floor. Thus, utilizing the capabilities of his exoskeleton, Xiao Chu descended the staircase, layer by layer, swiftly distancing himself from the 17th floor and making his way to the ground level. At that moment, Jing Fa concluded his chanting and lifted his head. The mechanical eye on his dark metallic face glowed a blood-red hue. In the next instant, Jing Fa, defying human limitations, sprang from his seated position directly into the stairwell. Emulating Xiao Chu's earlier move, he grasped the railing and leapt downwards. Upon hearing Du Heng's words, Jiang Bai Mian wasted no time, turning to Shang Jianyao and the others. We must depart immediately. After issuing the command, she nodded to Du Heng, wishing him well. Until we meet again. Du Heng smiled, replying, I hope you possess valuable information or insights to trade when that time comes. He cast a glance at Shang Jianyao. Striving to enhance your awakening abilities is not without cost. The price is often irreparable. Weigh your options wisely. Without waiting for a response from Shang Jianyao, Du Heng rose, crouching low as he darted into the shadows of the trees, disappearing from sight. Let us move, Jiang Bai Mian said, retracting her gaze. Shang Jianyao nodded, straightening up, gripping his berserker assault rifle, and fell into formation at the rear of the group. Soon, they reached the side railing. Long Yu glanced swiftly outside, unexpectedly locking eyes with a pair of murky, bloodshot eyes. The heartless being startled Long Yu, prompting an instinctive raise of his assault rifle and a step aside. Outside, metal poles illuminated the streets with flickering lights, each casting a glow upon its vicinity. According to Long Yu's knowledge, these were remnants of old-world street lamps, with only half still functioning. The heartless being stood beneath one of these lamps, clad in a tattered blue coat, wearing a matching wide-brimmed hat, wielding a broom and a metal dustpan. His face bore faint wrinkles, skin coarse, and his eyes lacked any spark of intelligence, merely gazing vacantly at Long Yu and the others, showing no signs of aggression. Such a scene perplexed Long Yu, interrupting his attempt to pull the trigger. The heartless being soon bowed his head, beginning to sweep the accumulated leaves from the roadside. Witnessing this, Bai Chun and the others were left with inexplicable speculations. Proceed outside, Jiang Bai Mian urged, quickly vaulting over the metal railing. Long Yu Bai Chun and Shang Jian Yao followed suit, taking cover as they exited the city's intelligence network control center and stepped back onto the streets. Long Yu could not help but glance again at the heartless being, devoid of any hunting instinct. Jiang Bai Mian lifted her head, pointing towards the opposite direction. Look there. Following her gesture, Shang Jianyao and the others beheld a towering building. The base of the towering edifice is lined with houses adjacent to the street, each floor adorned with several glass windows radiating a brilliant glow. This luminous aura seems to envelop the surroundings, inexplicably imparting a sense of warmth to Long Yuehong. Behind some of the lower windows, numerous figures can be seen engaged in various activities. Some appear to be cradling infants, pacing by the window, while others diligently wipe the glass with cloths. A few sit on sofas by the window, grasping unknown objects, vacantly staring at the LCD screens on the wall opposite. Jiang Baimian and Shang Jianyao can barely discern their features. They're clad in tattered, disheveled garments, their movements stiff and their gazes vacant. clearly embodying the essence of the indifferent. The LCD screens that capture the attention of these indifferent souls display a kaleidoscope of images, landscapes, figures, text, and frames. Yet the overall scene remains static, devoid of any change. Nevertheless, this does not hinder the indifferent from observing with unwavering focus. Jiang Bimian remains silent for 2 seconds before speaking with a tone laden with complexity. It is these indifferent individuals who routinely maintain this city. Whenever the lights illuminate, they transform into what appears to be ordinary people. Chapter 84. Shadows of the Old World. Hearing Jiang by Mian's words, Long Yuhong experienced a sense of enlightenment, as if he had plunged into a dream. He couldn't help but glance around, struggling to reconcile the images of those mindless beings diligently sweeping leaves and wiping windows with the preconceived notions in his mind. The old team had encountered these mindless entities on their way to the city's intelligence control center, and they were just as ferocious, irrational, and brimming with aggression as their counterparts outside, exhibiting an intense hunting instinct, as if they had regressed to the very stage when humanity had just shed its beastly nature. At that time, if someone had told Long Yuhong that these mindless beings would sweep the floors, clean the windows, and maintain the lines, he would have scoffed at such a notion, deeming it absurd. Yet now, this scene unfolded before him with striking reality. In the distance, the streetlights flickered, casting shadows of countless mindless beings who, after the city had regained its illumination, returned to the streets to partake in various activities. They were no longer menacing, no longer perceiving Long Yuhong and his companions as prey. Instead, they performed their tasks with diligence and precision, bestowing an unprecedented vibrancy upon the city. In this moment, Long Yuhong felt as though they existed in an alternate world, where both parties coexisted peacefully, yet remained unable to connect. As his thoughts swirled, he heard Jiang by Mian exclaim, "It is as if they are silhouettes projected from the past of the old world. Why do they sweep the floors, clean the windows, and maintain the exteriors and streets?" Shang Jian Yao suddenly inquired. Long Yuhong instinctively responded, "Perhaps it is some form of instinct. These tasks were their duties in the old world, and after becoming mindless, they have solidified into instinct." As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished until it faded entirely. He realized that this explanation held validity since the old world had been destroyed for nearly 7 years, and these mindless beings had undergone countless generations of change, leaving no trace of their former lives and duties in the old world. Finally, he forcefully added, that instinct has been passed down through generations, demonstrated and taught by their predecessors. The descendants of repairmen continue to repair equipment, while the descendants of cleaners still sweep the streets. Jiang Bai Mian chuckled, interjecting before Shang Jian Yao could speak. Do not attribute everything to genetics. Such reasoning may lead to physical collapse. Teaching may indeed be possible, but it would only apply to simple, repetitive tasks. Bai Chun, cautiously observing their surroundings, pondered aloud, could it be that after multiple generations, the current mindless beings have learned to master more complex skills? No, even if they could learn, the preceding generations would not have, and the corresponding techniques would surely have been lost. It is possible that someone is teaching them, instilling certain instincts, Shang Jian Yao posited. Zhang Bimian, Long Yigreqiong, and Bai Chan simultaneously recalled the enigmatic and mysterious child, Xiao Chong, and found themselves momentarily unable to refute Shang Jian Yao's assertion. During their discussion, they had walked several steps across the street, seeking a clearer view of the figures behind the bright windows. After a few moments, Long Yuhong gazed at the mindless beings sweeping the streets and repairing branches in the distance, and he exclaimed, "Is this the urban landscape of the old world? Is this how people lived and worked back then? Were the nights so brightly lit, as if the stars were reflected upon the ground?" At this remark, Jiang Bai Mian raised her head once more, looking towards the opposite building. On each floor, more than a third of the units emitted a warm yellow or pale light, with people coming and going, cleaning windows, watching television, tending to children, chopping vegetables. Though no sounds reached them, the scene vividly conveyed a sense of liveliness and vigor. In that moment, she felt as though she had been transported decades back, to a time before the old world was destroyed, inhaling the essence of life itself. As her gaze ascended, Jiang Bai Mian's pupils suddenly widened. She spotted a red dot moving atop a nearby high-rise, seemingly emanating from a sniper rifle. "Get down!" Jiang Bai Mian shouted, leaping and rolling to the side of the street, taking refuge in an open building. With a loud bang, the hard ground where she had just stood erupted in a shower of debris. Thanks to prior experience, Shang Jian Yao Bai Chun and Long Yuhong did not hesitate to follow their leader's command, each reacting swiftly and diving into the street-level building across from the city's intelligence control center in varying stances. With 2 more shots ringing out from different rooftops, bullets plunged into the ground. Once Jiang Bai Mian had hidden herself against the wall inside the room, she retrieved her walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and spoke urgently. "There are at least 3 snipers on the rooftops surrounding us. This style of ambushing while avoiding direct engagement reminds me of a certain group. Hyena. This is the hallmark strategy of the hyena bandits. It is not that only they employ such tactics, but among those lurking nearby with at least 3 sniper rifles. They're the most notorious, possibly the only ones. How treacherous! Long Yu Hong exclaimed over the radio. The hyena bandits are not even attempting to explore the anomaly or seek out more valuable treasures. They merely intend to eliminate the relic hunters who have withdrawn. They are bandits, Jiang Bai Mian replied with a hint of amusement. Fortunately, they must have been momentarily dazzled by the changes brought about by the restoration of power to the city ruins, or they would have acted against us immediately. But we too have been affected by the changes in the ruins. Bai Chun simply defended. Perhaps they had just climbed over 20 floors, still catching their breath when we emerged, and besides, the power has been restored, allowing us to use the elevators. Shang Jian Yao sighed inexplicably. What a pity. What a pity about what? Long Yu Hong queried, sharing an unspoken understanding. It is a pity that I was captivated by the changes in the ruins. Otherwise, I could have performed a lively hula dance for them right then. Shang Jian Yao's tone was tinged with visible regret. Let us hope for such a day in the future, Jiang Bai Mian casually replied, holding the walkie-talkie. The most pressing issue now is how to escape the hyena-s ambush. They surely possess more than just snipers, Bai Chun noted, recalling various pieces of information and calmly outlining potential developments. What do we do now? Long Yu Hong felt a sense of danger, though he was not overtly panicked. In the absence of military exoskeleton devices, they found themselves unable to evade the deadly hail of bullets from heavy machine guns within such a confined space. Neither grenades, rifles, nor hand grenades could penetrate the thick armor. Had the military exoskeleton devices still been operational, they might have attempted to utilize electromagnetic weaponry. Jiang Bai Mian fell silent for a few moments before issuing a command through the intercom. There surely are no snipers atop the building housing the Urban Intelligence Control Center, as the hyenas would not dare to enter that area. Therefore, we can approach the entrance while adhering closely to the walls, exploiting their shooting blind spots. After securing a favorable position, when the armored vehicle arrives, Bai Chun will be the first to open fire on the machine gunner, momentarily suppressing him. If the vehicle's fire control system remains intact, the heavy machine gun can be operated from within, at which point I shall attempt to deliver a strike with a thunder spear to the shooting position, ultimately aiming to create an opportunity for Shang Jian Yao to advance. Shang Jian Yao. At that point, you will slide underneath the armored vehicle, where the distance to the occupants inside will be less than 1 meter, allowing you to fully leverage your abilities, while mitigating the threat posed by snipers. Jiang Bai Mian named the attack of her electric eel-like prosthetic limb the Thunder Spear. Excellent. Shang Jian Yao seemed to have been anticipating this move. Bai Chun echoed the sentiment. Long Yu Hong listened quietly, then asked, "What shall I do?" "You will provide support for me." Shang Jian Yao replied earnestly. Hardly had Shang Jian Yao finished speaking when Jiang Bai Mian added, "You are responsible for securing the surroundings. What if more than just the armored vehicle approaches? I will pass you the grenade launcher shortly." Long Yu Hong answered promptly, "Yes, Captain." Just as Jiang Bai Mian was about to say a few more words, she suddenly turned her head, sensing something approaching. Coming down the street to the right was a single vehicle. She quickly relayed the situation to Shang Jian Yao and the others and rummaged through the room for a metal scissors. The 4 members of the Old Tune squad swiftly returned to the entrance, moving along the wall towards different positions. During this process, they exchanged some weaponry to prepare for what lay ahead. Soon, the armored vehicle emerged around the street corner. It featured 3 large wheels on one side, its armored surface adorned with military green paint, a door on the side, and dark bulletproof glass at the front. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary vehicle, with a dark iron heavy machine gun mounted on top, alongside an antenna-like structure. Long Yu Hong merely glanced at it, and words such as steel, hardness, power, crushing, and indestructible flooded her mind. At that moment, a melodious tune swiftly approached from afar, filling the current street. It was a large blue truck laden with massive metal tanks, its lights flashing and music playing as it sprayed water onto the street. The driver, clad in an orange and white worn cotton jacket, sat there, manipulating the steering wheel with a somewhat stiff demeanor. His eyes were vacant, and he wore a chipped black headset over his head. This watering truck, illuminating the road ahead, sped along, nearly colliding with the armored vehicle emerging from the side. With a screech, the driver of the aimless vehicle reflexively slammed on the brakes, bringing the truck to a halt. The driver of the armored vehicle had never encountered such a situation and also halted the vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Bai Mian's eyes lit up, and she shouted, "Opportunity!" Amid the lively and cheerful music of the watering truck, she stepped forward and drew back her left arm. The metal scissors in her hand became entwined with crackling silver electric serpents. Due to the vast and peculiar expanse of the Urban Intelligence Control Center, the hyena bandits dared not enter. Thus, they could not occupy the rooftop of that building, forcing 3 snipers to disperse among the surrounding structures. This meant that when Jiang Baimian moved along the wall, the snipers could not see her. The sniper responsible for the main entrance area was too far away and at an unfavorable angle, rendering him nearly incapable of hitting her, even if he were genetically enhanced, gifted with exceptional marksmanship and specialized in sniping. Furthermore, the watering truck obstructed part of the sniping line of sight. Thus, when Jiang Baimian stepped forward and drew back her left arm, she faced no interference. With a flick of her arm, she hurled the metal scissors. Countless entwined silver electric serpents traced a bright trajectory, accurately striking the presumed antenna atop the armored vehicle. With a crack, a furious and powerful current surged along the antenna, instantly flooding the armored vehicle's interior, wreaking havoc on its electronic systems. Some internal devices failed due to overload protection, while others emitted black smoke, and some exploded, causing significant disruption to the occupants inside. Waiting in the nearby building, upon witnessing the effectiveness of their leader's attack, Shang Jianyao immediately swung his arms and charged out. This time, he carried no assault rifle to avoid hindering his speed and agility. With one leap, then another, Shang Jianyao lunged forward, diving beneath the armored vehicle. Once he stabilized himself, having climbed to the undercarriage, he heard a couple of gunshots from the path he had just dashed across. He quickly released one hand, gesturing toward the exterior beneath the vehicle, chuckling. "You were too slow to react." As he spoke, his gaze darkened rapidly. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, someone atop the armored vehicle pushed aside a cover and stood up, attempting to directly operate the heavy machine gun. This impulsive action exposed him to the lack of armor protection. Bang! Before he could even discern what lay ahead, blood erupted from his forehead, and his entire head rapidly swelled, bursting apart like fireworks. Bai Chun, crouched at the doorway of a building, maintained his aim on the heavy machine gun. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle door swung open, revealing a burly man shouldering multiple grenades, ready to leap down from the armored vehicle and eliminate the target with his own strength. Hiding behind thick armor was the act of a coward. A true warrior must take each step with a shot, slaying foes and exacting vengeance with fervor. With 2 gunshots, the man's neck was nearly torn apart, blood spraying into the air. Simultaneously, one of the grenades wrapped around him was struck. Boom! A series of continuous explosions erupted, raining down charred remnants of the man's body. Amidst the crimson flames, the grenade launcher flew out, shattering into numerous pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Jianyao flipped his body and leaped over the man's remaining legs, penetrating the lingering flames and rolling into the armored vehicle. Inside, another bandit with a shaved head and a fierce countenance awaited. As more content is being loaded, please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features of your browser. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. At this moment, the brawny man wished to raise his arms and shoot at the enemy with an automatic rifle. Yet he found himself utterly unable to accomplish this action. His hands had forgotten the instinctive response required. He gazed at Shang Jianyao across from him, beads of sweat forming prominently on his forehead. He opened his mouth, attempting to plead for mercy. Shang Jianyao swiftly stepped forward, thrusting the ice moss pistol into the mouth of the bald bandit. "Let us discuss this in the next life," he responded with a profound gaze. As soon as the words left his lips, he pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed as a bloodied bullet emerged from the back of the bald bandit's head, striking the armored interior before ricocheting off to another direction. Shang Jianyao promptly retracted the pistol, observing as the bandit's body slumped to the ground, the foul stench of excrement filling the air. He swiftly grasped the bandit's shoulders and, with a powerful heave, flung the lifeless corpse aside. Amidst the continuous gunfire, the body was struck by a sniper. All settled, Shang Jianyao took his seat in the driver's position, first picking up the intercom to speak a brief message before starting the armored vehicle. Fortunately, this was not an electric vehicle. Otherwise, after enduring Jiang Baimian's recent attack, it was uncertain whether it could still operate. With a clattering sound, the armored vehicle braved the sniper fire and turned its massive frame. It drove directly onto the roadside, halting in front of an open room. From this angle and position, the snipers above were rendered powerless against Jiang Baimian and the others. Once Long Yuehong and Bai Chun hurried inside through the opened armored vehicle door, Jiang Baimian nimbly jumped in. At that moment, the water truck remained parked, continuously spraying water alongside melodious music, washing away the bloodstains. Unable to proceed directly, one could either backtrack or continue forward, making a detour. Jiang Baimian glanced at the adjacent water truck and murmured to himself, "Where are the remaining members of the hyena bandit group?" Long Yuehong inquired. Having commandeered the armored vehicle, along with a heavy machine gun, he felt a surge of confidence, believing they could retaliate and eliminate the bandit group that had slaughtered Heishu Town. Jiang Baimian sensed a faint electronic signal approaching from the direction the armored vehicle had come from. The hyenas still possess rocket launchers, and they may have anti-tank projectiles. Bai Chen cautioned. The hyena bandit group could very well be equipped with thermobaric grenades, anti-tank shells, firearms, and ammunition. Then let's not tempt fate. Long Yuehong wavered momentarily. Jiang Baimian smiled and settled beside the vehicle door, instructing Shang Jianyao, proceed straight. Make a detour back to where we parked the jeep. Your supplies are still over there. Shang Jianyao said nothing and guided the armored vehicle along the street. Throughout the journey, the armored vehicle inadvertently collided with numerous abandoned vehicles and wooden tables, forcibly clearing a relatively wide and open path. During this process, the snipers appear to have given up, ceasing their firing. Clearly, the three of them had not brought weapons or ammunition capable of penetrating their own team's armored vehicle. After all, they could not have anticipated needing to confront their own armored vehicle. That contraption was thick and sturdy, even the windows impervious to ordinary bullets. At this moment, on the street from which the armored vehicle had come, two off-road vehicles were driving one behind the other. In the rear vehicle, the hyena Lin Li, adorned with a gray-green beret, held a walkie-talkie and relayed, "They are advancing forward. Xiao Air, launch a shot with the anti-tank rocket." Having gleaned the status of the armored vehicle from the sniper above, he calmly commanded his subordinate in the front vehicle wielding a portable rocket launcher. "Understood, boss." The small-time bandit had spotted the two corpses discarded at the roadside and the scattered charred remains, evoking a mix of empathy and indignation within him. Consequently, the off-road vehicle accelerated, racing toward the water truck and veering in the direction the armored vehicle had escaped. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle had arrived at an intersection, turning onto the left street, leaving only a retreating silhouette behind. "Pursue!" Xiao Air shouted furiously. Because the off-road vehicles were faster and the armored vehicle had cleared an unobstructed path, they quickly reached the intersection and veered in. After a brief chase, the two off-road vehicles unknowingly slipped beyond the control range of the three snipers. After yet another turn, Xiao Air's eyes brightened as he spotted the olive-drab armored vehicle slowly advancing not far away. He hoisted the portable rocket launcher, preparing to stand up and destroy the target through the open sunroof. At that moment, his pupils suddenly dilated. The armored vehicle's door had opened unbeknownst to him, revealing a striking woman with a ponytail, armed with a grenade launcher, aiming in their direction before pulling the trigger. As the grenade was launched, Jiang Baimian raised her right hand and waved gently. A resounding explosion followed as the off-road vehicle was directly struck by the grenade, erupting into a dazzling fireball. As more content is being loaded, please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features of your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Inside the vehicle, numerous rounds of ammunition detonated, creating a cacophony of fire and sound intertwined. Xiao Air and the driver beside him were obliterated, with the off-road vehicle losing its doors and windows, reduced to a mere metallic skeleton. Upon turning into this street, Hyena Lin Li witnessed the scene and, hearing the explosion, involuntarily shuddered. Illuminated by the flames, his face turned pale. "Retreat," he commanded immediately. As long as they could leave the street, the speed and maneuverability of the off-road vehicle would surely prevent them from being pursued by the armored vehicle. The driver of the off-road vehicle, equally frightened, wasted no time making a sharp turn before flooring the accelerator, preparing to speed back down the street. As their vehicle's front end turned toward the intersection, a sudden burst of blood erupted from Hyena Lin Li's temple. Simultaneously, the passenger side window shattered. The driver, disregarding the situation, frantically pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle out of the danger zone and vanishing at the intersection. On the armored vehicle's roof, Bai Chen, concealed behind the heavy machine gun, withdrew her gaze from the scope. She then retracted her orange rifle and sat down. "How did it go?" Long Yuehong inquired with concern. "The hyena is dead." Bai Chen exhaled slowly. "Should we pursue?" Long Yuehong's ambition surged again, eager to annihilate the entire hyena bandit group. Jiang Baimian chuckled derisively. "Do you think this is the wilderness outside? In such perilous and treacherous ruins, it's best not to wander about recklessly. Besides, we wouldn't be able to catch up anyway." She glanced at the tightly closed car door and instructed Shang Jianyao, "Proceed straight, cross 2 streets, then take a left. We shall return to our previous route." "Understood, team leader." Shang Jianyao responded loudly. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, he observed the street lights ahead gleaming brightly and noted the numerous unperturbed individuals along the roadside, unaffected by the explosions, diligently clearing the debris. Meanwhile, countless illuminated windows in the surrounding buildings revealed shadows moving to and fro. Chapter 86. A reminder on the rugged vehicle, the driver, Lin Li. dared not avert his gaze from the road until he turned into the street housing the city's artificial intelligence control center. Upon stealing a glance at his boss beside him, his heart sank, and a chill crept down his spine. Lin had collapsed into the passenger seat, his gray-green beret stained red, the stench of decay and blood pervading the air. The driver instinctively reduced the vehicle's speed and called out. Lin showed no response. It was only then that the driver confirmed a dreadful realization. Their once indomitable leader, who had effortlessly annihilated a minor settlement amidst laughter and bravado, was indeed dead. He had been ruthlessly sniped while contending with a seemingly inconsequential four-man squad. Moreover, their team had suffered the loss of at least 6 members, with nearly half of the core personnel gone. This filled the driver with dread as he swallowed hard, controlling the steering wheel. When a water truck playing gentle music passed by, he shivered, coming to a realization. They had already amassed enough spoils. If they could evade the pursuit of that four-man team, they could escape the city's ruins by dawn. Though they had lost their leader, an armored vehicle, a machine gun, and several members, they still possessed at least 3 vehicles, 6 or 7 survivors, a portable rocket launcher, and ample firearms, ensuring sufficient firepower. After selling off the acquired items, they could recruit 5 or 6 capable wastelanders, forming a formidable new squad. While it would undoubtedly differ from the past and the wasteland, they could still prey on the weak. With this thought, the driver's expression gradually softened, even acquiring a hint of a smile. As long as he seized the opportunity to establish his authority, he could potentially ascend to the role of leader. If Lin could do it, why not him? The frigid heart that had numbed from the loss of his boss ignited with fervor. He turned the steering wheel, directing the vehicle toward the location of the other members. The olive-green armored vehicle lumbered down the street, heading toward the intersection. Long Yuehong, utilizing the vantage point of a mounted heavy machine gun and the bulletproof window, idly counted the illuminated windows of the nearby buildings. He refrained from poking his head out, fearing that a stray bullet might shatter his skull, much like what had happened to members of the previous bandits. Look over there. There's an unperturbed individual. Long Yuehong suddenly exclaimed, pointing skyward. Jiang Baimian followed his gaze and spotted a figure resembling a monkey, perched atop a cement pole supporting several power lines, diligently repairing some equipment. This male figure, clad in dark clothing, had a black handgun tucked at his waist, seemingly scavenged from somewhere. Could he have been one of the assailants during our ambush? Jiang Baimian mused. Recalling the attack they had faced with Xiao Chu on their way to the city's artificial intelligence control center. Uncertain, but Chan shook his head. There were far too many unperturbed individuals at that time. Indeed, amidst such urgency, how could one possibly remember the characteristics of so many unperturbed people? Long Yuehong concurred. Never mind. Jiang Baimian glanced up again, noting the figure appeared quite skilled. As she spoke, a large vehicle approached the intersection ahead. This imposing vehicle, painted a striking red and equipped with numerous tires, seemed remarkably robust. It navigated the road, obstructed by abandoned cars, heading towards the armored vehicle. What should we do? Long Yuehong asked, visibly anxious. This was an unprecedented scenario for him. What else can we do? Are you suggesting we ram into it? Jiang Baimian shot him a glance. While the armored vehicle could withstand such encounters, if any components were damaged, they would be left to walk, which would be perilously risky. Before Jiang Baimian could issue further instructions, Shang Jianyao proactively maneuvered the armored vehicle into a diagonal alley, clearing the path. Oh, such rationality? Jiang Baimian remarked with amusement. I thought you'd charge ahead and see who is tougher. Without looking back, Shang Jianyao replied, it does not deserve my attention. Jiang Baimian was momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to shift the topic, the red vehicle passed by and continued on its way. Inside the vehicle's cabin sat an unperturbed individual clad in thick green clothing and a yellow helmet, his expression blank yet focused on the steering wheel. To be frank, had it not been for the preconceived notions, Jiang Baimian would not have dared to assert that he was indeed an unperturbed individual. The lights from various sources cast a glow, enveloping the 4 members of the old Toon squad in silence. The armored vehicle retraced its path, the surroundings bustling with life. Jiang Baimian's gaze swept through the area until it landed on a familiar figure. It was a blonde, blue-eyed woman draped in a gray-blue robe. Jing Guolan. The very same Jing Guolan they had encountered in the wasteland. The Taoist, Jiang Baimian whispered, signaling Shang Jianyao to halt the vehicle. She quickly opened the door and called out to Jing Guolan, Taoist. Jing Guolan, leisurely strolling along the roadside, turned her head upon hearing them and broke into a smile. Fate has brought us together once more. Have you discovered anything? Jiang Baimian wasted no time and cut straight to the chase. Jing Guolan nodded. You should leave as soon as possible. Why? Jiang Baimian pressed for clarification. Jing Guolan gazed upward at the sky. There is a lingering aura left by the Ji Sui. Jiang Baimian and the others echoed the phrase inwardly, connecting it to the various anomalies of this city's ruins. Which Ji Sui? After a brief pause, Shang Jianyao turned sideways, blocking the doorway. Jing Guolan sighed, Zhuang Sheng. She then began to recite, Fu Sheng Wu Yang Tianzuan. How can you be so certain? Jiang Bamian inquired hastily. The blonde, blue-eyed Jing Guolan shook her head. You should leave by dawn. Without saying more, she walked away. Jiang Bamian observed the Taoist's retreating figure for a few seconds before pushing Shang Jianyao back into the driver's seat. Drive back to the jeep. We leave this city's ruins by dawn, she instructed, closing the car door. The armored vehicle continued its journey through the illuminated world created by the streetlights and building glass, heading back toward the tunnel. Along their journey, they encountered a man mechanically repairing a vehicle, a woman persistently wielding a spatula against an empty pot, and children aimlessly wandering the streets, seemingly engaged in nothing. These figures were not numerous, illuminated by the dim, yellowish light, resembling silhouettes emerging from a bygone era. As another large vehicle rumbled past, pushing several abandoned cars to the roadside, Jiang Bamian let out a silent sigh and remarked with a smile, I finally understand why the middle of the road remains relatively clear, allowing vehicles to pass. Perhaps there weren't many after all. Bai Chun gazed for a moment and mused that if those early aimless souls had been as they were now, they would surely have moved their vehicles to more appropriate spots. As they spoke, the armored vehicle returned to the street they had departed from, where signs advertising foot baths, barbecues, and hot pot were clearly illuminated. The brownish-yellow stone archway at the entrance of the accommodation area reflected a golden glow, adding a touch of nobility to the remaining characters of Yang Hiyuan. Among the 7 or 8 buildings, several windows emitted varied glows, dispersing parts of the night. Upon returning to this familiar locale and witnessing such a scene, Jiang Bamian and his companions unexpectedly felt a sense of warmth and security. Turn in. Jiang Bamian slowly withdrew his gaze and instructed. Shang Jianyao followed suit, allowing the armored vehicle to pass through the gate and into the premises. Due to the narrow roads, he casually parked the armored vehicle close to the jeep. Are we staying here tonight? Long Yuhong felt a sense of security from the armored vehicle. Jiang Bamian smiled and replied, in other places, this choice would undoubtedly be correct. Yet within the ruins of this city, there were numerous high-level aimless individuals and formidable mutated creatures, their capabilities rather peculiar. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Merely relying on vigilance would be insufficient, and such a conspicuous armored vehicle would easily become a target for hunters. In that case, the armored vehicle would not only fail to protect them, but would transform into a steel cage that restricted their movements. Long Yuhong shuddered at the thought and hastily inquired, what should we do? Jiang Bamian pointed to the building they had previously traversed. Let us go there and find a room devoid of aimless individuals to take refuge. During the night watch, assign one person to monitor the jeep and armored vehicle. Should any creature approach, shoot immediately. In simple terms, we'll use the jeep and armored vehicle as bait. Long Yuhong opened his mouth, initially wanting to praise their leader, but realized it was not a commendable notion. Leader, he intended to say, you are cunning. Shang Jianyao offered assistance. I am not. Long Yuhong vehemently denied. Jiang Bamian chuckled. Cunning is certainly preferable to foolishness. And remember to praise my intelligence and wisdom. Understood? While speaking, they exited the armored vehicle, retrieving numerous cans, biscuits, and energy bars from the jeep's trunk and packing them into their tactical backpacks. This way, if they encountered a powerful adversary, they need not worry about grenades destroying their provisions. After surveying their surroundings, the 4 of them re-entered the first unit of the building. Under the bright lights, they immediately spotted an aimless individual. This person, in the prime of life, donned a haphazard assortment of clothing. His hair was tangled and filthy, yet not excessively long, barely reaching his shoulders. At that moment, the aimless individual had just opened the door of a silver-black elevator and was handling tools while gripping the safety rope. He lifted his head, casting a murky glance at Jiang Bamian and the others before quietly averting his gaze downward. Is he maintaining the elevator? Long Yuhong blurted out after a few seconds of silence. Jiang Bamian replied with a simple suddenly. Shang Jianyao spoke up. I have seen him. During my night watch, I watched him come this way. He paused before adding, like a beast. Upon hearing Shang Jianyao's description, Jiang Bamian nodded without further comment. Bai Chun and Long Yuhong felt a sudden heaviness, unsure how to respond. Which floor? Jiang Bamian glanced at the LCD screen displaying the status of the 2 elevators. At that moment, the numbers indicating the other 2 elevators were displaying normally. The 6th floor? We previously searched that room thoroughly. It should be the safest place. Bai Chun suggested. Agreed. Jiang Bamian nodded lightly, smiling as she added. Even if Qiao Chu returns, he would certainly not expect us to remain there, catching him off guard. As she spoke, she took a few steps forward and pressed a button with her frosty hand. Shortly, the silver-black doors of one elevator opened, releasing a slightly musty scent. Jiang Bamian inspected it carefully and stepped inside first. No problem. Once Shang Jianyao and the others entered, the elevator doors gradually closed, smoothly ascending. When they departed, they did not shut the door of room 605, but left it ajar. Inside, a pale light spilled forth, illuminating the metal doorframe. Just as Shang Jianyao pulled the door open, Jiang Bai Mian suddenly extended a hand, blocking his path. "There is someone inside," she stated gravely. "How many?" Shang Jianyao inquired, as if asking about the number of guests. Long Yuhong instinctively raised his weapon, prepared to shoot. Jiang Bai Mian took a slow breath and glanced at Shang Jianyao. 1. Xiao Chu definitely does not possess the strength to reach as quickly. The capable ones must have rushed towards the city's intelligence network control center, while the less capable would not venture out alone, Bai Chun swiftly analyzed. Either this is a relic hunter whose companions have perished, seeking a place to hide, which seems too coincidental. This city's ruins are vast, with so many buildings. How could they possibly choose the very room we occupied before? Or perhaps the original occupant, an aimless individual, returned instinctively upon seeing the light. Indeed, my rationality suggests the former is nearly impossible. Have we not coincidentally encountered so many events along our journey, ultimately leading us here? One must never be overly confident. It is better to exercise caution. Jiang Bai Mian thought to say that perhaps their luck had been poor lately, but feared it might unsettle Long Yuhong, thus altering her phrasing. Just as she prepared to issue a command to change hiding spots, Shang Jianyao suddenly interjected, "I want to take a look inside." "All right." Jiang Bai Mian pondered for a moment before replying. "Let us see. I, too, am curious about the original occupant of this room. Be careful." Shang Jianyao nodded, gripping his assault rifle, and cautiously entered room 605. The surroundings had scarcely changed since their departure, with only the white tiles and brown floor reflecting the light, creating an indescribable warmth. Once within a certain proximity, without needing to be reminded by Jiang Bai Mian, Shang Jianyao could sense the presence of that individual. He was in a small bedroom to the right, deep within the corridor. As Shang Jianyao approached step by step, he soon noticed the door of the bedroom ajar, with a warm orange glow spilling out. Inside, on a narrow bed adorned with blue sheets featuring numerous golden stars, lay a figure. She appeared to be a woman, slightly hunched, with a gaunt face lined with wrinkles reminiscent of dried orange peel, her long, disheveled hair entirely white. Upon glancing at her, Shang Jianyao instantly realized the origin of the white hair he had previously found on the pillow in this very room. He recognized her as an unfeeling one he had seen during his night watch. This unfeeling one had pulled up a disheveled blanket that matched the sheets, covering half of her body. At that moment, she extended her hands, engrossed in the object she held. Her sleeves were a faded pink, appearing somewhat ill-fitting. Noticing Shang Jianyao's approach, the unfeeling one glanced up at him briefly before lowering her head again to focus on her booklet. Shang Jianyao stared for a moment, then gently approached, holding his rifle. Jiang Bai Mian, intending to call out a warning, instead observed as Shang Jianyao crouched down beside the bed, looking at the object in her hands. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Bai Mian followed suit, leaning over to peer at the booklet. With her experience, she quickly recognized it as a photo album. Each page was made of transparent plastic, containing numerous colorful photographs. The first image she noticed depicted a little girl, adorably dressed in fluffy attire, being held by a graceful young woman with a radiant smile, who looked as though she was crying heartily. The unfeeling one then flipped the album to the next page, revealing the back of the previous photograph, which had slightly yellowed with time. Someone had written a phrase in black ink, "1-1 at 1-year-old." Jiang Bai Mian seemed to grasp something, and as the unfeeling one continued to turn the pages, she gazed at more photographs. In these images, the little girl gradually grew up, sometimes riding on a man's shoulders, other times being held by the recurring couple in the photos, or dressed in a green monster costume with a tail, or clad in pink, which accentuated her fair skin. The backs of these photos bore the same handwriting, noting 1-1 at 2 years old, 1-1 at 3 years old, 1-1 at 4 years old. When the album was finally finished, the writing stopped at 1-1 at 7 years old. After silently absorbing the images, Jiang Bai Mian lifted her head and scrutinized the unfeeling one lying on the bed once more. She was still slightly hunched, her face gaunt and wrinkled like dried orange peel, her hair long and wild, entirely white. Jiang Bai Mian closed her eyes briefly and leaned closer to Shang Jianyao's ear, whispering, "We should not disturb her." Shang Jianyao nodded slowly, rising and retreating back into the living room area. Jiang Bai Mian wiped her eyes and gestured outside, saying, "Let us find another place." Bai Chun and Long Yuhong had no objections. Before long, they found a temporary refuge on the 8th floor, where the layout was identical to room 605. The dining room's window provided a view of the jeep and armored vehicle. "Bai Chun, you monitor from there." After inspecting room 805, Jiang Bai Mian surveyed the surroundings and began assigning tasks. "Long Yuhong, you stand by the floor-to-ceiling window and observe the activity on the street." Shang Jianyao and I will rest for a while. We will rotate with you in an hour. Understood, Captain. Bai Chun and Long Yuhong each took their weapons and positioned themselves in the best vantage points. However, Shang Jianyao did not rest. He found a spot with an outlet, retrieved a small speaker and various instruments from his tactical backpack, and began testing them under the fluorescent light. There is no need to rush the repairs, Jiang Bai Mian remarked, noticing his intent. As he tinkered with the tools, Shang Jianyao replied, "This is crucial." "Why?" Jiang Bai Mian asked, somewhat taken aback. "Do you not think that music accompanying you at a critical moment could enhance your performance?" Shang Jianyao continued to work without looking up, explaining that the speaker seemed to contain its own storage chip, likely filled with music from the old world. "I do not think so," Jiang Bai Mian conceded, giving up on persuading him. In truth, she felt that true rest was unattainable here, as the presence of higher, unfeeling ones and distorted creatures left her uneasy regarding Long Yuhong's watch. Though she claimed she needed rest, she merely closed her eyes to rejuvenate, remaining alert to her surroundings. Thus, if Shang Jianyao wished to proceed with his tasks, she would not hinder him. With the vitality afforded by his genetically enhanced physique, he could manage without sleep for 1 or 2 nights and still remain energized. As Shang Jianyao concentrated on repairing the speaker, Long Yuhong maintained vigilance outside while gazing into the distance. Even from the 8th floor, he could see the city's lights twinkling like stars, sprawling in patches. Although he had yet to witness a star-studded night, he had seen photographs and could envision the scene. After an indeterminate time, he finally exclaimed, "It's beautiful." Beyond beauty, he felt that such a scene contained a unique essence that he could not articulate. After another pause, Long Yuhong sincerely remarked, "It's a pity this place is too low. It would certainly be more magnificent from a higher vantage point." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai Mian stood up and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. She gazed out for a long while, then smiled and suggested, "Shall we try the rooftop? It's quite peaceful now, and everyone seems courteous." "Sure." Long Yuhong responded immediately. "Are you two coming?" Jiang Bai Mian turned to inquire of Shang Jianyao and Bai Chun. "Certainly," Bai Chun affirmed, recognizing that it was an opportune moment to relax a bit. "I am nearly finished," Shang Jianyao announced as he stood, hastily stowing his scattered belongings back into his tactical backpack, keeping only the small speaker with the blue and black design, uncertain if the long-lasting battery would still function. Let us go. "We could try again when we return," Jiang Bai Mian urged. They swiftly took the elevator to the top floor, climbed the stairs, opened the door, and stepped onto the rooftop. Before they even approached the edge of the rooftop wall, they beheld the scene surrounding the buildings, a multitude of lights scattered in all directions, emanating hues of yellow and white. Some lights flickered at the roadside, others shone from within various buildings, while some stood high above, resembling lighthouses illuminating their respective areas amidst an infinite ocean or radiant stars flowing through the night sky. Near these lights, shadows danced or vehicles passed by, rendering the scene even more vibrant. "What a magnificent sight!" Long Yuehong exclaimed with genuine admiration. Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and others remained silent, standing at the rooftop's edge, entranced by the picturesque panorama. They racked their minds, but found no fitting words to describe it. After an indeterminate period, Shang Jianyao suddenly took 2 steps back and crouched down. At times like this, a song is warranted. He set down the speaker and began to fiddle with it. Just then, from the direction of the city's intelligent network control center, a resonant, desolate roar echoed through the air. As the thunderous growl reverberated, Jiang Baimian observed a bright flare erupting from the corresponding location. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion followed, drowning out all other sounds. A grayish-white plume of air rapidly gathered and ascended, resembling a colossal mushroom. This caused the very building where Jiang Baimian and her companions stood to tremble uncontrollably. Shang Jianyao instinctively stood up, moving closer to his companions as they gazed toward that spot. As the flames rolled upward and the air swelled, the lights in that area flickered several times before extinguishing one after another, including those in the building housing the Intelligent Network Control Center. Subsequently, across the city, street lights and illuminated windows and buildings began to extinguish, one region after another. In a matter of seconds, the city was enveloped in an unusual darkness, with only the faint moonlight and starlight allowing the towering buildings to loom ominously, akin to monsters hidden within the depths of a nightmare. The figures moving behind windows, the oblivious busybodies outside, and the vehicles traversing the streets were all swallowed by the thick night, becoming invisible. The entire city fell into a profound silence once more. Shang Jianyao and the others stood in a daze for several seconds, their spirits inexplicably heavy. At a loss for words to express such emotions, they continued to gaze. After a while, they instinctively lowered their heads, looking toward the base of the building. In the dim light, a figure emerged from a window, a mindless wanderer. Her hair was completely white and disheveled. She struggled slightly as she climbed down, quickly vanishing into the shadows of the building, resembling an aged monkey. Long Yuehong seemed to be affected by this sight, retreating 2 steps in fright. He accidentally kicked the speaker that Shang Jianyao had placed on the ground. The speaker emitted a buzzing sound immediately. The 4 members of the old tune group instinctively turned around. Almost simultaneously, a hauntingly melodious female voice emanated from the speaker. Memories of the past, the pain of unforgotten longing. Amidst the desolate city, in the vast darkness, this song floated softly, intertwining with the silent figures of Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, Long Yuehong, and Bai Chun, resonating upward and echoing around them. On the lofty rooftop, amidst the empty terrace, the mournful female voice rang out sweetly. Jiang Baimian listened quietly for a moment, then surveyed the surrounding dark cityscape, sighing softly as she remarked, "This song is quite lovely." Before Shang Jianyao and the others could respond, she continued, "Let us descend. With the lights extinguished, we cannot predict what may unfold. We must consistently monitor the jeep and the armored vehicle. A single oversight could lead to significant trouble." She was not concerned about whether transportation would be available in the morning, as it seemed there were still plenty of operational vehicles amidst the ruins of the city. "Yes, Captain," Long Yuehong replied reflexively. Jiang Baimian glanced at Shang Jianyao. "Turn off the speaker. Otherwise, we could easily become targets." Shang Jianyao did not argue, but crouched down, picked up the small black speaker with a blue base, turned it off, and stowed it in his tactical backpack. The surroundings immediately fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the wind rustling high above. As the 4 members of the old tune group made their way to the stairwell, Baichen could not help but look back at the sprawling cityscape unfolding in the distance. The buildings, shrouded in darkness, emitted no sounds and revealed not the slightest glimmer of light. "Captain, don't you think this resembles tombstones?" Bai Chun softly inquired as he averted his gaze. Jiang Baimian turned back, pausing for a moment before responding, "Indeed, those buildings are like tombstones of the old world, each one a monument." Before she could finish her thought, Shang Jianyao interjected, "What are tombstones?" "Within Manga biotech, there are no cemeteries. Each deceased employee is commemorated only by a line of text inscribed on the corresponding wall." Jiang Baimian organized her thoughts and decided to explain later. She then entered the stairwell and switched on her flashlight. This time, they could no longer take the elevator and had to jog down the stairs. Fortunately, their physical fitness was commendable, with 3 of them having undergone genetic modifications. So by the time they returned to room 805, they were merely out of breath, not overly fatigued. Jiang Baimian and Shang Jianyao conducted another thorough inspection of the room, confirming that no dangerous creatures had breached the premises. "Bai Chun, you and Long Yuehong take a break. I will monitor the jeep and armored vehicle, while Shang Jianyao keeps an eye on the street outside." Jiang Baimian, holding the flashlight, returned to the living room. "Understood," Bai Chun replied, moving to the dining room window, setting up his orange rifle, and thoughtfully remarked, "The explosion just now seemed to occur near that mysterious laboratory mentioned by Xiao Chu." Jiang Baimian did not turn around, focusing intently on the area below. "That direction, that position, is highly probable," she mused, uncertain if Xiao Chu's mission was to destroy that location or if he had become entangled with the mechanical monks, leading to the unforeseen explosion. Shang Jianyao gazed at the spot from which the flames and air had surged, stating earnestly, "I suspect the former possibility." Jiang Baimian countered, "Is that conclusion derived from Du Heng's description of the 8th Research Institute?" Shang Jianyao shook his head. "I just counted the number of vehicles by the roadside. The result is odd." Jiang Baimian scoffed, "I should not be discussing serious matters with you." Since leaving the rooftop, Long Yuehong had remained silent. Now, gazing at the city ruins engulfed in darkness, he spoke with a somewhat ethereal tone. "Captain, I now somewhat understand why you sought to investigate the reasons behind the world's demise and why you enjoy unearthing the history hidden within the city's ruins." Jiang Baimian listened quietly, smiling with satisfaction. Understanding is good. Long Yuehong initially intended to articulate further thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she continued to gaze upon the desolate city, fraught with peril, and remarked, "What shall transpire next? Who can say?" Jiang Baimian remained fixated on the jeep and armored vehicle, hoping fervently that all changes would not encroach upon them, wishing only for Xiao Chu to be driven out of this city as ruins by Jing Fa, or for both sides to reach their limits, sustaining grievous injuries. In any case, she longed for a peaceful vigil until dawn, after which they could depart in their vehicle. "Captain, your words seem rather ominous," Shang Jianyao retorted casually. Bai Mian, exasperated yet resigned, replied, "We have faced misfortune countless times. Extremes must yield to moderation. Perhaps our fortunes are about to turn." Upon hearing the word misfortune, Long Yuehong felt an inexplicable pang of guilt and touched her lips. Whether it was Jiang Baimian's words that bore some efficacy, The hours that followed within the city's ruins, despite intermittent explosions, gunfire, and shouts, did not extend toward the tunnel's direction. By midnight, silence enveloped the area completely. As time passed, the horizon gradually brightened, and the buildings emerged from the darkness, revealing their forms. However, to the eyes of Jiang Baimian, Shang Jianyao, and others, these structures increasingly resembled gravestones, faded shades of deep black, gray, or ochre. Let us depart, Jiang Baimian commanded after a hasty breakfast. This time, she assigned Bai Chun and Long Yuehong to alternate driving the armored vehicle, while she and Shang Jianyao managed the jeep. Basking in the morning light, they chose not to retrace their steps through the treacherous tunnel, as the unfamiliar Qiao Chu could easily lead them into the mire. Additionally, Jiang Baimian suspected that certain stretches of the route could not bear the weight of the armored vehicle. Following in Ru Xiang's guidance and the traces left by relic hunters, they circumvented the ruins of the city to the north, departing via a relatively better road. Along the way, they neglected to collect watches, LCD screens, sunglasses, and various useful metals, yet fortuitously discovered 2 barrels of suitable fuel for the armored vehicle. As they drove, Jiang Baimian squinted and addressed Shang Jianyao in the passenger seat. A convoy is approaching ahead, several hundred individuals. Just as her words fell, realization dawned upon her. Roughly 100 people. This was Wang Beiqing's operational team. This was the unit dispatched by Panga Biological to investigate anomalies in the area. Indeed, they soon spotted the armored vehicle and recognized the leader of Team 23, Wang Beiqing. Wang Beiqing, equally astonished to encounter Jiang Baimian and her team once more, adjusted his gray-black beret and glanced at the armored vehicle, which did not belong to the company. He inquired, "Didn't you head to Chiefing Town? What brings you back here with an armored vehicle?" More importantly, it appeared they had arrived in the newly discovered city ruins even earlier than Wang Beiqing's team. "What a surprise," Jiang Baimian replied with a forced chuckle. She then adopted a serious tone and recounted their encounter with Xiao Chu's allure, which had led them into the city ruins. Detailing information regarding the city's intelligence network control center, the mysterious laboratory, the advanced soulless beings, Nightmare Horse, Xiaochong, Duheng, Jiaowan, and the cataclysmic explosion. Notably, Jiang Baimian withheld the awakening knowledge provided by Duheng and the particulars of Shang Jinyao's abilities, skillfully linking their escape from Xiao Chu's influence to the advanced soulless beings and the boy, Xiaochong. From a certain perspective, this was indeed the truth. As Wang Beiqing listened, his expression grew grave, and he sincerely remarked, "I cannot thank you enough. Without this intelligence, we would have recklessly ventured in, unaware of how many lives would have been lost. Furthermore, the advanced soulless beings and aberrant creatures, they are certainly not limited to what you encountered. Even with prior knowledge, our team would still face great peril. I shall immediately relay this information back and request reinforcements. For now, I will establish a temporary outpost on the city's outskirts." Jiang Baimian waved her hand dismissively. "What you choose to do is of no concern to us." Wang Beiqing cast another glance at the armored vehicle, rubbed his hands together, and hesitantly smiled. "Could we receive support for our brother team?" For them, an additional armored vehicle and machine gun would significantly enhance their combat capability. Jiang Baimian smiled in response. "No problem. However, we have many items in the armored vehicle that cannot be transported solely by the jeep. You must assist us in returning them to the company. I have prepared a list. Moreover, that armored vehicle and its heavy machine gun are our spoils and should count towards our contributions." For them, traveling over the great terrain was indeed more convenient in a jeep. Wing Bingking inhaled sharply, fine. After bidding farewell to Wang Beiqing's team, Long Yuehong and Bai Chun returned to the jeep. Jiang Baimian, while driving, mused, "Since we encountered Wang Beiqing, it indicates this route should be devoid of danger. We shall not encounter Xiao Chu again. Shang Jianyao, you may now dispel your reasoning clown effect." Shang Jianyao was toying with a pair of black sunglasses, occasionally donning and then removing them. Upon hearing the captain's command, he smiled and remarked, "There are many couples in the company who found love freely." Jiang Baimian paused momentarily, then honked the jeep's horn. "Indeed, why would I assume that assigned relationships signify true love?" Shang Jianyao then turned to Bai Chun. "Humans can indeed be trustworthy and reliable. After these past few days, do you not feel we can protect your back?" Bai Chun hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. At that moment, Jiang Baimian interjected, "Why does that sound so familiar? You have plagiarized my words." "That is called quoting," Shang Jianyao replied earnestly. As Bai Chun listened to their banter, a smile crept on her lips. Shang Jianyao then glanced at the somewhat perplexed Long Yuehong and cheerfully added, "Biological organ transplantation, neural reconstruction, artificial womb." Long Yuehong's facial muscles twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to strike Shang Jianyao. As he recalled his previous experiences, he realized he had unwittingly succumbed to the influence of the reasoning clown, and a sense of dread prompted him to inquire aloud, "Do you often mislead me with your reasoning clown?" Shang Jianyao, without turning his head, replied, "You are not worthy." Long Yuehong was unsure whether to feel relieved or disheartened. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Bimian said to Shang Jianyao, "You should sleep for a while. It will soon be your turn to drive. At last, we can leave behind this troublesome matter. Next, we cannot delay further. Our destination is Chiefing Town." Upon hearing this, Shang Jianyao pinched his temples, donned his sunglasses, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes. In the depths of the Hall of Stars, at the summit of the silver staircase, before the gray-white stone door, Shang Jianyao cast a glance at the 3 recesses above, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other reached out to press against the door. Within the recesses, white light surged forth, coalescing into 3 ethereal stars. Among them, the light representing the reasoning clown shone significantly brighter than the other 2. In the next moment, the luminous inscription of the pretentious individual intensified rapidly, soon equaling that of the reasoning clown. Following a momentary stillness, the heavy stone door quivered gently and began to retreat slowly. As the opening widened, Shang Jianyao discerned the scene within. It was an endless expanse of an illusory ocean, with soft glimmers dancing across the water surface. The Sea of Origin. After Jiang Bimian maneuvered the jeep out of the depths of the swamp, he roused Shang Jianyao, announcing, "It's your turn. Now, may we have a smooth journey ahead." Shang Jianyao opened his eyes, removed his sunglasses, and efficiently navigated to the driver's seat, exchanging places with the team leader. Once settled, he beheld an unending gray wasteland stretching before him, with sparse clouds in the high sky and a brilliant blue radiance. "The weather is splendid." Shang Jianyao nodded, first donning his sunglasses, then retrieving a small speaker from his tactical backpack. As Jiang Bimian approached, he stretched his body and cheerfully remarked, "How can we drive without music?" As Bai Chun and Long Yuehong turned their gazes towards him, Shang Jianyao activated the speaker. A fervent and impassioned shout erupted. "Arise, ye who are hungry and cold. Arise, all those who suffer in this world." Amidst the spirited and fervent melody, Shang Jianyao waved his hand, proclaiming, "Let us set off." Before his words had fully settled, he pressed the accelerator, sending the jeep racing across the wilderness toward the horizon.